What's going on, everyone? Ronan here, and welcome back to the channel. We got another full story here in What If Brock Challenged the Galar League. But before we get into that, I'm going to need you guys to take a look at these analytical stat bars right here, and also the subscribe versus the unsubscribe. Please, remember, if this is your first time here, don't forget to hit the subscribe and turn on notifications, and drop a like and a comment if you enjoyed the video. After all, this is a compilation of everything that the project has to offer. But with all that being said, let's get into What If Brock Challenged the Galar League, the full story. I hope you enjoy. Brock, the rock-solid gym leader of Pewter City. He's one of the most interesting and underutilized traveling companions of Ash Ketchum. When Gen 4 wrapped up, Brock was on his way to becoming a Pokemon doctor, a clear evolution of his goal to be the world's best Pokemon breeder. Then at the end of Gen 5, we see that he's still on his journey as he appeared in a one-off episode with Silent, one of the traveling companions of Ash from the Black and White era. This was very satisfying to see, someone actually completing their goal in the Pokemon anime. Then Gen 7 happened, and all that work they did with Brock was washed away when they reinstated him as the gym leader of Pewter City. This was very disappointing to see. All the work that the writers put in for Brock, gone, reset to zero, and it has remained this way until the current day. So today, we ask a different question. What if Brock took the gym challenge? You all know I like doing videos like this. If you already haven't checked out the other What If I did for Jesse and James when I had them take the gym challenge, I'll link the full story in the iCard above. But let's get back to the question at hand. For us to have Brock take the gym challenge, I think we need to go back, way back, to when Brock was a kid. You see, the reason why Brock wanted to become a breeder is because at a young age, he was forced to take care of his many siblings due to his father abandoning them, and his mother, who had two different stories. Originally, she had died, but later was retconned to being completely irresponsible, venturing off on her own whims at times. Which, if I'm being honest, I think the death was way better, because I have a personal bias about parents not taking responsibility for the kids. But we are getting a little too far into my own personal territory here. So, back to the setup. In this world, Flint, Brock's dad, still set out on his journey to challenge the Pokemon League, just like in the original. Although he is a great gym leader, he very quickly finds out that that doesn't mean he's the best trainer out there, taking one loss after another. But he doesn't take this sitting down. Even though he scrubs out of the Indigo League, he does go on to challenge other regions, with moderate success. This is where our story truly begins. Flint finds himself in the Galar region when word of his wife's passing comes to him. Yes, we're going to keep the story of her dying. Kinda dark, but I think it would add more context for the change in Flint's outlook on life. You see, in the original, Flint didn't return because he was ashamed that he couldn't become a successful trainer, so he chose to sell rocks outside of the city. Kind of a weak next step, but whatever. Here we're going to change what Flint's next action is. He actually heads home. Flint had left his wife in charge of the gym, but now that she's gone, the gym needs a leader, and the kids need their father. During Flint's travels back to the CANT region, he has some time to reflect on his travels and how he could use these experiences in his new life. He knows one thing though, he will set up his kids to be better trainers than he was. Now there's one thing we will need to address for Brock. It's shown in a flashback that Flint gave Brock his Onix as his first Pokemon. For this to work, it means that Onix had to have been given to Brock before Flint left on his journey. In this timeline, we're going to say that Flint never gave Onix to his son, and instead kept it for himself to use on his journey. As Flint realized, Onix could be of a great asset while he was traveling. This will actually impact Brock in a significant way. Now, Brock doesn't have the exposure to the rock-type Pokemon as his mother was a water-type trainer, so he is more familiar with this typing, favoring it more than the rock-type. Next, because Brock didn't actually have his own Pokemon while his father was out on his journey, this means Brock's knowledge isn't as vast as it is in the canon. Don't get me wrong, he still has some, but nowhere near his original counterpart. Basically, Brock is allowed to be just a normal kid. Well, normal for the Pokemon world anyway. Another major change is Brock is far closer to his mother in this version. Borderline a mama's boy, as he didn't have that bonding time with his dad when he was gifted Onix. So Brock's mother passing away suddenly would be a huge shock to the system. This brings us to the point of Flint arriving home to the Pewter Gym. The reunion with his children is bittersweet. While the younger ones are all happy to see their father, Brock on the other hand isn't. Though Brock was the one that contacted his dad about his mother's passing, he never expected Flint to come home. Now, here he is, expecting to be welcomed with open arms in Brock's eyes. This interaction with the two leads Brock to blame Flint for everything, telling him he should have been there, but he wasn't when his mother needed him the most. Brock then runs off, leaving Flint to reflect on what just happened. In this timeline, we're going to set Brock at the age of 8 years old. Just old enough to understand what's going on, but not old enough to understand the true workings of the world as a whole. This will allow Flint to grow as a character, as his oldest is on a tipping point of child to young adult in the Pokemon world, and this is something that he's going to have to navigate carefully. After several hours, Brock finally returns home, and to his surprise, his dad is waiting for him. Not the person he wanted to see, but they both live here now, so Brock is going to have to get used to it. Flint has been waiting patiently, as it's almost midnight. He went through the process of putting all the kids down, which because he has no experience in, took a while. But if there's one thing that all of his travels has taught him, it's how to come back from a loss, and that seems to be all that today was. Flint tells Brock that he looks hungry. He should come inside and he'll make him some food. Brock is hesitant at first, but quickly changes his mind, because the truth is, this is the reason why he came home in the first place. Inside, Flint decides to try and talk to his oldest son. Brock at first is reluctant to listen, until Flint tells Brock that he was right about everything he said. Flint tells Brock that his biggest failure in life was not as a Pokemon trainer, but as a father and a husband. You see, Flint spent a total of 3 years on the road, never really coming home, because it was always easier to travel than to be a parent. Flint tells Brock he knows that it was not the right thing to do, but he can't change what's happened. He can only change how he does things from here on out. This admittance of guilt on Flint's behalf doesn't change Brock's perception of his father, but it does at least make it so that the two can coexist under the same roof, for now at least. So life goes on for some time. The younger kids are more willing to accept their father due to their age, but Brock will always be hesitant. Flint goes on to resume his duties as the pewter gym leader, but Flint and Brock reach another point of conflict when Flint starts to convert the gym back to a rock specialty gym, as his late wife had it changed to a water-based gym after he left. Brock doesn't like this. He sees it as an attempt to erase his mother's memory, prompting another fight between him and Flint. This time though, with a different result. Brock's siblings all take their father's side, surprising Flint and Brock. This triggers something in Brock, and he actually challenges his father to a battle. Flint, not wanting to push his son away any further, agrees to humor him. Flint says Brock can use one of his Pokemon, but Brock refuses. He tells his father that he will use the Pokemon of his mother. You see, Brock doesn't have a high level of knowledge when it comes to battling, but he does know enough to understand that water breeds rock. Flint agrees to this, but Brock makes one more stipulation. If he wins, Flint leaves the gym the same. Flint agrees to these terms, again trying to appease his son. Brock also says that this will be a 3-on-3. Flint again has no problem with this, so he and Brock take their positions on the battlefield. Flint starts the battle with his Onix, the very same one that he gave Brock in canon. Brock, however, isn't fazed by the size of the Goliath Pokemon and overestimates his skill as a trainer, so he sends in Poliwag. This battle is no contest. Brock doesn't understand Poliwag or its battle style, and it loses out of sheer incompetence on Brock's behalf. A little frustrated, Brock recalls it, as Flint looks on, trying to coach his son on his mistakes in that battle, but Brock just ignores it, figuring that Onix only won because of its size. So Brock sends in Blastoise next. As the powerful Jet Turtle emerges from the ball, it gives a look of confusion. It doesn't understand why it's battling Flint, and when Brock gives it a command, it hesitates, until Flint tells Blastoise that it's okay. We are having a practice battle. So Blastoise goes along with it. But again, due to Brock's lack of experience, Blastoise falls to Onix. Brock recalls it, even more frustrated than before, as Flint again attempts to coach his son. However, Brock sees this as Flint antagonizing him, so he thinks he'll show him as he grabs the last ball. Gyarados, I choose you, Brock declares. Flint, in an instant, goes from being confident to being concerned. You see, after he came back, he talked with all of his wife's Pokemon to explain what had happened. While most of them were sad, they accepted it, and Flint promised them that he would find a place for them. All that is, except for Gyarados. It was enraged by the news at its trainer's passing. It was the only human that it trusted, and since all Gyarados wanted to do was rampage, Flint left it inside the ball until he could find a more permanent solution for it, which had been in fact for several months. Now it's free and angry. Brock gives Gyarados a command to use Hydro Pump, confidently thinking that there's no way his dad could beat this Pokemon. But Gyarados has other things in mind. While it does know Brock, its pride as the powerhouse of his mother's team won't let it be ordered around by some kid. And furthermore, it's been locked up for far longer than it's used to. So it's going to do what it knows best, lay waste to the gym and everything in it. Its first target is Brock. Flint sees this and orders Onix to intercept it. This causes a distraction in which Flint yells at Brock that he needs to recall Gyarados now, but Brock is unresponsive. He's frozen in fear as the giant serpents battle it out in front of him. Flint, thinking quick, sends in Rhydon to help Onix. Though the two rock-type Pokemon are at a disadvantage, they do buy Flint enough time to get to Brock and Gyarados' Pokeball to recall it. Flint then asks Brock if he's alright, with no response. He then yells at the boy to snap him back from his shocked state. Flint starts to yell at his son for being so reckless. He expected Brock to be smarter than that, as he was the oldest child. He could have seriously brought harm to himself or his siblings. Brock just breaks out in tears, and then he runs out of the gym. Flint looks on as the gym is now in ruins. It looks like it's going to need a remodel whether anyone likes it or not. After all parties have had some time to cool down, Flint joins Brock in his bedroom. At first, Brock doesn't want to have anything to do with his father, but Flint does something Brock didn't expect. He apologizes. This gets Brock to at least hear Flint out. Flint tells Brock that he's not the one to blame for what happened today. The blame lies solely on Flint. He didn't didn't properly prepare Brock for a Pokemon battle, and as the adult, he shouldn't have let it go so far. It was clear to Flint that Brock and him won't be able to see eye to eye. Flint asked Brock if he would be open to him training his son in the art of Pokemon battle. Brock does pause at this request, but still doesn't trust his father, and declines, saying that he would rather learn from someone else than him. Flint then asks if Brock means those words. The boy cautiously asks why. Flint then responds that he figured Brock wouldn't want to train with him, and he doesn't blame him. But Brock is now 8.5. This means that in less than 2 years, Brock will be able to set out on his own Pokemon journey. Flint tells his son that if there's one thing that he can do right, it's make sure that his son is ready to take that journey by giving him a chance to learn as much about Pokemon as he can. Now curious, Brock asks his father how he plans to do that if he won't even listen to him. Flint tells Brock in his travels, he's met a lot of people and made a lot of friends and had a lot of experiences. He then asks Brock one question. Brock, how would you feel about going to school? Brock turns to his dad. What do you mean school? Flint tells Brock that he has learned many lessons in his travels. One of them is to be a great trainer. You need to have a good foundation of knowledge to pull from. The only way to get that is to either 1, live the experiences yourself, which could take years, or 2, you learn about it in a formal setting, like a school. Brock is immediately opposed to this, but Flint tells his son, listen, you don't want to take advice from me, and I don't blame you, but you want to be a good trainer, right? Brock shakes his head acknowledging this. Flint says, well, then I know of a school that your mother attended when she was young. I think you should go there to learn the way she did. Brock replies, I didn't know Mom ever went to school. Flint says, yes, and she was the head of her class. As a matter of fact, it was how I met her. Brock says, really? Flint again confirms this. I was there to take my written certification test to be certified as a gym leader. At first, she didn't want to have anything to do with me, claiming that I was a mangy individual and below her for not attending the Pokemon Institute. Brock then asks, well, if Mom didn't have any interest in you, then how did you two get married? Flint replies, that's even more of an interesting story. After I left the Pokemon Institute, I came back home to Pewter City to open my gym. Once I passed the battle exam, I was free to run it however I pleased. So when preparing for the battle exam one day, she showed up, your mother. She had chosen to leave the Pokemon Institute and take the gym challenge, and I was her first gym battle. But the only problem was, I wasn't fully certified yet. But when she challenged me, to put her in her place and to get a little revenge, I accepted her challenge, thinking that there was no way this stuck-up girl would best me, a budding gym leader. So you beat Mom? Brock asks. No, Flint replies. She wiped the floor with me. There was no contest. Her water types were so well trained, and Gyarados was the star of her team, being her first Pokemon, of course. Then things connect in Brock's head. That's why Gyarados wouldn't listen, not even to Dad. I mean Flint, not my dad. What am I thinking? But Brock's inner thoughts are interrupted by the rest of the story. When Flint couldn't give her a badge, Lola, Brock's mom, was very angry with him. She threatened to call the Pokemon Certification Board to get his gym certification canceled. Flint pleaded with Lola. Eventually, out of pity or understanding, Lola relented her threat. She even offered to stay and help Flint train for a certification battle, with the stipulation that she would be his first battle once certified. And the rest, you say, is history. Flint got certified, he and Lola fell in love, and Brock was born shortly after. With all this new information, Brock then asks the one big question, but he is hesitant. Flint can see that there's something bothering his son, so he attempts to pry it out of him. At first, Brock won't say anything, but after much insistence on Flint's behalf, Brock blurts out, if you were so in love with Mom, then why did you leave? Flint juts back. He knew this question would come up eventually. He tells Brock, that's not something that's easy to talk about, but I think it's something you're old enough to understand. Flint then explains, as his family grew, it became harder to support them on a gym leader's salary, especially when everyone you aim to battle not only wants to take your badge, but your money. The decision was then made that one of us would go on the road to challenge the Pokemon League to help support the family. The only question was who. Ultimately, Flint was the one, as Lola had just given birth to their final child, Brock's youngest sibling. This was only supposed to be temporary, but they always needed more and more money, and Flint found it easier to battle than to raise kids, so he did what he did best. He stayed away. Though Brock still doesn't trust his father, he at least understands the situation. Brock then says, well, if money's so tight, then why would you want me to go to school? We can't afford it. Flint says, well, about that. You see, during my travels, I found many rare items, and they are very valuable. I've been selling them since I've been back to pay for the remodel of the gym. But after Gyarados' rampage, I kinda like the way it is. So that means all the money I've made can be used to send you to the Pokemon Institute. Brock is still reluctant to leave his siblings, and Flint knows this. He tells his son that he doesn't have to decide now. Take some time and think about it. And that's just what Brock does. Now, for whatever reason, he's seeing things in a different light. He notices that his dad is actually really good with the other kids. Brock starts entertaining the idea that leaving them may not be such a bad idea. After 2 weeks, Flint had all but forgot about the conversation with his oldest son, but Brock hadn't. He approaches Flint, actually calling him dad for the first time since Flint had been back, asking if the offer to attend the Pokemon Institute was still open. Flint looks at his son with a smile. Of course it is, he says. Brock then asks what he has to do to get in. Flint says, well, you're gonna need a Pokemon to start off with. Brock says, well, then he'll just take one of Mom's, as they really aren't doing much anymore. Flint tells Brock, while that would be a good idea normally, part of the first year entry is that you you have a new Pokemon, one that hasn't had a lot of training. Brock says, great. Well, then what will I do? I don't have any new Pokemon like that. Flint replies, well, you do have a few options. One is to get assigned a Pokemon at the Institute. This piques Brock's interest. Flint tells him that there is a downside though. If Brock doesn't complete the whole 4 years at the Institute, then they will revoke his gifted Pokemon, and then he'll be back to square one. Brock thinks great. He wanted to go to the Institute like his mother, and then challenge the gyms like her as well. He only had to wait a year and a half until he could get his Pokemon trainer's license after all. Brock then asks what the second option is. Flint says, well, you could get a sponsorship and use one of the Pokemon like Professor Oak gives out. Then you will never have to give that Pokemon back. It'll be yours for life. Brock likes this idea, but there's only one problem. Professor Oak lives in Pallet Town, and they are in Pewter City. It's not exactly right across the street. Brock asks his dad to go, but unfortunately, with Brock's siblings and the gym, Flint doesn't have the time to take Brock at the moment. Not until he gets the rest of his life under control. Disappointed, Brock concedes in defeat, but Flint makes a suggestion to Brock. Son, I know you may not like this idea, but what if I sponsored you? Brock asks, can he do that? Flint replies, as the gym leader of Pewter City, he could give his official endorsement to anyone he sees fit, and the Pokemon Institute will accept it, no questions asked. Brock doesn't like the idea of being sponsored by his dad, but if it'll get him out of the gym and into the school, he's game. Brock accepts, thinking that Flint will have some cool water Pokemon for him, as that's the typing he's most familiar with. Flint then tells Brock that he doesn't have any water types that meet the qualifications for the Pokemon Institute, but he does have one that will. The only catch is, it's not a type that Brock is fond of, the rock type. Brock hangs his head, saying that it is what it is. Flint, honoring his son's request, declares, Roly-Coly, I choose you. Out pops an odd-looking Pokemon that is completely foreign to Brock. Even though he doesn't like the rock typing, he's at least familiar with it from all the Pokemon that his father has. Flint explains that Roly-Coly is a Pokemon that is caught in the Galar region. Flint was preparing to take the gym challenge there when he got the call that Lola had passed. Flint tells Brock that he's done no training with this Pokemon whatsoever, so it's a bit temperamental and a bit hot-headed, kinda like Brock. Roly-Coly has also been in its Pokeball since it was caught, so it won't be an easy Pokemon to train. Brock stares intensely at the odd-looking rock Pokemon as it stares intensely back at him. Do you want it, Brock? Flint asks. Brock shakes his head in agreement, stubbornly thinking that this Pokemon won't get the best of him as he accepts the challenge, readying himself for the road that lay ahead. We begin today's part with Brock as he is in the midst of a battle with his father. You see, he has agreed to the sponsorship of his deadbeat dad because he wants a chance to become a strong trainer so he can uphold the memory of his mother. But there was a couple of things he had to go through first. There was an evaluator sent from the school to make sure Brock met all the qualifications. So he is currently 10 years old, and he also has a starter Pokemon, something that doesn't really have any type of experience. And even though Flint was a questionable sponsor, his status as a gym leader made it so that way he was able to sponsor his own son, getting Brock into the school just barely by the skin of his teeth. However, the start date of the school was one that was peculiar because it was 6 months from his orientation inspection, and Brock was forced to wait the entire time. However, they didn't say that he couldn't battle, so whenever his dad wasn't busy with his brothers and sisters or having a challenger for the gym, Brock insisted that they did whatever they could to practice whenever they could so that way he'd be as strong as he could possibly be whenever he made it to the school. So that's where we find ourselves currently today, as Brock and his partner Roly-Coly stare down both Flint and Rhydon. However, there's something that our young protagonist hasn't really gotten the hold of yet, and that's his starter Pokemon. You see, Brock isn't really fond of the rock typing, and because of that, it's taken him a little bit of time to get to warm up to his starter, and this is reflected by how Roly-Coly treats its trainer, in the way of making any interaction the two share as difficult as possible, and that includes Pokemon battles, because Roly-Coly is still fairly young, just like Brock. They both share one thing in common, and that's being stubborn and pig-headed, because they're both basically kids. This has led to many of the battles that Flint and Brock try to have end with Brock's frustration with his rock type, as sometimes it doesn't really want to listen to him, or it's not as responsive to him when he's given it an order, resulting in the coal cart getting hurt in the process when facing off against his dad's higher level Pokemon. And this in turn just causes more animosity between the two as they spend their days trying to get in unison. Unfortunately, it's the same pattern over and over again. Brock gives Roly-Poly a command, and it may try to obey it, but then it gets caught in the crossfire of a powerful attack, which leads the rock type to getting angry at Brock, and then it chooses not to listen to it for the rest of the day. And then the two just do nothing but butt heads until the day is time to end, and they're forced to go to sleep. It's even gotten to the point that Flint is starting to second guess his choice for his Pokemon that he gave Brock, telling his son that if he wants, he could try and find him something more manageable, something that wouldn't be as hard for him to work with, maybe even getting him a water type like his mom used to use. However, Brock is as stubborn as his father, telling Flint this is his Pokemon now, and whether he likes it or not, he's not going to give up on it. So they're stuck together, regardless of whatever is happening between the two. Though his son hasn't made the progress that he was hoping he would, Flint knows just by Brock making that statement alone means the young boy is going to be ready for whatever challenges he may face in the future. And after months of waiting, today is the day when his future has arrived, as the summons letter that they've been waiting for from the Pokemon Institute has finally arrived via Dodrio mail. Brock has 1 week to get his things in order, because if he's not present on the first day, then they will count that as a forfeit of his position at the Institute, and he will be forced to return to the gym. Reading this forces Brock to start to panic, as he's not quite sure what he needs to take. However, Flint is able to calm his son down ever so briefly, so that way he can explain exactly what's going to happen. Brock is going to have to finally leave the gym on his own. He's going to have to make the trek to the Pokemon Institute, which, if the gym leader's memory serves him correctly, it's going to be a 4-day walk if Brock moves at a brisk pace. It's at that moment that the reality of the situation sets in. Brock is actually going to be alone. He won't have his parents to fall back on. Even his deadbeat dad, even though he doesn't have the greatest of love for him, has still been a reliable figure in the household ever since he returned. And now Brock has to do things for himself. This kind of scares the young boy, but he's as pig-headed as his father, and he refuses to accept this laying down. So Brock puts on a brave face, telling Flint that there's nothing that's going to keep him from entering the Pokemon Institute, and he's going to immediately start packing. Brock then runs off, leaving Flint to ponder his own thoughts on the situation. That night after dinner and all the kids are down, Brock is alone in his room, and he is packing everything that he would need into the new backpack that his father had bought him. It's here the young boy begins to talk with his starter Pokemon. Roly-Poly, tomorrow is the start of our actual adventure. I know that we haven't seen eye to eye in the last couple of months, and we're not where exactly I wanted us to be, but I need you on this. You're gonna be my partner, and we're stuck together whether we like it or not. So let's do our best to make sure that we make Mom proud. The wheelie boulder does what it can to signify that it's on board with Brock, even though they don't exactly see eye to eye at the current time. The following morning is the time that Brock decided to leave. At the front of the gym stands Brock with Roly-Poly, his father, and Rhydon. The young boy is telling Flint not to let the gym fall apart while he's away. He'll be back soon for break, and he expects this place to be in tip-top shape, and his father had better turn it into the best gym in Kanto. If he doesn't, then he's going to have to answer to Brock, because he's going to be much stronger. Flint puts on a brave face, smiling, telling his son that's exactly what he plans to do. Brock then turns without saying a goodbye to his father, or even waving, simply walking down the path leading away from the gym. As Flint watches his oldest son disappear out of sight, he can't help but well up with tears in his eyes, because even though his son is still mad at him, this is one of the proudest and saddest moments of his adult life. Over with Brock, the only thing he can think about is getting to the Institute. While he is on speaking terms with his father, he still hasn't forgiven him for being away so long, so that's caused the boy to keep his father at a distance to prevent Brock from getting hurt again. The next week is full of adventure for our young hero, as Brock left a day earlier just in case he got sidetracked a little bit, and oh boy did he, as when he went into Mount Moon, he ended up getting lost and spent some time being chased around by Zubat before finally finding his way out and making his way to Cerulean City. Unfortunately though, his bad luck didn't really end there, because when he heard that there was a gym in town, he thought since he had Roly-Poly, he would challenge them to see if they were as strong as they claimed they were. Unfortunately for our young rock-type trainer, his starter couldn't really hold a weight to the three sisters as their water-type specialists, and Roly-Poly was knocked out in one move, forcing the boy to lick his wounds back at the Pokemon Center. Then, after choosing to move on from Cerulean, Brock ended up getting lost just south of the city in the woods, and ended up in a village to where he ended up clashing with some Pokemon, especially one of the starters of the Kanto region, a Bulbasaur, that didn't take too kindly to the boy being there, and was easily able to one-shot Roly-Poly and Brock, sending them on their way before the human that cares for the village got back from town. And as if his luck wasn't bad enough, then Brock finds himself in a small town where a sly little Squirtle is making his his way through the town, stealing things and causing as much mayhem as possible. Turns out that it was abandoned by a trainer, and Brock falls victim to its shenanigans when his backpack goes missing and all of his supplies as far as food and healing items for Roly-Coly come up gone. By the time Brock finally reaches the Pokemon Institute for registration day, he looks like he's been trekking through the wilderness for eons. He's very disheveled, clothes a little bit torn, backpack empty, and he's got a couple of sticks and branches in his hair. And don't forget how dirty his face is. But this isn't going to stop our young hero, as he's made it on the day that he was supposed to. So he stiffens up, excited for the chance to finally make himself known and show the world that he can be the greatest trainer. Emerging from the forest, Brock walks straight up the registration desk, bypassing the entire line to announce that his name is Brock, son of the pewter gym leader, and he is here to register for the Pokemon Institute. However, the lady that's in charge of registration merely looks at him over her glasses, telling him that he needs to go to the back of the line. She'll help him when it's his turn. Oh, I don't think you understood me. I'm Brock from Pewter City. I was invited to be here. You see, I even got the paper and everything. However, the lady in charge of registration merely points, saying, so did all of them, as Brock turns around to see a massive line with people waiting one by one to be seen by the leader of the registration counter. Brock is a bit taken aback by this, as he didn't expect to have to wait so long to get registered, and hangs his head due to the ignorance of the situation. With nothing else to do, the severely disheveled boy begins to slouch, shuffling his way to the back of the line. However, one thing does not go unnoticed by Brock, as there's a group of girls that seem to find his predicament funny, as they are giggling off to the side, like Brock is an oddity. However, the young boy pays no mind to this, simply traversing his way to the back of the line so that way he can get this embarrassing registration moment over with. Brock finally finds himself at the back of the line. It's here that he meets a young kid by the name of Joe, who's glad to see Brock. He thought he was going to be the last one in line, but now he doesn't have to share that shame by himself, as Brock is pretty well known at this point, as the girls that he noticed before are continuing to laugh at them. This is beginning to peeve Brock a little bit, and he wants to ask them what their problem is. But this boy Joe tells Brock to stop. That's Jazelle. She's a second year, and she's the top of her class as well. Picking a fight with her isn't a good idea, because unless you're a grade ahead of her, you're most likely going to lose. Heck, even some of the grades ahead of her lose to her. That's why she has the role that she does as class president. However, Brock doesn't care about any of this. He just wants to show this girl who he is and shut her up. However, Joe proves to be the voice of reason here once again, telling Brock that there is a no fighting policy on the school grounds, and any illegal battling could get you expelled, so you want to make sure that the battle between you two is a sanctioned one at least. So why don't you just wait in line, and then you could worry about getting a sanctioned battle later. Reluctantly, Brock stands down for the time being, as he can even recognize that getting kicked out on your first day would be an even bigger embarrassment, considering the legacy that he's trying to honor, that of his mother's. An hour or so passes, and Brock and Joe find themselves at the front of the line, as they are the last two kids to be seen by the head of registration. While Joe's excited to finally be seen, Brock, on the other hand, is a bit on the opposite foot. You see, he didn't really eat anything this morning, and, you know, the whole disheveled looking thing, it's really starting to take a toll on him, as he hasn't had a good meal in a couple of days, considering he lost most of his supplies to that Squirtle. So he's just kind of slinking his way to the registration counter, a bit dazed and confused. This is another unfortunate turn of events for Brock, as there are some questions that he has to answer here, and the orientators are notorious for kicking kids out on the first day if they can't get these basic questions right. However, luckily for Brock, him being at the back of the line is actually a blessing in disguise, as the orientators are so fed up with dealing with these snot-nosed kids that don't know anything about Pokemon that they just want to end this day. So they're not really paying Brock's dazed and confused state any mind, as they just want to get him inside so that way they can get away from all of these kids and have some time to themselves. So after looking over the starter that Brock was barely able to produce, they stamp his trainer's card and welcome him to the Pokemon Institute. However, due to the lack of food, Brock is having trouble processing this whole event, as he just wants to find something to eat. Luckily for him, he's got his new friend Joe, who understands what Brock's mumbling and babbling has been about, as he knows exactly where the cafeteria is. Without any words, Joe just grabs Brock's arm and pulls him in a direction. Moments later, they find himself inside of a massive cafeteria where most of the students are currently, as they're trying to get to know their new peers. However, Brock simply ignores Joe and everyone else around, at the smell of the basic cafeteria food that to him is a godsend. Without any hesitation, the young trainer bolts over to the counter and begins piling food onto a plate until it's about the same size as he is. And then he just makes his way to a random table and sits down and begins eating like a beast from the wild who has no manners or any type of decency at all. This abhors the people that are at the table with him, and they slowly begin to back away as they don't really want to have anything to do with this kid, as he doesn't seem to be their type of people. However, Brock doesn't care. He's got food in front of his face, and he's going to devour every last bit of it before he does anything else today. Luckily, it doesn't take him very long, as the tray he had piled high is thoroughly cleaned, with Brock ready to start the actual day. The first thing he does after clearing his plate is turn to the person that's closest to him and challenge him to a Pokemon battle, to which this random student just simply backs away, put off by Brock's abrasiveness. This is where Joe chimes in again, telling Brock that it doesn't really work like that. Didn't he hear anything about what he said when it came to sanctioned battles? All battles on campus have to be authorized by an authoritative figure. If they're not, then you can get expelled. So don't just go off challenging random people to battles, or you could get in trouble. Then what's the point of being at this school if we're not going to have any Pokemon battles? Well, they have classes, Joe says. That way you can learn about Pokemon and typing, and learn what moves a certain Pokemon can learn. It helps you bond with your Pokemon that much quicker. That's why I came here, but I just barely got in, Joe says as he hangs his head. This actually catches Brock's attention as he asks why the change in tone, to which Joe informs Brock that he had to get in on good test scores considering his parents don't have a lot of money and he was unable to get any type of sponsorship from any meaningful gym leader or trainer in the region. So if he screws up, then he's out. That's why he knows all the rules. So Brock had better do the same. It's here that a smell begins to permeate the area that Brock is standing in, as everyone around him realizes that the smell is coming from Brock. He was lost in the woods for days, and he didn't really have time for any personal hygiene. This is where Tom tells Brock another rule. He's supposed to maintain personal hygiene and cleanliness at all times. So let's get him back to his room so that way Brock can get a shower and get changed. Joe then grabs Brock's arm, pulling him in the direction that he needs to go, while the only thing that Brock can think to himself is the school's just a huge bummer. Why would anyone want to come here? Especially considering there's all these rules and they can't have any Pokemon battles at random. An hour or so later, Brock is finally out of the shower after scrubbing good and deep to remove all of the scents from him, and he's gotten a new change of clothes so that way he doesn't offend anybody around him. It's at this point that Joe decides to be Brock's tour guide, showing him around the school. They walk through the main halls as Joe explains everything about the school. This kid really did take his time to learn everything, Brock thinks, as Joe just rambles on like an excited kid at a candy store. However, this quickly comes to a halt when something catches Brock's eye. It's a display of some kind in a case, a bunch of trophies, but there's a picture that Brock recognizes, something he hadn't given much thought of since he entered the grounds of the school. It's a picture of his mother when she was younger. Matter of fact, the whole display case is lined with pictures of her and trophies bearing her name. This is where Joe chimes in, telling Brock that she's one of the most famous trainers that this school has ever produced. She was one of the toughest battlers, and she was really known for her technique with water Pokemon. Man, I wish I could have seen it. This is where Brock chimes in that she really was a great battler. I got to see it every day. This comment piques Joe's curiosity as he asks Brock what he means by that statement, to which Brock elaborates, telling Joe that is his mother and she died about a year ago. That's why he came to the school, because he wanted to make her proud. He wanted to live up to her legacy. Joe begins to say something when a very condescending laugh comes from behind the two. As they turn, they're met with that girl from before, Jazelle. That woman was your mother? Oh, please. That's the biggest lie I've ever heard since I've been in this school. There's no way you're related to her, Jazelle says, as she giggles at Brock with her trio of bimbos. Now, there are a lot of things that gets Brock upset, but usually he can maintain his cool. However, talking about his mom is the one thing that you don't want to do, as it's going to immediately send him into a boiling point as he begins to yell at the girl. She has no idea what she's talking about, and how dare she talk to him and mention his mother. Oh, I've seemed to hit a soft spot. Did Mommy really pass away? Well, I'm sorry, Jazelle says. Unfortunately for you, she's not here to wipe away your tears. But maybe your dad could. I heard that you got a sponsorship from one of the gyms. What was his name again? Flaunt, Flint. That's right, Flint. The leader of the weakest gym in Kanto. While Brock isn't the biggest fan of his dad, there is one thing that he won't tolerate. Someone talking bad about his parents, whether it's his mom or his dad. The only one that has the right to talk bad about his dad is him, and he makes this known to Jazelle as he pulls out a Pokeball telling her that it's time for a battle. He's gonna shut her up once and for all. This is when one of Jazelle's cronies stepped forward, asking Brock why he would have the audacity to try and challenge Jazelle. She's a second year, and she's the class president. There's no way a first-year dog like him would be able to win a battle against her. The girls all then begin to giggle, but Brock says, well, if that's the case, then you wouldn't mind having a battle with me, considering I'll be a sure win for you. After all, what would it hurt to teach me another lesson after all the ones that you just gave me? This is where another one of the cronies steps up to berate Brock for him addressing Jazelle like that. However, Jazelle interrupts this, telling the girl to stop. She'll accept his challenge, so that way she can permanently show Brock where his place is, on the heel of her boot. But Tom quickly chimes in, telling Brock that this is a bad idea. It's after battling hours, and no one will authorize this battle. However, Jazelle tells Brock not to worry, she can get it approved. After all, she is the class president. So they all head off to the battle arena, where there's still one official in attendance that's cleaning up for the night. This is where Jazelle is shown to throw her weight around, as she is able to get this battle sanctioned, and the attendant reactivates the battlefield, allowing Brock and Jazelle to both take their positions on opposite sides. Jazelle tells Brock that this will be a one-on-one battle only, and the winner will be declared when one side's Pokemon are completely out. Any questions? I know how a Pokemon battle works, Brock says, so stop stalling and let's battle. As you wish, Jazelle says. This is where Jazelle reveals her starter Pokemon and the ace of her team, Cubone. This thing is small, Brock thinks to himself. I'll have such an easy time rolling this over. Roly-Coly, you're up! The rock type hits the field ready to burn some rubber as it stares down its opponent for its first official Pokemon battle. Oh, this is going to be quick, Jazelle thinks to herself. However, she's polite, and she gives Brock the first move, which he gladly takes, ordering a sandstorm, knowing that it's going to be able to protect Roly-Coly and hit this Cubone for some chip damage. However, Jazelle just laughs, reminding Brock that her Cubone is a ground type, and Sandstorm has no effect on a ground type, just like it has no effect on his rock type. It's a shame you wasted that free move. Cubone, use focus energy. Brock looks deep into the sandstorm, and he can see the eyes of the little skull-cladded Pokemon glow before fading back into the sandstorm. This is where Brock tells Roly-Coly to use a rapid spin. Let's mow down that pipsqueak and shut this girl up. For once, Roly-Coly and Brock are on the same page as it begins to spin its wheel, barreling in the direction that the eyes were. However, this is just met with a laugh from Jazelle, as she tells Cubone it's time to finish this. Use Boomerang. Utilizing the sandstorm as cover, Cubone begins to fade in and out of sight as it throws its club, smacking Roly-Coly one by one until the rock type is left beaten, battered, and bruised in the middle of the battlefield as the sandstorm fades, revealing that Brock's Pokemon has lost. The only thing he can do is stand there in stunned silence as Jazelle tells Cubone it's time to go. They have an appointment to keep, and it looks like she's going to have to take a rain check on Brock putting her in her place. And this, my friends, is where we're going to leave our story for now. So tell me, how did you feel about part 2 of Brock taking the gym challenge? Do you feel like this story is heading in a compelling direction, considering Brock is at the Pokemon Institute instead of actually challenging the gyms? How do you feel about Brock's established rival so far, Jazelle? And what about Brock's loss to her that was so one-sided? How do you think he's going to react? Let me know in the comments down below. Open up today's part a week removed from the events of the previous one. The school has been rather quiet as of late. However, there are low murmurs of what happened between Brock and Jazelle. A lot of the more unpopular kids have it in their heads that Brock was able to beat the child prodigy, while the more socially acceptable ones all know the truth as Jazelle has laid it out. She was able to beat that boy, no questions asked, and she was able to trick him into battling her unsanctioned, playing herself as the victim so that way he can get expelled. And the way Jazelle sees it, her plan went off without a hitch. After all, nobody's come to talk to her, and Brock hasn't been seen, so everything must have happened exactly the way that she had said. However, there is one among the ranks that don't believe anything that Jazelle says, never has and never will, and that's his best friend Joe. He's been frantically looking for Brock over the last week, unsure of what's happened to his friend, but he knows all the rumors, no matter which class of people they're coming from, are not true. He knows for a fact he was able to get that match validated before it was found out, so everything that Jazelle says is a lie. But unfortunately, the young boy is going to have to move fast, as this is the final week of school, and exams are going to start in the next few days. And Joe knows that Brock is a lot of things, including lazy sometimes, but he knows that the boy wouldn't miss this, especially how hard they've been training and studying for it over the last couple of months. So while Joe was at first trying to give Brock his space, he's now beginning to scour the school, looking for him in any place that he can think of. Any of Brock's old hangouts or hideouts where he would avoid any type of work. He knows that the boy has to be somewhere on campus. And while Joe's search drags on, you can slowly hear the murmurs of people calling him pathetic and other things that aren't too nice to say, especially when you consider the fact that him and Brock were the only two friends that each other had. Even Jazelle takes pity on him, taking the time out of her day to address Joe, telling him to give up his futile efforts. Brock's gone. He was expelled, so he should just forget about the boy and move on. He's much more above Brock anyway, so stop slumming it with the son of the Kanto's weakest gym leader and come hang out with people that are more of his class. However, Joe simply ignores Jazelle, walking off, leaving the girl a bit upset that he dare even not pay her any mind. After all, she was the one who graced him and gave him the time of the day. Who does this boy think he is? However, as the search continues, Joe slowly begins to think that Jazelle may have been right. What if Brock really was expelled? Maybe he didn't get the ticket validated in time. However, there's no cause for concern as of yet, as the first exam is in the morning, and Joe is confident that even if Brock misses the study session they had planned tonight, he will definitely be there for the first exams tomorrow. So he makes the uneasy decision to head back to the dorm so that way he can begin studying. And Joe begins to burn the midnight oil in hopes that Brock would actually show up and to catch up on all of the things that he has missed in the search for his friend. However, the boy has stretched himself so thin that he is overly exhausted from everything that has been going on, and he can barely keep his eyes open, falling asleep just after midnight with his head resting on the platform of his desk. This is going to end up costing the boy, as he didn't set an alarm to wake up in the morning, and as Joe hears the scrambling of footsteps outside of his door, he slowly begins to awaken, realizing what time it is. He's got less than 10 minutes to get to his exam. Realizing Brock didn't show up, he puts faith in the fact that his friend will be at the examination, so he decides to get ready as quickly as he possibly can, rushing out the door. With a little bit of luck and the grace of Arceus, Joe is able to barely make it inside of the room before they lock the doors, preventing anybody else from entering. Looking a bit disheveled and feeling a bit overwhelmed, Joe begins to look for a seat to sit down in. However, as he walks through the examination room, he surveys across the crowd, trying to find any signs of his friend, but Brock is nowhere to be found. The only thing that catches Joe's eye is Jazelle with her little group of flunkies sitting in the corner, giggling to themselves, almost like they're proud that Brock isn't here. This causes something to stir inside of Joe. It's a feeling that he doesn't normally stress, and it's that of anger. Sitting down, the boy powers through his test, not really reading the answers completely, just marking the best thing that his brain can possibly come up with the possible answer for, which could possibly lead to some wrong answers. And this is proven when Joe, even though he was the last one in the room, is able to finish before everybody else, as he darts up from his desk and walks down to the teacher's desk before slamming the test down in front of the teacher and storming out of the room without saying anything, leaving the educator a bit stumped about what just happened. However, when we follow up with Joe, we can see that he is walking with a purpose. He has one destination in mind, and that's the office of the headmaster. Bursting in the room, Joe begins to babble incoherently as the headmaster is trying to piece together what he is asking. However, the boy refuses to slow down to let his words make sense, as days upon days of frustration begin to outpour from his mouth. Having been an educator for many years, the headmaster just lets Joe ramble on until he's forced to finally take a breath to prevent himself from passing out. Alright, now that you've calmed down a bit, please, young man, explain what the meaning of this is. With a deep sigh of frustration, Joe begins to lay it all out, slowly, so that way the headmaster can keep up. The entire story culminating with Joe asking the question of why they expelled Brock. He had a sanctioned battle. I have the slip right here to prove it. This is where the headmaster steps in, asking Joe what he's talking about. They never expelled Brock. They had no reason to. This catches the boy a bit off guard, to which the headmaster notices, inquiring about why the boy asks all of these questions. Joe goes on to explain that he hasn't seen Brock in nearly a week, and he just missed his first round of exams. At first, he thought it was because Brock had gotten expelled, but now you're telling me that he didn't, so where did he go? The headmaster explains that this is quite the conundrum, but it's not uncommon for students to get overwhelmed when it comes to the finals for the year, so they decide to drop out and have their parents come pick them up. However, Joe is adamant that Brock would not have left. They had a pact together. They were going to help each other pass, that way they can make it to year 2. The headmaster doesn't know what it is, but the conviction in Joe's voice causes him to pick up the phone off his desk and make a call down to the attendance department. He wants to know if Brock was withdrawn from school. However, when it comes back that Brock is still considered an active member of the student body, red flags go up, and the headmaster decides that it may be time for them to investigate a little bit further. So he decides to dig a little bit deeper, requesting that Joe tell him more about Jazelle and the interactions that she's had with Brock. Now we shift perspective to the lunchroom, as all of the exams have finished for the day and the kids were given an early out so that way the teachers would have time to grade them. Jazelle is sitting at the popular kids table with her group of cronies as they all talk about the tests that they had and if they passed or not, to which Jazelle is 100% confident that she aced everything with 100%. But the safe can't be said for her horde, as they all sigh, having a feeling that they may have failed a couple of their tests and may have to take summer school in order to make up for it. Well, you're going to want to make sure you do that. After all, you don't want to be stuck in year 2 again, because then you'll be no better than the year 1s that we have now, Jazelle says, with a smirk and a tone of superiority in her voice. However, her brief moment of celebration over her flunkies when 2 shadows are cast over her from behind. Turning, Jazelle sees what she would refer to as rent-a-cops, campus police who in her eyes have no real authority to do anything. She tells the men that whatever their problem is, it doesn't concern anybody at this table, so they need to go find the right person. However, the 2 stand resolute, demanding that Jazelle come with them. The headmaster wants to see her about the person known as Brock. Immediately, the young girl's heart jumps into her throat as she's afraid that she may have been discovered. As she begins to follow the 2 rent-a-cops, as she calls them, low murmurs begin to echo throughout the lunchroom, as Jazelle is normally the type of person that wouldn't be caught dead with any rent-a-cops like these 2, and the sheer embarrassment that she is feeling right now is enough for her face to turn red, as the only thing she could think of doing is wanting to keel over and die. A mere moments later, Jazelle finds herself standing in the office of the headmaster. However, for her, it felt like an eternity. This is where the headmaster asks one simple question. I would like to talk to you about the whereabouts of the student known as Brock. And now we're going to change perspective, as the one person that we've been talking about this whole time finally comes into view, as Brock stands on the outskirts of his home city, Pewter. Looking down, the boy sighs, a very deep sigh. He didn't think that he would be back here so soon, and now that he's flunked out of the school, what is he going to tell his dad, especially after all the money he just put into it? With no other choice and no other place to go, Brock slowly trudges his way down into the town, dreading every step along the way. Eventually, the boy finds himself at the front door of the gym. He reaches forward with hesitation, opening the doors to announce that he has returned. However, the gym is vacant. There's no one inside. There must not be any challengers for the day. However, the boy knows that this isn't the end of his journey. If they're not at the gym, then his entire family's at home. So, hanging his head, Brock begins to slow trudging down the path to the house that he grew up in. While in reality, this isn't far, it seems like it's miles away for Brock, as he can feel the looming weight of disappointment getting heavier and heavier as he gets closer and closer. For a brief moment, Brock stops himself, and he considers any other option that he may have. The thought of him running away is a very real possibility for the boy. After all, nobody knows that he's gone missing yet, aside from a few people at the school, so he could just disappear and start anew. Maybe go out on his own journey. However, who's he kidding? He's a 10-year-old kid with a single Pokemon and no actual Pokédex. He's supposed to be in school right now. The year hasn't even ended, and finals are going on as we speak. If he goes home now, then his dad's gonna know what's up. Who's he kidding? There's no way he's getting away with this. However, then a thought crosses the boy's mind. There's still a card he has yet to play, and he could take full advantage of it. After all, him and his father aren't on the best of terms as of yet, so he could still blame him for everything and just play it off like the reason he's home is his dad's fault. Everyone at school kept making fun of him for being the son of the weakest gym leader. Yeah, that's what he'll go with. Now feeling confident in his decision, Brock holds his head high as he walks triumphantly towards the front door of his house. Walking inside, he proudly announces that he is home, to which all of his brothers and sisters greet him with hugs, asking how he's been, and they weren't expecting him home so soon. However, before Brock answers any questions, he wants to know where their father is, so that way he can talk to him, to which Forrest, the semi-oldest of the siblings, direct where Flint is currently at. Having a noticeable confidence about him, Brock power walks to the kitchen, getting ready to lay down the law to his father. However, he's stopped dead in his tracks when he sees something that he wasn't quite expecting. Flint is cooking up a full-course meal for him and his siblings, and before Brock can even utter a word, he's greeted with a smile from his dad as he asks him what he's doing home. He's so proud to see him. How was his first year at school? All of this positive reinforcement Brock wasn't expecting, and it causes the boy to stumble over his words, in which he quickly finds that the whole excuse he had come up with has evaded his repertoire, as he's unable to get out any words. The only thing he could say is, "Oh, fine. Yeah, we did great. I became #1 in the school," which would be Brock's truth if it hadn't been for that girl Jazelle, he tells himself. However, Brock's inner monologue is interrupted when Flint erupts with elation at the news that the boy just gave him. "I knew you'd do great," he says, "just like your mother. Able to do anything you set your mind to. But what are you doing home? I thought exams were this week." This is where Brock digs himself a deeper hole, telling his dad that he had aced all the exams, and because his scores were so good, they let him go home early. While all the other common people are still taking their exams, Brock got away, so that way he can come spend time with his family. This news just brings a sense of honor and accomplishment to Flint, something that he's never felt before. His oldest son has become a great student, and possibly even a better trainer. He looks at Brock with a smile. "Maybe we can have a battle over the next couple of weeks until you go back to school. I'd like to see how much you've grown." "Yeah, right, battle," Brock says, nervous now that the realization of how big the hole he has dug is beginning to set in. This is where Flint tells Brock to sit down. Dinner's almost ready. He's making his favorite, donuts. However, Brock tells his dad that he's not really hungry. He had a long trip back, so he's going to want to get some rest, so that way he can be up bright and early and ready to take on some of the responsibilities around here like he did before. Look at that, 1 year away already, and my boy has become responsible. I couldn't be prouder, Flint says. "You got it, kid. Go ahead, hit the hay. I'll have a meal ready for you whenever you want to eat." Having dodged a bullet, Brock now heads up to his room, trying to avoid any other interactions with any of his family members for the time being, so that way he can try and figure out his next course of action. However, when he lays down in the bed, a very serious realization settles in. His stomach is growling, and he really could have used some of his dad's donuts, especially if they're jelly-filled, because those are his favorite. However, there's something else that's weighing down on the boy, a crushing feeling that he can't quite place his finger on. For whatever reason, he feels bad for lying to his dad. But this is where Brock just shakes his head. Flint. He's not my dad. He's Flint. I can't call him my dad in person or even in my thoughts. What am I doing? And this is basically the pattern for the rest of the night. As the household winds down and everybody goes to bed, Brock lays awake, staring at the ceiling of his room, unsure of what he's going to do next and unable to really get any sleep for himself, as his mind refuses to let the boy rest. Over the next few days, Brock does what he can to avoid his brothers and sisters, and most of all his dad, with any conversation coming up about his school being quick and straight to the point with very vivid yes or no answers. The less he has to talk, the better. So for the most part, he just sticks to doing some chores around the house and out with the farm animals, telling his brothers and sisters they can go play. He'll handle all the chores, so that way they can have a little bit of a normal life. Just don't tell Flint. That way they won't get in trouble, and he won't get in trouble for them slacking off on the responsibilities that their dad had assigned them. However, after about a week, Flint's gotten pretty good at the chores, and he's got it down to an exact science to where it doesn't take him more than a couple of hours to finish everything. So the boy ends up growing bored, and after lunch one day, he decides to go check out the gym, as he actually hasn't seen the entire inside since he's been gone. Hopefully his dad didn't remodel it while he was gone. However, much to the boy's surprise, the gym still favors a majority of the water-type Pokemon, as the battlefield does have some bits of land on it, so that way his dad's rock-type Pokemon could battle. It's mostly still the style that his mom left it in. However, as Brock stands on the rafters above the gym, this isn't all he takes in, as he's caught his father in the middle of a gym battle. Flint and Rhydon are demonstrating their expert teamwork as they're besting one of the local trainers, who come to the gym from time to time to see if they can actually earn a badge. It's in this moment that Brock sees something from his father, he means Flint, that he hasn't really seen before, and that's the old man's enjoyment of battle. No matter how tough or weak the opponent, Flint just enjoys the purity of it, and it's evident on his face as the battle comes to a conclusion, with Flint telling the boy to keep training. Eventually he'll be able to beat him in Ride-On. Later on, after all of the siblings have gone to bed, Brock finds himself sitting in the kitchen with his father as he's wrapping up some last-minute dishes and putting away the food that was left over from dinner. This is where Brock breaks the silence for the first time in almost a week between the two. "Hey, Dad, can I ask you a question?" "Oh, you're finally ready to talk? Well, I'm glad. Go ahead, ask away." "Well, first off, how come you haven't tried to talk to me at all this week? Are you mad at me or something?" "No, not at all. I just knew that you coming home would be a big change as you've been away for so long. So I wanted to give you your space. Make sure that way you can get reacclimated before we actually had any conversation. So I take it by you wanting to talk, you're feeling comfortable enough to talk to me one-on-one." "Right," Brock thinks to himself. "Well, I actually had a question. I was watching your gym battle today, and I noticed that you went really easy on that trainer. However, you were still really enjoying the battle. Why is that?" This is where Flint stops for a second to think about the answer that he wants to give his son, as it includes a subject that may upset Brock. "Listen, over the last year, I've kind of developed a system with your siblings on what I can talk to them about and what I won't talk to them about. But with you, it's different. When you left, you were a completely different person, so I'm not really sure what you would be comfortable talking about. So I have to ask, are you okay with talking about any subject?" Brock takes a moment to think about this before nodding his head that he is. Flint then begins by saying, "Your mother. Battling reminds me of your mother. She was happiest when she was battling, and it's what brought me and her together. So every time I get a chance to battle, no matter how tough the battle is or how minute the battle is, it allows me for that brief moment to be with her, even if it's just in spirit." Is that the only reason, Brock inquires? "Well, no. Before your mother had passed, I just enjoyed battling all around. You see, when you were born, me and your mom tried the whole stay-at-home parent things, and we opened the gym as a source of income so that way we could support you. And then we had your other siblings, and then another, and another. But then it got to the point to where the family had grown so big that we couldn't support you guys all on just a gym leader's salary. So your mom suggested that I headed back out on the road and start battling again. If I could win some major tournaments and find some rare items to collect some money, then it would make things a lot easier here." "Wait, so it was Mom who suggested that you go out on a journey?" "Yeah," Flint says, even though I was against it at first. "However, when I left, while it did pain me to be away from you guys, I quickly found my knack and getting back into the swing of things, challenging major tournaments along the way." This is where Flint shows something to Brock that he had set up while he's been away. He leads him into one of the rooms that was one of Mom's old painting studios. After using the paint to finish up some of the projects that his mom had started in the house, Flint sold the rest of it and the room was left vacant, so he kind of turned it into a trophy room of sorts for himself. It's here that Brock can see every accomplishment that his dad had ever made. He has badges from Kanto, from Hoenn, from Kalos, from Sinnoh, and he even took something called the Island Challenge in Alola. But then something catches Brock's eye, something that appears to be completely out of place in this room of accomplishments. It's a piece of paper that's framed in a picture frame, hanging from the wall. "What's that?" Brock asks. Flint lets out a sigh. "That was my sponsorship letter when I tried to challenge the Galar League." "Sponsorship letter? What's that?" Brock asks. "Well, you see, out there in Galar, they do things a little bit different. In order to challenge their league, you have to get a sponsorship from somebody that's inside the organization of the Galar League. And if you don't get one, then you won't be able to officially challenge any of your gyms. Sure, you can lay a challenge to the gym, but if they don't recognize you as an official challenger, they may just laugh at you and tell you to go away." "So you actually challenged it then?" Brock says. "Well, yes and no," Flint responds. "You see, I had gotten a letter of endorsement from the chairman himself. However, I was in the midst of training because I had lost my first gym badge in the region when I'd gotten the news that your mother had passed. So I dropped everything and I came home. And the rest is history," Flint says. "It sounds like you regret that," Brock asks, to which Flint says, well, he would have liked to complete the gym challenge in Galar. After all, they're considered to be one of the strongest leagues in the world. However, you kids are more important. You are my life, and when you no longer had a parent here, I knew that it was my responsibility to come back. So I did." Brock notices that Flint is getting a bit choked up, to which his old man tells him, "Alright, it's time for bed. We got a lot of work to do in the morning, so let's get to sleep, that way we can get an early start." Later that that night, Brock is laying in bed thinking about everything his father talked about, and how he could hear the pain in his voice when he had to give up his dream of challenging the Galar League to come home and look after the kids. This is where Brock has an idea, since he's not going to be going back to school. Then, suddenly, the boy shoots up out of his bed. He throws on his shoes and begins packing as quietly as not to wake any of his siblings or his dad. He then writes a note that he leaves on his bed, telling his dad that he got a call to go back to the school for a little while, as they wanted to talk to him about his next year's plan, and the possibility of wanting to be bumped up a grade. Then, Brock stealthily makes his way into 2 rooms of the house. The first one is his father's trophy room, as he silently opens the picture frame and grabs the letter, rolling it up and stuffing it into his bag. Then, the next room is going to be in his father's actual room. You see, all this talk about the strongest league in the world, Brock figures that he's going to need a strong Pokemon. So, as he quietly sneaks past his dad, as Flint is snoring loud on the bed, Brock makes his way to the dresser drawer to where Flint keeps all of his Pokeballs. Inside, there is one in particular that he's looking for, and he is able to quickly find it, as it has been shoved into the back of the drawer, as it is yet to have been found a purpose for. Holding the ball in his hand, Brock thinks that Gyarados will be the perfect Pokemon to help him win this so-called Galar League. Then, the boy stealthily makes his way down the stairs and out the front door. In the dead of night, Brock takes one last look at his house before setting off down the trail, heading for the next port of Vermilion City. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you guys enjoy this part? What do you think is going to happen now that Brock is on his way to another region to actually take a gym challenge? How do you feel about the way I've set this up so far? And what's going to come of Jazelle and Joe back at the Pokemon Institute? Let me know your thoughts of all this down below. It was all just a ruse set out by that evil girl Jazelle. And since it's the start of summer, Joe figures that him and Brock could spend some time together outside of school and really get to know each other. However, there is one thing that Joe has to do before all of that can happen, and that's find Brock, or more importantly, find the Pewter Gym. While Pewter isn't the biggest city, the problem that Joe finds is that everything is very sparse, so it takes him a while to actually get from point A to point B when trying to get directions for the gym. But the boy has tenacity on his side, and he eventually finds his way to the Pewter Gym, hoping to find Brock inside. However, that's not what he comes across, instead finding many other humans that look similar to Brock, but much younger, his brothers and sisters. They've been playing in the gym because their father just finished up a gym battle not too long ago, so they were cleaning it up so they can get ready to close it down for the day. And this is where Joe gets a chance to meet Flint, to which the gym leader greets the boy, telling him he's sorry, but he's going to have to come back tomorrow as he doesn't have any more Pokemon that can battle. However, Joe is quick to inform Flint that's not the reason he's here. He's actually here to see Brock, of all people, to which surprises the old man. Flint inquires who the boy is, to which Joe informs him of his name and the relationship he has with his son. Basically, back at the school, they're best friends. And he had come all the way out here to see Brock, since school had let out and summer vacation had begun. However, Flint tells the boy that he's sorry that he wasted his time coming out here, but Brock actually isn't here. He left a note a few days ago saying that he was returning to the school because the headmaster had requested him to come back so they can talk about him starting early and possibly getting bumped up a grade because of him doing so well with his grades and his battling skills. This is where that it clicks for Joe that Brock never told his dad about what had happened, so Flint is still under the impression that Brock is still in school. Which means if Brock thinks that he's no longer in school, where did he go? Knowing that there's information that he just doesn't quite have yet, Joe feigns ignorance and pretends to be stressed out. After all, he came all this way just to see Brock, and now he has nowhere to go and nothing to eat because he's just a 10-year-old boy. Joe begins to turn on the waterworks at this, which gets Flint and all of Brock's siblings to stare at him a bit awkwardly. And in order to try and calm the boy down, Flint tells him not to worry. He can stay the night with them and have as much food as he wants, just as long as Joe stops crying. Briefly sobbing, Joe thanks the gym leader, telling him he wouldn't forget the kindness that he's being showed, and he knew Brock's father was a great man. Right, anyway, we're done here for the day, so why don't we head back to the house, so that way we can get you a place to sleep and get some food for you and the rest of the kids, and even me, because I'm starving as well after a long day of gym battles. We now find ourselves when it's right about dusk, and everyone is sitting down to eat. Flint gets to know Joe a little bit more, to which the boy is very inquisitive, asking about everything that Flint may know about Brock. Flint tries to be as helpful as he can when it comes to his son, but truth be told, he really doesn't know much about him, ever since he returned from being a professional trainer. This is where Joe gets the full story about Brock, his mother, and his father, and how things currently are. He can can see why things are tense between Brock and Flint. However, that's still no excuse for Brock to just run off like he has. And unfortunately for Joe, the information he was seeking just hasn't shown up yet, and he's slowly running out of time and questions to ask. But almost like the universe was gonna throw him a bone, whether it was good or bad, the doorbell rings, to which Flint says that they're not expecting anyone, so he excuses himself from the table for a moment while he goes to check who it is. As Joe hears the door crack, and Flint greet the person on the other side, an exchange of words can be heard. However, what exactly is said can't be made out except for one thing. Man, a lot of you guys have been showing up today. Well, come on in. The more, the merrier. Seconds later, Flint returns to the table, accompanied by somebody that Joe was not expecting to see. It's Jazelle, and the look on her face is one of pure disgust, like she wouldn't be normally caught dead in a place like this. All of the kids, and how small this house is, it's just unbecoming of people. How could Brock live like this, she thinks to herself. However, her inner monologue is interrupted by Flint when he asks her if she would like something to eat. They have plenty to go around. Giselle politely declines through gritted teeth, trying not to show off her absolute disgust of the situation. She actually wastes no time in getting straight to the point, asking if Brock is here. She has to talk to him about his expulsion from the school. This causes Flint to laugh vigorously. Expulsion? What do you mean expulsion? My son's the top of his class. He wouldn't be expelled. He was actually on his way back there now in order to meet with the headmaster, so that way he can get bumped up a grade due to all of his great battling scores and all of the great test scores he's had of late. However, Flint's laugh slowly peters out as he can see the look on both Giselle and Joe's face, signaling that what she speaks is in fact the truth. Wait, you're telling me that Brock lied to me the entire time he was here? You're telling me that he is currently not on his way back to the academy and he is now missing in action because he ran away? You're telling me that he got expelled? Flint says in a frustrating tone, to which Joe replies, "Not exactly, sir. You see, I had come here to try and find Brock to inform him that he wasn't expelled. His battle was a legal one, and because of it, he was able to come back to school no problem." Wait, so somebody had tricked him into a battle that was unsanctioned, and now he thinks he got expelled when he really didn't? Who'd be so cruel to do something like that? This is where Giselle begins to sweat bullets, as Joe has her perfectly cornered and could spill everything. But the boy doesn't do that. Instead, he merely says, "We don't know who was the person behind it, but we do know that he wasn't expelled, so I was actually sent here by the headmaster to bring Brock back." This is where Flint asks why the headmaster would not contact him directly, but Joe is quick on his feet with answers, as the boy explains that he didn't want Flint to think that he was inadequate in teaching his son, and he figured that if one of his friends came to get him, then it would be the perfect cover, so that way it wouldn't raise any suspicion and everything can go on as if nothing had happened. This is where Flint has a realization, and he stands up from the table. He immediately darts off to a room at the back of the house where he keeps all of his possessions from his days as a trainer. All of the kids, Giselle and Joe, follow the gym leader, only to hear a blood-curdling "no" ring throughout the building. As they turn the corner to look in the room, there stands Flint, looking at a very empty picture frame on his desk to where he used to keep his sponsorship letter for the Galar League. "What's wrong?" Joe asks, to which Flint responds that it's nothing, but he's gonna have to inform their headmaster that Brock will not be returning to school after summer ends. This causes two things to happen. With Joe, he immediately gets sad because that means his one friend, the only friend he had in the school, is going to be gone. As for Giselle, this becomes a moment of internal panic because she desperately needs Brock to return to the school. This is where Flint tells the two students that they are more than welcome to stay the night. However, in the morning, they're going to have to head back and tell the headmaster what they know. Joe asks one final question before they're showing their rooms, to which it's a simple one. Where did Brock go? And Flint only has one answer for them: Galar. Now we cut to later that night with Giselle and Joe alone in a room as they are forced to share Brock's old bed. Yet another instance to where Giselle finds herself absolutely disgusted with the situation, but she doesn't have a choice. And at the current time, that's the least of her worries, as she needs to figure out how to get Brock back. And this is where the girl attempts to go to sleep so that way she can get her brain to clear out and actually think of a solution to this problem. But unfortunately for her, with her sharing a room with Joe, all she can hear is the excessive writing that he's putting in his book and the scratching of the pencil on the paper. paper causes the girl to lose it as she bolts up in the bed and yells at Joe to stop that excessive racket. She's got real problems over here and she can't figure out a solution with him doing all of that noise. However, Joe just tells her that she's pathetic. Why would she even come here in the first place? Was it just to rub it in so that way you can tell Brock that even though he didn't get expelled, you were the better battler, trying to hope that he wouldn't want to come back after being humiliated? These comments from Joe are the tipping point for Jazelle as everything comes boiling over. The girl yells, "No, that's not it. If I don't get Brock to come back to the school, then I'm gonna be the one to be expelled. I need him to clear up the whole situation and explain that we were just having a friendly match. There was no malicious intent behind it. If I don't get Brock to come back and set things straight, then my entire life will be over. Everything I've worked for into the school will be done as I'll be expelled. I'll never be able to get into another institute for the rest of my life. I'll lose everything I've worked for. My parents, all the money they've spent. It'll all be worthless. I'll be disowned," Jazelle says with a bit of tear running down her cheek. However, this doesn't trigger the reaction from Joe that she was expecting, because the boy is all out of sympathy for the rich girl, as Joe slowly starts to chuckle. Wow, I can't believe it. Even when somebody is missing, you still find a way to make it about you. Brock owes you nothing. What makes you think he would actually do that for you? Especially after all you've done to mistreat him. Face it, Jazelle, you're gonna lose everything that you hold dear to yourself. So, in the morning, just return to the Pokemon Institute and count the days that you have left, because they're numbered. Well, I'm gonna go find Brock. I'm not just gonna sit around and wait for my friend to lose out on his potential future because somebody decided to try and steal it from him. Jazelle wants to say something, however, she's interrupted by a knock on the door, to which the two in tandem both say, "Who is it?" And to their surprise, it's the oldest of the younger siblings of Brock, Forrest. He's come to ask them a question. As Joe opens the door to let Forrest in, the boy gets straight to the point. He asks them if they're going to go find his older brother, to which Joe says that's his intention, and he's going to be leaving first thing in the morning. This is where Forrest looks Joe square in the eyes. "Please, don't let anything happen to Brock. Ever since Mom died, he's just been lost, and I know with you as his friends, he can be found." Both Jazelle and Joe look each other as we cut away to the hero of the hour, Brock, who has finally arrived in the region of Galar. More importantly, he's arrived at the site of his first gym battle, the gym of Turfield, the one that his father couldn't beat. The boy has it in his head that it couldn't be that hard. After all, it is only the first gym leader of the region, so they're supposed to be weak by comparison to the other ones. So with Brock's misappointed sense of security, he decides to head into the gym to challenge this gym leader that was able to best his father, all the while clutching his father's sponsorship letter with the words of the old man ringing in his ear. If he didn't have one, then the gym leaders may take his challenge, but they would probably just laugh him out of the building for not being sponsored. "I hope this works," he says to himself. Once he enters the gym, it doesn't take Brock long to find some people that are inside. Mostly a big, burly, strapping young lad who's playing with some Pokemon known as Wooloo. The guy seems to be oblivious to Brock's presence as he's just enjoying the moment, like he has no other cares in the world. The boy watches as the nervousness about the letter turns into frustration when the acknowledgement that he feels like he should have gotten by now just doesn't come, with the laughter of the man causing him to become slightly irritated. This triggers an outburst from Brock as he demands for some attention, declaring he is Brock of the Kanto region, and he is here for a gym battle. The man that was rolling around in the grass stands up, with a brief chuckle telling them it's time to call it a day. It seems like he has to get back to work. A cacophony of sad baas can be heard from the sheep Pokemon, as they all scamper off to different parts of the gym, while the man approaches Brock, telling him that his name is Milo, and he is the leader of the gym here in Turfield. "Well, it's about time somebody acknowledged me," Brock says. "I've been standing here for what seems like an eternity. I'm here for a gym battle." "Sure thing, little man, but I have a question first. Do you happen to have your sponsorship letter with you?" Milo asks with a big smile on his face, to which Brock clutches his hand and presents the letter to the gym leader, merely flashing it, trying to avoid him actually reading it. But Milo says that won't do. He actually has to read the letter to ensure that it's legit. Reluctantly, Brock hands over the piece of paper, telling Milo he doesn't understand what the big deal is. It's just a letter. After all, his dad is a gym leader in Kanto, and they just battle anytime somebody shows up. Well, even though your dad's a gym leader in Kanto, not to take anything away from his position of power, that's not how we do things out here in Galar. So I'm gonna need you to be patient while I read this over. Milo gives the letter a quick read, to which something seems a bit off enough to it, but he can't quite put his finger on it. The letter is legitimate. It has the official seal of the chairman of the Pokemon League here in Galar, so there's no reason why he couldn't accept this Brock's challenge with this official sponsorship letter. And considering Milo spent all that time rolling around with the Wooloo, his brain may be a little bit off. So the gym leader puts his suspicions to the side for now, accepting Brock's challenge, telling the boy to follow him. Along the way, Milo explains the terms of their battle. They'll have a 2-on-2, and Brock will be allowed substitutions. The battle will be over when one side is out of all of their Pokemon. Does Brock understand the term of their agreements? Milo asks as they entered the main battle arena. The only thing Brock can do is nod to signify that he understands the terms of their battles as he looks at the turf field stadium that is surrounded by him. He's never seen a battlefield this big for a gym battle before. He asks what the deal is, to which Milo doesn't understand the question. This is where we're going to have our Pokemon battle. But Brock inquires even further, questioning why they would need something this big. This question causes Milo to chuckle for a moment, as he realizes that Brock doesn't have a Dynamax band. So he puts 2 to 2 together with Brock mentioning that he had come from Kanto. He must not be aware of what Dynamax actually is. Well, maybe he'll get a chance to show the boy what it's about. Milo simply responds to Brock, "Don't worry, you'll see soon enough why we're gonna need this battlefield. But for now, let's take your position, shall we?" Above the two hover a piece of technology known as a Rotom Referee, and it signifies that it will be the judge of this battle. So whenever the two are ready, they can begin. Though things are massively different for when it comes to a gym battle than back home, Brock doesn't let this slow him down, as he decides to go with his starter, declaring, "Caracal, I choose you." The smoldering pile of pebbles emerges from its Pokeball, ready for its first chance at an actual gym battle, to which Brock tells it to be ready. They're going to have a chance to get their first badge together. Letting out a brief bellow of smoke, Caracal signifies that it's ready, while Milo is sitting on the other side of the field trying to figure out if Brock is intelligent or incredibly stupid. Either way, he's going to find out when he sees what Milo's first Pokemon is, as he sends in a Pokemon known as Flapple. As the little Pokemon emerges from its balls, flapping its arms mightily to try and stay airborne, Brock can do nothing but break down into laughter at this thing. He's never seen something so hysterical in his life. This kinda irritates Milo and Flapple both. This boy doesn't seem to have any respect for them as opponents. And for him to openly mock Flapple and its strength before they've even had a chance to battle is very rude. However, Brock's amusement is going to come to an end quickly as the Rotom Ref hovers above and tells him that if he doesn't make a move and engage in the actual battle, then he will forfeit this. So Brock decides to take the first move, ordering Caracal to use a Flame Charge. After all, this thing looks to be like a grass type. Now glowing in a red aura, Caracal prepares to bolt down the field and throw the full weight of its body into this mighty flapping apple. However, Milo isn't amused by what just happened, and he intends to make an example out of Brock and his starter Caracal. Right away, as Caracal darts down the field, Milo orders Flapple to fly up, put it in a position where it's out of range of Caracal because the lumbering pile of rocks can't jump that high. And then, as soon as the fire fades from around it, it is met with something that's going to cause a decent amount of damage when Flapple hits it with an energy ball. This briefly stuns the charcoal Pokemon before something happens. A brief glowing to which Brock wonders what it could possibly be. However, Milo knows exactly what this was. It was a stab drop from the energy ball, which he aims to take advantage again when he orders Flapple to fire off another one. However, Brock is quick to counter when he orders a rock throw in an attempt to divert the attack. But unfortunately for Caracal, it's not going to be able to get the attack off in time, as it's struck broadside by another energy ball, bringing his time in this battle to an end. This causes Brock to freeze for a minute. Wait, how did Caracal just lose that easily? To which Milo now briefly pokes and prods fun at him, asking Brock if he's okay after being taken out by such a pathetic Pokemon. He thought his big, strong pile of boulders was going to be able to take out Milo's first choice, but it seems at this point everything is on the other foot. This wee bit of taunting from Milo, though meant to be fun, has actually irritated Brock to the point to where he's not going to give Milo the chance to get any more ground on him, as he recalls his starter and pulls out the once most powerful Pokemon of his mother's arsenal. Brock declares, "Gyarados, I choose you." As the water serpent emerges from its ball, Milo quickly becomes concerned, as if this boy has actually managed to train a Gyarados, then things may be a little bit more tougher than he thought. But unfortunately, it's going to be the exact opposite when he realizes that this Gyarados has no training whatsoever, or at least formal training by the boy, as when Gyarados pops from the ball, it takes a look around, not recognizing anything, and more importantly, only seeing Brock. And this is going to be where things get really dicey, as the reoccurring theme with Gyarados comes back into play, as as it hasn't been out of the Pokeball since the last time it was when Brock used it to battle Flint, and the gym leader was forced to subdue it so that way he can recall it, which means this is going to trigger one thing: a world-class Gyarados rampage as he begins to fire off hyper beams, destroying surrounding areas of the battlefield. The Serpent holds nothing back as it attacks everything in sight: Brock, the Wooloo that are scampering about trying to find cover, Milo and his Flapple. This is where the gym leader tells the boy that he needs to get a hold on his Pokemon. Why would he dare bring something like that into battle? However, this is where Milo sees the look on Brock's face. He's absolutely terrified. He's frozen in fear. He can't move at all, and Gyarados is just rampaging about. This is where Milo realizes that he's going to have to take things in his own hands as he activates his Dynamax band. This is going to be the only way that he's going to be able to stop this Gyarados. Recalling Flapple, the ball that it recedes back into begins to grow larger and larger in size until Milo rethrows it once more, as both Brock and Gyarados watch what pops from the ball, a building-sized Pokemon. However, Gyarados doesn't fear this thing as it begins to lay another round of attacks onto Flapple. However, Milo's newly Dynamax Dragon has no time for this, and it uses its new power to quickly subdue Gyarados, knocking it out by firing a Max Maelstrom that catches Gyarados in the Mighty Typhoon, slamming it against the gym wall. Wasting no time, Milo yells for Brock to recall Gyarados before it can cause any more damage. Being snapped back to reality, Brock does so, relieved that the danger is now finally over. With Flapple standing mightily above his shoulder, Milo walks over to Brock, telling the boy that he felt like there was something off with him when he presented that sponsorship letter. Though that letter may be legit, Brock isn't ready for this type of competition, so he should just pack up and go to a weaker league. After all, there's no way he will be able to even challenge one gym here in Galar, let alone all 8. And this is going to be where we leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? How did you feel about Joe trying to get Brock to come back to the Pokemon Institute so that way he can get reinstated? How did you feel about Jazelle trying to save her skin so that way she doesn't get expelled? And do you think that they're going to be able to make any progress in trying to find Brock in the Galar region? And what about Brock himself and his gym battle with Milo? I know it wasn't that long, but do you think Brock ever stood any type of chance? And is that sponsorship letter that he stole from his dad going to actually be able to get him access to the whole league? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Its ball, it's just so full of rage, and to be honest, the boy is scared as he doesn't know what would happen if there isn't somebody there to actually subdue Gyarados, as every attempt he's ever made has been unsuccessful to this point. These are the thoughts that consume Brock's every waking moment. It's to the point to where he doesn't even really pay attention to anything ever since the gym battle. Even Karkle, who's normally indifferent about its trainer's feeling, is starting to know that its trainer is feeling a little bit down, causing the rock type for what could be possibly the first time to be concerned for Brock. And it's here that the two find themselves walking in a field south of Turffield, heading to a place called the Galar Mines. It's here in the mines of Galar that Brock hopes to train with Karkle a bit, so that way it can actually become strong enough to beat Gordy. However, after what he saw with that whole Gigantamax thing, Brock doesn't even know if any type of training would work. That type of power under the first gym leader is something he never thought he would ever see. And after the overwhelming strength that Gordy displayed, Brock is beginning to understand why his dad couldn't beat him. But all of these thoughts clouding Brock's mind is going to cause something unique to happen here, as when the boy and Karkle stop in the middle of the grassy field that they are to try and get bearings on their directions that they're heading, a slight pinch can be felt on both Brock and, surprisingly, Karkle. Then it just fades away. At first, they play it off as nothing too seriously as they continue their trek towards their destination, but those slight pinches keep happening over and over again, and it gets to the point to where Brock is starting to lose his mind, checking to see if there's anything that's actually attacking him. But unfortunately, every time he looks, there's nothing there, causing the boy to lose his insanity slightly more each time. That is, until Karkle accidentally sidestepped, putting his foot down on top of something that lets out a squealing sound, followed by some brief sparks of electricity that causes Karkle to writhe in pain just slightly, before it lifts his foot off to reveal that there's a bug type that got stuck underneath it. Brock is unsure of what this Pokemon is, however, the fact that Karkle stepped on it has made the little guy agitated with the situation, and it begins to surge with electricity as it lets loose little static bolts that shock both Karkle and Brock. This is when the boy puts two and two together and realizes that this little electric bug has been the one that's been causing them this discomfort the entire time, so Brock aims to end this with one attack as he calls for a flame charge from his starter. As Karkle glows in a fiery aura, it throws all of its weight at the bug type, bringing it down, nearly squashing the thing and eliminating it from this plane of existence. As Karkle pulls itself off of the bug, it reveals a very pancaked Pokemon that has spirals in its eyes. With little hesitation, and to prevent any more discomfort on their part, Brock decides to throw a Pokeball at this thing, catching it with little to no effort. With the annoyance of the moment dealt with, Brock simply puts the new Pokemon's ball on his belt, and they continue their walk in the directions of the mines of Galar. This walk takes about a day or so more, to which Brock hadn't calculated for the extended time, and he ends up setting camp up overnight, allowing him to release this new Pokemon he caught and get to know it. Turns out the Pokemon's name is Joltik, and it just has a mischievous nature. It wasn't intending to cause any harm to Brock or Karkle, it just liked the thrill of shocking them and then running away before it could get caught. But as Brock points out, that didn't really go too well in its favor, as it did get caught. Joltik takes offense to this, as it becomes a little bit scorned over the whole situation, but nonetheless, Brock is right, and the bug type did get caught, so whether it likes it or not, unless Brock chooses to release it, it's part of the team. The rest of the journey happens rather uneventful, as Brock and Karkle make their way to the Galar mines the following day. The two stand at the entrance briefly before heading inside. However, it doesn't take long for the two to wind up where Brock was actually intending to go. While he did want to use this place to train, there is another reason why he decided to come here. As according to his father, this is the exact place where he caught Roly-Poly when he was doing his gym challenge. The boy sees that there seems to be truth in this statement, as Karkle is very familiar with the cave area. For the first time since Brock's known it, the rock type is actually happy for once, spouting joyful glee to be back in its early life home. However, this isn't going to go unnoticed, as some other Pokemon that dwell within the cave have taken notice to Brock and his Karkle, to which these fighting type Pokemon decide they would like to introduce themselves to this duo. Suddenly, 6 different Pokemon that carry large beams of lumber on their back appear before Brock and Karkle. While Brock would normally take this as an encounter of wild Pokemon, truth be told, it appears that Karkle and these Pokemon that Brock has come to deduce as Timber are having a conversation like they have history together. However, it doesn't seem that the history is good, as the conversation seems aggressive, with the movement and body mannerisms of the two different Pokemon going back and forth. And with each exchange of cries of their name, it appears that they are getting more hostile towards each other, until an all-out battle ensues. Before Brock can react to anything, Karkle is overtaken by the 6 different fighting types, as they use their type advantages to begin to attack Karkle, quickly subduing the rock type and its trainer before they can respond with any real type of counterattack. While Brock doesn't know the exact history between his Karkle and this seemingly leader of the Timber, he at least has enough sense to put together that this thing has a personal vendetta against Karkle, to which Brock just tells the Timber to leave them alone. They'll leave. They don't have to fight over something that doesn't seem to be that important, to which Timber seems to take these words as a sign of disrespect at its authority, and it begins to attack Brock for such insolence. And this causes Roly-Poly to react, as while normally if it's being attacked by these guys, it wouldn't really make a big deal out of it considering it's very defensive and bulky, but for some reason it feels like it needs to protect Brock. So in order to do so and break itself free, Karkle decides to use a rapid spin. Here we watch as it slowly begins to move in a circular pattern, gradually building up speed until it's moving so fast that it flings whatever Timber are holding it down off in different directions, freeing it in the process. Then, putting all of its weight into its attack, Roly-Poly uses a flame charge as it slams its massive frame into the leader Timber. This sends the fighting type sliding across the cave, as it envelops a burn and gets even more irritated at the situation, causing it to retaliate in a one-on-one battle with the rock type. While in this situation, Brock and Roly-Poly may be able to pull out some sort of win, the truth remains that there are more than just one Timber here, and the other ones that Roly-Poly flung off are beginning to pick themselves back up and make their way back to the fight. Brock isn't liking their odds, as Karkle is doing his best to hold off just one of the Timber. Thoughts and scenarios begin to play through the boy's head as he considers sending in both Gyarados and his new buddy Joltik. However, both options seem like they're gonna be bad for different reasons. Luckily for the boy, there seems to be somebody watching over him, as he hears somebody give a command. "Charmander, use Dragon's Breath!" Suddenly, a Pokemon that Brock is very familiar with, the Fire-type starter of the Kanto region, Charmander, appears as it begins to douse all of the timbers with a Dragon's Breath, causing them to recede out of fear from the strength of the attack, with some of them even catching paralysis in the process. This is where Brock rushes to his starter's side to see if it's alright. However, Carkol is really unfazed. Its bulky frame allowed it to stave off most of the attack from Timber, with it simply replying a cry of its name to its trainer. This is where the two turn to face the Charmander that saved them, and behind it stands a boy that Brock has never seen before, to which the mysterious lad asks if Brock is okay. It seemed like if he didn't show up when he did, then those two might have been the punching bags for those Timber back there. Brock confirms that both him and Carkol are fine, and he thanks the boy for the assistance, asking him who he is in the process, to which the boy laughs, simply apologizing for his rudeness. His name is Leon, and he's currently challenging the Galar League. After all, he wants to be champion one day, as there's no stronger team than him or Charmander. The Fire Lizard lets out a brief cry of its name to confirm that his ambitions are aligned with its trainers. Right, Brock says. Well, my name is Brock, and I'm a trainer from the Kanto region. I came out here to challenge the Galar League as well, and this is my buddy Carkol. It was actually caught here in this cave when my dad was out here a few years ago, but now it's my Pokemon. It was my first Pokemon, and I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that statement you made about you two being the strongest team, as me and Carkol are the ones who hold that title. Really, Leon says. Would you like to test that with the Pokemon battle? Suddenly, Brock sees something in this boy and his Charmander that he hasn't seen before. It's a fire and determination. The thought of an intense, red-hot battle has changed Leon's demeanor to one that is more serious, like no matter what Brock would do, he would actually lose this battle. But he did come the whole way out here to train with Carkol, so he figures it can't hurt anything for him to battle this random kid. Turning to his starter, Brock asks the rock type if it would be willing to take on a Pokemon battle, to which it gracefully nods its head, as it's been getting a little bit bored just walking around with Brock everywhere. Turning back to their opponents, Brock looks Leon in the eye. Okay, you have a deal. We'll have a battle right here. What do you say we pit my starter against yours to see which is the better of the two? Leon is always down to test the strength of his starter Pokemon, and he happily agrees with these terms as the two spread out across the cave, taking positions far enough away so that way they'll have the room for a Pokemon battle. However, there is a problem here. They don't have an official referee, so Leon suggests that they just keep going until one of their starters collapses, to which Brock is okay with, as he would like to test the strength of Carkol in an all-out battle, and there's really only one other trainer that he's had the chance to do that against. But he's not here to think about Jazelle right now, so with the both agreeing to start the battle, Leon decides to take the first move, ordering Charmander in with its secret weapon against a rock type, giving the command for a Brick Break. However, spending a year at the school has given him a slight advantage against Leon, as this isn't the first time he's come across this move and someone trying to use it against his rock type, and there's a specific move that Carkol has he developed just for situations like this, as he orders the rock type to use a rapid spin. However, this rapid spin isn't quite a normal one, as Carkol teeters a little bit while spinning at an extreme speed, and this causes the Brick Break to merely graze off the hide of the Mon, reducing the damage to almost zero. Leon isn't quite sure why that attack failed, and he's almost positive that it shouldn't have, so he decides to go with the same move again, ordering Charmander back in with another Brick Break, to which it meets the same result as the previous time, as Brock commands for another rapid spin, causing the fighting type move to just graze off of his rock type once again. At this point, Brock is beginning to feel like he's got that title of the strongest team in the bag, as Leon hasn't really demonstrated any knowledge as a strong trainer. However, this is where a slight false sense of security comes into play, as Leon is able to land a Dragon's Breath from Charmander that causes Carkol to develop a paralysis as a result. This causes Leon to celebrate briefly, as he tells Charmander not to let up and use another Brick Break, to which Brock tries to respond with his counter defense with the rapid spin. However, this time it's not going to go so smooth, as Carkol has been stricken with the paralysis from the Dragon's Breath, making it unable to respond to Brock's commands and taking the Brick Break full on for the maximum amount of damage that Charmander could dish out to it. But luckily for Brock and Carkol, the rock type is very defensive, and as Charmander pulls back its fist to try and complete the attack, it's able to counter with a smackdown that hits the lizard so hard it sends it into the cave wall, rattling both Charmander and Leon. However, the boy isn't going to give up just yet, as he tells Charmander he knows it can keep going, and the fire lizard pulls itself out of the crater that was left, standing back up, ready to engage once more. And this is where Leon's going to make a slight error on his part, as he orders Charmander in to use an Ember. But unfortunately, one thing that Leon didn't take into account is the ability of Carkol, which is Steam Engine. As the rock type is hit with the fire type attack, it takes no damage, merely absorbing the flames in the process, leaving both Leon and Charmander a bit confused about the situation. However, Brock is not confused, as he knows what just happened. All of that fire that Karkle just absorbed up its speed to its maximum, allowing it to bypass the paralysis, bringing forth another smackdown on the fire lizard that is able to end it in one blow this time, giving Brock the win. Leon hangs his head as he recalls Charmander, stating that this is disappointing. That was the third battle they lost this week. Wait, I thought you said you guys were the ultimate team, Brock states, to which Leon reiterates the previous statement that they are, and him and Charmander are going to continue to train until they're the strongest in the world, so Brock better watch out. However, Brock simply shrugs his shoulders, telling Leon that if he wishes to even beat the weakest gym leader here in Galar, then he's going to have to do a lot better than that. Brock got rolled by him with just one Pokemon to his 2, and if that gym leader could do it and he's the weakest, and Leon goes on to lose to Brock, his dreams of being the strongest in the world aren't looking so hot from Brock's perspective. This statement causes Leon to get a bit upset with Brock as he storms off, declaring that Brock and him are officially rivals, and one day, someday, Leon will beat Brock. This just leaves the boy standing there scratching his head, unsure of what just happened in that entire scenario. But it doesn't matter, as he looks at Karkle and tells it to come on. They got some training to do deeper in the cave. This is where we shift perspective to the two that have decided to pursue Brock at the behest of his father and his brother, Joe and Jazelle. The two boarded a boat in Vermilion City, heading to the Galar region, and after a couple of days at sea, to which Jazelle did nothing but complain, they have finally found their way to the region, docking in the port city of Hulberry. Unfortunately for the two, this is the closest point they can get to dock to where they need to go here in Galar, as when they were preparing to leave, Flint gave them a warning. Brock was probably heading to the place called Turffield to challenge the first gym leader of the region. After all, that was the gym leader that Flint couldn't beat, and knowing his son, Brock would try and do his best to make sure that he was stronger than his father, to prove that he's better, by beating the one gym leader that Flint couldn't while he was out there. However, Joe is on a mission. He aims to find his best friend and bring him back to the Pokemon Institute in Kanto. So, without any warning, he decides that he's going to head out, leaving Jazelle behind as all she does is complain. And this is shown when Jazelle urges Joe to wait up for her. She has a stake in this too. After all, she needs to find Brock in order to clear her name. But Joe just points out that all she ever did was try to sandbag Brock. At every turn, she did whatever she could to get rid of him, to cause him any type of trouble that was possible. Even on his first day, all you and your flunkies did was make fun of him. So you are severely delusional if you think that Brock would do anything to help you. The girl takes offense to this, stating that Brock is a better person than Joe gives him credit for. And she's sure that when she explains to him exactly what's going on and how she may be kicked out of the Pokemon Institute, that he'll come around and see things her way. Joe just shrugs his shoulders, telling Jazelle she can believe whatever she wants. But if she wants to find Brock at the rate that Joe does, then she had better keep up. Otherwise, she's going to be left behind, because he's not waiting around for her. And with that, the two unlikely traveling companions set off into the wilds of Galar, looking for Brock as quickly as possible. And that's where we're going to leave things today. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What did you think of Brock's first catch in the Galar region being a Joltik? How did you feel about the introduction of Leon and him being Brock's rival for the region? And if Leon's not the champion, then who is? And of course, what about the dynamic that's going on between Joe and Jazelle? How do you guys feel about that? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with Joe and Jazelle as they are heading down Route 5 heading to the city of Turffield. The two have been forced to stop for the night and make camp, but they seem to be making good time. Joe is in the process of making him and Sableye some food, as Jazelle complains that he's not moving fast enough. Her and Marowak are hungry as well, so make sure there's enough for the two, as she doesn't want to have to share any with the boy. However, Joe simply just keeps to himself as he can't believe the audacity of the entitlement of this girl. She's not at school with him anymore and she still thinks that she's in charge. The pampered life she lives is one that Joe could only dare to dream about, as he would never have the funds to experience anything like that. She really doesn't know how to take care of herself, Joe thinks to himself, and it's proven just by her actions while they've been out on the road. Jazelle's been over-reliant on him the entire time, from making sure that he knows the way to Turffield to making sure that he is the one that's cooking all the food. She expects Joe to pull all the weight while she just sits there, trying to look pretty, because that's the only real talent she has outside of battling with her specially bred Pokemon that her father gave her. Jazelle's mere presence is beginning to wear on the boy's nerves, but he does his best to ignore her as he continues to prepare the food, making sure that Sableye is well taken care of. Luckily for Joe, he doesn't really have to do much for Sableye, as its main diet is that of, well, rocks. And those are plentiful when they're out in the wild, which Joe watches as the ghost goblin walks into a random field and picks up a few of them before returning next to the campfire and chowing down for the night. This action is another thing that just causes Jazelle to complain, as she can't really believe that Sableye is an actual Pokemon that someone would use, and it should be below Joe. But once again, Joe just ignores her as he finishes up the food and sits down to begin eating. "The nerve," Jazelle says as she watches Joe begin to take a bite into his food. "How dare you sit down and eat before giving me any?" To which the boy responds, "What makes you think there is any food for you? Everything that I've made is for me and my Pokemon. It's not my responsibility to cater to your every need and whim." This gets under Jazelle's skin. How dare Joe talk back to her, as she is a senior member of his class. He will do exactly what she says or face the consequences. But Joe just simply laughs as he continues to eat his food. What consequences? What class? We are not in school right now, Jazelle. We are literally sitting underneath the stars out in the wilderness. You have no authority over me or anyone here. The only person that you're responsible for is yourself. And it's clear by the way you act and the way you demand on me and everyone else around you that you can't even do that. I told you when we left Pewter City, you were on your own. If you chose to follow me, then that was your deal. But I wasn't going to take responsibility for you. You have no power here, so get used to it, and learn to stop being such a spoiled brat around everyone. This infuriates the girl as she and Marowak begin to stomp their feet around, demanding that Joe serve them, or else. The boy simply just looks at her and asks, "Or else what?" This is where Marowak decides that it's going to take things into his own hands, as the Pokemon rushes Joe, trying to steal his food, showing just how entitled it is, just like its trainer. This triggers Joe's normally docile Goblin to interject, as it steps between both Marowak and its trainer. While Sableye normally seems that it's off in its own world, there's one thing that it won't stand for, and that's if somebody attacks Joe. It's very protective of the boy, and it demonstrates that here when it fires off a Shadow Claw on Marowak, forcing it to step back. "How dare you attack my Pokemon," Jazelle says. "All it was trying to do was just get a meal for us." But Joe simply reiterates that Marowak attacked him, so Sableye was just protecting him. "You need to learn your place. This isn't the Pokemon Institute, and no matter what you try, no matter who you demand from, you're not going to get your way. This is the real world, and things don't work like that, Jazelle." The girl is awestruck by the tone that Joe is taking with her. Ever since they left the Institute, it's like he forgot his place in the pecking order. Well, she aims to show him exactly where he belongs, as she tells the boy and his ghost type to get ready. They're going to have a Pokemon battle so that way she can remind him exactly of his place. However, Joe just tells her that she's crazy. She needs to go off and find her own campsite. He's getting really sick and tired of dealing with her in any capacity. However, before he can complete that statement, Marowak is on the attack as Jazelle has ordered a Bone Rush. Sableye steps in, quickly taking the attack, completely unguarded to protect its trainer. While there is a little bit of pain on the ghost type's part, it is able to absorb the blow, preventing any type of damage to Joe. It's here that the boy puts his food down and stands up, thanking Sableye for saving him, and then he orders it to use a Disable, so that way Marowak won't be able to use its ace move against them anymore. Jazelle cries that that's not fair. This is a Pokemon battle. Why would he do something like that? However, Joe says nothing, ordering Sableye to use an Icy Wind. The Goblin does so, striking the ground type for super effective damage, to which Jazelle can't believe that Joe would actually attack Marowak like that. It was completely uncalled for. She then begins to stomp her feet as she whines, telling Joe that this isn't fair, and almost in suit, Marowak does the same thing, executing an attack called Stomping Tantrum that is able to strike Sableye, sending it back towards Joe's direction. Joe responds that he thought Jazelle was supposed to be the older one, but here she is, acting like a baby, and he's not going to entertain it any longer as he orders Sableye to use a Shadow Claw. Giselle then orders another Stomping Tantrum from Marowak, and just as the two get ready to clash, they are interrupted by the sounds of chewing, to which Giselle and Joe both turn to see two Pokemon that have helped themselves to the food that Joe had prepared. One of them is a Pokemon known as Choodle, a water rock type, and the other one is a bird-like Pokemon that Giselle has seen before in the Cancer region. However, it's slightly different, known as Farfetch'd. The two put their immediate differences aside as they realize that if they don't stop those two, then the food is going to be completely gone. So for the time being, Marowak and Sableye engage with Choodle and Farfetch'd, trying to prevent them from eating all the food. But unfortunately, it's too too late, as the meal that Joe had prepared was only enough for just him, which means those two were able to clean the dish pretty quickly. This enrages Jazelle, as she is pretty hungry, and she's not going to let this go unpunished. So she decides that the one who's going to be the bearer of her wrath is this Farfetch, as she orders Marowak in with another stomping tantrum, striking the fighting type. But she doesn't let up, then ordering a double kick, to which the ground type is able to execute with little resistance from its opponent. This pattern continues until Farfetch'd is a battered sack of lumps at the feet of Marowak, with Jazelle steaming from the ears, looking for who's next. However, she was so engaged with the battle with Farfetch that was really just a one-sided thrashing that she didn't realize what happened with Joe. And it's really quite simple. He decided that he didn't want to be part of Jazelle's little freak show anymore. So he packed up his belongings and decided to head off, so that way he can get away from her while she was distracted with dealing with Farfetch'd. Jazelle can see that Joe has made it a good way down the road with Sableye and that Chudo intel, to which she demands to know where Joe is going. This isn't done. They haven't finished their battle, but Joe simply ignores her and continues walking. He would rather travel throughout the night than deal with her anymore. Now realizing that she's all alone, Jazelle begins to panic slightly. As Farfetch still lays there with spirals in its eyes, she's unsure of what to really do. She can't spend the night out here all by herself. What would she do to protect herself? She needs somebody to be security for her. But she does show a little bit of remorse when she realizes that Farfetch isn't going to be able to protect itself either. So she decides that she's going to follow Joe and get it to a Pokemon Center. But the only way she can really move it is to use a Pokeball. So she throws it at Farfetch'd and then grabs her bag, telling Marowak they have to go before Joe gets out of sight and they lose track of him forever. The last thing we see as she runs after Joe into the night is her ordering him to wait up for her. But the boy simply ignores her, trying to put as much distance between the two as much as possible. With Joe's annoyance with Jazelle allowing him to work through the night and basically give him the motivation to get to Turffield, they arrive in the town midday next day, to which by this point Jazelle is beaten, battered, and looking very weary. She can't believe that Joe would force her to run the entire way to Turffield at nighttime. The dangers they had to face. She could have been hurt. However, the only reason there was dangers is because she wouldn't stop being loud, complaining about everything and drawing attention to herself, while Joe was quiet, eventually making friends with Choodle and presented it with the option of a Pokeball, which allowed him to catch the water type. As the two enter the town, Jazelle pleads with Joe for them to go to the Pokemon Center so that way they can get a room and get some rest and some food. However, the boy simply ignores her as he has one thing on his mind: the Turffield gym, as Brock has to be there. So Joe presses on as he sees the gym off in the distance. Jazelle, now a bit delirious with the things that have happened overnight and the severe lack of nutrition that she has received, thinks that Joe has finally come to his senses and is going to lead her to the Pokemon Center. So she gives chase as best she can, trying to keep up with the boy, as he is now walking in with a brisk power walk, trying to put distance between her and him while getting to the gym so that way he can catch up with Brock. Unfortunately for the girl, she quickly finds out that Joe has no interest in her needs or wants, and the only thing he can think about is finding Brock. As they arrive to the Turffield gym, and Joe heads inside, leaving her outside sitting on a bench, looking rather disheveled. As Joe enters the giant building, he is met with a sight that he wasn't expecting. While there is a gym battle going on, it's not with Brock and the gym leader, it's with another boy, as Joe sees what looks like to be a Charmander falling in battle to a massive building-sized Pokemon. As the battle is called, the boy lets out a sigh, as he was sure he would be able to beat Milo this time, to which the gym leader tells Leon that he's getting better, but he's going to have to train a little bit more, and he really needs to master his Dynamax usage. If he does that, then he might have a chance to actually beat the gym leader. This is where the two notice that Joe is standing on the edge of the field, to which Milo greets the boy, asking if he's here for the gym battle. But Joe is a bit catatonic at the moment, as he can't quite get over the shock of the Pokemon he just saw. Oh, right, you probably never seen Dynamax before. Well, that's what it is. That was my Flapple, Milo responds. However, this finally gets a response from Joe as he says, "No, I know what Dynamax is. I just never seen it before in person. I didn't think that they would be that big." Milo chuckles. "Well, I can see you're well versed in the subject. So, are you here for a gym battle?" But Joe simply declines, saying he's not here for that. He actually came here looking for somebody, a friend of his, someone by the name of Brock. This gets the attention of both Leon and Milo, to which Milo says that Brock was here, but he left a couple of days ago. He doesn't really really know where the boy went after he lost to Milo. This causes Joe to get sad. He was really wanting to see his friend again and get him to come back to the Pokemon Institute. And he begins to turn to exit the gym, thanking Milo for the information as he considers what options he has left. Walking away, Joe heads back outside with his head hanging low, only for Jazelle to berate him for not doing what he was told. But Joe simply ignores her as he sits down trying to figure out what his next plan of action is going to be. Luckily, he won't have to wait long to find something out, as the boy that was battling Milo, Leon, comes out to join the two. Introducing himself, Leon asks if they're friends with that jerk Brock, to which Joe is a bit surprised about, but he confirms that he is. They came here from Kanto to look for him. While Leon isn't the biggest fan of Brock because of their previous encounter, he does say that he knows where the boy might still be, as there was a certain spot he was training in and Leon had encountered him. This immediately perks Joe up as he asks where the boy is, but Leon states, "Why don't we head to the Pokemon Center, because I need to get my Pokemon checked out before I start training again. And you two look like you could use a good night's rest and a meal," to which Jazelle immediately sighs relief. Finally, someone who has a clear sense of direction on their head and knows when there are people in need and can take care of them, to which Leon just looks at her with a puzzled look on his face, and Joe simply tells him to ignore her. He doesn't even know why she's still following him. Giselle and Joe begin to argue as Leon looks on, a bit unsure about this odd duo, as we fade to the night of that conversation, where Joe and Leon are sitting in the injury area of the Pokemon Center. By now, the boy has had more exposure to Giselle and her attitude towards everyone, and he has to comment to Joe that he does not like the way she acts. She's so superior to everyone, and the perception that she has of reality is a little warped, he says, to which Joe confirms. It's here that Leon asks why Joe's even traveling with him, but Joe states that the reason why she's following Joe around is because she feels like Brock owes her something because of what happened back in the academy in the Kanto region. However, he's only here to find Brock so that way he can get him to come back to the academy because of something that Giselle did that made Brock think that he was expelled. Wow, that's low, Leon says. I can't believe somebody would do that. But Joe says that's just Giselle's MO. That's all she does. She thinks she's better than everyone. And when Brock started to pose a threat to her top position in the class, she decided to retaliate for it. Leon begins to say something, but the two are rudely interrupted by Giselle, who demands to know where they have been this whole time. She finally finished showering after being on the road for so long, and she's demanding that they get her something to eat, to which Joe and Leon both stare at her with a blank look. That triggers Giselle to retaliate with a very spiteful voice, demanding that the two do as she says. After all, they're below her as far as classmates are concerned. It's at this point that Joe can no longer take it. She doesn't get it through her thick head that they're not in the school anymore, and he begins to yell at her, belittling Giselle just like she does to everyone else around her. This causes the girl to get quiet. "What is wrong with you?" he asks. "You talk to everyone like you're better than them, but in reality, you're the one here out of desperation. You are pathetic," Joe says. "And the fact that you think Brock is going to come back to save your sorry butt and prevent you from getting expelled is laughable at best. Face it, Giselle, you and your pathetic friends, your days are numbered. And when Brock gets back to the academy, well, let's just say you're going to be a distant memory." This causes Joe to walk off in rage, with Leon following him, leaving Giselle standing there speechless. As the two boys begin to make distance from the girl, Leon states that was a little harsh, but he understands where Joe's coming from. The boy says Leon has no idea what he's dealt with since Jazelle followed him out here to Galar, and he's just tired of it. He's hoping tomorrow he gets an early enough start to where Jazelle won't be able to keep up with him. And speaking of that, can you tell me where Brock was the last time you saw him? Joe asks, to which Leon happily states that's no problem at all. He can see that he's in a little bit of duress and he wants to find his friend, even though Leon still thinks Brock is a big jerk. But he has no problem with Joe, so he tells him that the last time he saw Brock was at a place called the Galar Mines, south of Turfield. It's about a day's walk if they hurry. Joe thanks the boy and asks Leon what he's going to do from this point on, to which Leon says he's heading to Route 5. He's got some training to do to prepare for his rematch against Milo. Rematch, huh? How many of those have you had so far? Joe questions, to which Leon sheepishly states that he's now going to be on his fourth one. That's why he's got to make sure him and Charmander are in tip-top shape. Well, Joe wishes them luck as we fade into the night and to the next morning. And just as Joe promised, he got up super early, trying to avoid Giselle at all costs. And after saying goodbye to Leon, he was quickly out the door. But unfortunately, the girl has a level of tenacity tenacity that Joe hasn't really ever seen from her before, and this allows her to catch up to him rather quick, even though he got outside the turf field before even catching any sight of her. But the boy is still not over what happened the previous night, and he tells Jazelle to stop following him. He doesn't want to have anything to do with her. However, Jazelle just ignores the boy, as Leon had told her the location of Brock himself, so she knows exactly where she's going, and no longer requires the assistance of Joe. So even though the two are no longer traveling together, they both make their way down the same path heading towards the Galar mine. And just like Leon said, with a sense of urgency, they were able to make it there in about a day. But as they enter the mine, what they thought would be a normally quiet place isn't exactly quiet, as they can hear a loud banging and clanging coming from deep within the mine, and then followed by a yell to which sounds like Brock. Joe, thinking that his friend is in trouble, immediately rushes down the corridor trying to find him, to which Jazelle follows, because if anything happens to Brock, then she won't be able to stay in the school. The two frantically search, but it doesn't take long for them to find their friend. However, he's not in any distress at all. He's actually in the middle of a Pokemon battle. It's him and Karkle, and he's facing off against a giant Pokemon that appears to be a steel type, with an individual that shares the same dark tone skin that he has, who appears to be jolly and enjoys life to no end. This is where they hear Brock speak for the first time in weeks, as the boy tells this man, Peony, that he's not going to win the battle this time, as he orders Karkle to use another flame charge. However, Peony tells the boy that even though he may have the advantage and may know his battle strategy by now, that doesn't mean that that's going to determine the battle, as he orders his Pokemon known as Caparaja to use a heavy slam. Unfortunately for Brock's starter, it's going to prove just how outmatched it is here, as it doesn't possess the weight advantage, as Caparaja brings all of its weight down on the rock type, squishing it in the process and bringing the battle to an end. As the two recall their Pokemon, Peony states that Brock is getting better. He should be ready to challenge Milo soon enough, but there's just something that the boy is missing, the man says. Well, at this rate, and the way that Karkle and I have been growing, I'm sure we're going to find it soon enough, Peony. I want to thank you for hanging out with me and battling. You're a really strong trainer, so it's been a big help. And just as the man says something, they are interrupted by Joe as he cries Brock's name. Our hero turns to see Joe running towards him with what appears to be tears in his eyes, as he closes the gap quickly to hug his best friend. Joe, what are you doing here? Brock says, to which the boy begins to mumble, trying to get out all of the things that he's kept pent up over the last couple of weeks. This is where Brock tells him to slow down a bit. He can't really understand what he's saying, so Joe takes the time to wipe his eyes and clear his throat before telling Brock that he has to come back to the school. He's not expelled. He's going to be allowed back in. I was able to get your battle validated at the last minute, which means everything was legal. Brock looks at Joe, then gets ready to say something, that is, until he sees somebody very familiar step out of the shadows of the mine. Jazelle. Brock wants to ask her what she's doing here, but this is where the girl pleads for Brock's mercy. He has to come back to the school immediately and tell everybody that it was just a misunderstanding. After all, they're friends, aren't they? Because if he doesn't tell them that it was just a huge misunderstanding between everyone, then she's gonna get expelled too. And what kind of friend would he be if he let her get expelled? I mean, after all, everything she did for him. He couldn't let her take the fall for something that nobody should have gotten in trouble for in the first place, could he? This is where Joe tells Brock not to listen to Jazelle. The only reason she came out to Galar was just because she was trying to save her own skin. The headmaster told her that if you didn't return, then she would be expelled. So the way she sees it, if she gets you to come back to straighten everything out, then she'll be fine. Giselle doesn't like the tone of Joe, and it's here that the two begin to argue as they begin to belittle each other in front of Brock, and it gets to the point to where both Brock and Peony just look on, wondering what these two are arguing about. But the boy doesn't have time for this, and he yells for both of them to be quiet. He's not going back to the academy, which immediately shuts both of them up and sinks both of their hearts for different reasons. Joe because his best friend is no longer going to be there with him, and Giselle because she's about to lose everything that's important to her. The girl immediately begins to plead with Brock, telling him not to be so selfish. Do something for someone else and stop thinking of yourself. However, Brock simply ignores this plea as he looks at Joe asking what's wrong. The boy has trouble articulating what he's trying to say, merely being able to get out the words explaining that his best friend isn't going to be with him anymore, and he was hoping that wouldn't be the case. Joe did everything he could to get Brock to come back to the school, so that way they can continue to battle and train together and get stronger and eventually become the best ones in the school. Brock smiles, putting his hand on Joe's head, telling the boy that it's not his fault that he won't be back. When he went to the academy for the first time, it was because it was the suggestion of his father. He was angry at his dad because of the things that were going on in their personal life, but after spending so much time at the school and then getting a chance to come home and then coming out here to Galar, Brock realized that the school isn't where he wants to be or where he needs to be. He needs to be in the actual league challenge. And this is where Joe reveals that his dad told him the entire story. That's how they found out he was out here in Galar. I see, Brock says. Well, then you must know that's the reason why I can't go back. I have to do what my father couldn't. I intend to challenge the Galar League here and become their champion. He couldn't even get past the first gym, and neither could I, for that matter. But with all the training that me and Karkle have been through, I intend to re-challenge Milo and win my first badge, and to go on and face the others and then challenge the champion of the region. I see, Joe says. Well, if that's the case, then you're going to need somebody here to help you, and I'm not going to let you travel alone, so I'm going to be going with you as well. But Joe, you got to be back at the academy. Oh, don't worry about that. I told the headmaster that I may take a little bit longer to get you to come back, because you had gone on vacation into another region, so I had to go find you. So they're not expecting me to be back for a while, and I'm sure if I call them and keep them updated periodically, they'll allow me to pause my tenureship there. Jazelle's watching all this, completely flabbergasted why Brock would completely ignore her and not go back to straighten things out. But when she wants to say something, she's interrupted by the burly man known as Peony. He tells Brock that if he plans to continue his challenge of the Galar League, then he's going to need to meet a friend of his to help him obtain a new level of power. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Did you enjoy the banter back and forth between Jazelle and Joe? How did you feel about their first captures in the Galar region? And what about Brock's resolve to stay in the region and do what his father couldn't do? And of course, what about the introduction of Peony and the role that he's going to play here in Galar? And who is this person that the man wants the boy to meet so that way he can gain a new level of power? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part with our heroes as they are being led by the energetic man Peony, south, even farther away from Turfield, past the Galar mines. There is a destination that he has in mind, but he has yet to reveal it to our group of heroes. However, this journey isn't met with complete acceptance, as Brock is a little upset that they are moving away from Turfield. He wanted to get back to challenge Milo. However, at the insistence of Peony and the promise that Brock could possibly get stronger by this journey, the boy reluctantly follows his mentor as they are trekking through the wilds of Galar. While Brock has come to accept this for the time being, the one person that isn't happy about it truly is Jazelle, as she has done nothing but complain during the entire trip, to which Joe reminds her that she didn't have to come. Brock had already given them his answer. He's not going to return to the school until he's done here in Galar, so there's really no reason for her to stick around. But the girl really refuses to accept this truth, seemingly convinced herself that Brock just hasn't had the chance to open up to his true feelings and accept the fact that they are friends and it was just a misunderstanding. So she thinks that with a little bit of convincing on her end, she'll be able to make him go back with her to the school, so that way they can get this whole incident swept under the rug and everybody can get back to their normal lives. She's really just waiting for the right opportunity to present itself. As Jazelle hangs out at the back of the group, conniving and scheming about her plans to get Brock to go back to the academy, Joe and the young boy have a chance to get caught up about what's happening. This is where the two find out about each other's newest captures, to which Joe's a bit surprised, as he always thought that Brock wanted to get some more water Pokemon like his mom had, to which the boy does acknowledge that, but he says he does have his mom's Gyarados with him, which completely surprises Joe. His dad hadn't mentioned that when they were inside Pewter City, which means there's a good chance that Flint doesn't even know that Gyarados is gone at this time. But the boy keeps his suspicion to himself for the time being, as Joe and him continue to catch up. Apparently Brock has been quite the busy beaver, as Joe mentions the fact that he found out where Brock was by running into a trainer called Leon. Oh, you met that guy, did you? Yeah, he's full of energy, kind of like Peony over here. However, after the battle we had, he took my comments personal and he declared that we would be rivals before darting off out of the mines, leaving me just standing there, completely speechless. I'd never really found out what his exact problem was, Brock says. However, Joe offers some context to this, telling Brock that Leon seemed to be very proud of his Charmander, and it was the fact that maybe he insulted it just a little bit is what caused the boy to declare them to be rivals. Well, I hope that is not something that's going to make things complicated, Brock says, as there's been enough of that over the last couple couple of weeks, and all I want to do is really just challenge the gyms so I can get a chance to become champion of this region. This comment gets Peony to chuckle a bit, to which Brock asks why the old man is laughing, but Peony simply says nothing as he points out over the horizon, as it seems they have finally reached the means of their destination. Below the grassland fields where they stand is a small town that Peony refers to as Wedgehurst. He tells Brock that this is the town that the regional professor lives in, and there's a very special reason that they are here. Then, with the giddiness of a child, like on the first day that they were going to get their starter Pokemon, Peony takes off running in the direction of the house, with Brock and Joe screaming for him to wait up, with Jazelle running in tow. Moments later, they find themselves outside as they are greeted by an old woman with a stern look, to which Peony, now out of breath, greets the old woman as Magnolia. He says it's been a long time, but he's glad that he can see an old friend like her. However, the old crow doesn't share the same enthusiasm for their reunion as Peony does, as the only thing that she can say to him is why hasn't he contacted his brother. The tone of this shifts everybody onto a defensive stance as it strikes fear to not only the three kids, but Peony as well, as they briefly cower from the scorn of this old battle axe. It's here that she demands to know why Peony has come to bother her. It's like you and your brother have the same life goals, but with opposite agendas, with the only result you're both achieving is being an annoyance on my backside. As Professor Magnolia is dressing down the orange-colored jumpsuit man, a lone onlooker appears to have perched himself atop the roof of Magnolia's house, as he watches down, looking to the group below, curious about the interaction that is taking place. When Magnolia finally finishes her tongue lashing of Peony, and silence has finally befallen the area, Peony says he is sorry. He didn't mean to cause her such distress, but the reason why he's here is a simple one. He has a favor that he wants to ask of the professor. This causes her to cock an eyebrow, as Peony isn't one to usually ask favors of her. So, out of pure curiosity at the request, she inquires what it is, to which Peony says it's simple. He would like to know if she has any extra Dynamax bands that he can give this young trainer named Brock. Turning her gaze to the group that is yet to say anything, Magnolia demands to know which one of them is Brock, to which both Joe and Jazelle push him forward, scared of actually acknowledging or having any type of engagement with the old battle axe. With a slight stutter, Brock tells her that she is the one he seeks as she looks him up and down. So, you're a new trainer starting out, are we? And I suppose you're here for your first Pokemon as well? Let me guess. Peony is your sponsor. However, to both these questions, Brock tells the professor that she's wrong. He actually has a sponsorship already, as well as multiple different Pokemon. This causes Magnolia to hesitate for a second, as she inquires the nature of this sponsorship. Normally, Dynamax rings are given out on the day that a sponsorship is assigned, and the fact that Brock has a sponsorship but doesn't have a Dynamax ring is highly suspect in her eyes. However, she decides to keep her suspicions to herself for the time being as Brock reaches into his bag to present the sponsorship letter that he had stolen from his dad, hoping with every cell in his body that it'll fool the old lady like it did the gym leader Milo. Magnolia takes the document and gives it a thorough looking over for what seems to be like an eternity. The silence in the group is beginning to mount. However, this is where the Queen of Sabotage begins to see her opening, as she begins to open her mouth to inform them of the true nature of the sponsorship letter. However, Joe is quick to silence her, pushing her down to the ground and telling her to keep her trap shut. This is none of her business, and if she does anything to try and sabotage Brock like she did before, he'll make sure that she regrets it. This brazen act of defiance on Joe's part stuns the girl into silence, as Peony, Brock, and Professor Magnolia all look on a bit curious about the exchange between the two, and much to the reluctance of Jazelle, she says nothing. However, while this exchange was a little odd, it's not the oddest thing Magnolia's seen today, as Peony appearing at her front door is far more of an oddity. Handing the sponsorship letter back to Brock, Magnolia acknowledges that this one is indeed a true sponsorship letter, and as such, she will present him with the Dynamax band. However, there is a condition that is attached to this, to which Peony knows instantly what it is. Fine, I'll call my brother, he says. For the first time, the old lady cracks a smile as she pulls the Dynamax band out from her lab coat and presents it to Brock. Now boy, take note, these are very powerful items used in Pokemon battles. You need to practice with it before you get into any serious type of altercation, otherwise your Pokemon could become wild. And if that happens, a Pokemon that size that is untamed could pose a true threat to anything around it and cause untold destruction. So promise me, you will take heed when using this. Brock nods to acknowledge everything that the professor just says. He tells her that not to worry. He will practice with it any way that he can before he uses it in a real Pokemon battle. This is where Peony decides that it's time to give his brother a call, so he pulls out his Rotom phone and dials up the number. However, this phone is a little bit more advanced than your typical Rotom phone, as it was developed by the Pokemon League of the Galar region. As we come to find out, Peony is the brother to the chairman of the Galar Pokemon League, Chairman Rose. However, as the hologram of the man that looks eerily identical to Peony begins to chew out the burly orange-clad man, there is a far more shocking revelation that is revealed here, as the man known as Chairman Rose tells Peony that it's irresponsible for a champion to just disappear like that. He has other responsibilities to the region as its champion, and it's not right for him to just disappear for weeks on end without even so much as a phone call. The jaws of all of our traveling companions hit the ground at the revelation that the man that they've been traveling with, who had seemed to just be a random stranger, is actually the champion of the region, has them all floored into silence as the conversation between the two continues, with Chairman Rose telling Peony that even though they are brothers, they are exact opposites, and Peony needs to learn a little bit more about responsibility, as even though he is the champion of the region, that doesn't excuse him from his duties. But I guess it's to be expected from the younger brother. Rose says, but you need to get back to Winden at once. We have much to discuss for the future of Galar. Yes, sir, Big Brother Peony says with a salute, kind of mocking Chairman Rose before disconnecting from the call. Man, your older brother seems like a bit of a tool, Brock says to Peony. Yeah, but he's still family, no matter how much he gets under my skin. Also, I'm sorry I didn't mention that I was the champion before. I didn't want you to be intimidated by me when we were having our battle, Brock, so I decided to withhold that information for the time being. However, for the boy, this has the exact opposite effect, as now that he knows that Peony is stronger than he was letting on, Brock wants the chance to battle him again, so he lays a challenge at the feet of the man right here and now. However, there's one thing that he's forgetting, and he turns to Professor Magnolia to ask her for that Dynamax band. Magnolia sighs as she gives Brock the Dynamax band, knowing that there's no way she's going to be able to get out of this. It's here that Peony and Brock both get excited as they run off back behind the Pokemon lab to have their battle. As the two disappear around the corner, Magnolia yells for them not to cause any damage to her house, otherwise Peony and Rose will be paying for it. Not wanting to miss his friend's first potential Dynamax, Joe takes off in pursuit, leaving Jazelle standing with Magnolia in somewhat of an awkward situation. The girl doesn't really know what to say to the old professor, as this wasn't part of her plan. However, this isn't going to remain for long, as Magnolia breaks the silence, telling the girl that she should go with her friends, so that way she can see what Dynamaxing is all about. However, Jazelle declines this offer, stating that they're not really friends, they're not even really acquaintances, they're just people she knows from school. Really? Well, I would have gotten a different impression by the way you guys were acting around each other, especially with that boy Joe. It seems like you guys have a love-hate relationship, like a brother and sister type of deal. To which this comment sickens Jazelle, the mere thought of being related to that boy. This causes Magnolia for the first time to crack a slight grin, as she knew that might get the girl to open up. So, tell me, what's your story? It's obvious that you're not out here to travel with them. It seems like you're being held out here against your will. Giselle looks at the old crone, but for some reason, she feels a sense of familiarity with her, like she can open up and talk to Professor Magnolia, and that's exactly what she does. Giselle goes on to explain that she's an only child of a very well-off family, so growing up, anything she wanted, she was given. She never knew of the word no. She always had people to wait on her hand and foot, which for her as a young girl was the best thing that she could have asked for. She loved getting the attention from everybody around her. Well, that is the intention of everyone except for her parents. Due to her being well off, her parents had a very hands-off approach to parenting. It's at this point, two massive beams of purple light shoot up from behind the house, to which Magnolia comments that both of the dimwits have activated their Dynamax, and sure enough, from their perspective, they can see both Roly-Coly and Caparaja towering over the house. Luckily, they're far enough away to where it shouldn't cause any real damage, but Magnolia urges Giselle to continue her story, as she finds this far more interesting. What did you mean by a hands-off approach? Magnolia questions, to which Giselle states that her parents always had somebody else to take care of her. Nannies and babysitters, people that would entertain me for hours. But the older I got, the less those people held my interest. The only thing I really wanted was to see my mother and father. However, they were so wrapped up in their own worlds, handling work and business, that they didn't care to pay me any mind. And because of this, I looked for ways to get their attention. But unfortunately, no matter what I tried, it just seemed like nothing would work. That was until I started getting in trouble. Then they took notice. By the time I was 8, none of the kids in my town wanted anything to do with me. It was so hard for me to find friends that even if my parents paid them, kids still wouldn't hang out with me. And it was around this time that quest for attention from my parents just turned into all-out hatred for everybody. If nobody wanted to be friends with me, then I would just use them as the pawns they are. After all, that's all they seem to be good for anyway in my normal daily life. It eventually got to the point to where I had mommy and daddy wrapped around my finger as well. However, as my control grew over my parents, the more they began to push back, causing me to act out even more and get into deeper trouble. And by the time my 10th birthday rolled around, they had had enough. So instead of keeping me around, they decided to ship me off to a place to where I wouldn't be a problem for them anymore, the Pokemon Institute. While at first I hated the idea of being away from my parents, and I hated the idea of being in a place that I didn't know, or a place that I didn't have any control over, it quickly became apparent that this was just another place to where I could rule the roost. And this is exactly what happened. As to enter the Pokemon Institute, it required you to have a starter Pokemon, just one, and it had to be of a very young form. So my father sought out the top breeder in all of Kanto, and he had him breed me something special. That's how I ended up with my starter Marowak, who is stronger than the average member of its species. And with it as a Cubone as my partner, I was able to quickly climb the ranks of the school both economically, socially, and in their battle program, proving to be one of the best battlers that the school had ever seen. By the end of year 1, I had control over the entire school of anybody in my class or lower. Luckily, I was about to enter year 2, and due to my scores in the school, I didn't have to go home anymore, which means that I got to live on campus for the entire summer, and it was really a win-win for me and my parents, as I still detest them for sending me away. So the school has become my new playground, my new kingdom if you will, and that is how it will remain until I graduate. While that story is a bit sad, Magnolia says, there's something missing from it. You haven't told me the whole truth, but I'm sure since you're leaving part of it out, there's good reason. Just know that you can't run from the truth forever, and you're gonna have to face it eventually, no matter what you tell yourself or the people around you. This causes Jazelle to think somberly for a second, as we pan around to the back of the house to see what is happening in the battle. Unfortunately, we are catching the tail end of it, as Brock and Roly-Coly are unable to hold off the most powerful move that Caporaja has in its arsenal as a Dynamax Pokemon. G-Max Steel Surge. The elephant stomps down on the ground with everything that it has, causing steel spikes to pop up from beneath Roly-Coly. And even though it has gained a lot of girth in its new size and power, it's not enough for it to stave off the attack from the steel type, bringing this battle to a close as both of the Pokemon return to their normal forms and Roly-Coly lays there with spirals in its eyes. This is where Jazelle and Magnolia join the trio, asking if they had fun wrecking her yard, to which Peony apologizes, telling him that he'll have somebody from the league come out and make sure it gets put back to normal. But he had a blast with Brock. Brock seconds this with as much enthusiasm as Peony, but he does apologize for what they did to the garden of the old professor. As the two are discussing what's going to happen next, Magnolia looks at Jazelle. You're going to have to walk your own path. So let me give you something that could help you with it. Normally this only goes to sponsored trainers, but I think you're smart enough to know how to handle it. To where Jazelle looks down to see Magnolia handing her a Dynamax band. The girl takes it without hesitation, as she's never one to turn down something that's going to help her get stronger. This is where we catch up with Peony, Joe, and Brock, to which the champion tells the boys that he's going to have to get going first thing in the morning. He's got to return to a city in the north called Winden. It's where they hold all of their championships, so the next time they see each other may very well be in that stadium, and he hopes that Brock is able to get there by the time the next championship run is officially underway. Brock tells Peony don't worry, because the first thing he's going to do after they leave here is head back to Turffield so he can re-challenge the gym leader Milo. The boy then turns to Joe and asks one simple question: are you sure you're going to travel with me? To which Joe nods his head. You ain't getting rid of me that easily, Brock. We're in this till the end, which means no matter what, I'll be your partner. The boy and Joe then clasp hands as best friends, ready to take on the region of Galar together. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What did you think about the introduction as Peony for the champion of this region? And how do you feel about Jazelle and the revelation of her backstory? And what about the fact that Brock and Jazelle now both have Dynamax bands of their own, even though we fully don't understand the motivations behind Jazelle's taking it in the first place? And what about the lone onlooker that was sitting on the top of the roof of the house? Who exactly was the little monkey watching? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with Brock and Joe as they are in the midst of training. They've made it all the way to Route 4 on their journey back to Turffield, and we catch up with them as they are in the middle of a battle with two of their newest Pokemon, Joltik and Choodle, but they're the only ones that we see here. They have been on their own for a couple of days now, as Jazelle, without any warning, decided to leave in the middle of them heading to Turffield. She left in the middle of the night without giving them any warning or giving them any sign that she was ever going to actually leave, but the way they see it, they're better off, as the girl was nothing but a headache to them. But this is where we pick up between Joe and Brock as words are exchanged while Choodle and Joltik are exchanging blows. Joe asks why Brock hasn't been using Karkle to train the entire time they've been on their way back to Turffield. He responds that he had a lot of time to train with Peony inside of the Galar mines with Karkle, and the last time he faced Milo he was forced to use Gyarados, and things didn't go too well. It was my mom's strongest Pokemon, but my dad hasn't done anything with it since she passed, so as her son I will honor her memory by taming it and use it in battle eventually. But the problem is that is going to be far down the road, and I'm going to need a second Pokemon for that battle as it was a 2-on-2. So my only other choice is to get Joltik up to par with Karkle, so that way I have a fighting chance against Milo. Considering I have a feeling that this battle is going to be a 2-on-2, and with the ability to Dynamax, I think we're going to make it to that second Pokemon. And besides, Karkle is good, but that whole other Pokemon that Milo has sitting in the back, I've never seen it before. And because of that, I need to make sure that we're ready for anything that can be thrown at us. Joe nods his head, understanding where Brock's train of thought is heading on this. It makes sound logic, so he wants to make sure he can do everything that he can to help his friend as the two continue to train while they travel to Turffield. Now, for the duo, this is going to take about a week, but it's not going to be a week that's wasted, as with each passing day, Brock can feel his Pokemon's movement and its timing getting stronger and more in sync with the trainer. It's to the point to where he's confident that no matter which Pokemon Milo chooses to go first, Joltik or Karkle will be able to take them on. This leads us to the day when they finally arrive back in Turffield. However, their first stop isn't going to be the gym right away, as Brock wants to head to the Pokemon Center to make sure that all of his Pokemon are fully checked up on and ready for an intense battle with his gym leader. Nothing can go wrong in his eyes. And since Brock and Joe are both getting their Pokemon checked up on, they decide to just take the day and relax, so that way they can be ready with a good night's sleep tomorrow to face the gym leader of Turffield. That night, while Joe and Brock are both eating, they get on the topic of the actual school, with Brock asking exactly what's going to be Joe's plans when they're all done with this. I mean, is he going to actually go back to the academy? To which the boy says yeah, I mean he does have another 3 years worth to finish out, and if he can get his degree from the Pokemon Institute, then that'll give him a frontline pass to face the CANT Pokemon League, which is something he's always wanted to do since he was a little kid. Yeah, but you don't find that boring, sitting behind the desks trying to study all day and learn battle techniques? I'd much rather be out here in the field actually doing it, Brock says. I feel like we've learned so much more just in the couple of weeks we've been in Galar than in the entire year that we spent back at the academy. While Joe acknowledges there are benefits to being out in the field and actually doing things for your own, he feels like that he gains the most value out of his time with Pokemon in a structured setting, a classroom setting, somewhere where he can have direction from people that have been doing it far longer than he has. However, there is one thing that the boy can't disregard, and that's the pure freedom that he has come to know while being out here on the road with Joe, and it's something that he may not want to give up that easily at the end of this adventure. But for now, he keeps that thought to himself as we fade to the next day to where both are up bright and early, ready to get this challenge to the Turffield gym underway. As Joe and Brock take a step out of the Pokemon Center, Brock has a bit of a pep in his step as he is excited for this chance to actually get his first badge in the league. This is it, he says. I can feel it. Nothing is going to go wrong today, as they walk down the pathway that leads to the gym. However, unfortunately, that thought that Brock had is going to be proven severely wrong when the gym comes into view, and there is somebody that they didn't think they would see again standing right in front of the gym. That being the girl that followed him out here, Jazelle. While Brock does acknowledge her presence, he doesn't really care that she is here. The only thing that he asks is that she steps aside so that way he can enter the gym and make his challenge. However, this is where he's going to find out that it's not going to be that easy, as Jazelle blocks the road, demanding that Brock give her a battle. If she wins, then he will give up this foolish endeavor and they will go back to the academy, where they can right all of the wrongs that have happened and things can return to normal, and she can get her life back. Oh, and let's not forget Brock and Joe. They can get their lives back as well. But if Brock wins, then she'll leave and they'll never see her again. Wait, that's crazy, Joe says. Why would he agree to such stupid stupid terms. He has no reason to. After all, he's already here in Galar. We've already said that the school doesn't matter to us, so why do you keep bringing up this subject, Jazelle? However, Brock remains quiet, causing the girl to get upset a little bit, forcing Jazelle to play her trump card as she tells Brock that if he does not accept her challenge right now, then she'll reveal to Milo that that letter isn't his. It belongs to his father, which means that no matter what happens, his gym run will end today before it even begins. Wow, that's low, Joe says. Even for you, Jazelle. I didn't think you had it in you, but you managed to find a new level of depravity, a new low that no one ever thought existed. Congratulations. It's no wonder that you don't have any actual friends. Jazelle gets ready to bite back at Joe when Brock interrupts her. I'll do it, he says. But why, Brock? Joe questions. You have no reason to. You have nothing to prove to her. You were about to beat her back to the school. We already know that you're better than she is. But Brock simply turns to his friend smiling. Just think of it like this, he says. If we get rid of her now, then we'll never have to see her again, which will make the rest of our journey much more tolerable without her around. While the comment from Joe irritated Jazelle slightly, the comment from Brock actually hurt, causing the girl to act out in anger, demanding that Brock take his position. They're doing this battle now so that way she can drag him back to the academy and put him back on the lowest run where he belongs. Brock simply smiles. You're not going to win this, Jazelle, and I hope there's no hard feelings after you lose, as in his mind, she's going to use Marowak, and she's going to expect him to use Karkle. Now, while Karkle does have the better chance of beating Marowak, Brock decides that he's going to change it up again, as he holds Joltik's ball in his hand while he walks to the farther end of the field, so that way they can have some space for their battle. However, as Jazelle takes a few steps back so that way they can have a bigger space, she is on the same wavelength of thinking that Brock is on, deciding to go with something new that Brock has never battled before. With Joe acting as the referee, both of them choose their Pokemon, revealing to be Joltik and Farfetch'd, much to the surprise of each trainer. This is where it's revealed that Jazelle had this planned all along. That's why she left, so that way she could train with Farfetch'd a little bit and get to know its style, as it being a fighting type and not a flying made her second guess her abilities to handle the Pokemon. But after the last week or so of getting to know it, she feels confident in its abilities to take down whatever Brock has to offer. However, Brock is in the same position, as Joltik has shown tremendous growth in the last 7 to 10 days, even learning a few new moves. That is the reason why he chose the electric bug in the first place. However, their time for thinking and talking is over, as the commands are given to each one of the Pokemon and the battle begins. While the battles between Brock and Jazelle in the past have been rather intense, this one is a little bit less so, as each of the Pokemon are still fairly new to their trainers, so they're still getting their bearings on how intense they can get inside of battles. With the only real advantage that Joltik has here is that it has been able to engage in battles with Joe and Choodle during their training. But what Farfetch'd lacks in battle training, it makes up for in sheer tenacity, as it's able to push through most of the attacks that Joltik dishes out, managing to hit it for some serious damage. It gets to the point that Brock looks like he is about to lose, and Farfetch'd is going in for the finishing blow, with Jazelle excited that she's going to be able to get Brock to go back to Kanto with her, and she's going to get her life back. But unfortunately, there's going to be a turn of events that are going to be decided by fate here, as just as Farfetch'd goes to land the finishing blow, something drops in the middle between the two Mons, preventing Farfetch'd and its Code of Honor from striking the unknown opponent. This is where Jazelle gets frustrated, as she demands that Farfetch'd finish off Joltik so that way they can end this battle and she can get her prize, as the Pokemon that is dropped in the middle of them is the grass starter for the Galar region, Grookey, and it has decided to engage in playtime with not only Joltik but Farfetch'd as well, thinking that what they were just doing is a giant game, so the little grass monkey wanted to be part of it. This infuriates Jazelle, as she was just about to win, but Joe declares the battle as a draw, combatants being unable to continue to battle because of ill-timed events, should we say. Wait, that's not fair, Jazelle says. I was about to win. But Joe says his decision is final. There is no winner or loser in this battle, so she's just gonna have to accept this. Wait, Brock, come on, you're not gonna accept this, are you? We have to finish our battle. You're not one to just let things hang in the air like that, but Brock tells Jazelle that they don't have a choice. It looks like this little Grookey is gonna not give them any other options but to play. So, like it or not, neither one of them are gonna get what they want. And because Brock wasn't expecting another Pokemon battle besides the gym battle, he decides that they're gonna have to head back to the Pokemon Center to where he can get Joltik looked up on so that way it can be ready for their gym battle, which means it's gonna be another day's delay, but that's not that big of a deal to our hero. So Brock, Joe, and and Joltik all decide to head back to the Pokemon Center with Grookey in tow, as it's taken quite a fondness to the bug type, leaving Jazelle standing there with Farfetch, now more infuriated than ever. She had planned this out over the course of the last 10 days, and nothing could have gone wrong. She was ready to win that battle and put Brock in his place, and get them back to Kanto, where they all belong. And now, things have just been thrown to the wayside by this random grass type. It's so infuriating, and the girl is going to have to deal with it before she can get things back on track. Now we pick up with Joe and Brock at the Pokemon Center, as Brock is getting Joltik checked out so that way they can for sure have their gym battle in the morning. While that's going on, the two are contemplating on where exactly Grookey has come from, as it sits there patting its stick on the table that it's sitting on. Well, wherever it came from, Joe says, it certainly is fond of Joltik, to which Brock comments that he noticed that as well. And while the trainer doesn't have an issue with it sticking around, he just hopes that it doesn't get involved with his gym battle tomorrow. And it's at this point that Jazelle walks in, and without saying a word, she decides to throw a Pokeball at Grookey in an attempt to catch it. As she makes the motions to throw the ball, both Brock and Joe demand to know what she is doing, and she responds that she's not going to let any more distractions get in her way. Her and Brock are going to have a battle, but as the ball hits Grookey in the head, it fails to capture the grass type. This surprises everyone, including Jazelle, because this only means one thing. This grass type belongs to somebody, and it's already registered in a Pokédex, which means the girl won't be able to catch herself a Galarian starter, and Grookey's going to continue to be a problem until they can find its trainer. But this just frustrates Jazelle even more, as she demands that her and Brock have another battle right away, so that way they can settle this once and for all. However, our hero tells the Jezebel that he's not going to be having any more battles. The next one he's having is going to be with Milo at the gym, so it's tough luck. Jazelle's just going to have to deal with it. He then turns as his name is called to come pick up Joltik, before he wants to get something to eat and settle in for the night. This just leaves Jazelle standing there alone once again, as the frustration continues to build with inside the girl. The next morning, after a good hearty breakfast and a good night's sleep, Brock and Joe, and reluctantly Jazelle, find themselves at the turf field gym, as Brock is mentally preparing himself with the rematch of the gym leader. As the boy pushes on the door, he's greeted by the gym leader himself, Milo. However, Milo tells Brock that he will not be accepting his challenge if they're going to have the same result as before. If Brock uses the Gyarados inside of their battle and he hasn't been able to tame it, then he will disqualify him from the battle. Brock tells the grass type specialist not to worry. He doesn't plan to use Gyarados. He actually has other Pokemon with him, so that way they can have a true 2-on-2 with no interruptions. Milo gives the boy a stern look over before making his decision. Alright, I'll accept your challenge, but know this, if you lie to me and you decide to try and use Gyarados, I will have your sponsorship revoked and you will be kicked out of the league. Brock tells Milo he has no problem with this, and he also apologizes for the previous battle that he had. He wasn't ready and he wasn't expecting Dynamax, that's why he resorted to Gyarados, knowing full well that he couldn't control it. But this time, it'll be different. Very well, Milo says, follow me, as he leads them out to the battlefield to where him and Brock can finally cut loose for real. The stipulations of this battle are going to be the same as before. They will both only be allowed 2 Pokemon, and only Brock can use substitutions. The winner will be declared when one side is out of Pokemon to use. Brock is fully aware of this, and he's also expecting what Milo's first Pokemon is going to be, that Flapple that was able to take out Gyarados. However, as the flags are waved to start the first battle, Brock gets a big surprise when Milo doesn't revert to the Pokemon that he thought he was going to use, as he sends in something that is known as Eldegoss. This catches Brock a little off guard. However, it's not something that's completely outside of the realm of his control, as it doesn't change what his lead was going to be, as he decides to go with Joltik. However, what happens next is going to throw him a little bit for a loop, as Milo wastes no time, immediately activating his Dynamax ban, immediately triggering the process to convert his Eldegoss into a gigantic monster. The first moves haven't even been exchanged yet, and the deck seems to already be stacked against Brock. However, he's not going to let this slow him down, as he sees one thing that's going to give him a slight advantage in this matchup. However, this is a theory that he's going to have to test in real time, as Milo gives the first command, ordering a max strike from his Eldegoss. This is where Brock orders Joltik to use a string shot. However, the electric bug doesn't use it to bind Eldegoss, rather to evade the attack. As Eldegoss begins to make the movements to drive its hand down on top of the bug, it shoots a webby string to the other arm that's pulling away, pulling the bug with it and allowing it to completely evade the attack. Just what Brock thought. Eldegoss may be big and powerful, but it seems like it's a little slow, and he's going to have to use Joltik's small size to his advantage, as he orders the bug to use a bug bite. This is here that we hear Eldegoss let out a brief shriek. It's not a cry of pain, more of a cry of annoyance, as it can feel Joltik sinking its fangs into its arm. This is where Milo orders another max strike in order to try and squish the bug in the process. However, once again, Brock uses the same strategy, ordering another string shot that pulls Joltik out of the way just in time. And this is where Brock is going to reveal the full totality of his entire plan, as before he gives Joltik another command, he reveals on his wrist something that Milo didn't expect him to have, the Dynamax band that he got from Professor Magnolia. So, when you said you've been training, you really have been training, haven't you? That's right, Brock says as he initiates the Dynamax process for his bug, allowing Joltik to obtain the monstrous size that Eldegoss has. Now begins a true clash of the titans, as Dynamax energy swirls throughout the stadium and both trainers give their commands. For Milo, it's a simple one as he knows grass-type moves won't be very effective here, so he calls for another max spike. However, Brock is currently in the driver's seat of this battle, as he orders Joltik to fire off a max flutterby. Bug energy circulates throughout the battlefield as it strikes Eldegoss from every point. The grass type can barely hang on as this super effective move rips away at it from every angle. And this unfortunately is going to cause another thing to happen, as Brock thinks back to the last conversation he had with Peony. The champion told him that Dynamax normally only lasts for 3 to 4 moves, so if Brock could run out the clock and then activate his Dynamax, then he'll be in a more favorable position to win the battle. And that's what we see here as Eldegoss loses the transformation and succumbs to its wounds from the max flutterby, dropping in the process, giving Brock the first win of this battle. This even takes Milo by surprise as he recalls his grass type. Whatever kind of training this boy has been through in the last 2 weeks has been serious, which means he came back here to win. I finally may actually get a challenge out of him, the leader thinks to himself as he compliments Brock on his ability to use Dynamax to its fullest potential. He waited specifically for Milo's to run short on time so that way he can use his Dynamax transformation to its full effectiveness. That's something that not everybody can see right out the gates when they first experience Dynamax. However, that doesn't mean you're going to have an easier time with my next choice, Milo says as he sends back in Flapple, the first Pokemon that Brock had to battle in this gym and the one that he lost to. However, Brock is feeling pretty confident in this scenario as he does have Joltik and 2 more turns at least on Dynamax. So with the type advantage plus the size of his Mon, he's feeling pretty confident that he'll be able to end this as quickly as possible. However, Brock's going to find out real quickly why the gym leaders of Galar are considered to be some of the strongest across the world, as their ability to adapt on the fly is revealed here when Milo uses Brock's own strategy against him, as he orders Flapple to evade any oncoming attack by using Dragon Dance to increase its speed. Now, while the first one isn't enough to make the Dragon type outpace the max Flutterby, the second one does give it a bit more speed, and while it doesn't take as much damage, it does minimize the attack that it does take. And this runs out the clock on Brock's Dynamax, transforming Joltik back down to its normal size. And unfortunately for the bug, Flapple is there waiting, firing off a Dragon Pulse. The last thing Brock can do before it takes the attack is order a String Shot in an attempt to try and slow it down, as Joltik falls to the Dragonic move, bringing the battle to a 1v1. Brock recalls his bug, thanking it for the effort that was put in on its behalf, and its ability to fluctuate with the Dynamax, using all of its power to its advantage. However, now he's got a real problem to deal with. This Flapple has stacked a couple of Dragon Dances, and it's even deadlier than it was last time in the Gigantamax form. However, Brock really only has one choice left, and whether he likes it or not, he's gonna have to use it. But he has faith in his starter, as he declares, "Karkle, go!" Emerging from his ball, Karkle stares down Flapple, as the last time they saw each other, it was as Karkle was falling in defeat to the Dynamax Pokemon. However, this time, things are more on an even playing field from the Brock type's perspective. And with all of the training that it's been able to do against Peony, both Brock and Karkle are feeling pretty confident in their abilities to possibly take Milo down here and win their first badge of the Galar region. As the final battle begins, Karkle wastes no time in executing a flame charge at the command of Brock. However, Flapple isn't going to give the Rock type an easy battle here, as it is on the attack with a Seed Bomb from the command of Milo. Luckily, the Rock type has enough defense to pull through from the superpowered attack before it's able to connect with Flapple, causing some decent damage from its Fire type based move. However, this is going to have a secondary side effect, as it's going to allow Karkle to increase its speed, allowing it to move slightly faster than before. but it's still not at the same level of Flapple, and Milo's gonna prove this as he orders Flapple to use a Grave Apple. The rock type and Brock can do nothing but watch as Flapple speeds down the battlefield, connecting with the super effective grass type move, forcing the rock type back into a wall. Questions if his starter is okay. While it did take a bit of damage, Karkle is still up and walking around, though it may be a little bit woozy from that last encounter that they just had, as the dragon dances have stacked up Flapple's attack as well, which Grave Apple is a physical move. Brock knows they need to go for big damage, but he's also got to be careful. He's got to be strategic about this. However, he thinks he has an idea, as he orders Karkle to use another flame charge, and he tells it to give chase to Flapple. What follows is a test of endurance and speed as Karkle chases the dragon down across the battlefield. However, it's just outside of reach of the grass type, causing Milo to question what Brock's strategy really is here. However, he doesn't want to give him time to formulate one if he hasn't exactly already. So he orders Flapple to use a seed bomb and spread it across the battlefield in an attempt to slow down the rock type, because one wrong step could be the end of this battle. But Brock isn't going to let this slow them down, as he orders Karkle to stop using a flame charge. The rock type halts its attack right in the middle of the dispersed area, which means that it's going to have a tough time moving around. However, Brock orders one simple move from his starter, as he commands for an iron defense to raise its physical prowess and bulk. Milo's unsure of what Karkle or Brock has up their sleeve, but he's a bit concerned when he sees Brock call for a secondary iron defense, as the rock type increases its defensive prowess once more. Not wanting to get in close, as he feels like this is going to be a bit of a trap, he orders Flapple to use a Dragon Pulse. However, this is where we see Brock's plan come to fruition, as he orders Karkle to sidestep it, but it ends up triggering one of the seed bomb traps that were laid across the battlefield. However, Karkle, with its increased speed and defense, is able to just outlast the blast, causing a terrain of smoke to envelop the area, blocking Flapple's view of its opponent. This is where Milo hears it, as Brock calls for another flame charge. Suddenly, the rock type bolts down the battlefield with a trail of explosions behind it as it charges in the direction of Flapple, as it had remained stationary in an attempt to try and find the rock type. And this situation has put Milo and Flapple in a compromising position, as the dragon type is beginning to slow down due to its fatigue because of the battle that it had with Joltik and the max flutter buys that it took. This is going to force the grass type gym leader to go on the offensive, as he orders another Grave Apple. At this point, it's going to come down to who has the best defense. However, this is where the second part of Brock's strategy comes to fruition, as with the stacked iron defenses, it has literally turned Karkle's body into a weapon as it slams into Flapple, giving it the ability to use Smackdown, knocking Flapple into the battlefield below and getting it caught in one of its own seed bomb traps. Milo can do nothing but watch as his dragon tries to evade any damage from the explosion. However, this is where Brock is back on the offensive again, as he orders Karkle in with the rapid spin. The rock type begins to spin at a high rate of speed, throwing all of its weight into the dragon type, driving it into the battlefield, triggering another one of the seed bomb traps that Flapple is forced to take head-on with no protection, bringing this battle to an end, as Brock's rock-type starter stands over the dragon victorious, signaling that it's ready for more. Milo can't believe it. This boy actually was able to beat him. The grass-type leader recalls Flapple, thanking it for the effort that it put in, and then presents Brock with the grass badge, telling him that the amount of progress he's made has been astounding, and if he continues to grow like that, then he may actually be able to make it all the way to the end of the Galar League, which excites the leader, because that means they're going to get a chance for a rematch, to which puzzles Brock a bit. However, this is when Milo hears the balls of the Wooloo throughout the gym, as they're a bit rustled up over the whole battle that just happened. So he has to excuse himself, telling Brock good job, and he hopes to see him again someday, before he heads off to deal with his sheep Pokemon. This just leaves Brock and the other two trainers as we fade over to the Pokemon Center, with Brock getting his Pokemon looked at and Joe questioning where they're gonna head to next. Brock says that they're going to Hulberry. That's the closest gym, and he's excited. He wants to ride this high as long as possible. But unfortunately for Brock, he's gonna be hit with Captain Buzzkill, as Jazelle makes her presence known one more time, demanding that they have their battle. And this is where we're going to end things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? How did you feel about Brock's effort in the gym battle that he got to have? Do you think he fully understands the nuances of Dynamax, or does he still have some more to learn? What about Jazelle? Is she going to get the opportunity to actually battle Brock like she wants to and convince him to go back to Kanto to save her own skin? And what about Grookey? Why has it followed Brock and the rest of his friends all the way to Turffield? And is it going to play more of a role in future events? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. We begin today's part with Brock and Joe as they are walking down Route 5. Their destination is a simple one, the next site of a gym badge in the Galar region, Hallberry City. Brock is still riding the high of his previous gym victory, as it's something that his father could never do, and now that he's managed to do that, he aims to take on the rest of the league, so that way he can prove once and for all who the better trainer between the two is. And this is where we find him and Joe in mid-conversation, as Joe is stroking Brock's ego just a bit here, as the two are talking about the gym battle that he had with Milo. Joe's telling Brock that he didn't think Milo stood a chance in their battle, however Brock speaks up to the contrary, saying that Milo's a very strong trainer, and it did take everything that he had in order to beat that one. However, he is glad that he has Joe's faith of confidence in him. But Brock is happy to be done with it, as Milo did cast a looming presence over him, being that his dad could never beat him. Speaking, lose her at any point. She's still following you until you give her that battle that you promised her, Brock, to which the boy says he knows. However, they had their battle, and it ended in a draw. But that's completely unsatisfactory to her, because she wants us all to go back to Kanto, so that way she can make sure the next year in the academy is secured. Brock points out that Joe is a little bit vindictive against Jazelle. Even though she's here in the Galar region chasing him down, it seems like Joe is the only one that really has a problem with it, to which the boy just says that he hasn't really liked Jazelle since the first day he met her, and now that she's out here in the Galar region and she's following us, she still treats every day like it's a day at the school, like she's better than everyone, and she expects us to all conform to her bidding. It just rubs me the wrong way, and it's not something that I intend to put up with. Well, you're gonna need to tell her that, Brock says, chuckling as we watch our heroes walk into the sunset. A few hours later, and the trio has made camp. And while I say trio, it's really just a duo featuring Jazelle, as she's sitting far enough away to where she's not directly in their path or in talking distance, but she's not going to be so far away that she's of danger of coming across any wild Pokemon that like to hunt at night. All the while, Joe, Brock, and Grookey all sit around the campfire eating, but once again, Jazelle comes up in conversation as they look over to see the girl just kind of sitting in the darkness. She doesn't really have a fire going, and it doesn't look like she has any food. But as far as Joe's concerned, that it's exactly what Jazelle gets for all the stuck-up ways she acts towards him and Brock and everybody else she's ever met. However, Brock isn't exactly seeing things that way, as he stands up holding his plate of food and begins to walk over to Jazelle. The girl has been sitting quiet the entire time, but once she sees Brock walking over to her, she asks if he's finally ready for them to have their battle so she can drag him back to the academy. However, Brock merely chuckles, saying she looks like she's hungry, and he brought her some food, offering her his plate that he had fixed for dinner. Brock mentions that Jazelle doesn't look like she has any camping supplies or food to eat while they're out here on the road, which is going to be something that's going to be a big obstacle for her if she doesn't correct that soon. But Jazelle remarks that she didn't plan to spend this much time in Galar. After all, they're supposed to be back at the academy already. They have only 10 weeks until the next year starts, so they need to make sure that they get back there with enough time to spare. That's why she's so insistent upon him and her having their battle as soon as possible, so Brock can stop chasing this fantasy that he's leading about beating the Galar Gym Challenge. She tells him it's a fool's errand, and the fact that he's continuing to do it just proves how naive he is. Even she, a mere second-year student, knows how notorious the Galar League is. It's world famous. There's nothing stronger across the planet. So for you to think that a new trainer could just waltz in here from any other region and challenge it and actually win is laughable, Jazelle says. But her condescending tone is interrupted by her stomach rumbling, to which Brock chuckles. Well, it looks like one of us here actually has the right idea about what we should be doing in our current situation. So here, take this. You should eat. After all, I wouldn't want you to be complaining because you didn't get a chance to eat anything in the previous days. To which, upon reflection, Jazelle realizes she doesn't really have a choice in this matter. She hasn't eaten since they left the Pokemon Center, which was 2 days prior, as she's been solely focused on following both Brock and Joe. She sits back down, taking the food from Brock's hand, and for a brief moment she has what seems to be a temporary lapse in her outer stone facade as she thanks Brock for the meal. The tone she uses is actually kind, to which Joe picks up on this, commenting that Jazelle is now starting to go soft now that she doesn't have all of her flunkies around. However, this would-be wholesome moment is quickly demolished when she snaps back, saying that this is more like it. They had better not forget who she is and remember to bring her food sooner next time. Brock just sighs as he thought that they were actually having a moment and they could have gotten gotten a breakthrough and had a discussion like normal human beings. However, Joe is the antagonist here, and he's making things worse between Jazelle and the rest of the group. As he sits back down, he really says that Joe should have kept his opinions to himself. While he appreciates his friend being out here in Galar with him and Jazelle both have a propensity for getting on each other's nerves, which is something that Brock really doesn't want to be around. He's got to stay focused on the gym challenge, and he wants to make sure that there's nothing there to distract him. Joe apologizes to a friend, stating that he understands what Brock is saying, and normally he wouldn't be like that. However, whenever Jazelle's around, after everything she's done, it just gets on his nerves, and with every word she speaks, it's like she's trying something new, some sort of conniving scheme to get somebody else in trouble. It doesn't matter what happens, he will never trust Jazelle. All the while, the girl is sitting alone in the dark with her now cold plate of food, listening to everything that Joe has to say about her, with the only thought running in her head: if that's what you think of me, then I guess that's what I am. 2 days later, our heroes arrive in the city of Hulbury. However, the trio has now turned into a duo, as once again in the middle of the night, Jazelle had left Brock and Joe behind. She hadn't given them one warning that she was leaving. However, for Joe, this couldn't make him happier, as without Jazelle around, and her plotting and scheming making them uneasy at every turn, the boy can finally breathe a sigh of relief, and not to mention that just her mere presence is a great weight lifted off the shoulders of both Brock and himself. This leads the two to a quick stop at the Pokemon Center, as while they're on the road, they were battling a lot, so Brock wants to make sure his Pokemon are clear to battle the gym today. Luckily, after a brief stop, Brock is given the go-ahead, as Nurse Joy sees that all of his Pokemon are in tip-top shape. She even compliments the boy, saying that he seems to have a delicate hand for looking after his Pokemon, to which Brock confirms that he does find it very gratifying when his Pokemon seem to be in their best condition for whenever they have to battle, so it's something that he pays extra close attention to when they're out on the road. Nurse Joy compliments the boy on his attention to detail before giving him the stamp of approval, and him and Joe head off to the Hulbury gym, with Brock or Joe arriving to the Grim, with Grookey in tow, who has taken quite the fondness to Brock as he likes to use the top of his head to sit on, kinda like a nest. The two head inside in an attempt to find the gym leader so that Brock can finally earn his second badge at the Galar region. However, this is where the two's happiness, most of all Joe's, is going to tank drastically, as when they get to the main battle area, they come across a girl that's dressed in one of the Galar League's battle uniforms, talking to somebody that they are all too familiar with, their traveling companion, Jazelle. It turns out this is where the young schoolgirl was headed, as she wanted to get the jump on them and get to Hulbury to talk with the gym leader, who they find out is named Nessa, before Brock or Joe could. And it just so happens, as our two heroes are approaching the conversation for Brock to ask for a chance to battle the gym for a badge, they overhear exactly what Jazelle is talking to Nessa about. The girl is telling Brock that he's a fraud. His sponsorship letter isn't real. He stole it from a former trainer that was challenging the Galar region. So there's no reason that Nessa has to or should accept the gym challenge from Brock, as she could lose her certification if she were to allow somebody that wasn't sponsored to challenge her gym. This immediately causes both Brock and Joe's blood to run cold, as they may have just been caught in the act for what's going on. However, Nessa is very stoic in her demeanor, not really saying anything at first, causing the tension to build between Jazelle, Brock, and Joe just that much more. But right before it's about to pop, she finally speaks, asking Brock if he does have this so-called fake sponsorship letter that the girl is informing her about, to which Brock, trying to hold back his shakiness at the chance of being caught, reaches into his bag to present the letter. Nessa takes it from the boy and begins to look it over, and for a moment, to which what seems like to Brock an eternity, the girl looks it over. Silence and no facial expression comes from the gym leader, as she gazes stoically at the letter, almost piercing a hole through it with the intensity of her vision. It's here she cracks an eyebrow, causing Brock to jut up a bit, as he's not really sure what she's going to say. But Nessa, much to the surprise of Brock and Jazelle, says this letter appears to be in order, so we can have our gym battle. This causes Jazelle to erupt in a temper tantrum, as she accuses Brock of trying to steal his way through the Galar League by using this forgery of a document. However, Nessa tells the girl to settle down. This document is real, so she has no choice but to accept his challenge. Brock and Joe both let out a sigh of relief. However, Jazelle is unwilling to let the issue die, as her temper tantrum goes on to a full-blown tirade, demanding that Nessa reconsider her decision. However, the girl will not, and this infuriates Jazelle, getting to the point to where Nessa has to have Jazelle drug out of the gym by security. All Joe and Brock can do is watch as a sigh of relief is plastered across their face while Jazelle is drugging away, kicking and screaming. Now that problem has been taken care of, Nessa turns back to Brock asking if he is ready for his gym challenge, to which the boy nods a bit, unsure of what just happened and if he's got a lucky break or if he's just running on borrowed time. However, a battle is a battle, and Brock decides that he's going to go through with it no matter what, so he tells Joe to take Grookey so that way he can meet Nessa on the battlefield. However, the little grass monkey doesn't want to leave Brock's head, as it enjoys being front and center stage to all the excitement that Brock's going to get to go through. So, to avoid any type of issues with the grass monkey like he had in the battle with Jazelle, he decides to just let it sit on his head for the time being, so that way he can get right to the battle. Shrugging, Joe's not going to really argue, as he's more concerned with what Jazelle is going to try to do next, so he's going to sit there and come up with a plan of his own. That way he can be ready for anything she might throw at them. Moments later, we find Brock and Nessa standing across from each other in the massive stadium that is Hulberry. While it is relatively empty, with only the gym official and Joe looking on, Nessa tells Brock that she doesn't want him to hold back. Give her everything that he has. After all, this is a Galar gym battle. The boy quickly smiles, knowing that he has just the Pokemon on his belt that can take on this gym, as he's pinning all of his hopes really on one Pokemon that he has caught, as he declares, "Joltik, go!" The electric arachnid emerges from its ball as it sparks, hitting the battlefield, ready to engage with any opponent that it may have. However, Brock and Joltik are going to quickly find out that their backs are going to be against the wall when Nessa sends in a Pokemon that Joltik really doesn't have any chance against, a Quagsire. Brock finds this out firsthand when he orders a Thundershock from his bug. However, Quagsire just tanks it, not showing the effects of the electric attack whatsoever, to which Brock is a bit surprised about. Why didn't that electric type feel anything? And this is where Nessa lets the cat out of the bag that her Pokemon is half ground, to which Brock's electric attacks aren't going to have any effect against her Pokemon, so she tells him he's going to have to do a little bit better than that, to which Brock immediately goes on the attack, calling for a bug bite, hoping to cause some damage. While Joltik is able to sink its fangs into Quagsire, it's really to no avail, causing minimal damage, and this allows Quagsire to retaliate with an Aqua Tail that slams into the arachnid, hard enough to cause it to see stars for the time being. This is where Brock tells Joltik that it needs to use its small side to the advantage once again. Evade Quagsire's attacks as Nessa goes on the assault with some mud shots. However, the water ground type is fast, and Joltik is barely able to outpace some of the attacks. It gets to the point where it's cutting it super close, nearly being nicked in one of its legs by the mud shot. This is where Brock knows that he's going to have to think a little bit outside the box if he has any plans of trying to beat this gym leader. But he has just the move that he thinks he's going to be able to use. As another mud shot comes barreling down towards Joltik, he orders the bug to use a string shot and wrap it around the mud shot. This causes the ball of mud to be encased in the silk before Joltik uses its weight and the momentum shift to swing the mud shot back in the direction of Quagsire, pelting it across the face while managing to bind the water type in some of the sticky webbing. This is exactly what Brock was going for, as he orders Joltik in with another string shot to try and lock Quagsire into place. The goal is simple. He aims to try and block Quagsire from being able to use any type of mud shot by keeping its limbs bound down. Luckily, Joltik's speed comes into play here, as it's able to quickly make its way around Quagsire before completely binding the mudfish. Then, in one final attempt to lock this battle down, Brock orders Joltik in with an attack that he's been saving for just this moment, as he orders Joltik to use an Absorb. Once again, the electric type locks its fangs into Quagsire. However, with it unable to move, it's able to get a firm grip as it begins draining the life force of the mudfish. Slowly, Nessa watches Joltik drain what HP that Quagsire has left as it replenishes its own health before the mudfish keels over, wrapped up kinda like a mummy and declared unable to battle by the gym official. Recalling her water type, Nessa compliments Brock as she's quite impressed with the way he handled Joltik. He's never seen a bug type used in that capacity before, and even though it was technically at a disadvantage with Quagsire, Brock still found a way to make it work. The boy tells her that he's been practicing with Joltik for a while now. It was his first capture here in the Galar region, so he's become very familiar with it, to which Nessa says it shows. However, not to get too comfortable, as her final Pokemon for this battle is going to make things a little bit more tougher on Brock, as she declares, "Dreadnought, your time to battle." A heavily armored turtle appears from the Pokeball as it lets out a long-drawn cry of its name, to which Nessa confirms to Brock that this is her strongest Pokemon. Dreadnought, so he better not take it too lightly. However, in Brock's head, he's doing the exact opposite of Nessa's advice, as he thinks he may already have this battle won. Quagsire wasn't extremely fast, and this thing looks like it couldn't even move past the speed of smell, to which Joltik, after being fully recharged from stealing the HP from Quagsire, is ready to go for a whole nother round, which means he might be able to one-shot this entire gym with just one Pokemon. However, he's going to quickly find out that that's not the case, as Nessa starts things off with a move that Brock has seen his dad use before, a Rock Polish. He quickly finds out that Dreadnought, while very tanky, quickly has a way around its slow speed, as the Rock Polish smooths the surface of its body, allowing it to move quicker, especially while using the water gym battlefield. And while Brock has seen this move in action before, he didn't really know the capacity to which it could be used, as just with the first usage of the move, it is able to quickly dodge the Thunder Shock from his Joltik before Nessa is able to retaliate with a Razor Shell, striking the bug across one of its legs, causing it to wail out in pain. This is going to cost Brock some of his speed, and it's only going to get worse from here as Nessa calls for her second Rock Polish, increasing the speed of her turtle that much more. Now, Dreadnought is outpacing Joltik and making things very hard for Brock, as the Rock type quickly comes crashing down on top of the bug with one of the moves that Nessa has been saving for just this occasion, a Rock Tomb. Just in the last moment before the rocks come crashing down, Joltik, at the command of Brock, is able to sling a web of slingshot, pulling itself just out of harm's way before it becomes a squished bug on the sidewalk. Knowing that he needs a new plan, Brock decides to recall Joltik for the time being, which kind of saddens Nessa, as she was really enjoying the altercation between the two. However, she and Dreadnought were the only ones, as Brock is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. He doesn't know what he can do. If he sends in Karkle, he's for sure going to just be sacrificing a Pokemon, as its typing is not set up to match the typing of this monstrosity. And with the current speed that it's at, they're going to be playing catch up the entire battle, which means the chances of Brock winning is actually slim to none. All of these thoughts play over on repeat inside of Brock's head, not allowing him to focus on what's really happening, as much to the surprise of Nessa and Joe from the stadium, Grookey has taken the battlefield, which as it begins to whack its little stick on the ground, it shocks Brock back to reality, and he realizes that the grass monkey has taken the position of his second Pokemon. This causes both Nessa and the gym official to ask if this will be his choice. However, Brock is unsure about this. Grookey is not his Pokemon, he doesn't even have its Pokeball, so why would it jump into battle for him? The boy tells Grookey to come on back, stop playing around. This is a serious gym battle, and Brock doesn't have time for this. However, something happens in this moment that Brock really can't explain. The look in Grookey's eyes, they change. And it's not a look that says it understands what Brock is saying, forcing it to come back. It's a look saying that it's going to battle no matter what. A look of ferocity, like it's been in many hard battles over the years. Our young hero doesn't know what it is, but for some reason he can't bring himself to recall the grass starter. So he tells Nessa that it's gonna be the one that he goes with. For some reason he just feels like it's right, to which Nessa confirms by accepting that this will be his choice, and the official makes the announcement for this next battle to begin, to which Brock is kind of at a disadvantage as he doesn't really know any of Grookey's moves. But this is where Joe cries out from the stadium, telling Brock to use his Pokédex so that way he can get an idea of the attacks that Grookey has. Quickly, the boy pulls out the Dexter, only to find that Grookey actually has a capable set of moves: Razor Leaf, Branch Poke, Taunt, and Scratch. So, as Dreadnought speeds down the rail trying to slam its jaws down on Grookey, Brock does the only thing he can really think of. He calls for a Branch Poke, but he tells Grookey to take its stick and, well, stick it in the mouth of Dreadnought as it tries to crunch down on the hand of the little grass monkey. While Dreadnought is fast and very heavily armored, it doesn't really have the attack stats to match its opposing side, and this is proven when Crunch is unable to break a simple stick that Grookey had placed in its mouth. This allows the grass starter to retaliate with a 4 times effective move, a Razor Leaf, that strikes the turtle across the face, forcing it to retreat back to its side as it clamps its jaws down, snapping the twig in the process. This move caught both Nessa and Dreadnought off guard, to which the girl once again is surprised that Brock was able to do that. However, she's not the only one, as this whole new side of Grookey has Brock just as amazed as she is. However, Nessa is done playing around, and she tells Brock so as she reveals the one thing that Brock had a feeling that she was going to use when she got into a tight spot, her Dynamax band. It's here that she initiates the process, throwing her giant-sized Pokeball only to reveal a more monstrosity-sized turtle. As Dynamax G-Max aura permeates throughout the stadium, Brock is left considering what he should do. Last time against Milo, he tried to run out the transformation, which was successful in him being able to win his first gym battle. However, he doesn't really know if that's going to work a second time. But there's also the problem of Grookey. It's not actually his Pokemon, and he doesn't have its Pokeball, which means he can't initiate any type of transformation with it. So he's gonna have to go for broke with the Grass Monkey as it is, to which surprises Nessa when both Grookey and Brock choose to engage with Dreadnought in its G-Max form without actually transforming. However, she's not going to waste any time and allow them to gain any type of advantage, as she calls for a G-Max Rockfall. As a giant stone slab appears in front of the turtle, it begins to wobble until it falls in the direction of Grookey. However, Brock is quick to order the monkey out of the way, but it ignores his orders as it darts down the battlefield in the direction of the falling slab, to which has Brock's mind going nuts, as this little grass type is about to be squished out of existence. However, it's here that Brock can see what Grookey is aiming for. It's looking to grab the two halves of the stick that Dreadnought has snapped before it transformed. But unfortunately, Brock can do nothing but yell to Grookey as the stone slab crashes down on the ground, leaving the fate of the grass starter unsure to both him and Nessa. But from within the fractures of the stone slab, Grookey crawls out, revealing that while it did take some damage, it was able to use its small side to its advantage, allowing it to survive temporarily. However, it's not going to be that easy, as Nessa is back on the attack again, calling for a max darkness. Dark energy permeates throughout the battlefield as it begins to engulf Grookey. However, Brock has an idea that he might be able to execute here, as Grookey has revealed that it is in possession of the two halves of the stick that it was able to grab. He literally tells Grookey to use the sticks to beat back the energy, trying to keep itself from being engulfed from the attack. So, Grookey does this, hitting the darkness back to what appears to be successful. However, it quickly learns that it doesn't have the power to match this type of attack, and it is engulfed in the darkness. And however, this time it's not so lucky, as when the darkness fades, it is left unable to battle, being declared so by the gym official. Brock walks out to the battlefield, picking up the grass monkey, telling it that it did just fine. However, next time, they should have a couple of practice battles together before they decide to take on a gym, to which Grookey confirms before fainting permanently in Brock's arms. The boy simply walks back to his side of the field and sets the grass starter down on the ground next to him so that way it can watch the rest of the battle. With only one option left, Brock wastes no time in sending back in Joltik. While the bug type has taken some damage and it looks like it's going to be moving a little slower, that's not going to be a problem, as Brock decides it's time to go big, as it recalls the bug type initiating its transformation, turning it into a colossal size arachnid as it rivals Dreadnought in its appearance. Smiling, Nessa knows that she only has one move left on her G-Max transformation. However, it's going to be all she needs, as she commands her Dreadnought that is now buffed by an increased stats all around, including its also overwhelmingly increased speed, to use a G-Max Stone Surge. Brock and Joltik watch as nothing but water and rocks begin to rain down from the heavens above, aimed for his only Pokemon left in the battle. This is where Brock is going to have to get a little creative, as he orders Joltik, though massive in size, to use its speed to its advantage, as the bug begins to jump around the battlefield, trying to avoid the stones as they fall, but it's making its way in the direction of Dreadnought. Unsure of what Brock is attempting, she tells Dreadnought to put more power into its attack, to which this causes the turtle to glow in an intense purple aura as it floods the battlefield with more energy. However, this is going to prove to be to the advantage of both Joltik and Brock, as he tells his bug to use the stones as they fall from the sky and climb upward. What we see is Joltik gaining altitude on Dreadnought before it's able to depart one of the stones and land solely on the back of the turtle, where it's unable to attack Joltik at any point. This is where the bug finally gains the upper hand. Brock orders for one final strike. Max Lightning! Now completely unguarded, the bug type floods Dreadnought with all the electricity that it has left in its body, forcing Dreadnought to subside in its transformation as it's revealed to have spirals in its eyes, and bringing this battle to a close. Brock is declared the winner by the official, as Nessa recalls her turtle, and she watches Brock be joined by Joe on the battlefield with Joltik on his arm. She had never seen anything like that before. Brock is becoming an ace at using G-Max to his advantage, to which surprises even her. For somebody with now only 2 badges, he's proving to be quite the formidable trainer. This is where Nessa approaches Brock and presents him with the water badge, telling him that he's officially won the 2nd badge of the region. congratulating him on all of the effort that he has put in. Brock takes the badge, thanking Nessa for the battle, telling her that he learned a lot about him and his Pokemon during this time. But he thinks that he needs to get Joltik and Grookey to the Pokemon Center, so if she doesn't mind, he's gonna leave now, so that way he can go get them taken care of. The girl nods as she thanks Brock for all of the unique ways he was able to use his Pokemon. Then she watches as the boy takes off with Joe in tow. However, as Brock and Joe vanish out of sight from the gym, Nessa picks up her Rotom phone and dials a number. Chairman Rose, I think we have a problem. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you guys feel about this part? How did you feel about Jazelle's low-life attempt to try and get Brock kicked out of the league by exposing him and his fake sponsorship letter? What was the reason why Nessa actually accepted the letter in the first place? How did you feel about the gym battle that Brock and Nessa had? And do you think that Brock is finally getting his hang on things here in the Galar region and he's gonna be able to make it the whole way to the end? And of course, what was the reason for Nessa contacting Chairman Rose? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with Joe, Brock, and Jazelle as they are all sitting on a train heading through the wild area. The next stop on their destination is going to be Motostoke. However, it's the same routine as usual, with Jazelle sitting off on the far side of the train car while Brock and Joe continue to conversate about what's going to happen next. All the while, Grookey's kind of running up and down the train car a little bit wild, just basically playing with anything that catches its attention. This is what leads us to the conversation with Brock and Joe as they're trying to figure out exactly who's Grookey's trainer. After all, whoever owns it has to be missing it something fierce. However, Brock speaks up to the contrary, telling Joe that Grookey doesn't seem to be any type of distress. It continues to stick with them no matter where they go. It's like the grass starter has just chosen them to be its group of friends. If it does have a trainer, then that means that Grookey is not in a hurry to go back to it, which could mean a plethora of things, good or bad. While Joe acknowledges the truth in Brock's statement, he does reiterate that Brock can't continue to rely on it. His last gym battle was only won because he used a Pokemon that wasn't his. If Grookey wouldn't have stepped in, then you would have had to resort to either Gyarados or Carkol, which both would have been bad choices. Brock understands what Joe's trying to say here, but this also brings up a sore topic of Gyarados and what Brock's going to do about this, to which Joe reiterates. However, the boy still hasn't come to a conclusion about this. The serpent is going to be difficult no matter what he does, but he's going to have to think of a solution soon. Brock just doesn't understand it. Whenever he was around it when his mother was alive, Gyarados was always totally obedient. It even let Brock ride on its back several times. So it's not like the serpent doesn't know Brock. It's just there's something else that Brock hasn't quite gotten on yet. However, his inner thoughts and conversation with Joe is going to come to a grinding halt when the train is forced to slam on its brakes as they can hear the grinding of the wheels on the track. Peering out the window, Jazelle lets out an incessant rabble about what's going on and how this is interrupting everything that she had planned for the day, only to reveal that there is a herd of Pokemon that have parked themselves on the train tracks, not allowing the train to proceed any further. And as they're in the wild area, they're kind of at the mercy of any Pokemon in this gigantic chasm that the train is traveling through until the Pokemon decide to move. So the conductor informs everybody of the delay, telling them that as soon as the herd is off of the tracks, then they will proceed on to Motostoke. However, they don't have an exact ETA on this yet. So this leaves our group of frenemies in a position of what they're going to do until this happens. However, Jazelle isn't going to be one to stand around, as she feels like that if she were to apply her knowledge to the situation, then she may be able to move things along a bit. So she decides to exit the train, going to face off against this herd of Pokemon that have made themselves at home on the tracks. They're the Pokemon known as Cutiefant and Copperajah. However, the giant steel types refuse to move, no matter how much Jazelle stamps her feet and yells at them. Even with the assistance of her starter Marowak, she's unable to really make any progress, as the steel types merely brush off the annoyance of these two much smaller beings. This is where we find Joe and Brock just sitting on a rock at the edge of the tracks, laughing at Jazelle and all of her attempts, which angers Jazelle even more, causing her to order Marowak to use a boomerang on the two. As the two continue to chuckle to themselves, the whooshing of the bone can be heard getting closer and closer, forcing both Joe and Brock to drop at the last second so they can avoid being pummeled by the bone. They both look up to see Marowak and Jazelle laughing at their misfortune, to which Joe scolds Jazelle for doing something like that. It was extremely dangerous and they could have been hit. However, the girl simply tells them that it's their fault. They shouldn't have been laughing at her. She's the only one that's actually being productive around here while they sit on their lazy butts doing nothing. This kind of catches both Joe and Brock off guard, as for once, Jazelle's actually right. They're not really doing anything, and this kind of rubs Joe the wrong way as he begins to devise a plan that he can try to use Choodle and Sableye to move the herd of pachyderms right off of the rails. However, this thought isn't going to get a chance to be completed before the sounds of whooshing come hurling back towards them again as Marowak's club returns to its hand, forcing both Joe and Brock to duck once more, causing Marowak and Jazelle to begin laughing once more. This causes an argument to break out between Joe and Jazelle that begins to get really heated as the two get into each other's face. Not liking the way that Joe is talking down to her, Jazelle orders Marowak to use another boomerang on the boy that is only a mere 2 feet away from her. Knowing that this could end ugly, Joe decides to send in Sableye to try and stave off some of the damage that is about to come his way. All the while, the two continue to argue back and forth, getting louder and louder and louder until they can hear the echoes ringing throughout the canyon on the far side of the wild area. Joe and Jazelle are in a heated argument as Sableye and Marowak begin to trade blow for blow. While this seems like it could be the most unproductive thing that the two could be doing the entire time, it did have a side effect that they weren't expecting, as it seems the herd of steel types that have centered themselves on the rails have decided that they don't want to listen to the humans bicker and argue anymore. So they begin to move on, to which only Brock notices. After a couple of minutes, the entire herd has completely cleared the rails, allowing the train to let off a very loud blow of its horn that is able to mute the two, as it signals that if they don't hurry up and get back on, then the train will be departing without them. It's at this moment when Joe and Jazelle turn to look at the train, they can see Brock already running towards it, yelling back that if they don't hurry up, then they're going to get left behind. The two and their starter Pokemon drop everything that they're doing as they run for the train, watching as its wheels spark and spin as it begins to pick up momentum heading down the tracks. The last thing they do is jump for one of the handrails as they pull themselves onto the train, both of them thankful that they were able to catch it. However, Joe is secretly wishing that Jazelle had missed it, just by a sliver. Now, with everything back on track, literally, Jazelle, Brock, and Joe return the status quo to what it was, with Giselle sitting on the opposite side of the car keeping to herself, while Joe and Brock discuss things going further. This leads us to a few hours later when we find them in Motostoke, the site of the 3rd badge of the Galar region. Brock is pumped. He can't wait to get a chance to battle this leader. He feels like he's on cloud 9 now that he has 2 of the badges that he's supposed to get to enter the Galar League, and the fact that his father couldn't even gain 1 makes the boy ecstatic beyond all compare. This causes Brock to forego the normal heading to the Pokemon Center to get his Pokemon checked out in favor of heading straight to the gym so that way he can get a battle started. However, Joe is quickly to remind Brock that it might be a good idea to take the day to rest. After all, they have been traveling, and while their Pokemon haven't really been out of the balls, they could still feel a little bit of fatigue. So it's best to be safe than sorry. However, Brock just simply tells Joe that don't worry, his Pokemon haven't battled, so this gym badge is as good as his. Not to worry. Joe simply shrugs as there's not really much he can do, while Jazelle tails them from a distance as she's thinking about her next plan of attack so that way she can get Brock to see things her way. This puts us firmly outside of the Motostoke gym. Brock is super excited and he wastes no time heading inside to ask the gym attendant if the leader happens to be in, to which the gym attendant confirms, telling Brock that they will signal the gym leader right away so he can have a seat right here in the lobby until Kabu gets here. Brock is even more excited now than when he entered the gym. His blood is starting to pump as his heart beats in his chest. This is the same feeling he's had whenever he battles any type of gym leader here in the Galar region. He doesn't know what it is, but whenever he feels the thrill of these battles, it's like nothing else matters in the world, and that's something he wants to continue to experience. All the while, both Joe and Jazelle watch Brock as he daydreams about what he's going to get a chance to do today in this gym and how he's going to stand victorious over the leader and his ace Pokemon. However, this daydream is going to quickly turn to a nightmare when Brock gets the chance to meet the leader of the Motostoke gym. He is a seasoned veteran of the Galar region known as Kabu. The old man walks up to Brock, greets him, and asks if he is the challenger that he has for the day, to which Brock quickly acknowledges, signaling that he is ready to start their battle. Kabu tells the boy to follow him into the gym. They are going to have a 3-on-3, so he hopes that Brock is ready. However, this slightly throws the boy off guard, as to this point he hasn't had a 3-on-3 battle before, and he only technically has 3 Pokemon. While Grookey would be a good choice, it's still not his Pokemon, so if any one of the gym leaders find that out, they could disqualify him for it. And then there's Gyarados, the one Pokemon that he really doesn't want to use in his battle ever since what happened with Milo. However, after all of the bravado he put up, there's no turning back now. Brock has no choice but to stick to his guns, as he and Kabu enter the battle area of the Motostoke Stadium. Just like all of the other gyms that he's been in, it is a massive stadium able to accommodate any Pokemon that Dynamaxes, and this gets Brock a little bit more excited, shaking off the fear that he was feeling before. Turning to the challenger, Kabu tells Brock to take his side of the field. They will begin momentarily. Kabu says that he hopes Brock has brought his A game, because this gym leader happens to be the one gym leader everybody has a problem with. If they can't beat him, then they have no chance of making it against anybody else in the league. With a brief gulp, Brock turns and heads to his side of the battlefield, thinking about what the leader just said to him. The fact that this is a 3-on-3 battle, and then the fact that he's as strong as all of the other gym leaders after him, this could be a real problem for the novice trainer. However, our hero isn't going to let this stop him, as Kabu sends in his first Pokemon, Ninetales. This is where it's revealed to Brock that Kabu is a fire-type gym leader, so he thinks he has the perfect counter in this with his own starter, as Carkol makes his appearance. As the battle is waved to begin, Brock is feeling pretty confident in both his starter's ability in Steam Engine and its typing with being half rock. This means that this should be a solid sweep. However, things are going to go south very quickly, as Kabu reveals that his Pokemon is equipped to handle a situation like this, as he orders Ninetales to start off with the Confuse Ray, while Brock in tandem tries to use a Flame Charge in order to increase its speed to outpace the attack. However, Brock overthought one key thing here, and that was the ability of Ninetales, as it's revealed to be Flash Fire, as when it's hit with the fire-type attack, it immediately gets a stat increase to its speed and nullifies any damage that Carkol would have been able to deal, all the while being hit with the Confuse Ray, causing confusion to set in on the rock type. Things are off to a rocky start, to which Brock fully realizes. He begins to call to his starter, trying to get it to come to. However, Carkol just merely hits itself in confusion, forcing Brock to recall it for the time being in order to break this. Well, that interaction didn't go as well, Kabu says. How about you try something else? But the problem is that Brock's other Pokemon all have something that's gonna not do him so well in this scenario. But unfortunately, the boy has to make a choice, or he will be disqualified from the gym battle. So, reluctantly, he sends in Joltik. But unfortunately, just like Carkol before him, Joltik is unable to deal with the pressure that Ninetales is able to provide, as with its increased firepower, it's able to quickly render the bug unable to battle with a flamethrower, giving Brock his first actual loss of the battle. This shakes the boy a little bit. However, he has no choice but to keep pushing forward, as he sends back in Carkol now that the confusion has been broken due to it being recalled. But unfortunately, just like before, Ninetales is going to demonstrate that Carkol isn't going to be able to really do much here. While Confuse Ray can immobilize it temporarily, Ninetales has a far more effective way of dealing with the fire rock type, as Kabu calls for one simple technique that's going to end its existence in a dig. The Firefox tunnels beneath the battlefield, only for it to emerge seconds later, striking Carkol with all the might that it has, causing the rock type to faint due to its 4 times a weakness to the move. This leaves Brock in a very awkward position. He hasn't been able to get past the first Pokemon in this gym leader, and much like the battle with Milo, he's beginning to realize that he is extremely outclassed, which means that if Milo truly was the weakest of the gym leader, as well as Nessa being the second weakness, then will he ever be able to get past this Kabu character? However, he's going to be left in a position to where he may find out in real time, as Brock is demanded to produce his final Pokemon. This is where Grookey decides to make itself known once again, choosing to be Brock's final choice as it jumps into battle. However, this is where Brock is going to come to some sort of sense about the situation, telling Kabu that he forfeits the battle. There's no way Grookey can stand up to Ninetales, and the other Pokemon he has with him isn't something that he'd rather use in this battle due to its inability to obey commands. So he feels that it would be best if he just forfeits for the time being. Kabu gazes at the boy with a stern look plastered across his face. However, what comes out of his mouth is the exact opposite to his look. He compliments Brock on knowing when to show restraint. He could have used his Pokemon in an attempt to try and gain some sort of leverage here, but rather than risk the safety of others, he's chosen to forego that and realized when he is beaten. For that, Brock does have Kabu's respect. although that's all he's going to be leaving the gym with today. Grookey is unsure of what's happening, as it was excited to face off against Ninetales, who is now patiently waiting against Kabu's side. However, Brock just tells Grookey that they should go. Their battle is over here today, but don't worry, they'll be back. Then the boy turns, walking off out of the battle area, with Grookey in tow trying to catch up to its new favorite person. Later that night, when Brock is rejoined at the Pokemon Center by Joe and Jazelle, the boy is contemplating his next move, fully aware that he is far outclassed by Kabu as a trainer. This is where Joe asks what is on Brock's mind, to which the boy comments that Joe doesn't have to worry. Brock has an idea on how he's going to be able to beat Kabu, but it's going to require some intense training. More training than he's going to be able to get here in Motorstoke. However, before Brock can finish his thought, this is where Jazelle cuts in. Finally! You've come to your senses. I've been waiting for this moment, for you to be dealt such a humiliating loss that you'll realize that your endeavors here in Galar are a complete waste of time. Now we can go home back to the Pokemon Institute, and everything will be right in the world. However, Brock just tells the girl that she couldn't be more wrong, causing Giselle's face to go long, as she thought she had finally been able to wear Brock down. Brock informs both the two that he's going to be heading into the wild area first thing in the morning, and he won't be back until he has a full grasp on his Pokemon and a way to finally stand up to Kabu. The loss he took today was humiliating, but what would be more humiliating is if he didn't actually give it a proper chance to try and beat Kabu. His Pokemon can do it. He knows that they can. They just need to get stronger. Giselle's jaw hits the floor, unable to really contemplate what Brock just said. It's complete madness on what he's doing. Why would he put himself through this? He should just head back to the Pokemon Institute. Everything would be easier there. However, the ever-supporting friend of Joe is fully on board with Brock's plan, telling the boy that he will be accompanying him into the wild area so that way he can help him train. And if they're both lucky, maybe they can catch some new Pokemon. Brock is fully on board as Grookey is sitting on the head of this new human, contemplating its next move, as it's a little peeved that it didn't get a chance to battle Ninetales. However, the grass type won't fight the decision of the boy at this current time, as the next morning they are heading out to the wild area. Even Jazelle has decided to tail the two, as she is afraid of being left behind because she still has it in her head that she can convince Brock that what he is doing is a fool's errand. However, no matter how much she pleads, Brock still refuses to accept her reality. As they leave the safety of Motorstoke's borders, heading into what could be the most dangerous place in central Galar. The trio trek as deep into the wild area as they possibly can, until they can no longer see civilization. Merely a couple of old remnants of times long forgotten. This is perfect, Brock says. Exactly where we needed to be. It's here that we'll make camp and we'll begin training. Finally, Jazelle says with a sigh of relief, they could stop. They've been walking for over half of a day now. It's here that Joe and Brock begin to set up camp, as they get their tents pitched and a fire going, as they realize that it's a little bit too late to start actually exploring the area, but they could do some light sparring and battling. However, it's revealed here that Jazelle still hadn't taken the heed of Brock's warning, as while they were in Motorstoke, she didn't take the time to do any type of shopping to get the gear that she needed to be out in the wild. Joe just merely shakes his head. How long is this girl going to continue to survive on dumb luck alone? But they have little time for this, as there is a strange noise that can be heard off in the distance. It sounds like some sort of fighting, to which has grabbed the attention of Brock, Joe, and Jazelle, but all for different reasons. You see, if it's this close, it could be a threat or a new opportunity. So Brock takes off in search of this ruckus that they can hear, with Jazelle and Joe in tow. While it takes a few minutes of running with Jazelle screaming at Brock and Joe to slow down so that way she can catch up, they eventually find the source of this noise, as a very familiar trainer that all of them have met but don't realize that they each know comes into view. The young boy Leon, who seems to be in the middle of training with some of his Pokemon. Actually, he's in the process of battling what appears to be a wild Pokemon, as his Charmeleon is able to clinch a victory against a Pokemon known as Corphish, before Leon throws a Pokeball at the ruffian Pokemon, catching it and securing a new capture for himself. This is where Brock calls out to Leon, to which the boy isn't too happy to see him. So, come to talk more smack about me and my Pokemon, Leon says. Well, I'll have you know that we were able to get our first 2 gym badges of the Galar region, as he reveals both the grass and water badges. However, Brock shows off the same thing, stating that Leon really hasn't been able to do anything that he hasn't been able to do. So he still stands by his previous statements. This causes Leon's blood to boil a little bit, to which he immediately challenges Brock to a Pokemon battle. While this is a little sudden, Brock isn't going to say no, as he did come out here to train. So he smiles, gladly accepting Leon's battle. And just to spice things up a bit, Brock offers for them Leon to make it something called a tag battle, where they both use 2 Pokemon at the same time. Leon has no problem with this, as Charmeleon is already out, and he decides that he wants to give a shot to his newest capture, sending back in the Corphish that he had just added to his roster. Smiling, Brock is excited about this prospect, as with the evolution of his Charmander into the Charmeleon, that means that this battle is going to become very intense. However, he cautions Leon against using Corphish, as he just caught it and it took a lot of damage, so it may not last that long. However, the boy doesn't want to hear anything that Brock has to say. He said he wanted a battle, so they're going to do this now. So Brock better produce his 2 Pokemon, to which Brock gladly does, as he sends both in Carkol and his Joltik. What follows is somewhat of an intense battle, as Joltik and Corphish both square off while Carkol and Charmeleon do the same. However, while Corphish is a bit weak from its battle with Charmeleon, it's still able to put up a decent fight, even though Joltik possesses the type advantage. This results in Joltik being able to just barely knock out the water type with a Thunder Shock. However, Charmeleon is able to gain the upper hand very quickly, as an Incinerate manages to roast the bug, dropping it, bringing this battle to a quick one-on-one, with Carkol being able to put up a serious defense. However, since the last time that Leon saw Brock, there have been a few changes to Charmeleon's moveset, and it showed here when Charmeleon is able to produce a Metal Claw that is able to crack the exterior on Carkol. The Rock type felt that one, but it quickly responds with an Ancient Power. This results in the two just exchanging blows like this back and forth, as their 2 pig-headed stubborn trainers just stand there giving the same command over and over again, and it eventually comes down to a battle of wills. But unfortunately, they're both too strong for each other, resulting in both Charmeleon and Carkol collapsing from pure exhaustion, each unable to best the other. Both of the boys recall their starters, a bit disappointed that they couldn't get the victory over the other, but that's the least of their worries, as it has now completely become nightfall around them, and both Brock and Leon's stomach begin to grumble as hunger has set in. This is where Joe tells the 2 that they should head back to camp. Leon can eat with them for the night, as it would be safer for them to all be in the same group as one anyway. While Leon isn't too keen on spending time with Brock, he's not going to turn down a free meal, as he and Charmeleon and the rest of his Pokemon haven't really had the chance to eat, so he takes them up on their offer, as long as Brock is going to keep his comments to himself, to which the boy says no problem. He just wants to offer words of wisdom to Leon, nothing more. But this is where Leon reveals that they're going to have to find his friend. He did actually come out here with someone, and she was supposed to be back by now. Luckily, the group won't have to go looking, as a girl calls out to Leon that is walking just down the hill that is to their right. With no hesitation, Leon excitedly waves to the girl, calling her by her name of Sonia. He tells her to come here. He knows this group, and they've offered to let them stay with them in camp for the night, so that way they can eat and be safer in the wild area. To which the girl is obviously excited, as she spent the entire day trying to document the Pokemon in the surrounding area. However, when night fell, that's when some other Pokemon started to come out. Pokemon that she didn't know that actually lived in the wild area. So she took a little bit of extra time to make sure that she documented as many as possible. But when she realized that the sun had finally completely set, she knew that she had to get back. Well, after all of the introductions are out of the way, this is where our group finds themselves back in the main camp, as Brock and Leon seem to be having a contest on who can choke down their food the fastest. While those 2 continue to eat like cavemen, Joe and Jazelle get a chance to actually know Sonia, and it come to find out that she's the granddaughter of the regional professor, Professor Magnolia. But that's not the most impressive thing about this conversation, as Grookey, who has been disappeared for a couple of hours now, finally walks back into camp like it owns the place, as it sits down next to Brock and his Pokemon and begins eating. This is where Sonia asks Brock if Grookey was a starter, but Brock shakes his head as he chokes down the last bit of food, stating that he doesn't know where it came from. Grookey just showed up one day randomly in one of his battles, and ever since then, it hasn't left. Brock has no idea where it came from or who it belongs to, but he does know that it has a trainer. Really, Sonia says. And how is that? This is where Jazelle chimes in, informing her that she tried to capture the grass starter, but the ball failed. This is where Sonia pipes up, as she was talking with her grandmother a few days ago, and one of the starters from the lab had gone missing. She wonders if this is the same Grookey. Brock says he wouldn't know, as he didn't get a chance to meet any of the starters when they were there and he was given his Dynamax band. However, Sonia is quick to realize that this Grookey may possibly be the same one that ran away from the lab. So she dials up her grandmother on the Rotom phone and tells her that she may have found the Grookey. It's been traveling with a human called Brock, to which Professor Magnolia is surprised, It's here that the old lady asks where they are at, to which Sonya currently responds that they are in the middle of the wild area. So she tells Sonya and Brock that they need to call her once they are back inside of the next major city, as she will transfer the ball for Grookey over to them once they are at the Pokemon Center. Brock and Sonya both nod before hanging up. Well, I'm glad that we finally got that figured out, Brock says, as he was starting to become a little bit worried that Grookey may have been separated from its actual trainer. But if it's just one of the lab starter Pokemon, then he'll be glad to get it back to Professor Magnolia. However, this is where Sonya begins to reveal something about Grookey. This Grookey has been with her grandmother for a very long time. She doesn't know what the reason is, but it seems like every time that it leaves with the trainer, it's back at the lab within a couple of weeks. Anytime it's chosen as a starter, Grookey just seems to not get along with the human. So in order to avoid any conflict as it becomes difficult to deal with, the humans just return them to the lab. It's gotten so bad that her grandmother no longer even puts it out as a viable option to be chosen as a starter. So Grookey has just become a permanent fixture in the lab. But it seems that since Grookey wants to travel with you, Brock, it may have chosen the actual human that wants to be its trainer. Really, Brock says, as he looks at the grass monkey while it chows down on food, as quickly as Brock and Leon were earlier. However, this moment of clarity is going to be interrupted, as a large roar rings out from the lake beside them, causing the group to turn only to reveal a tidal wave that is barreling down on them. And this is where we are going to leave our story for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What did you think about the gym battle that Brock had with Kabu? Did you really think that he was going to be that outmatched in the beginning? What about the battle that Brock had with Leon? It really seems like these two are the opposite sides of the same coin, with one trying to give advice and the other one really refusing to take it. And how about the revelation of who Grookey is, and the fact that it may actually want to be with Brock? And what about this strange attack that's engulfing all of our heroes? What do you think it is, and what do you think's causing it? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part right where we left off in the last place, with Brock, Joe, Jazelle, Leon, and the rest of the group all staring down a monstrous serpent that has emerged from the depths of the lake they are beside. The group can do nothing but brace themselves as a tidal wave of water comes crashing down on them, putting out their campfire and washing away all of their supplies. As all the humans and the Pokemon begin to regain their faculties and their vision comes into focus, it's revealed to be a giant red serpent, something that Brock is very familiar with, yet very different. It looks like a Gyarados. However, it's red and much larger than the one that he carries, and it appears not to be too happy with all these humans that have camped out along the side of its lake, as it begins to attack with the Hyper Beam, laying waste to everything in the surrounding area. The humans can do nothing but duck and cover as they try to avoid being hit by the attack. While there appear to be some close calls, it looks like that everyone was able to make it through that first barrage unscathed. Well, almost everybody. Joe's Choodle and Leon's Charmeleon were both hit by the Hyper Beam. Brock watches as both of their trainers tend to their Pokemon, only for a rage-filled cry to ring out through the surrounding area, as Gyarados is going back on the attack again. However, this time it's with a Dragon Pulse, as it once again lays waste to everything in the surrounding area. Joe and Leon both have little time to recall their Pokemon, before barely making it out with the hairs on their heads briefly singed from the power of the attack. Knowing he's going to have to do something, Brock sends in both Karkle and Joltik in an attempt to try and draw the attention off of his friends, and surprisingly, Jazelle comes to his aid as well, sending in both Marowak and her Farfetch'd. While Brock tries to thank her for the assistance, Jazelle tells him to mind his own business. This is for the greater good. It's not because she has some sort of deep connection with him or something. So, after all this is over, they're going to go right back to where they were before, being enemies, as the two trainers order all of their Pokemon to converge on Gyarados and start attacking. However, this is going to be to little success, as Gyarados is able to easily brush all of them away with an Aqua Tail that sends all of them careening, sliding across the landmass. This unfortunately takes out both Joltik and Marowak, but Farfetch'd and Karkle are both able to still stand, as Farfetch'd was right behind Karkle when it took the Aqua Tail, and it was able to absorb the power of the attack, increasing its speed to the highest point possible. This allows for a second assault that is actually going to see some success, as Karkle rushes in and slams into Gyarados with an ancient power. This is followed by Farfetch'd, as it uses its leak to try and spring up and smack the Gyarados on the head in an attempt to knock it out. However, this is going to be the end of the foul, as it is met with a hyper beam at point blank range, sending it into a nearby ridge, forcing Jazelle to run to check on her Pokemon. This just leaves Brock as the main focus of the Serpent's attention. However, Karkol's feeling in the mood for some new snakeskin boots, and it's not going to let this Serpent push it around, as it rushes in again at the command of Brock, trying to use a smackdown to cause some more damage. But unfortunately, the rock type has hit the limits of its endurance, as another Dragon Pulse is able to blast it away, bringing its tenure in this assault to an end. This just leaves Brock alone, staring down the Gyarados, as all of the other trainers had used the distraction that he had created to get the distance away from this Gyarados. Knowing he needs the Vamoose, Brock recalls Karkol in an attempt to turn tail and run for cover. However, this isn't going to be as easy as he thought, as Gyarados has seen Brock as the main aggressor of this group, as they have entered its territory, and now he wants to make sure that Brock doesn't make it out with his skin still intact. So the Serpent fires another Hyper Beam in an attempt to hit the boy. While the aim is just a little off, landing just in front of Brock, it stops him cold in his tracks, as there's nothing he can do or nowhere he can go. The boy can only turn to stare down what is certain doom. However, Brock will not remain frozen in fear. He's not going to let this stop him from being able to save his friends, and he knows that there's only one choice that he has that could possibly stand up to this thing, as he readies the ball of his mother's strongest Pokemon. Gyarados, I choose you! The matriarchal Seraphic pops from the ball, ready to engage in a fight with whoever decided that it was right for it to be locked in that wretched ball once more. However, as Gyarados emerges from the ball, the full scope of the situation comes into view, as it can see the giant red Gyarados staring it down. And unfortunately, to Brock's surprise, the red Gyarados is much larger than his Gyarados, almost twice the size as a matter of fact. However, his Gyarados isn't one to back down from a challenge, as it immediately engages with the Serpent, as it needs something to let out its aggression on. What follows is a knockdown, drag-out fight between the two, as they try to establish the dominance over one another. But unfortunately for Brock, and the sole surviving memory of his mom that he carries with him, Gyarados is unable to stand up to the red one, and it ends up losing, taking Hyper Beam and Dragon Pulses back to back that send it sliding across the wild area into an open rock face head first. This knocks it out cold, and Brock can do nothing but watch as this enemy Gyarados finishes it off with a Hyper Beam. With his last hope of being able to stave off any type of assault from this thing now unconscious, Brock does nothing but watch, frozen in fear, finally succumbing to his primal instincts. But luckily for the group, they have a guardian angel, as the gym leader of Motostoke, Kabu, was in the wild area for some late night training. Gyarados' assault was forced to halt as a blinding light catches the attention of it and everyone around him, as what appears to be a Dynamax Pokemon engages with the Gyarados. Whatever this thing is, it is a fire type, and it is far larger than anything that the Gyarados can produce. It is easily able to take out this water type, sending it back to the depths of the lake from which it came, and saving Brock and his friends from certain doom. This is where Kabu runs up to the group, asking if they are alright, to which Brock is finally able to break out of his trance, replying that they are, thanks to the gym leader. Kabu reprimands all of the kids for being in this area at this time of night. It's a very dangerous area with a lot of high-level Pokemon that live in it. Only a fool would be out here after sunset. However, Brock tells the gym leader not to get angry with everyone. It was his idea to come out here. After the gym battle, he wanted a place to train, to get stronger, so he figured the best way to do that was to be in the middle of where strength was, the wild area. While Kabu is peeved with the boy, he can't fault Brock for wanting to get stronger, though the way he went about it was foolish. He tells Brock that he shouldn't do this again. Now, come on, let's go back to the city, so that way we can get all of your Pokemon checked up. All of the kids recall their Pokemon before heading off, while Brock goes over to tend to Gyarados. Unfortunately, the Serpent is out cold, and it looks like it got the worst of all of the damage that anybody had took. Brock knows it's going to need some time to recover, which means it's going to be out of its Pokeball, and that could be a whole nother disaster. But unfortunately, the boy's not going to have any choice, as he recalls Gyarados to run off, catching up to his friends. About an hour later, we find the group of kids sitting in the lobby of the Pokemon Center with Kabu, as he is once again scolding them for that foolish decision that they had made. However, this is where Leon chimes in, as he tells Kabu that he can't be mad at him. He's never met the old man before, and he was going to be in Motostoke tonight if he hadn't run into Brock in the first place and they had a Pokemon battle. That's when Brock decided to make camp in the wild area, so he was just hanging out because they were offering him free food. However, Sonia tells the boy to shut up. They don't need his 2 cents, and Leon isn't doing anything to help the situation, who has been unusually quiet since they turned their Pokemon into Nurse Joy. While they're all sad about their Pokemon and they're hoping that they're okay, they have the wrong idea about what's going through Brock's mind. He's not hoping that his Pokemon are okay. He's hoping that Gyarados doesn't cause a rampage inside of the Pokemon Center, forcing another scene of destruction like what happened at the lake. Luckily, the boy's fears are put to rest when he sees the whites in Nurse Joy's eyes. The pink-haired woman tells everyone that their Pokemon will be fine. They're gonna need a day or so of rest, but after that, they'll be able to take them home. However, she needs to talk to the owner of the Gyarados, to which Brock stands up. She informs Brock that he is foolish for what he had done, to which the boy slumps his head, as he's already gotten a mouthful from Kabu. However, this tongue lashing is going to be a little bit worse, as Nurse Joy informs Brock that he needs to let Gyarados out of its ball more. Because he hasn't engaged with it and allowed it exercise, the serpent is malnourished, and because of it, the battle that you put it through made all of the injuries that it got that much worse. This catches everyone by surprise as they inquire to what Nurse Joy is talking about. She says that just because Pokemon are resting in their Pokeballs doesn't mean they don't need to be let out every once in a while. If you don't, then it's going to be akin to holding somebody captive and not allowing them to experience anything or eat or get any type of fluids in their system. They're going to grow weak over time, and eventually they'll succumb to the malnourishment and mistreatment that you've given them. This is a shock to everyone, but none more than Brock, as the only thing he can think of is how much time Gyarados has spent in that ball since his mother died. It's been over a year, and the times that it's been out has been less than what he can count on a hand. A weight of guilt washes over the boy, as with tears in his eyes, he asks if Nurse Joy can lead him to where Gyarados is. He needs to see the serpent. At first, the medical practitioner is hesitant in doing this, as when cases of neglect for Pokemon are found, she is supposed to report them to the proper authorities. However, Brock pleads with her. He didn't know. It was my mother's Gyarados, and after it died, the only thing that we could do to control it was keep it in the ball. I didn't know that we were actually hurting it. I was just trying to prevent it from hurting other people. Nurse Joy looks into Brock's tear-filled eyes, and although she's upset with how he's handled this situation, she can see that the words that he speaks are genuine. So she tells him that she will not report this neglect to Officer Jenny, but if he intends to be Gyarados' trainer, then he needs to do better by it. Now follow me. Nurse Joy then leads Brock outside of a pair of double doors behind the Pokemon Center to where a pool of water is. At the bottom of it, Gyarados lays, currently sleeping due to all the damage that it took. I will leave you now, Nurse Joy says, as she turns to walk back inside of the building to tend over the other Pokemon that has been brought to her. This just leaves Brock alone standing at the edge of the water. He's not really sure what to do. Gyarados could wake up any moment now, and if it does, then everything around it could be laid to waste. But then again, has his own fear and neglect of the Pokemon been the cause of everything that's been happening? The only thing Brock can do is just sit down by the edge of the pool, staring deep into the water at the sleeping Gyarados, while Brock and the rest of the people that they were with watch on from the doorway, wondering if the boy is alright. However, this is a journey he's gonna have to take alone, as Brock begins to think about all of his past experiences with Gyarados and with his mom. When Brock was younger and his dad was out on the road, the only person he knew was his mother. Sure, being the oldest allowed him the luxury of actually having some memories of his father before he went out on his own journey, but because Brock had spent all of his time as an adolescent with his mother, those are the ones that he remembers the most. The memories he holds most dear to his heart, and it's in these memories he finds echoes of the times past when his mother was battling in the gym. Brock digs deep to his first memory of Gyarados and the battle that it had had. There was a strong trainer that had come to the gym. They had had a reputation for being undefeated, and it looked like his mother was going to be the next victim on his path of conquest. However, things changed when his mother sent in Gyarados. While Brock's mom had other fully evolved Pokemon like Blastoise, Tentacruel, and Cloyster, Gyarados was different. The ferocity that it brought to battle, the precision in its attacks, the way it was able to execute each assault, it was almost like watching a masterpiece unfold before the boy's eyes. In this moment is when he first developed his love of water Pokemon. It was almost as strong as the love that his mother had had for him and his siblings. Gyarados was able to make a comeback battling this opponent, bringing his mom to victory, much to the surprise of everyone in attendance. However, there's one feeling that Brock has from that battle that he hasn't been able to shake, and that was the overwhelming fear he had had after watching Gyarados battle. But as things calmed, his mother called him over, telling Brock not to be afraid. Gyarados meant it no harm. At first the boy was hesitant, but as Gyarados coiled up around his mother, Brock can see one truth in this moment. The serpent would do whatever it could to protect his mother from any harm. Suddenly, the feeling of fear was replaced by a feeling of calm, giving Brock the courage to actually step forward to join his mother. As she scratched Gyarados on its favorite place place right below its chin. The boy then asked his mom a simple question: why is Gyarados so calm around his mother? To which Brock got an answer that he didn't expect from the woman. She tells her oldest son that Gyarados responds to one thing, even though it may not look like it. If you carry love in your heart for the serpent, then it will respond to it, reflecting the affection tenfold. Gyarados is a proud Pokemon, and it's my oldest Pokemon. I've had it since it was a Magikarp, and this is where the young Brock makes a statement saying that Magikarp is the weakest of all Pokemon, to which his mother confirms is true. However, no matter how strong or weak it was, it never changed my feelings towards it. I loved Magikarp as it was, and when it evolved into Gyarados, that didn't change. However, Gyarados was finally able to show its affection for me in the battles that it was able to win. Brock then flashes forward a little bit in time to a new memory, a memory of when Gyarados took its first major loss that he had ever witnessed. However, even though everything about Gyarados was built on the pride that it had in its power, it still did not show any aggression or malice towards his mother, as she merely apologized for failing it as its trainer, as she again caressed that spot that it enjoyed underneath its chin. Then we ripple away to the last battle that Gyarados had with Brock's mother before she started getting sick. It was victorious, as always. However, this battle was different as Brock's mother gave the final command. She collapsed from the strain of it all. Gyarados was too caught up in the previous battles that they had had to even notice anything wrong with Brock's mother, and as it launched the final Hydro Pump of this battle, it watched from the corner of its eye as its trainer collapsed. Even though the serpent was able to win the gym battle, that didn't matter, as it coiled around its trainer, trying to do anything that it could to help it. But unfortunately, Gyarados could do nothing. After everything that the human had done for the serpent, believing in it, showing it the love and affection that it had craved for so long, the big blue behemoth was unable to do anything in return. It's this exact moment that Brock remembers all too well. It broke Gyarados inside. Something snapped, causing it to rampage in that exact moment. And the only thing Brock's mother could do was recall it before handing the Pokeball to her son and telling him to keep it safe. It was quickly after this that things took a downward spiral, as his mother was then able to fulfill her duties as a gym leader, resulting in the gym getting less and less traffic, and her Pokemon becoming neglected. But none more so than Gyarados, as the other ones were at least allowed outside of their Pokeballs to help out wherever they can, making sure that their trainer was alright. But unfortunately, that day finally came when his mother was no longer with him. Everyone got to say goodbye in their own way. That is, everyone except Gyarados. Brock was in charge of the serpent, and he was afraid to let it out of its Pokeball. Then when his father came home from his journey to take over the duties of the gym, he just assumed control of everything. He didn't talk to Brock about anything. He didn't even try to reach out to Gyarados. And it's in this moment that Brock has an epiphany. It's because his father knew exactly what Gyarados was going through, and there was nothing that his father could have done to calm the serpent in that moment, or potentially ever. And as Brock's memories fade back to the present, he is met with a sight that he wasn't expecting. Gyarados has its head just out of the water, staring at the boy with an intense rage that only it could be capable of. However, something in Brock has changed. The fear that he had always felt for Gyarados has been replaced with guilt. Guilt for how he treated the serpent. Guilt for not giving it a chance to help it mourn. For not allowing it to just take out its anger and frustration. It's the only one out of everyone that loved his mother that hasn't been allowed to properly grieve. It's here that the boy does something that he never thought he would, to which causes Gyarados to get a little on edge, as Brock slowly begins to wade in the pool, trying to reach Gyarados as it snarls at the boy, kind of warning him not to come close. However, the boy is undetermined as he slowly pushes his way through the water. This causes Gyarados to become uneasy as it slowly begins to thrash about. However, the amount of damage that it took from that battle with the red Gyarados is obvious, as its strength is still weak. However, try as it might, it cannot scare Brock. The boy remains undeterred no matter how violent the waters become, as he pushes his way deeper and deeper into the pool until him and Gyarados find themselves looking face to face. The serpent slowly begins to charge a Hyper Beam as it prepares to take out all of its anger and frustration on this boy. However, the boy shows no no fear as he slowly begins to reach out his hand, trying to make its way to one particular part of Gyarados, the same place his mother always used to rub after they had a successful battle. The lower portion of its chin, right behind its mouth. This causes Gyarados to freeze as the memories of its trainer come flooding back into it. The serpent slowly drops the Hyper Beam as it lowers its head to Brock's level, looking at a boy with a stare full of sorrow and anger, something that Brock is able to reciprocate in this moment when he tells the serpent that he is sorry for everything that it has been through. He didn't take into account its feelings about anything, and Brock understands that the way it's been acting has been in a direct response to his mother's passing. He never wanted to cause it pain, and if there's anyone that should understand it, it should be him of all people. I understand if you would never want to take an order from me, Brock says. That is your right, and after you've been treated, it's completely reasonable. Just know that my care for you is no less than what my mother's was. The serpent stares at the lone boy, unsure of what to make of it. However, this feeling is reciprocal with Brock. He doesn't know what it is, but he no longer has that overwhelming fear that he used to have whenever facing Gyarados. It's like everything has melted away, and all he feels for it is the emotion that his mother taught him, love. While Gyarados isn't his Pokemon per se, it is the last surviving bit that he has of his mother, and he will do whatever it takes to show it the same kindness and affection that his mother did its entire life. The next morning, Joe finds Brock and Gyarados asleep beside the pool of water. At first, the boy has ill thoughts, thinking that Gyarados may have done something to Brock, as he lets out a shriek of terror, which causes both of them to wake up. This forces Gyarados into a defensive coil around Brock as it begins to get aggressive. However, the boy just rubs it on his chin, telling Gyarados to be calm. Joe doesn't mean them any harm. Wait, Brock, is everything okay? Joe asks, to which the boy confirms that he is. Him and Gyarados were able to come to an understanding last night, and they were able to help each other work through something that they both needed. So, what are you gonna do now, Brock? The boy responds that he's gonna be spending the next week or so here at the Pokemon Center until Gyarados is back up and ready to move around again. And then, providing that it's able to battle, he intends to re-challenge the gym, and he intends to use his mother's ace Pokemon, as Gyarados is a battler, and far be it from Brock to keep it from what it does best. It's here we fade a couple hours into the afternoon, as Nurse Joy told Brock that he needs to go take a break while she tends to Gyarados' injuries. So the boy headed inside to where he's met with Sonia and Leon. This is where Sonia reminds him that her grandmother requested that they call her, so that's what him and Sonia do. This is where Brock informs Professor Magnolia that Grookey followed him from the lab, so he would like to return it. If she could send over its Pokeball right away, then he would gladly return it to her. However, Magnolia stops Brock, telling him that she won't be doing that. Grookey has chosen the boy. That starter has been with more than half of a dozen trainers, and each one returned it within 2 weeks of it leaving the lab. She was beginning to think that it would never partner with somebody, but Grookey left the lab of its own accord to follow you, Brock, which means the grass starter has chosen you. So whether you like it or not, it is your Pokemon. Magnolia then sends over the ball, telling Brock good luck. She hopes that he's able to unlock Grookey's hidden potential before hanging up the phone. Pulling the Pokeball from the transfer pad, Brock wonders what Magnolia meant by Grookey's true potential, as he looks at the grass starter before recalling it into the Pokeball, registering it to his Pokédex as his fourth Pokemon. This is where Joe chimes in, saying it looks like Brock may be ready for that gym battle sooner than he thinks, as they turn to see Nurse Joy presenting Brock with the Pokeball of Gyarados. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What did you think about the battle that Gyarados had with the red Gyarados in the wild area, and how Kabu had to come to the raid? How did you feel about the backstory with Brock's Gyarados and the attachment that it had to its mother? And do you feel like his fear was justified and the two were able to come to some sort of agreement? Will there be any other divisions between the two going forward while Brock continues his Galar challenge? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with Brock and Joe training once again in the wild area. The two have been out here for the better part of a week with the warning from Kabu that he may not be there to protect them at all times, so they had better be careful. However, Brock felt that this was something that he was going to desperately need in order to beat the fire-type gym leader. So he and Joe headed into the wild area, which they figured Jazelle would have been the one to tail them in. However, when they informed her of where they were going, she just kind of dropped off. Nobody knows where she had gone to. But this doesn't surprise Joe or Brock. She has the habit of doing this, and they're sure that with enough time, she'll be back. This brings us to our current state of affairs. Brock and Joe are in the midst of a Pokemon battle. While the two have been practicing a lot as of late, the main focus for Brock isn't to increase the strength of his Pokemon. It's actually to understand Gyarados a little bit better. While the Serpent has come around to the boy as they have recognized that their bond with his mother is what ties them, it's still a bit wary of Brock, as there's one thing that both it and the boy have come to realize, which is the fact that he is not his mother. Even though Gyarados knows Brock, the years of experience that his mother had just as a Pokemon trainer in general is what helped them in a lot of their battles, and it has become quite apparent that Brock isn't that adept at handling the Serpent, not like his mother was. So that's what Brock has been trying to do here, as words of his father echo in his mind. In order to battle with the Pokemon at its fullest, you have to understand it. So if Brock doesn't battle with Gyarados, then he wouldn't truly understand it. While it's been a bit tedious, as Gyarados has been the only real Pokemon that Brock has been using, while his others kind of just do what they want, there have been some fruits that have been bore over this last week. The first thing is, and the most important, that Brock and Gyarados have begun to understand each other, and they've grown a little bit closer because of it. However, he's still lacking in the timing of the attacks and the battle department, but with enough time, the boy will get there. However, the biggest revelation over the last week is actually Joe, and more specifically his Choodle. With the intense battle experience that it's been going through with Brock and Gyarados, the turtle has actually managed to take on a second evolution and Dreadnought, which has actually excited Joe because when he saw Nessa use her Dreadnought in the battle that Brock had with her, it had its own very special G-Max form, which means Joe may actually get a chance to get a G-Max Pokemon of his own, which if he takes that back to the academy, then the boy knows he's going to be on top of everything. But as these two continue to train, on the very far end of the wild area, the one known as Jazelle has been trouncing around looking for something over the past couple of days. The reason why she's in the area is simple. Now that Brock has Gyarados on his side and it's actually starting to at least listen to the boy's commands, she's going to need something that can stand up to him, because if she doesn't, then there's no way she's ever going to be able to take him in a battle. Luckily for the stubborn, stuck-up girl, her persistence has paid off, as she's been tracking a certain Pokemon over the last couple of days, and this Pokemon could be just what she needs to challenge the power of Brock and his Gyarados. But the real question is, what is she going to use to challenge it? Back with Brock and Joe, they're at the end of the final day of Brock's training, and while things have been very successful, they've decided that it's time to call it a day, as the sun is beginning to set. This is where we find the two around a campfire with all of the Pokemon, as Joe begins to discuss what Brock's plan exactly is going into battle with Kabu. However, the boy tells him he's not exactly sure yet, but one thing's for certain, he knows that it's going to involve Gyarados. Joe tries to ask another question, however he's interrupted when Sableye begins to grunt heavily as it begins digging into the ground like a madman, which isn't unusual for this time of day, as this is usually when Sableye starts trying to find the rocks and the stones that it likes to snack on for its meal times. However, this time is a little bit different because the ghost type is almost obsessed. Like if it doesn't get what's at the bottom of this hole, then it's going to become a life-ending experience. However, as Joe begins to investigate, the ghost type finds what he's looking for as it pulls up a strange gemstone that Brock or Joe have never really seen before. But to Sableye, this is something extremely precious as it pulls it in close, petting it almost like it's obsessed with it. However, the ghost type and the rest of the Pokemon, as well as Brock and Joe, are going to be in for a rude awakening, as there's been one Pokemon out in the grasslands of the area that they're in that has been watching Sableye's activities, and this Pokemon makes itself known as it begins to attack the ghost type in order to try and get what it desires. This Pokemon has come to be known as DIDNT, and the fat squirrel isn't giving up. It and Sableye begin to have an all-out battle in order to see who's going to be the true owner of the stone that the ghost type found. It gets to the point that things are so intense, all the other Pokemon, besides Gyarados, decide to interfere in an attempt to try and separate the two. However, this is going to be to no avail, as it becomes very obvious that the only way this is going to be solved is if DIDNT is caught, which reluctantly, Joe is going to be the one who has to do this, as Brock tells the boy that he has no interest in the Pokemon. So, in order to save his starter and use the confusion of the situation to his advantage, Joe throws a Pokeball at it, to which, even though the squirrel seems very bulky and strong, it's actually really a pushover, as the ball only takes one shake to catch it, reluctantly adding the normal type to Joe's team. With a sigh, the boy looks down at the ball, knowing full well that he now has the responsibility of this embarrassment on his hands, which causes Brock to laugh as the fire roars and the night fades on. This brings us to the very next day, and after a stop at the Pokemon Center for Brock to get his Pokemon checked out, they find themselves back at the Motorstoke Gym. Brock is excited. He has a skip in his step and he can't wait to get this battle underway. Even if he loses, he doesn't feel like his time in the wild area was a complete waste, as it's allowed him and Gyarados and the rest of his Pokemon to begin bonding, getting them closer than they have ever been. However, the pep in Brock's step is going to be halted as he enters a gym to see Kabu standing there, but he is not alone. He's standing with a man that Brock has only ever heard of once, as the gym leader points to Brock, stating to the person that's standing next to him, "That's the boy you seek, Chairman." The man begins to walk to Brock, to which he notices that this man bears a striking resemblance to Peony, and as the man begins to introduce himself, Brock asks if he is Chairman Rose, brother to the champion. Letting out a bit of laughter, Rose acknowledges this, saying that he is the chairman of the Pokemon League, and the big brother to that free spirit Peony. This excites both Brock and Joe, as they hadn't had a chance to meet Chairman Rose at this time. However, that does bring to question why the chairman has come the whole way down to the Motorstoke Gym. Is he here just to watch Brock's gym battle? But unfortunately, the boys' excitement is going to get its parade rained on when Chairman Rose's tone changes completely, as the man wastes no time getting straight to the point and calling into the question the validity of Brock's sponsorship letter. Chairman Rose immediately calls Brock out, telling him that the only sponsorship he's listed in the last year is the one for the boy called Leon, and his brother nor any of the other gym leaders of Galar have issued any other sponsorships. So the sponsorship letter that he's been presenting to gyms is something that Chairman Rose is quite curious, because he does not believe it to be a legitimate document. Now sweating and shaking uncontrollably, Brock reaches into his bag, trying to grab the letter to present it to the chairman. "Hey, here you go," he says, stuttering as he presents the piece of paper to the chairman, to which the man immediately snatches it from the boy's hand before giving it a quick look over. It's here that Chairman Rose calls Kabu over, as he wants to get an opinion on the signatures, to which Kabu confirms that it is the signature of the person he is questioning. The chairman says it can't be, however he's going to have to make a call. He then tells Brock that he's going to take this letter for a second, as he walks to the other side of the gym to where he is just out of earshot of anybody who's trying to listen in. The chairman then begins to dial a number on his Rotom phone, and as he disappears behind a wall for what seems like an eternity, there's silence throughout the gym as Kabu stands there looking at Brock, to which the boy reciprocates. However, they both say nothing. Then, as the tension can no longer be taken by Brock and he is about to collapse from the pressure of the situation, a yell of frustration echoes throughout the empty building, followed by Chairman Rose appearing once again, walking with a pace and vigor of someone who is extremely agitated at the situation. He then comes up to Brock, giving him back the letter, saying that it is a legit sponsorship, and he as the chairman would like to welcome him to the Galar region. "Now please, commence your battle with Kabu." The chairman says this kind of with anger and irritation in his voice, but Brock isn't in any position to argue, as the entire situation has him shaking like a leaf. But before Brock can thank the chairman, Rose turns, telling Kabu to commence, and to make sure that he fights this boy with his full strength. The chairman then turns and walks out of the gym with what you can tell is agitation in each step, leaving both Brock and Joe in complete and total disbelief at the situation. "Well, you heard the man," Kabu says. "Shall we get started with our gym battle? Your rival, Leon, was here last week, and he was able to beat me. So tell me, would you be able to accomplish what he did?" Shaking off the complete and total confusion of the situation, Brock turns to acknowledge Kabu, telling him that he is ready, and he will do whatever it takes to win this gym battle. Kabu smiles, telling the boy, "Then take your position, so we can get started." Trying to shake off all of the nervousness he just had, Brock hands Joe his bag, telling the boy to take a seat while he engages with this gym battle. However, Joe approaches this from a point point of caution, asking Brock if he thinks that it's a little weird how everything just went down. But Brock says that he is allowed to challenge the gym. Even the chairman of the actual Pokemon League for Galar said so he's not going to waste this opportunity. Very well, the boy says, as he goes to sit down in the bleachers while Brock and Kabu take their positions. With a signal to make their first choices, Brock knows instantly who he's going to go with, to which this choice may surprise Kabu, as the boy readies his first Pokeball. However, the gym leader is not going to hold back either, as he has a Pokeball in mind as well, to which he immediately sends it in, declaring, "Salazzle, go!" The poison lizard emerges from its ball, as Kabu has decided to go with the Pokemon that Brock has yet to see. However, this is not going to change Brock's decision, as he wants to go with someone that he has been quite curious about over the last week, as he reflects back to the conversation he had with Professor Magnolia. I hope you can bring out its potential, but it's in this moment that he declares, "Grookey, your time to battle." The grass starter emerges from its ball with its stick in his hand, ready to take on the fire lizard. This actually does surprise Kabu, as he's not really sure why Brock would choose a Pokemon that he didn't want to even battle the previous time. However, Brock quickly explains this, informing Kabu that Grookey wasn't actually his Pokemon at the time, as he didn't have his Pokeball, but he's managed to get it since then. So now the Pokemon is actually his. Well, let's see exactly what the grass type can do, considering it's at a massive disadvantage against my fire type, Kabu responds, but Brock tells him not to worry. They have everything they need. Isn't that right, Grookey? As the little monkey smacks its stick on the ground. Kabu gives Brock the first move, to which he orders a screech from the little monkey. Following through, Grookey begins to yell at the top of its lungs as Salazzle begins to grow irritated, plugging its ears with its fingers. However, Kabu isn't going to let this go on for too long, as he tells his fire lizard to use the Dragon Pulse. The energy-based attack tears down the battlefield as it prepares to strike Grookey with enough power to take out the chimp. However, Brock tells Grookey that it's time to use its stick to their advantage, ordering it to use a branch poke to pole vault it into the air above the Dragonic attack. This puts Grookey firmly in the driver's seat, as it's able to come down on top of the fire lizard, smacking it in its snout with its stick. What happens next is almost comedic, as while this wasn't a super effective attack due to it being a grass type attack onto a poison fire type, it did cause Salazzle to bite its tongue, forcing it to wail about briefly, as it stops the dragon type attack in favor of trying to make sure that it didn't bite its tongue off. This throws Kabu off a bit, as it gives Brock an unusual opening, to which he uses to his advantage when Grookey hits Salazzle with a knockoff. However, Kabu tells Salazzle to quit playing around. It's time to end this. Use Sludge Wave. Unfortunately, what Kabu predicted is just the case, as while the grass monkey charges in to try and knock some damage into Salazzle, it unleashes a poison type attack that tears across the battlefield, connecting with the grass type, finally bringing an end to what can be considered to be a facade of a Pokemon battle. As the grass type lays there with spirals in its eyes, Brock sighs a bit, knowing full well that there was a long shot, but he figured he'd try anyway before recalling the grass type. Well, Brock, I hope your second Pokemon is a lot better than that, because while that was great for entertainment, it wasn't exactly going to be winning any major battles. Not yet, Brock says, but once I have some more time with it, I'm sure Grookey will be an all-star. As he readies his second Pokeball, the one of his starter, Carkol, your time to battle. As the mid-stage evolution emerges from its ball, Kabu smiles as he thinks that this is more like it. He always loves to test his fire type against another. However, things could be a little bit dicey here, as Carkol's typing will be difficult to deal with, and because Kabu can't change out like Brock can, he's gonna have to get creative. But the gym leader has years of experience on his side, so he's confident that Salazzle will be able to do something here. With the call for this battle to start, Brock wastes no time, immediately calling for a smackdown, to which Kabu uses Salazzle's superior speed in order to fire off a Dragon Pulse when it dodges the first attack. This Dragon Pulse is able to connect point blank with Carkol. However, Brock had a plan for this, as he knew that Carkol wouldn't be able to avoid it, and he wanted Salazzle to use exactly that attack, as the boy counters with a rapid spin that forces his rock type to spin at a high rate of speed as it pushes through the dragon type attack, connecting with it, as it uses all of its weight to send Salazzle into the gym wall. While this isn't enough to completely take out the fire lizard, it is enough to send a message. Salazzle's gonna have to try a lot harder than that, or it may run the risk of being knocked out before it even has a chance to begin, to which Kabu receives loud and clear, ordering the poison type on the attack with a Sludge Wave. However, Brock is able to easily combat this by using an ancient power that tears through the attack and strikes Salazzle once again. And unfortunately for the fire type, while this doesn't knock it out, it does have an added bonus for Carkol, as it glows in some sort of aura, to which Kabu immediately realizes that ancient power was was able to increase the stats of Brock's Pokemon. Things are not looking good for the gym leader, but he has to press on, ordering Salazzle in with the foul play. The lizard does whatever it can to weave in and out of the shadows, using the battlefield to its advantage, kinda like a camouflage. However, Brock isn't going to waste any time here, ordering Karkle to use a flame charge. While he knows that this fire type attack won't be that effective against Salazzle, that isn't the point here, as it collides with the lizard, not knocking it out, but having an added effect which Brock is looking for. It's here that Brock clues into what Kabu is trying to do. He knows that Karkle can easily take Salazzle, so he's trying to use this time to increase its stats in any way possible, so that way when his next Pokemon comes out, Karkle will be able to make quick work of it. However, the gym leader realizes this too late, as Brock is on the attack again with another ancient power, to which Salazzle risks it all, trying to melt the boulders with the flamethrower. However, the fire type attack is not enough to hold off the rocks, as they are slammed into Salazzle, bringing this battle to an end. Brock celebrates that he was finally able to get past one of Kabu's Pokemon. However, he knows that it came at great cost, as Karkle is looking a little scuffed up, but the rock type simply ignores this, proud of its ability to win this battle, and is signifying this by letting off a little burst of heat, telling both Kabu and Brock that it's not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. As Kabu recalls Salazzle, he begins to ponder his next plan of attack, to which he thinks that his second choice should be the one to do this, declaring Ninetales, go! As the Firefox emerges from its ball, Brock knows immediately that this was the Pokemon he was waiting on. This is the one that he couldn't beat last time with 3 Pokemon, let alone 1. So if he can get past Ninetales, then that means he's truly grown, even if that's as far as he's come today. However, the boy knows full well that there is a real threat awaiting on the horizon, as flashes of that Pokemon that Kabu used in the wild area replay in his mind over and over again. However, he's not going to have time to dwell on that, as the call for this next battle is due to start, and Brock figures that he has the advantage when it comes to speed here, so he orders a smackdown from his starter. But unfortunately, Ninetales is going to prove that it still has a bit of superior speed here, when it's able to easily dodge at the command of Kabu, firing off a Confuse Ray that is able to send Karkle into a spiral of confusion. Suddenly, the smile that Brock had plastered across his face sinks as a frown begins to form. He knows full well what this means. Karkle could be at the point to where he could lose it, as due to all the stat buffs that it's got, if it were to hit itself, that means there's a very good chance that it would knock itself out, without Ninetales really having to do anything to accomplish this. Kabu smiles as he tells Brock that he didn't think he wouldn't have a contingency for his stat buff Pokemon, to which the boy just tells Kabu that that doesn't mean that he won't still continue to use Karkle. He believes in their bond, and they're going to prove that right here, as he calls for another rapid spin from the start. Feeling like this will be an easy victory, Kabu quickly counters by calling for a quick attack, to which Ninetales easily uses this increased speed to dodge Karkle as it begins to spin rapidly across the field, setting the confusion on overdrive as it strikes a wall, hitting itself and causing a little bit of damage. However, this doesn't detour Brock, as he orders his starter to use a smackdown, but unfortunately it's quickly countered again, as Ninetales uses another quick attack to evade, as Karkle strikes itself with the rock on top of its head. Brock knows full well that he should swap here, but unfortunately there is one real reason why he's been keeping Karkle in, and it's because he wants to keep Ninetales' Fire Blast turned off. No matter if there's a type advantage or not, that thing is powerful, and if Ninetales has access to a stab type of move, then Brock could be looking at another loss here. So like it or not, the boy is going to push forward with Karkle, but luckily his trust in his Pokemon is able to finally pay off, as at the command of an ancient power, Karkle is able to snap through as it begins to stack boulders atop a boulder, sending them careening throughout the battle area. And unfortunately for Kabu, the quick attack strat isn't going to be able to pay off here, as while Ninetales can dodge 1 or maybe 2 different assaults, dodging 5 to 6 at a time is going to be a little bit difficult, as the fox takes 2 of the boulders that came careening its way, finally causing the first set of damage that Brock has been able to do to it. But they're not out of the woods yet, as the confusion has not fully broke, with Brock calling for another ancient power. However, Kabu isn't going to let another one have the chance of hitting, because that could bring Ninetales to an end in this battle. So he decides to go on the offense, using Ninetales' other super powerful attack in Extra Sensory. As the fox's eyes begin to glow, Karkle finds itself being assaulted from all sides mentally and physically, as Ninetales begins to turn on the pressure. And while Karkle is trying to fight the confusion and unleash its own attack, this is increasing strain on the rock type, which could cause it to finally break, being knocked out in this battle. However, Brock has one thing up his sleeve that he has yet to try, and he doesn't even know if it'll work, but he's going to do it anyway, as he dons his Dynamax band and holds Karkol's ball inside the palm of his hand. It's at this point that Kabu realizes what the boy is going to do, as Brock recalls Karkol in initiating a Dynamax transformation. As the rock type pops back out from the ball, a surge of energy erupts from the battlefield, as Ninetales' extra sensory is broken and the confusion is broken as well from the surge of energy that Karkol has just got. Realizing things have just become difficult for the gym leader, Kabu orders Ninetales to use another extra sensory. However, Brock isn't going to let it get the chance, as he orders a max rockfall. As the fire type does whatever it can to chip away at the massive carcass of Karkol, the rock type begins to drop boulder upon boulder across the battlefield until Ninetales is finally struck, bringing this battle to a close. Kabu is quite impressed with what Brock had done here. Using Dynamax to break the confusion is something that he had never seen before. However, this does leave things in a bit of an awkward position, as Karkol, even though it's been Dynamaxed, is breathing very heavily. It's obvious that the rock type is tired from the battles that it has gone through, and a Dynamax Pokemon isn't exactly something you could recall mid-battle. However, unfortunately for Kabu, there are still 2 moves left on this Dynamax transformation at bare minimum, to which means he's gonna have to stick it out. But there is one way to get a Dynamax to end early, to which Kabu plans to take full advantage of, as he declares, Scorch, go! A very elongated bug, glowing in a fiery aura, emerges from its Pokeball, as Kabu tells Brock this is his last Pokemon. However, he is ready to take on Brock with everything he has. The boy knows full well that this is the Pokemon that saved them from the Red Gyarados inside of the wild area, and even though it's not G-Maxed at this current time, it is still obvious that this is a very powerful Pokemon, so he has to be ready for anything. Realizing that he's going to have to use whatever he can to turn on the damage, Brock calls for another max rockfall, but unfortunately for Brock, Kabu has a secret weapon here, as he orders the fire type to use a dig, allowing it to tunnel beneath the battlefield, avoiding the rock type attack altogether. And as Kabu's ace surfaces, Brock can do nothing but watch it as it drives its body deep into the gut of Karkol's Dynamaxed form, bringing this battle to an end as it begins to revert in size, revealing spirals in its eyes as it lays in the middle of the battlefield. Recalling the starter, Brock thanks Karkol for all the effort that it put in, but unfortunately he didn't get to fully use Dynamax to its potential, and now that Kabu still has his, Brock finds himself in a place that he's never been before. Galar gym battle without the ability to Dynamax, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to walk away from this one, as he's made it farther in this gym battle than even he thought was actually possible, because now it's a solid one-on-one, winner take all, to which Brock is determined to win, as he declares, Gyarados, your time to battle. Kabu watches as Brock's serpent emerges from its ball, to which the gym leader is pleasantly surprised. After everything that happened in the wild area, he didn't think that Brock actually had control of Gyarados. However, the boy informs Kabu that after those events, he was forced to take a hard look at himself and Gyarados, and they both came to a mutual understanding. While they're not on the same level as of yet, meaning that Brock doesn't have the correct experience to wield the serpent, Brock will do whatever he can to battle with Gyarados, even if that means that he has to get stronger. Kabu begins to briefly applaud Brock. You know what it means to be a Pokemon trainer. Both have to grow, not just one side. Since you were able to discover that on your own, you will go far here, boy. Now, give me everything you have, as Kabu wastes no time initiating his G-Max transformation. Brock and Gyarados can do nothing but stare down this mountain-sized centipede as it emerges from the Pokeball. Gyarados, I know that this is a lot, but you are my final Pokemon. Let's do this for Mom. The serpent lets out a mighty roar as it obeys the first command of Brock, with the boy calling for a Dragon Pulse to counter the Max Flare that's been unleashed upon them. While Gyarados' power is great, the Max Flare proves to be that much greater as it is able to push back the Dragon Pulse, causing a slight incineration to envelop the serpent. However, Brock isn't going to let this stand. As Gyarados lets out a roar of pain, he commands for an Aqua Tail to be slammed into the ground or at its base. This causes the flames to dissipate at the base of Gyarados, giving it just enough berth for it to start slinking its way across the battlefield in an attempt to engage in one-on-one combat with Scorch. Knowing they have the advantage here, Kabu decides to go big, calling for a Max Darkness to try and block Gyarados' line of sight and confusing it in the process. This forces the serpent to stop dead in its tracks as it can no longer see the target that it was going to engage with. This forces Brock to think on his feet as he commands Gyarados to use a Dragon Dance. If they can't see Scorch, then at least they can use this time to increase their own stats. Gyarados focuses, increasing its own speed and attack. As the darkness closes closes in on it, striking the serpent for the first serious damage that it's taken. But luckily, the speed increase that it had gained just at the end of it was enough for it to outpace a one-shot as it emerges from the attack with its tail charged in a blue hue, as Brock commands for an Aqua Tail to be brought down on the G-Max Centiscorch. While the size of Gyarados pales in comparison to the building-sized bug, due to the stat increase that it had gotten from the Dragon Dance, it is able to hit for some serious damage that has stab behind it, allowing the serpent to retaliate for the damage that it just received. Realizing that they're going to have to go big in this one, Kabu decides to stop playing around, as he calls for his bug to use its most powerful move in its arsenal, a G-Max Centiferno. The fire bug begins to slither around as it begins to take a certain pattern, revealing its belly to Gyarados. Then, in a moment's notice, it begins to glow brightly as the heat around the area begins to intensify. Realizing if this hits, this will be the end of the run, Brock has an idea. He tells Gyarados to use a combination of Aqua Tail with Bulldoze. This causes the serpent to look back at Brock, unsure of what he's trying to accomplish, but the boy just yells for it to trust him. They have little time. If it doesn't do this, then it will lose this battle. Realizing that Brock is right, Gyarados decides to put its trust in its new trainer as it begins to charge its tail while charging forward into Centiscorch, building up somewhat of a wall of sand. Then it spirals around, whipping its tail into the sand barrier. This causes what looks like a barrage of mud to begin flying in the direction of Centiscorch as the Centiferno is launched. This creates a protective barrier preventing most of the attack from getting through, with Gyarados only being pelted with minor flames, while in return, Centiscorch is pelted by balls of mud that triggers the end of its Dynamax. However, this wasn't enough to take out the bug type, but it's clear from the damage that both Gyarados and Centiscorch have taken, the next move will be the last one. So in order to make sure that he walks away with the win, Kabu calls for a Power Whip, to which sees Centiscorch spiraling around just as Gyarados did as it launches its tail in an attempt to strike the water type with the grass type move. However, Brock isn't going to let Gyarados be outclassed here, as he orders another Aqua Tail from his Serpent. While the water type move is at a disadvantage compared to Gyarados' typing, it does have the backing needed with the increased stats from the Dragon Dance to overpower Centiscorch's tail, allowing Gyarados to slam it into the head of Centiscorch, knocking it out and bringing this battle to an end. As the bug type collapses from its loss, Gyarados stands victorious, letting out a loud roar, signifying that it is the dominant one in this battle, while Joe and Brock both stand on in complete disbelief. Joe is because he actually can't believe that Brock beat Kabu, while Brock can't actually believe that Gyarados listened to him. After all the time they've spent at odds with each other, he was able to battle at one with his mom's ace Pokemon. Walking out to the field, Brock begins to pet Gyarados on the chin behind its mouth, signifying that it had done a great job, and he is very proud of it. Mom would be proud of us too, the boy says. Gyarados just looks at Brock as Kabu approaches. I didn't think you would be able to do that, boy, but you managed to beat this old dog. So here you go, as proof of your victory at the Motostoke Gym, the Fire Badge. Brock takes the badge as he begins to celebrate with Gyarados, thanking it for all of the effort that he put in, to which the serpent simply lets out a roar, before signifying that it's had enough for today and would like to go back to his Pokeball. Brock returns the serpent, looking at the Pokeball, thinking, we did it, Mom. And now we fade to the next morning, as Brock and Joe are sitting at the Pokemon Center. They are just finishing up their meal when they are deciding on their next course of action. Joe says that there is a gym in a city north of Motostoke called Hammerlock. Maybe that should be the next place they head, to which Brock agrees. So, with their plan set in stone, they'd exit the main gates of Motostoke as they entered the wild area once more, heading north as it is the only real path to get there. However, as they begin their trek, they come across a very familiar face, as Jazelle stands in their pathway with a new Pokemon at her ready to attack. Brock, we are having another battle, and this is where we are going to end things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What did you think about Joe's evolution for his Choodle and his new catch in Greedent? And what about the battle that he had with Kabu? Do you feel like Brock finally actually earned that? And let's not forget the sponsorship letter. Why did Chairman Rose accept it? Out of all people in the entire region of Galar, he should be the one that can spot a fake. So is it really a fake? And also, what about Jazelle? What's the Pokemon that she was able to find in the wild area that could challenge Gyarados and Brock? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. We begin today's episode in the midst of an all-out battle between Jazelle and Brock as his Gyarados collides with the Pokemon that Jazelle figured could give it a run for its money and possibly finally beat Brock in a battle to get him to see the error of his ways and go back to CANT. The mighty razor-faced Haxorus tears through the area as it tries to attack Gyarados. However, the Serpent proves that it is much more adept at battling as it easily evades the dragon's attack before replying with a Dragon Pulse that sends it careening into the wall of Motostoke. While this seems excessively brutal for a Pokemon battle, it's not a true Pokemon battle in the sense of the word. You see, Jazelle had challenged Brock to another rematch in order to get him to go back to CANT with her, and when he refused, she sent out Haxorus, demanding that the boy take her challenge. But unfortunately for the girl, it wasn't Brock this time that put a stop to her plans. It was Haxorus, as it proved unwilling to take any orders from Jazelle, attacking everyone in sight, including Brock and Joe. This forced our young hero to sending Gyarados as a countermeasure to try and stop the dragon type. Luckily, Gyarados does have the battle experience to take it on, and it's able to make easy work of Haxorus after it stacks a Dragon Dance, combined with an Aqua Tail, bringing the battle to an end, and leaving Haxorus cratered, unconscious with spirals in its eyes. This just leaves Jazelle standing there in complete disbelief. She thought for sure she would be able to take down Brock with Haxorus. However, her inner monologue is interrupted by Joe when he tells Jazelle that she needs to take the hint. There's no way she can beat Brock at the academy nor here. While she's been off doing her own thing, scheming any underhanded tactics that she could to try and get Brock to go back to Kanto, he's actually been getting stronger. Heck, even Joe's been getting stronger as a result of Brock's training. And as a result, if Jazelle could barely stand a chance to him back at the academy, then now she has no way of being able to beat the boy. However, Jazelle simply retorts that they only have 5 weeks until school begins, so they need to stop this charade and get back to Kanto before they all miss it, and they all get expelled for not being in attendance on the first day. However, this is where Brock is going to finally break the illusion of Jazelle. He won't be going back. He never intended to. Her never-ending attempts to get him to go back with him have failed, and the only reason he originally agreed to battle her in the first place was just to help her get over the prospect of not being able to go back to the academy. Brock doesn't understand why Jazelle would ever want to go back there. This sparks frustration in the girl as she tells Brock that the academy is the perfect place for all of them. They can all be there, and the social hierarchy keeps everything in checks and balances. There, they are somebody, and no matter what happens, they will always be in charge. However, Brock just tells her that she's delusional. He knows exactly how the academy is run, and the fact that Jazelle would ever want to go back there shows that she doesn't really have a true understanding of anything. The popular kids will throw you aside the first chance they get. I don't understand why you would ever want to go back there. Those people there, they're not your true friends. They'll use you until you can't be used anymore, and then they'll throw you out with last week's trash. Face it, Jazelle, neither one of us belong there, and whether you want to admit it or not, I have come to terms with that. Now it's time that you have too. We won't be going back. Now you can make a choice. Either join us or stop following us, because this is the end. These words finally break the girl, as nothing but silence can be heard from her. Well, I guess you made your choice then, Brock says, as he turns to begin walking away with Joe. This is where Jazelle snaps out, telling Brock that she's going to report him directly to the chairman of the Pokemon League. There's no way he'll get a chance to continue this absurd gym challenge. However, Brock just simply reiterates that Chairman Rose already verified his letter. For whatever reason, he acknowledges its authenticity. So that boat has already sailed, and that's the last thing that's said, as Jazelle watches them in disbelief while Brock and Joe disappear over the hills deep into the wild area. A few days later, our two heroes find themselves in the city of Hammerlock. Unfortunately though, Brock isn't going to get the gym challenge that he was looking for, as the Hammerlock gym leader is actually not in attendance at the current time, as they haven't arrived yet to take over the duties of the gym. So, like it or not, Brock and Joe are just going to have to move on, and while the boy is a little bit upset about this, he fully realizes that they can come back at a later date. So, after looking at a map on their Rotom phones, they see that the next gym that's closest to Hammerlock is going to be the one in Stowenside. So, they decide to head west from the city, heading down Route 6. A few days later, Brock and Joe are in the midst of a Pokemon battle, with Joe trying to get to know DIDNT while Brock is using Grookey. It's definitely an odd pairing, as DIDNT seems to have an obsession with hoarding things, even taking Grookey's stick, causing the little grass monkey to become infuriated when the rodent won't give it back. back. However, their altercation is going to come quickly to an end when a surprise visitor makes things begin to stink for our duo, and that's quite literally as a purple gas cloud envelops the area. Everyone but DIDNT begins to hold their nose as they can't stand the smell of what's permeating through the air. It's here that Brock and Joe both begin to look for the source of this stink, but before they can find it, they are interrupted when Grookey goes on an all-out attack against DIDNT, trying to get its stick back. Unfortunately, because the rodent is just as obsessed with the stick as Grookey is, this isn't going to be easy, resulting in a chase in the purple cloud that ends with an assault that begins on Grookey and DIDNT, as it seems that the source of this permeation has finally been discovered. However, Brock and Joe can see nothing. They can only hear the cries of Grookey as its frustration begins to build. Then, with a terrifying screech, a blast comes from within the cloud, as a brief flash of light can be seen. The force of the blast dissipates the cloud, allowing Brock and Joe to see what is actually happening. At the center is DIDNT, now very unconscious, at the feet of a Pokemon that Brock and Joe haven't seen before. However, Grookey's nowhere to be seen, and then Brock realizes what that light was. It was Grookey evolving, and this is its second form, as he takes out his Rotom phone to learn that this is the middle stage evolution of the line known as Thwackey. However, the newly evolved grass monkey isn't happy with the circumstance, as its rage is still permeating while it engages in battle with something that seems to be struggling to get away from Thwackey. Using his Rotom phone, Brock learns that this is a Pokemon called Stunky. It's a dark poison type, and unfortunately it looks like if he doesn't step in, then Thwackey is going to make quick work of it, and it's not going to be in a very fun way. So, in order to prevent any more damage to the dark type as it looks like it's beginning to tire, Brock throws a Pokeball at it, stopping Thwackey's assault in mid-swing. This angers the grass monkey as Stunky is absorbed into the Pokeball, being registered for Brock's 5th Pokemon of the Galar region. But there's no time to celebrate, as the mid-stage evolution decides that it's going to take its frustrations out on the tree right beside it, as it begins pummeling the trunk while it climbs up to the branches above. Both Brock and Joe can do nothing but watch on in pure curiosity as Thwackey throws what seems to be a temper tantrum about the situation. But before long, they hear a snap, followed by a secondary snap, and then finally, Thwackey seems to have calmed as it drops back to the ground, revealing that it now has 2 sticks instead of 1. It seems that little primal temper tantrum was as a result of it not having enough wood, should you say? It's here that both Joe and Brock agree that it's time for them to call it a day. They're going to settle in for the night so that way they can get an early start and hopefully be in Stoneside by big day. With that, Brock decides to recall Thwackey, as its little outburst has him a bit concerned, and he's hoping that it's not going to be a second Gyarados on his team that he's going to have to figure out how to handle. A day later, our duo finds themselves in the city of Stoneside. The first stop is going to be the Pokemon Center, as Brock wants to make sure that he's all set to go for a gym battle. Not only that, but he needs to get Stunky the workaround so that way he can make sure it's ready for anything that might come its way. Also, Brock wants to make sure that it's healthy and in tip-top condition so that way he doesn't have any Pokemon that are going to run the risk of developing any type of sicknesses. Luckily for the duo, this is going to be rather quick, as the Nurse Joy of Stoneside is pretty proficient at getting things done. This allows the two boys to head immediately over to the gym, which it isn't hard to pick out, as it's just like all of the other gyms that Brock has seen inside of the Galar region. A large stadium-like building. However, this one is a bit odd. It appears to be locked, with an old man standing outside. Brock quickly approaches this old man, asking if the gym leader is present and can have a gym battle today. However, the old man tells Brock that he needs to get lost. The gym leader for this gym has resigned, as he's not quite keen on how the league has been turning out as of late. So he's retiring. Wait, what do you mean? Brock says. I came the whole way here for a gym battle and the gym leader is retiring? To which the old man simply says, yep, he's got an island up north that he plans to retire on and maybe open up a dojo to train some students or something like that. But what am I supposed to do about my gym battle? Brock says. To which the old man simply points to an old, overgrown building that is very run down. Try there. The new gym leader that is taking over today has made his home there, the old man says before he walks off, leaving Brock and Joe to stand there, contemplating their next move. What are you gonna do? Joe asks, to which Brock says, well, the old man says that there's a gym leader in that building, so I guess we have no choice. We're gonna have to go in. Joe shudders at this thought, as this thing looks like it is a magnet for ghost-type Pokemon, which, even though he has Sableye, some of them aren't as easy to deal with as his ghost type. But Joe's not going to be left alone, as he knows Brock will need whatever support that he can offer. The two quickly make it inside the beat-down building. Unfortunately, Unfortunately though, it seems like there's a presence that is following the two, as both Brock and Joe can feel like there's a pair of eyes watching them around every corner, to which they both compliment that this place is just creepy. Brock couldn't see why any gym leader would want to hang out here. Neither could Joe, as it's so dark and damp, and it's got a strange smell, to which a voice that neither one of them knows apologizes, saying, "Sorry about that, I just took over the place." This causes both Joe and Brock to jump, shaking in fear, as they don't know who said that or where it came from. But before them appears a boy that appears to have a mask on his face, who introduces himself as Alistair, the newest leader of the Stow-Inside Gym, to which he inquires if they are here for a gym battle. Shaking off the chill that was running down his spine, Brock says that they are. He's here to challenge the gym leader. He's after his 4th badge of the Galar region, and he was hoping to capture it today, but it appears as if the bigger stadium is closed, to which Alistair confirms, and unfortunately because of that, that gym leader will no longer be able to issue any gym badges or take any challenges, but he will happily take any challengers that have come to the city. "So you really are a gym leader, are you?" Brock says, as his fear has given away to curiosity because this kid can't be any older than he is, to which the boy says he is, as he introduces himself as Alistair, but he's only been a gym leader for a couple of hours now, so he hasn't quite gotten the flow of things down. This is where Brock sees an opportunity. After all, his family business is that of the gym leaders, so he offers Alistair a trade. If he shows him some pointers on being a gym leader, then can they have a battle? Alistair has no issue with this, as the pressure of not really knowing what to do was starting to get to the boy. However, he does inform Brock that there's going to be one condition of their battle that they won't be able to fulfill. Because of this building that they're currently in, they can't make it a Dynamax battle, so it'll just have to be a regular one. So Alistair wants to make sure that Brock is okay with, to which he confirms by nodding his head. Now a little bit excited at the prospect that he may have made some friends, Alistair begins to inquire about these pointers that Brock has, to which the boy simply says, "Well, the first thing you're going to need is a gym badge. Do you happen to have any of those?" However, Alistair doesn't. He hasn't had a chance to get any made for his actual gym, but he does have something. It's here that he reveals that he has a couple of gym badges that were left over from the previous gym leader, but unfortunately they don't quite go with his typing, as this was meant for a fighting type gym leader, and he's not a fighting type specialist. He's a ghost type specialist. Brock says not to worry, as he thinks that they can quickly rectify this issue. He then asks if Alistair has any paint. Curiously, Alistair says that he does, and he tells Brock and Joe to follow him. Moments later, after Brock gets his hand on the paint, he's able to quickly make some adjustments to the former fighting badge, as he shows Alistair what he has done. He essentially just colored over the fighting symbol and then painted what looks like to be a ghost symbol on it, showing the boy that even though he doesn't have any official badges as of yet, he can still convert these ones with a little bit of imagination. Alistair likes this idea, as it kind of signifies death and resurrection, which is what's kind of happened with him here. Taking the badges that Brock had modified, Alistair thanks the boy, asking him if he would like to have a battle at this current time, to which Brock says, well, he hasn't really shown him everything that he knows about being a gym leader. But Alistair tells Brock that it's fine. They can have their battle, and then if there's time afterwards, they'll do all of that. How does a 2-on-2 sound? Brock is okay with this, as he hasn't had a 2-on-2 since he battled Milo and Nessa. So with this agreement, they then head to the battlefield, with Joe tailing behind, a bit nervous and a bit jealous at the newfound kinship Brock has discovered. However, the boy bites his tongue, as he doesn't want to do anything to throw off Brock's focus for this upcoming gym battle. Moments later, Brock and Alistair find themselves in the middle of a very dark and damp gym. However, this isn't going to impede them from having their battle, as the two stand across from each other, with Alistair telling Brock that he hopes that he's ready. As his first opponent, Alistair is going to take this very seriously. However, Brock tells the boy he wouldn't have it any other way, to which Alistair nods as he readies his first Pokeball, declaring, Corsola, go! What pops from the ball is something that looks like a transparent plant. Brock has never really ever seen this thing before. However, he is able to use his Rotom phone to get a quick intel on it, discovering that it's the evolution to a Galarian form of a Pokemon that he actually knows, a Corsola. This is odd, as it doesn't share any typing with its Johtonian counterpart. However, this isn't going to impede the boy, as Brock decides that he wants to try out his newest catch here, declaring, Stunky, your time to battle. The skunk emerges from its ball with a brief toot, unsure of what exactly is going on here, to which Brock has to take a little bit of time to offer an explanation to Stunky of what's exactly going on. This gets the poison type a little bit excited, as it's never really had any interactions with humans, and this whole thing about a competitive battling system really gets its gases flowing, so it's eager to try this. So with all parties in agreement, the first commands are given, as Alistair simply calls for something that Brock has never heard of before: a curse. Alistair's ghost type begins to cry in pain as if it's causing a wound to itself. However, this is going to be of little consequence as Stunky begins to writhe in pain as well, to which Brock quickly puts 2 and 2 together. That move, for whatever reason, is having an effect on his Pokemon, to which Alistair immediately responds by telling Brock that by Corsola cutting its HP in half was able to inflict a curse upon Stunky. So now, after every move, it's going to lose health repeatedly until it faints. So this is basically putting Brock on a clock, and he's not going to sit around and wait for this to happen, as he's quick to order a bite from his dark type. However, the ghost is able to quickly offer up a counter as it uses the power gem as a shield to prevent any contact from the super effective move. This runs the health down of the skunk a little bit farther, but Brock is quickly on to Alistair's game, as it's kind of obvious that his intention is to try and run out the clock by playing defense, so he thinks he might have an idea for Stunky to get a little bit of payback, as he orders the dark type to use a poison gas. Suddenly, a purple cloud envelops the entire area that has a stink that is barely tolerable. Even Alistair is beginning to choke from behind his mask. The smell of this is so potent that it's able to cause a slight poison to the ghost type that stands across from Stunky, as Cursula begins to cry in pain once again as it coughs and gags on the putrid odor. You see, Alistair, 2 can play at that game. However, the ghost type master isn't going to just sit around and let Brock gain all of the advantage that he possibly could, as he orders Cursula in with a Nightshade. Now, while this won't be super effective, it is going to cause a decent amount of damage, as Cursula is a decently high level Pokemon, to which Stunky hasn't really had that much time to train, considering Brock just caught it the day before. And this is going to hit the skunk. Now, it's not going to be enough to knock it out, but it is going to be enough to put it even farther in on the clock, as there's only going to be one move that it can make before the curse is going to take it. However, Brock knows that this is all they're going to need, as he orders the poison type to get in close. However, Alistair is going to do whatever he can to prevent this, as he orders another power gem to try and block any type of attacks. But the little skunk simply weasels by the attack, as it becomes face to face with the ghost type, and Brock was able to unleash a move that Alistair didn't really see coming in a Venoshock. This manages to hit for double damage as Corsola is poisoned, but unfortunately the execution of this move is going to cause the curse to run its final course, knocking Stunky out. However, this isn't going to be without side effect, as while the Venoshock didn't take out Cursula, in the end the poison was able to do the job, causing a double knockout for the first round, to which Alistair is a bit shocked that Brock was able to do that, especially with what he declared as a Pokemon that he had only had for a day. However, Brock is a little bit disappointed. He was hoping Stunky would be able to go a little bit farther, but a draw is better than a loss, as both trainers recall their Pokemon, readying their final choices for the battle. Now, Brock has a decision that he's going to have to make here. He was actually thinking about using Thwackey, but unfortunately the temper tantrum that it had when it had evolved is something that's got Brock a little uneasy, so he decides that he's going to forego that right now for something that's a little bit more reliable in his starter, as he declares, "Carkol, your time to battle!" The smoldering pile of stones emerges from its Pokeball as it's ready to take on any challenge that comes its way. However, he and Brock may not be as prepared as they had hoped for Alistair's final choice, as he declares, "Poltergeist, go!" What pops from the ball is kind of like a possessed teacup, as it shrieks a little maniacal laugh as it stares down both Brock and Carkol. This causes a shiver to run down both of their spines briefly before the match is called to start, and Brock gives an order for a flame charge. However, Alistair is just going to order his Pokemon to take this, as this battle isn't going to be as defensive as the last one, with Alistair calling for a nasty plot. Suddenly, Poltergeist glows in an aura, signifying that its stats had increased, while Carkol does whatever it can to slam its body into the teacup as hard as possible for some stab damage. However, this is also going to have the added effect of the rock type increasing its speed, which is something that it desperately needed because Poltergeist was a little bit faster than it. However, this is going to put them on an equal footing, as Brock decides to go for another attack, calling for a smackdown. But unfortunately, this time, things aren't going to go in Brock's favor, as Poltergeist now has the strength to use a Shadow Ball to plow through the rock before it can even make contact, connecting with Carkol. What follows is multiple exchanges back and forth as Carkol and Poltergeist both try to establish dominance over one another, And it's gotten to the point to where you can see that both Brock and Alistair are actually enjoying this battle, which Joe has noticed from the stands, making the boy a little bit more uncomfortable. However, he's not going to have to wait long for this battle to finish, as Brock is able to prove that his starter is more stubborn than any other Pokemon out there, as a final smackdown is driven into the cracked teacup, bringing this battle to an end and earning Brock his 4th badge of the Galar region. The boy happily celebrates with his starter, as for some reason Alistair has decided to join in as they jump up and down celebrating Brock's win. While Brock thinks this is a little odd, he's not going to say no to a gym battle win, as Alistair presents him with their newly crafted ghost badges, telling Brock that he's one of the funnest people that he's ever met, and also one of the most helpful. Alistair thanks Brock for all the time that he put in to help him get ready to open the gym. However, Brock says he didn't really do anything. The badge just needed to be changed up a little bit until you got your actual official badges. However, Alistair says he thinks he's going to keep it like this. It feels more personal, like it's a gift from a friend. Well, if you say so, Brock says. But hey, listen, I want to thank you for the battle, and if we have the chance to battle again, I'd like to go all out. Maybe a chance to Dynamax against you. To which Alistair says when he gets his gym up and running, and he's got the fighting type converted into something more suitable for his ghost types, how about he come back for a rematch after that happens? To which Brock nods his head, signifying that the boy would love to, before telling Joe that they're leaving. The last thing Alistair sees is Brock and Joe walking out of the gym, as he can sense a bit of jealousy coming from the friend of Brock. This is where a brief cackle can be heard from the shadows, as a Gengar appears behind Alistair. Yeah, I know I went easy on him, but he was real helpful. After all, we wouldn't have gym badges if he hadn't have been here with the idea to convert the other ones, so I figured we'd go easy on him for the time being. But don't worry, next time you'll get a chance to battle him, Gengar. And that's where we're gonna leave things for now. So tell me, how did you guys feel about this part? Did you enjoy the standoff that Brock and Joe had with Jazelle in the beginning, and Jazelle's newest capture in Haxorus? How do you feel about Brock's newest capture in Stunky, and of course the evolution of Thwackey and that random outburst that it had at evolution? And let's not forget the battle that he had with Alistair. What'd you guys think of that? And the fact that Alistair just kind of gave away a free win because he felt like it was owed to Brock for the help that he had given. Let me know your guys' thoughts on this in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with Brock and Joe as they are making their way through a place called the Glimwood Tangle. It is a heavily forested area that seems to have no end in sight. The boys are looking very disheveled, as it seems like they've been trapped in this place for what is an eternity. It's been over 3 days with no other signs of human civilization anywhere, and the boys are beginning to think that they are walking in circles. It's even gotten to the point to where Joe mentions that he thinks he's seen that giant glowing mushroom before. However, Brock, out of frustration, just simply retorts that they're all giant glowing mushrooms. They're everywhere. They all look the same. There is no landmarkers in this endless forest, followed by a very intense growl of frustration and then a deep sigh, as that was something that Brock needed to get off his chest. I'm sorry, he says to Joe. I'm not frustrated at you. I'm just frustrated at this situation. I can't believe we're lost. We were making such great time to the next gym. Yeah, I can understand, Brock. However, the only thing we can do is keep pushing forward. After all, it's not like we can get any reception through all of these thick trees with our Rotom phones. As Joe looks at his, with the ghost type apologizing with its seemingly inability to provide any type of location or direction for them to follow. Joe doesn't know what it is, but something about this place could be considered magical, but whether it's a good or bad magic remains to be seen. However, the boys have no choice but to push forward, as because of the overgrown vegetation, they can't really tell whether it's day or night, so they can only keep moving until they get tired enough to where they feel like they're going to have to rest. Luckily, the boys aren't running low on supplies, as that would be the last thing that they would want to have to deal with now. They could go at least another week before they would actually have to start worrying, and that's all thanks to Joe, because he's the one who makes sure that they're stocked up before they leave each city. However, as our heroes continue to walk, things start to happen. They can see what feels like shadows out of the corner of their eyes, or familiar objects that they are known for everyday life. But when they turn, there's nothing there. It's kind of like an illusion, or something's playing games with their mind. And things come to a head when both Brock Brock and Joe notice what looks like to be some sort of human encampment ahead of them. The boys rush as they would like to have any type of human interaction besides the two of them that they've had over the last couple of days. But when they get there, it's nothing, absolutely emptiness, aside from a couple of glowing mushrooms and glowing moss that adorn the sides of the trees. It's at this point that Brock and Joe have both come to the consensus that they're gonna have to make camp for the day or the night, as they both recognize that it seems like their mind is playing tricks on them, so they should probably get something to eat and get a good night's rest. They'll start back up fresh and early or late, whenever they're feeling up to it. So the duo clears some space on the ground below, and they begin to make a fire, setting up camp for the day, as Joe gets out all of the cookware to begin preparing their meal for the night. As Brock sets out the sleeping bags, Joe prepares the fire and begins to put a meal on so that way they can get eating as soon as possible. And it doesn't take long for everything to be set up and the two to be sitting around a campfire with the rest of their Pokemon as they're enjoying their company while eating a home-cooked meal. Well, as home-cooked as you can get out here in the middle of a forest that has no end. However, this moment of relief isn't going to last very long as tension begins to build when a growling can be heard coming from off within the forest and what sounds like footsteps with twigs breaking and stumbling over rocks. It's here that Joe and Brock both come to the same consensus. They're being watched by something, and whatever it is could be extremely dangerous, as not only have they not seen any humans, but they also haven't seen any Pokemon since they entered the Tangle. So this causes the boys to be on edge, as the groaning and growls can be heard getting closer and louder, and the footsteps getting heavier and more rushed, followed by a deep breathing like something is preparing to attack. The boys get on edge as most of their Pokemon take a defensive stance, even with Gyarados feeling tense in the situation. However, this is all going to come to a boiling point as something busts through a set of bushes that is directly in front of them, only to reveal that it's Leon. The boy is looking far more disheveled than what Brock and Joe is, as he's been trapped in here for over a week now. He's almost in a zombie-like state, as the only thing he can do to communicate is to grunt and groan, signaling that he needs what looks to be water and food. So in order to help the boy out, Joe happily provides it for him, as Leon begins to eat like a savage and wild animal, before gulping down any water that he can in a fashion that shouldn't be humanly possible. Brock and Joe just look on in confusion and a little bit of disgust as Leon demonstrates that he is able to possibly eat more than his body should be able to handle or carry. But eventually, after he gets some food in his system, he's able to articulate some words, saying that he's glad he ran into these two. He's been trapped in here for over a week now, and it's gotten to the point to where he had ran out of food. He had even started to hallucinate, thinking that he had saw human encampments spread throughout the forest. Leon tells him that he was beginning to lose hope, and he kind of de-evolved for the time being into a primal state, just aimlessly walking throughout the Tangle, trying to find any means of human contact or activity. Luckily, he was able to find them, as that means that he can get out of here. However, Joe and Brock are going to be the bearer of bad news very quick, as they both inform the boy in tandem that they are just as lost as he is. They've been in here now for about 3 to 4 days, and they have no idea which way they're headed. Their rotom phones don't even get any signal. So like it or not, the three boys are stuck with each other until they can figure this out. This causes Leon to sigh, as he was really hoping that his journey into the darkness come to an end. However, Brock tells him not to worry. They have plenty of food, and as long as they ration what they have, they should be able to last for at least another week before they'll have to start to worry, as he turns to look at the pot that was currently boiling over the fire. As the pot with all their food in it seems to have gone missing, causing Brock to let out a yelp, drawing the attention of both Leon and Joe. "Our food, it's gone," he says. "Who took it? Leon, was that you? Did you eat it all already?" But the boy says he hasn't. He hasn't moved from the spot that he sat down since he started eating. Joe confirms this, as they were both watching Brock, but they weren't watching the food. The two boys then turn to their Pokemon, questioning if any of them took it. However, they all just look back in puzzlement, not really sure on who took the food. This is when it sets in, a very real situation that they are not alone. There is something else here in the forest, and all of those illusions and mind tricks that they thought they were going through is actually someone or something messing with them. As the panic begins to set in, the trio decide that they need to figure out exactly what's behind this. So they recall all of their Pokemon except for the ones that could be the most effective in this situation. For Leon, it's a simple choice. Charmeleon will be going with him, while Brock chooses Carkol and Joe chooses to use Sableye stimuli. The three then slowly begin to fan out in different directions, with the camp being point zero, so that way they can stay within eyeshot of each other and cover as much ground as possible. After all, they want to make sure that they don't get caught off guard by whatever's out here. But quickly, things begin to happen as those shadows and illusions that are coming in the corners of their eyes slowly begin to creep back, causing each of the boys to experience something different. All the while, a little cackling can be heard off in the background, as it appears that there is a certain Pokemon that is playing tricks on the trio, as it now has their pot of food sitting there eating it, and each time one of the humans or their Pokemon get close, it simply uses its knowledge of the forest to whip up illusions using the glowing moss and mushrooms in the surrounding area to feed into their fear. But unfortunately for this mischievous Pokemon, this isn't going to be able to last forever, as with a misstep, it happens to drop the pot that it was carrying, causing a clanging sound that Charmeleon is able to pick up on, as it's just over a log that is right next to it. Without hesitation, the fire type lets out a flamethrower that quickly envelops the area and roasts the Pokemon on the other side of the log, causing it to cry out in pain. This gets a reaction as both Joe and Brock heard this, and they come running to the aid of Leon and Charmeleon. However, when they get there, this mysterious Pokemon is standing on a log, scolding Charmeleon for attacking it. However, the fire type doesn't want to hear anything that this thing has to say, as it simply lets out another flamethrower, knowing full well that it's what stole the food that they had prepared. The little imp dodges the best it can before firing back with some sort of dark type attack. This is where Leon pulls out his Rotom Phone in an attempt to get a brief signal. Luckily, the boy is able to, and it's able to identify this Pokemon as Morgrim. Now knowing what they're dealing with, Leon decides to engage in battle with the Dark Fairy type, as Charmeleon lets out a flamethrower, followed by a Metal Claw that cracks the Fairy type for super effective damage and temporarily stuns it, allowing Leon to throw a Pokeball, catching it in the process. This brings a sigh of relief over everyone, as it seems like this Morgrim was the only one of its kind around, as if there were others, then they would have been attacking the trio by now. With this situation now behind them, the three head back to camp, to where Leon lets Morgrim out of the ball, asking it if it's alright. He didn't mean to cause it any harm, he just wanted it to stop attacking them, and not to steal their food. All it had to do was ask, and they would have gladly given it some. At first, the fairy type doesn't believe them, simply turning its cheek, trying to ignore Leon. However, Joe reaffirms this statement as it presents it with a bowl that the fairy type easily swallows down in one gulp, surprising Leon and the rest of the humans. Wow, you must have been as hungry as I was, Leon says. So, hey, Morgrim, can I ask you a question? Do you know the way out of here? The emo imp looks at Leon and thinks for a second. It then signifies that it does, pointing into a direction that the boys hadn't traveled before, as it seemed like it was the thickest part of the tangle. However, Morgan reassures them that if they want to get out, that's really the only way. It's here that Brock and Joe reiterate to Leon that they've all had a pretty trying day, so why don't they take the night to rest and eat up, and then they'll set off after they've gotten a good night's sleep, to which Leon is okay with, as the boy hasn't had a proper night's sleep in some time. It's here that we fade to the point to when everybody is waking up and Morgrim is slowly leading the boys out of the forest. At first, a bit of distrust is what is on the forefront of everybody's mind. However, Morgrim quickly shows that it is something that can be trusted, as after the forest starts to open up a little bit, they begin to see what looks like buildings set into the forest. And it's here that they begin to realize the reason why they couldn't find their way through the forest is because they were trying to find a city on the other side, when the city that they were trying to find, Balanlea, the site of their next gym battle, is actually set within the forest. Morgrim points that that's where the humans live. However, it refuses to go any farther, as it has had a few bad experiences in this village when it tried to steal food because it was unable to find anything in the forest. However, Leon tells the Pokemon that it shouldn't worry. He caught it, which means technically Leon is its trainer. So Morgrim shouldn't be worried about heading into the city, especially since how if Morgrim's part of Leon's team, then he's not going to let anyone have a problem with it. Otherwise, they're going to have a problem with him and Charmeleon. To which the fire type blows out a brief snuff of flames, signifying that it agrees with Leon. This reassurance from someone other than a Pokemon catches Morgrim a bit off guard, as it's had nothing but bad experiences with humans in the past. But this boy seems to be different, and the imp realizes it. So even though it's hesitant, it chooses to follow Leon in, as it's quite curious to how humans live, as it's never been able to fully understand their culture. Now, the first stop for our boys is going to be the Pokemon Center, of course, after all the time that they spent lost in the tangle. Luckily, this visit is going to come with little issue, as even though their Pokemon and them were lost, it seems that everything and everyone is in good shapes. However, Nurse Joy is suggesting they take it easy, as it is 10 p.m. at night, and the gym won't be open until first thing in the morning. This is what Brock and Joe were talking about earlier. They don't know what time it is, and because the sun cannot penetrate the canopy of the tangle, they had no idea that it was this late at night. So they use the time to get some much needed rest and actually sleep in a bed for once. While those two are comfortable with being roommates, Leon on the other hand hasn't really had that experience, as he's been traveling alone throughout his entire journey, aside from some off missions with his friend Sonia. So he's gonna opt to take a room that's by himself, especially since how he's now got Morgrim and he'd like to get a chance to know the dark type. The rest of the night goes off without a hitch before they're all up bright and early the next morning. This is because both Leon and Brock know there's gonna be one truth here. It's whoever gets to the first is going to get the first gym battle, and this has caused the two to get a little bit antsy as they are out the door at sunrise. But unfortunately, as they both arrived at the gym at the same time, they're going to find out quickly that it's not open, as Joe comes running up behind them, a bit out of breath trying to keep up with the boys. He was trying to tell them that he found out that the gym doesn't open until 10 a.m. So like it or not, they're going to have to wait. However, both of the boys are stubborn, and since how they're already here, they refuse to move. They have another 4 hours considering it is sunrise, even though they can't really tell. So they're going to sit here, right in front of the gym door, waiting for the leader, both determined to be the first ones to battle them. While this is a bit taxing on Joe's nerves, he decides that he's going to sit and wait with Brock as he has nothing else to do. And the next couple of hours seem to take forever, as the only thing that Brock and Leon do is stare at each other, not really saying anything, almost as if they're having a staring contest to make sure that they don't lose track of the other person, just in case they were to get a head start and get into the gym before the other person. It gets to the point that Joe is so tired of waiting that he begins to nod off. But this is quickly interrupted when an old lady walks up to the gym demanding to know what these three boys are doing standing in front of her door. She then begins to ramble on about the homeless population and how Balanlea has gotten quite out of control with it as of late. She has to kick these people out every day when she comes to open up her precious gym. The three boys can do nothing but watch as this old lady rants on and on and on about things that they have no idea of anything about. So do you think it's a good idea to interrupt her, Joe says. I don't know, Brock responds. It seems like if we do, things could get dangerous. To which Leon confirms it might just be best to let her peter out, he says. To which the boys, who are afraid to engage with the old battle axe, just let things run their course before the old lady begins to run out of breath, turning to them and asking why they haven't left yet. This is where Brock and Leon are finally able to get their first words in, as they both declare that they're here to challenge the gym leader. This confuses the old woman at first, as she questions if they're here for a tag battle, because that's not the type of gym that this is. However, they both decline this, saying that they're both challengers, to which the old woman, who has now become known as Opal, tells them that she can only take on one challenger per day. It's all her busy schedule will allow, so they're gonna have to decide on who battles first. This prompts the two to begin an argument, to which there seems to be no end in sight, as Leon and Brock both give reasons on why they should be the one to battle first. It eventually gets to the point that the old woman is getting frustrated because time is being wasted, so she tells the boys to quiet down. She has a way that they can settle this once and for all. She's going to ask these boys a series of questions, 3 to be exact, and the first one to get the most right will be the one that she battles. Well, what happens if there's a tie then, Brock says, to which the old woman informs them that if there is such a thing, then nobody will be battling today, as there was no clear winner. While this statement is a bit off-putting for the two, both Leon and Brock accept the challenge, as they want a chance to earn their 5th badge of the region. So Opal happily asks the questions that she has come to mind. The first one is a relative easy one that anyone should get. Which of the following is not a dragon type? Dragonite, Kingdra, or Gyarados? Brock knows that this question was made for him, as he immediately shoots his hand up declaring Gyarados, while in tandem, Leon's hand goes up declaring Kingdra, to which Opal gives the first question to Brock. While Gyarados looks like it's a dragon type, it actually carries the distinct typing of flying and water, so Brock gets the first point. This peeves Leon a little bit, but he's determined to get the next question. Out of all the evolutions of Eevee, how many are there? 3, 5, or 8? Once again, Brock feels like he has this one, as his arm shoots up into the air, declaring that there are 5 different evolutions to Eevee. However, Leon lets out a squeal of excitement as he declares there are 8, to which Opal declares Leon the winner. Eevee has 8 evolutions. Opal declares Leon the winner, as there are far more than just 5 evolutions, considering that Eevee can evolve in many ways across the Pokemon world. This puts things at a tie, so whoever gets this next question will be the one to battle Opal for the day. The two now grit their teeth as Opal prepares to ask the final question. Name 2 Pokemon that share a regional form with a Pokemon here in Galar. Leon's hand immediately shoots up as he declares Ponyta and oh come on, I know there was one more. What was it? However, Brock remembers this as it was his final question on the exam that he had back at the academy before he left for Galar, to which the boy wastes no time. Farfetch'd and Ponyta. Opal tells the boy that he is correct. Those 2 do have regional forms that exist here in Galar and in the Kanto region. So, because Brock got the answer first, he will be the one that gets a chance to challenge the gym. This causes Leon to get a bit upset, as he really wanted the chance to battle today. He's been itching for one ever since he got lost in the tangle. But since Opal won't accept his challenge, Leon guesses that he'll just sit in the stands with Joe as they watch Brock have all of the fun. Now that things have been determined and Opal can finally get back on the schedule, she tells Brock to follow her. She doesn't care what the other boys do, but he has her interest, as he appears to be somewhat knowledgeable on Pokemon. So they're gonna head inside to where they both are gonna take their positions. The old lady tells Brock that this will be a 2-on-2. They will be allowed to Dynamax during the battle, and the battle will be over when one side is out of Pokemon to use, and only Brock will be allowed substitutions. And also, to add a little bit of pressure to the situation, Opal informs Brock that she won't be taking it easy, as she is a former champion of the Galar region. These words catch not only Brock's ears, but Leon's ears as well, causing both of the boys to let out a brief gulp. Brock knows what it was like to face Peony in their training, and he couldn't even come close to beating him, even though he got stronger. Which means that if this old bat is a former champion, he's going to have things cut out for him. But Brock isn't going to let this detour him. After all the things that he's been through and the questionnaire that he had to go through to get this battle, he is going to take this challenge no matter what, as the 2 trainers now stand across from each other. With the wave of this battle to start, Brock readies the ball of his first Pokemon as he declares, Carkol, your time to battle. The walking pile of coals emerges from its ball, ready to cause some havoc, if you will. While Opal, in her old, shrewd manner, wastes no time sending in something that's going to strike fear into not only Brock, but everybody else in attendance as Grimmsnarl hits the field. This is my ace, boys, so do your best to not make it bored with your attempts to try and win this battle. Brock can see that Opal isn't wasting any time. She must really be behind schedule due to Leon and him arguing. So our hero, in the spirit of speeding things up, decides to increase the speed of his starter, calling for a flame charge that Carkol is able to execute by throwing the weight of its entire body into Grimmsnarl as it bursts into flames. This increases the speed of the rock type, but Grimmsnarl isn't going to let this go off unpunished, as Opal gives a simple command for a power-up punch that cracks the rock type across the head, sending it sliding back to its side of the field, as Grimmsnarl glows in some sort of hue, signaling that it got a stat increase. I told you, boy, you're gonna have to do better than that. Now, Grimmsnarl, use Spirit Break. Almost reciprocating what Carkol did to it, Grimmsnarl smashes into the rock type with as much force as possible, nearly breaking its entire will in the process, causing Carkol to glow in a strange hue of its own. This is where Brock finds out that Spirit Break is going to prevent him from causing some major damage, as with the command of a second flame charge, its speed has increased, but the amount of damage that it was able to execute is next to nothing, as it again is cracked with the power-up punch, causing Grimmsnarl to cause more damage to Carkol while it glows in some sort of hue. That's when Brock begins to put 2 and 2 together, as a look of realization is plastered across his face, while Opal begins to explain her plan. Her power-up punch will increase Grimmsnarl's attack, while Spirit Break will decrease Brock's. So the only thing he's got for him right now is speed and defense. So the boy might want to change up his strategy, otherwise he's gonna lose rather quickly. Though he hates to admit it, Brock can acknowledge that she's right, as that last attack barely did anything. But he still has one hope, as he orders Carkol to try and use an ancient power. Suddenly, boulders begin to levitate overhead as they fly in the direction of Grimmsnarl. However, this is a moot point, as Opal is able to easily counter this by ordering a power-up punch that is able to crack its way through all except for one of the boulders that makes a connection with the dark type, causing some damage. However, this didn't have the effect that Brock was hoping for, as he didn't get any type of stat buff from the ancient power, and normally the high rolling move works in his favor. This means that things are beginning to get dangerous for his rock type. Knowing that he has no choice, Brock makes a decision to recall Carkol for the time being, as if he does this, then that means that Carkol is going to get a chance to rest up and have its stats put back to normal. Being a former champion, Opal comments that she's seen this many times before, so Brock shouldn't be too cocky as she's well informed of what he is trying to do. But Brock knows full well that this lady is on a different level than the gym leaders he's faced prior to her, and his next choice needs to be something that is going to be able to hit hard. However, he thinks he may have that, as what he needs right now is a little bit of unpredictability, something that not even he's fully sure of what its power is capable of. Readying his Pokeball in his hand, Brock declares, "Thwacky, your time to battle!" The mid-stage grass type emerges from its ball, ready to take on this challenge. However, as it stares down Grimmsnarl, something overcomes it. It's not fear, rather excitement. Excitement at the chance that it's going to battle a high-level opponent. With the signal to start this next battle given, Brock engages first, ordering Thwacky to fire off a Razor Leaf. However, Opal isn't going to give the monkey any time to actually execute this move, as her Grimmsnarl is quick on the attack with a Sucker Punch that smacks Thwacky into a sidewall of the gym, leaving it a little bit dazed and confused. Calling to the starter, Brock inquires if it's okay. However, Thwacky just stands up, and what happened before when it faced Stunky and Greedent is beginning to happen now, as it starts to throw a little bit of a temper tantrum, signaling that its rage is starting to build. This is exactly what Brock was going for, as he smiles, telling Thwacky to use a Branch Poke. The grass type charges down in the field as it dons both of its sticks. However, once again, Opal isn't going to give it a chance as she orders another Sucker Punch. However, Brock and Thwacky are on the same page at this point, as the grass starter uses one of its sticks to deflect the Sucker Punch, while the second one is able to poke Grimmsnarl directly into its eye, causing the giant tanglement of hair to yowl in pain as Thwacky lands behind it. It's here that Brock is able to execute a second attack as he gives the command for a Razor Leaf that strikes unguarded. Thwacky is letting out cries of anger as its speed and its attacks continue to build, causing a curiosity to build in Opal. However, she realizes that she's quickly losing control of this battle, so in order to swing things back in her favor, she decides that it's time to initiate the ultimate transformation of her beast, as she recalls it and invokes the Dynamax phenomenon, summoning her G-Max Grimmsnarl. As the pink energy permeates throughout the entire building, Thwacky stares down the giant as if it's almost as big as Grimmsnarl is. However, it's not going to have to wait for this, as Brock is going to give the grass type a chance to match the dark type in power and size as he initiates his own Dynamax transformation. Smiling, Opal knows that she got Brock exactly where she wants him, as she tells her beast to use a Max Flare. Suddenly, Grimmsnarl begins to glow in a fiery hue as heat permeates throughout the gym. However, Brock isn't going to let this go unchecked, as he commands Thwacky to use a Max Darkness in order to counter. While normally Grimmsnarl would be the one to take the lead here, as it is a much higher level, Thwacky has something that Opal is unable to match, and that's just the pure rage that it's feeling inside. It's like a battle lust, and the longer the battle goes on, the more intense its anger gets, like it has to win no matter what. And this is shown when Brock commands for a Max Strike, to which Thwacky is able to push beyond the limits of a Dynamax transformation, invoking the spirit that the move is based off of when it's able to hit with not one, but two Max Strikes back to back, knocking Grimmsnarl back into a stadium barrier. This catches both the leader and the dark type off guard, as Thwacky is on the attack before they can even recover. But this time, it's different. Brock didn't call for an attack, as Thwacky invokes another double Max Strike, smacking Grimmsnarl twice into the head. This is enough to level the dark type ace of the gym leader, as it reduces in size, laying in the middle of the field with spirals in its eyes, while Thwacky stands above it, beating on its chest like a Kong-sized gorilla. Opal recalls her ace, unsure on how to proceed. This thing looks like it could be dangerous, as the echoes of its chest beats reverberate throughout the gym. Both Leon and Joe are thankful that they're on this side of the barrier, as the power that Thwacky is exuding is something that can be a little bit intimidating. However, this is still a gym battle, and Opal aims to be the victor here, as she sends in her second and final Pokemon, Weezing. Now, being from the Kanto region, Brock is very familiar with what a Weezing is. However, this is a regional variant, something that he wasn't expecting, and now that Thwacky's transformed into a Dynamax, he can't exactly recall it, and if this thing is anything like its Cantonian counterpart, that means that it carries the poison typing, to which they quickly find out out when Thwackey tries to attack with a max overgrow, and it is simply countered with a sludge bomb from the levitating poison type. While the overgrow is successful in bringing up an aura that begins healing all participants in the battle, it is unsuccessful in blocking Thwackey from the sludge bomb that is powerful enough to knock it out of its Gmax transformation and sending it into one of the battle barriers. Though it wasn't enough to knock it out, it's still a bit dazed and confused. It's at this point that Brock realizes that he's going to have to recall it, so he can figure out some sort of strategy when facing this thing, or it's going to get knocked out quick. Readying the Pokeball of his actual starter, Brock sends back in Carkol. The rock type hits the field, feeling some of that healing aura from the max overgrowth Thwackey had laid down the turn before. Now that Carkol has had some time to rest, and Brock figures it's a perfect time as any to begin the building of their stats, as he orders a flame charge with the call to start the next battle. However, Opal is going to be a little bit defensive on this, as she orders a double hit to try to stave off the blows from Carkol. Luckily though, all of the damage wasn't pushed away, and Carkol is able to get a nice stat buff to its speed. It's not enough to be able to outpace Galarian Weezing, but it is enough to put it on par with it, as the two clash once again. However, this time, Weezing is going to use something called a Fairy Wind that is able to strike his rock type as it connects with another flame charge. This wasn't enough to cause a massive amount of damage, but it did chip away decently at Carkol, as it's beginning to breathe heavily from all of the battles that it's had to endure, especially the massive amount of damage that it took from Grimmsnarl before being thrown into this one. Brock knows that they're on the final leg of this, and Weezing is barely looking like it took any damage. This max overgrow is working against them as well as for them. However, Brock thinks that he may have an idea to cause some serious damage even if this is going to be their last move. So he orders Carkol in with a Rapid Spin, to which Opal immediately tries to counter with a Sludge Bomb. However, the Rapid Spin is spinning so quick that it's able to deflect the poison type move, preventing any damage to Carkol, as it's able to slam its massive body into the frame of Weezing, causing a decent amount of damage. But unfortunately, this does have a side effect, as the Rapid Spin is able to wipe away the max overgrow, preventing any healing to either Pokemon, and unfortunately for Carkol, this is going to be all she wrote, as without that healing, it collapses under the weight of its own body, bringing this battle to a close. It's now a 1v1, as Brock recalls Carkol, thanking it for all the effort that it put in. However, now that he's down to his final Pokemon, he just hoped that Thwacky's mind is clear enough to be able to bring home the win here. So, without hesitation, he sends back in his grass starter, to which, luckily for Brock, it seems to have calmed down slightly as it's focused back on Weezing, ready to engage in battle once more. As the command for this final altercation is given, Brock orders a double hit. However, Weezing is quick to counter with the Fairy Wind that has enough force behind it to push Thwackey back, preventing it from even connecting. This causes the mid-stage evolution to become a little agitated with the situation in its inability to cause any damage in that exchange. This begins to cause its rage to build once more. However, it's still listening to Brock, and at the command of a Razor Leaf, it's able to strike through the Fairy Wind, hitting for some decent damage, although it wasn't super effective due to the type disadvantage. But you can quickly see that that Razor Leaf had some more power behind it than usual, as Weezing begins to have trouble levitating. This is where Brock begins to notice that it might have been a critical hit, which means they could have an opportunity to win here. Unfortunately though, Brock isn't the only one to notice this, as Opal has noticed it as well, and she's beginning to realize that the strength that this thing gains the madder it gets is going to be a problem, and she won't be able to win. So if she can't win, then she can at least make it so that Brock doesn't win either, as she plans her final assault. But she needs Thwackey to be as close as possible before they execute Order 66. Luckily, they won't have to wait, as the grass starter is on the assault again with a double hit at the command of Brock. As it dons both of its sticks in its hands, Thwackey prepares to pummel Weezing with everything it has. However, as it gets within striking range, Opal executes her attack, as she orders Weezing to use a self-destruct. Brock realizes exactly what this is, and it was the fear that he had in the back of his mind the entire battle. But luckily, the position that they're in gives them the perfect chance to pivot, as he orders Thwackey to use a branch poke. The grass starter jams both of its sticks into Weezing, as it uses them to stand directly on top of the levitating ball of sludge. Then, just as Weezing goes critical, Thwackey uses it as a jumping off point to gain as much air as possible. However, as the explosion rings throughout the entire battle stadium, Thwackey is swallowed by the smoke and debris of the self-destruct, leaving the fate of the grass type unknown. Moments go by without a peep, that is, until a brief cry can be heard coming from within the smoke. As it clears, the first thing to come into view is Weezing, as it lays there with spirals in its eyes. But the second thing to come into view is Thwackey, as they can see it hanging from the rafters. The explosion that Weezing had set off forced one of its sticks to lodge into the rafters of the roof, and Thwackey just hung on for dear life, avoiding any major damage, allowing it to be the victor of this battle. battle and bringing things to a close, much to Brock's surprise and Opal's displeasure. However, a win is a win, and Opal, even though she doesn't like the way Brock won, is still obligated to present him with his 5th badge of the Galar region. As the Wacky drops back down, Brock uses his Pokeball to collect it before it smacks into the battlefield, thanking the grass starter as it returns. However, there is one thing that is a cause for concern: that outburst that it had during both of the battles. If it can't get that rage that it has under control, then it's going to be a problem in the future, and Brock can already see this. However, this is a moot point, as Leon and Joe have joined Brock and Opal on the battlefield, as Leon is immediately requesting that they can set up the time for their battle next, to which Opal sighs, telling the boy that they can have it first thing in the morning. But he's going to have to leave the gym now, as she has some important things that she needs to tend to. Then Opal kicks them all out before locking up the gym, as she mentions some sort of secret project that she's been working on. But that's all Brock, Leon, and Joe can hear as they stare at the door, unsure of what just happened. However, on the other side of the gym, Opal is speaking with someone, a woman by the name of Oleana, who tells the former Galarian champion that they have a lot to discuss. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Did you enjoy their trek through the Glimwood Tangle? How about the capture that Leon was able to get in the Morgrim? And what about the battle that Brock had with Opal and the issues that Thwacky seems to be having? Are they going to be a curse like Brock thinks they are? Or are they a blessing in disguise? Let me know your overall thoughts in the comments down below. We begin today's part with Brock and Joe as they arrive in the city of Sirchester. This is the site of Brock's 6th gym badge, and they have been traveling for quite a while trying to reach the city. The journey here was a treacherous one, as they left Leon back in Balanlia, as Brock wanted to get here as soon as possible so that way he can get out of the Glimwood Tangle after being stuck in there for so long. It took them both about a week in order to get here, as they had to travel through the frozen mountains that divided the region in the northern half. And it's at this point we find our heroes sitting in the Pokemon Center as they are eating while their Pokemon are getting checked up on. Brock and Joe are talking about everything that has happened so far and how much time they have left until class actually starts, as Brock realizes that it's getting to the point to where him and Joe are going to eventually have to separate. He wants to make sure that Joe can get back on time, so that way the boy doesn't get any penalties because Brock won't be returning. But Joe already told Brock not to worry. He's going to stick with him as long as he needs to until Brock's ready to go back, if he's ever ready to go back. However, there is one thing that Joe does mention that he's happy that they don't have to deal with anymore, and that's Jazelle, as they haven't seen her in a couple of weeks. Brock asks if that's worry that he hears in Joe's voice. However, the boy simply scoffs, saying that it's more like he's relieved he's not having to deal with her always around and getting in the way. It was getting real old having to watch out for all of the things that she was trying to do behind our backs. Yeah, she was awfully persistent with getting us to go back to the school, Brock says. However, I do feel kind of bad with how things ended. She seems so desperate, and I was wondering why that was. However, Joe just simply tells Brock not to worry about it. She dug her own grave by instigating this entire thing. She's the reason you came out to Galar, and I came out here as well. So, if she doesn't like it, she's gonna have to deal with it. Her own behavior is what got her to this place, so there's nothing more she can do but accept the consequences. Brock agrees with Joe on this. He wants to say something else. However, the duo are interrupted when they get a call over the loudspeaker from Nurse Joy. She's requesting Joe specifically as it concerns his Sableye. Thinking there may be something wrong, they both stand up from the table that they're at, abandoning their food, and head to the front of the Pokemon Center in order to try and find out what's wrong with Sableye as quickly as possible. Boys are there lightning fast, kind of surprising Nurse Joy as she wasn't expecting them to get there so quick. However, Joe immediately lets out a cry concerning his Sableye as he is out of breath. "Is it okay?" the boy mutters. However, Nurse Joy tells him to calm down. Sableye is fine. She just had some questions about it and figured that Joe would be the best person to talk to about this. This gets the boy to inquire about what she wants to know, to which Nurse Joy simply asks if Joe knows where Sableye got that stone that it's been holding. The ghost type doesn't want to let it go, and it won't even let her properly examine it or anywhere that it's near. Joe simply replies they found it in the wild area. Sableye dug it up, and ever since then, it's been hoarding it like it's a protected treasure, and it refuses to let it out of its sight or let anybody else hold it. And considering it wasn't really causing any harm, I figured that it would be okay for Sableye to keep it. After After all, it wasn't being hurt, is it? To which Nurse Joy says no. She actually thinks that that's something that could benefit Sableye. From what she could see, it looks like it might be something called a Megastone, specifically a Sablenite, which means that it is tailored specifically to Sableye. If Joe was able to find the other components needed, then he would be able to help the Ghost type unlock a new level of power through Mega Evolution. This kinda gets Joe excited, as while he's been watching Brock and even Jazelle grow from the background, he's been daydreaming about ways that he can get stronger. And while some of his Pokemon have evolved and he's captured some new Pokemon, the truth of the matter is they haven't really been growing in strength. They've just been growing as a side effect of being exposed to Brock and his Pokemon. And now Nurse Joy is telling him that there's a possibility that he can get this ultra powerful Mega Evolution. The boy quickly inquires on if Nurse Joy knows exactly how to obtain this, to which Nurse Joy sadly responds that she doesn't. Mega Evolution isn't something that's common in the Galar region. It's only Dynamaxing and Gigantamaxing here. This answer gets Joe down a bit. However, Nurse Joy tells him not to be sad. If he wants to learn more about Mega Evolution, all he has to do is head over to the Kalos region or the Hoenn region. They're famous for Mega Evolution, as it's something that is quite common in those two places. Specifically Kalos, they would have every bit of information that Joe needs, as from what her memory serves, there's a place called the Tower of Mastery. This immediately perks Joe right up, as he's been itching for the chance to get Sableye or any of his Pokemon some more power. He quickly thanks Nurse Joy before she hands back the Pokeballs to both Brock and him. You hear that, the boy says? There's a way for Sableye to get stronger. I think I need to look into this more. However, Brock doesn't want to be the bearer of bad news, but he reminds Joe that there's only 4 weeks left until school starts. Unless Joe were to leave Brock alone here in Galar and head to Kalos himself, the chances of him actually being able to obtain any information on Mega Evolution outside of what he already knows is going to be slim to none. So the boy is going to have to choose his next path very carefully, to which causes Joe to hang his head a bit as the reality of the situation sets in. That night, Brock and Joe are laying in bed as they're getting a good night's sleep in preparation for Brock's next gym battle tomorrow. However, Joe is the one that can't really sleep, as he's laying awake, contemplating the future choices that he's going to have to make. What is going to be best for him and his Pokemon? These are the only thoughts that play in the boy's head as the night fades into the next morning. This is where we find Brock and Joe up bright and early. Well, up is a loose term, as Joe really couldn't sleep after the revelation of the possibility for Sableye to get stronger. However, that's going to be the last thing that the boy's going to have to think about at this current time, as now that the sun is up and Brock is in full swing, he has one thing on his mind, and that's the gym battle that he wants to undertake today. He doesn't know what type of gym that Sir Chester has to offer, but he knows one thing. No matter what they face, his Pokemon are going to be ready. However, he's just going to have to be cautious of Thwackey, as another outburst like it had the other day could cause him to lose a gym battle. After all, he was barely able to keep up with Opal. However, while Brock is excited, he does notice that his friend Joe looks exhausted. He tells the boy that he should stay behind. It looks like he needs some rest, and the Pokemon Center is rather quiet now, so this would be the perfect time for him to head back to the room and get some shut-eye. However, Joe is insistent upon going, as he doesn't want to leave Brock alone, as he wants to show his friend that he could support him. However, for once in his life, Brock is going to tell Joe that he's not going to accept no for an answer. The boy tells his friend to go back to the room. If Joe can't stay awake, then what's the point of trying to go watch a Pokemon battle? You're just going to nod off whenever you start to zone out, which in Brock's case that would be a bad thing, as it would cause him to lose focus because he's going to be worried about his friend. So the boy would much rather Joe stay here so that way he can get the necessary rest. That way, when they're ready to move on to the next destination, they will have the ability to unimpeded. Reluctantly, Joe agrees with Brock, as he can barely keep his eyes open, so he decides that he's going to head back. He tells Brock to knock him dead. After all, this gym battle could be an intense one, and even though Brock has been on a bit of a winning streak as of late since Kabu, don't underestimate the gym leader, as each one has been proven to be more stronger than the last one. Smiling, Brock tells him thanks for the advice, before he parts ways, leaving Joe to go back to La La Land, so that way the boy could be well rested. While Brock's goal is to ultimately get to the gym to challenge for the gym battle, he gets a little sidetracked, as he's not quite sure on where the gym is in this town. While normally they're marked by a huge stadium, things seem kind of off, as he's standing outside what looks like to be some very old water area. They look like hot springs, well, man-made hot springs. Come to find out, these are baths that were created by an ancient civilization that used to live in this area of the Galar region. This piques the boy's curiosity, as he would like the chance to actually take a bath, as it looks really soothing. However, he's gonna have to take a pass, as he needs to get to the gym so that way he can earn his 6th badge of the Galar region. After some more aimless wandering through the city, Brock finally happens upon a building that seems like it could potentially be a gym, as there's an insignia outside above the door that is similar to the previous gyms that he's experienced. With nothing else to really go on, Brock decides to head in an attempt to inquire if this is the actual gym or not. However, he's not going to have to wait long for that answer, as when he walks inside, there is a very burly man with a pair of sunglasses that just so happens to be playing with his Pokemon. Well, actually, I wouldn't say playing, it's more like wrestling with his Pokemon. And while this is already out of the ordinary, it's the type of Pokemon that Brock sees that catches his attention. They're all rock types. This is where the boy calls out to the blonde-haired man, causing the burly individual to stop and looking on in curiosity. Brock inquires if this is the Sir Chester Gym, as he would like a chance to challenge for a badge, to which the man stands up, eagerly greeting Brock, telling him that his name is Gordy, and this is indeed the Sir Chester Gym. And Brock's in luck, because he hasn't had a challenger in a few days, and Gordy was getting antsy, and he would be more than happy to take on Brock's challenge as the leader of this gym. This immediately perks Brock up, as after all the time that he spent walking around the city, he was beginning to lose hope that he would actually find this place. But for him to randomly walk into a building and not only find the gym, but the gym leader has him stoked and ready to battle. The boy immediately questions if they can get started, to which Gordy shows Brock's same level of enthusiasm, telling Brock that he is a rock-type trainer. There's nothing more he enjoys than their rock-hard defenses and the fact that people underestimate them. They always seem to think that they can be beaten so easily. However, the reason why I'm a gym leader here in the Galar region is because I've proven time and time again that the rock typing is not something to be taken lightly. This is where Brock chimes in, explaining to Gordy that he is actually the son of a gym leader in Kanto, and his father just so happens to specialize in the rock typing as well. You may have heard of him, the one known as Flint. This is where Gordy brushes his chin briefly, trying to think about who the rock-type gym leaders across the Pokemon world are. However, he doesn't recall anybody named Flint. He must not be that strong if I can't remember him, Gordy says. This strikes a nerve with Brock, as it seems like Gordy is just brushing off his dad, to which strikes another nerve with Brock. Why would Gordy brushing off his dad cause him to be a little bit upset about it? After all, him and his dad weren't on the best of terms as it is. But then again, that's not something he can worry about here, as Brock merely tells Gordy that if he doesn't know who his father is, that's fine, but he's going to show him everything that he's learned from the pewter gym. Well, being the son of a rock-type specialist, you must have some pretty impressive Pokemon. Are you a rock-type specialist as well? To which Brock actually shudders at this comment, declaring that he never really wanted to be a specialist in that typing, as that was his father's typing, and he wasn't really around him that much when he was younger. But a water-type specialist, now that's something that Brock may want to consider in the future. After all, his mother, before she passed, well, she was one of the best, if not the best, water typing specialists that Kanto had to offer. The mere mention of water typing causes Gordy to shudder a little bit, as he knows full well that this typing is the antithesis to the rock typing, striking a nerve with him as he tells Brock that he has no idea what he's talking about. Rock types are way better. However, Brock tells him that no, water types are better, and he'll prove it in their battle today, as he holds up a Pokeball. Gordy excitedly accepts this challenge, as he holds up one himself, telling Brock that this is going to be a 3-on-3. So follow him as they head over to the battlefield. As Brock walks behind Gordy, they are oddly silent, as Brock is thinking about his choices. If this is a rock-type specialist, then Brock knows full well the one Pokemon that he's going to need to take down this arrogant rock-type user, as he looks down and smirks at Gyarados' ball. Moments later, the two find themselves standing across from each other in the gym, and Gordy informs Brock that this will be a 3-on-3 battle. Brock will be the only one that's allowed substitutions, and the battle will be over when one side is out of all Pokemon. So he hopes that Brock's ready, as Gordy intends to put him through the ringer to show him just how great the rock typing truly is. Smiling, Brock tells Gordy that he would be more than happy to prove the gym leader wrong, as he readies his first and what he thinks is going to be his only choice in this battle, Gordy can see the look of determination on Brock's face, and this is something he knows is going to bring an excellent battle. So, without further ado, he decides to ready his first Pokeball as he sends in a Pokemon that Brock hasn't gotten too much experience with, something called a Barbicle. However, Brock is feeling a little bit antsy after all of Gordy's claims, so he forgoes using the Pokedex to find out exactly anything about it, choosing to sending Gyarados to make his point known that water types are superior. With a notification to start the round, Brock takes the first move, telling Gyarados to use a Dragon Dance. However, this is going to be quickly matched by Gordy when he tells his rock type to use something called a Shell Smash. Gyarados begins to move and gyrate in a circular motion, increasing both of its attack and speed, while Barbicle does something completely different. It begins to glow in a red aura while swelling with power as a layer of skin or armor on it begins to crack and shatter off. Brock knows that this has the same effects of his Dragon Dance, he just doesn't know what exactly the effects are. However, he's not going to wait to find out, as he orders Gyarados in with a Knockout Tail to cause as much damage as possible. However, Gordy is going to be quick to counter this, as he orders something from Barbicle that's going to throw Brock a little off, commanding a Razor Shell, which while Brock isn't familiar with this rock type in particular, he is very familiar with this move as this is a water type move, and Barbicle is able to use this to deflect the Aqua Tail by using the shells that it has all across its body to counter the rock type move, preventing any damage to itself. You like that, Gordy says? That's a Razor Shell, and it's going to be the exact reason why your Gyarados isn't going to be able to cause any damage to my Barbicle. However, Brock just has one question. Why is it able to use a water type move? Oh, you haven't figured it out yet, kid? Well, let me explain it to you. While Barbicle is a rock type, it also shares the water typing. So, no matter what you try, it's going to be difficult for your water type to make any type of damage onto my Mon. Now beginning to understand the battle plan of this gym leader, Brock changes tactics, ordering Gyarados to use the Dragon Pulse. However, Barbicle isn't going to waste any time and allow that attack to charge up, as at the command of its trainer, the most powerful rock type that it can muster in a Stone Edge is sent the way of the Serpent. Brock tells Gyarados to fire as quickly as possible. If any of those stones hit, it's going to be a critical damage for them. And unfortunately for the boy, his thoughts came true, as while Dragon Pulse was strong enough to fend off at least half of the stones, the other half got through, with a third of them managing to connect with the half water, half flying type. And unfortunately for Brock, this is where he's going to find out the hard way exactly what kind of stat buff Barbicle got, as not only was this a critical hit on his Serpent, but the damage was increased because of the attack increase that Barbicle had received, dropping it in one fell swoop. As the thud from his Serpent's body echoes from hitting the ground, Brock can do nothing but stand there in pure shock. He didn't think that his most powerful Pokemon, Gyarados, would lose that quickly, and now his whole plan of action is out the window. You see, Gordy says, I told you that you wouldn't be able to beat me that easily, and like I said before, rock types are the superior typing. Brock can do nothing but recall Gyarados and apologize for his lack of ability to see what was clearly in front of him, and the fact that he couldn't use it to the best of its abilities. Now Brock has to make an important decision. He's only got 2 Pokemon left, while Gordy still has 3, and this Barbaricle is far stronger than he gave it credit for. However, there is one thing that Brock has going for him. He does have a Pokemon that could possibly turn things in his favor. As he readies the Pokeball in his hands, he hopes that its power and its temper is going to be enough, as he declares, Thwackey, your time to battle! As the grass starter emerges from its Pokeball, it readies both of its sticks in an attempt to show that it's not intimidated by any opponent that stands before it. However, Gordy just simply laughs. So, you're going to try the even more obvious route, huh? Alright then, let's see exactly what you can do. However, this time the gym leader is going to take the first move, going on the attack with something that could be a problematic situation for the grass type, as he commands for Barbaricle to use an Icy Wind. However, this is exactly what Brock was thinking could happen. A gym leader that's as prepared as this rock type one may have something for all contingencies. So, this is exactly why he chose Thwackey, as he tells the grass monkey to use its 2 sticks as kind of a conduit point to deflect the wind, knocking away the stars of ice that come flying towards it. All the while, Thwackey uses its speed to close the gap between it and Barbaricle, as its little twigs begin to develop a coating of ice on them. Realizing what Brock is doing, Gordy decides to change tactics, as he orders Barbaricle to use another Razor Shell to bring it down on top of Thwackey, so that way he can try and cause some damage. However, this is where the trickiness of Thwackey is going to come into play, as not only does it have a bit of a temper, but it has a bit of a mischievous side as well, as it uses its iced covered twigs to block all of the attempts at it trying to be struck with the Razor Shell, preventing any damage to itself. It's here that Milo realizes that Brock used his own strategy against him, and it's going to be too late for him to counter, as now that Thwackey has allowed Barbarical to run the course of its attack, it is quick on the assault with a Razor Leaf. And unfortunately, this is where the downside of using Shell Smash is going to come into play, as at the cost of increasing its attack, speed, and special attack, it massively drops its special defense and defense. And this Razor Leaf is going to be close enough to have enough power to knock Barbarical out in one fell swoop. Recalling his rock type, Gordy looks down at Thwackey, smirking, as he didn't think that the little grass monkey would have the ability to deflect an ice type attack like that, something he's going to have to take into account for later on down the road. However, he's not going to let this small victory go to Brock's head, as he already has his second choice in mind, as he declares, "Stone Joiner, you're up!" The megalith boulders emerges from its ball with a heavy thud, as Brock knows that very friendly smile that it has on its face is very misleading, as it shares the same look in its eye that its gym leader does. Brock knows that this is going to be a challenge, and he tells Thwackey to be ready, to which the grass monkey readies its 2 sticks as its weapons of choice for this battle. However, they're not going to have to wait long to start battling, as with the signal for the next battle to start, both trainers give their first commands. For Brock, it's a simple one, another Razor Leaf, while Gordy chooses to go with something a little bit more on the stat increasing side, choosing to increase his Stone Joiner's speed by calling for a move called Rock Polish, which Brock has seen his dad use several times, which means that Thwackey is now going to have to rival this thing in speed. However, luckily for them, they're able to land a clean Razor Leaf, as Stone Joiner was spending time rubbing its body against the other rocks on the battlefield. But even though they were able to get the first damage in, that Rock Polish is going to prove to have immediate effects, as Gordy calls for his next move in something called a Wonder Room. Suddenly, the area around the battlefield begins to glow in some sort of light, as the rock type's eyes begin to glow. This is where Brock realizes they can't waste any time, as he tells Thwackey to use another Razor Leaf. However, this is when it's going to be revealed that things have been flipped on their head, as the Razor Leaf has little to no effect when it comes colliding with the massive body of Stone Joiner. And while there was damage there, it wasn't that much, even though there was a type advantage on Thwackey's part. This is where things begin to set in for Brock. Gordy uses stat-altering moves in order to make up the weaknesses of his rock types. It's actually quite ingenious, and it's something he's seen his father do, but never to this level. And he's going to find out just how much of a pinch that he's in when Gordy orders the next attack, coming from his stone monolith in the form of a heavy slam. All of a sudden, Thwackey finds itself on the receiving end as a massive half-ton comes crashing down on it. The only thing Brock can do is order it to try and run the best it can. However, that's not going to be an option for Thwackey, as it quickly finds itself being squished by the massive monolith. This immediately breaks Brock. He thinks that Thwackey is done after a move like that. However, as the rock type begins to crumble itself off of Thwackey, it's revealed that while Thwackey did take a massive amount of damage, it was able to provide some sort of protection by using his 2 sticks to dig a brief rut in the battlefield where it was going to be landed on, so the damage that it took was minimum. This surprises both Gordy and Brock, as neither one of them had ever seen anything like that before. However, it's obvious that while the damage was minimum, Thwackey is still feeling it, as it's having trouble standing up due to one of its legs having been pinned more than the other ones. It's here that Brock realizes he's not going to have any other options. If he wants to set the tone moving into the final battle, then he needs to take control. It's at this immediate moment that he activates the power of his Dynamax band, as he recalls Thwackey and engages the transformation for the grass gorilla to go big. As it emerges from the ball, Gordy can do nothing but smile at the tower-sized Titan gorilla, seemingly pleased with himself that he forced Brock into such a state this early on in the battle. However, he's not going to let this revelation dampen his mood, as he orders Stone Joiner back on the attack with the rock slide. However, Brock isn't going to allow it the chance to connect, as he orders Thwackey to use a max overgrow. While Gordy's boulders are able to connect with Thwackey first, the fact of the matter is the increase that the Dynamax transformation has provided the grass type is more than enough to prevent it from being knocked out, and this allows it to complete the grass type attack, knocking Stone Joiner out in the process and bringing this battle to a close, giving Brock the second victory that he needed. As Gordy recalls his second Pokemon, he contemplates everything that has happened in this battle. He's pushed Brock to the edge, and to force him to Dynamax this early is something that he's very pleased with. However, he's going to keep that revelation to himself for the time being, as he readies his final Pokeball. While on the other side of the field, Brock is hoping that going Dynamax this early wasn't a mistake, as a healing aura begins to wash over Thwackey, giving it some much needed health back. However, they're not going to have to wait long to discover what Gordy's final Pokemon is, as he declares, Colossal, you're up! A giant-sized rock-type Pokemon that seems to burn with embers of coal in its back emerges from its Pokeball, ready to show Brock that just because he has the numbers advantage at this current time doesn't mean he has the ability to win. Gordy tells Brock that Colossal is his strongest Pokemon, and he's about to see the true power of rock types, as the call for the next battle is given, and Gordy wastes no time in trying to run out the time on the Dynamax by ordering a move that Brock didn't see coming. A Heat Crash. That's a fire-type move. How does this thing know it? But he doesn't have time to decipher this, as he needs to get back on the attack, telling Thwackey to use another Max Overgrow. However, unfortunately for the grass type, its attack is going to be swallowed by the intensity of the flames from the Heat Crash, preventing any damage from Colossal as it smacks into the giant grass-sized gorilla with all of the weight that it can muster. Now, while technically Thwackey does weigh more than Colossal at this current time, that doesn't mean that it's not going to feel this, as that same leg that Stonejourner had landed on is the one that Colossal had crashed into, causing even more damage, dropping the grass starter to a knee as it can no longer support itself under its massive weight. This pleases Gordy as he begins to see the strategy to pick apart this giant kaiju, and he wastes no time going on another attack, calling for a move that Brock didn't think something of this size was going to be able to be capable of, as Colossal jumps into the air, executing something called a flying press. It's at this point the Mon of Stone Cinders brings all of its weight down, crashing into Thwackey once more, as Brock can do nothing but order a max strike in order to try and counter. However, it's not powerful enough, as it's overwhelmed by the sheer weight of Colossal's girth, and as Thwackey writhes in pain, this runs out the final turn of Brock's Dynamax transformation, causing the grass starter to revert to its previous form. Now even worse off than it was, as it can no longer walk. This brings a smile to Gordy's face, as he tells Brock even though his strategy seems solid in theory, he's going to have quite the problem dealing with Colossal now, as he readies his own Dynamax band and initiates the process. However, what's going to pop from the ball is going to be far more terrifying than anything Brock could have produced, as his G-Max Colossal emerges from its ball. As the G-Max Colossal emerges, Brock tells Thwackey to use a Razor Leaf, trying to cause as much damage as possible. However, this is where they're going to get hit with something that's going to be of intense flames, when Gordy calls for a Max Flare that is powerful enough to envelop the entire area, burning up the Max Overgrow that Thwackey had left before and the grass starter itself, bringing its tenure in this battle to an end. Brock recalls his grass starter as he stares down the colossal titan before him. He hasn't seen a G-Max transformation as intense as this one before. He doesn't know what it is, but it actually kind of strikes fear into him. But he can't let that stop him. Joe gave him his vote of confidence, and he knew that he needed to be here, and Brock has to prove him wrong, so that way the boy doesn't feel bad if Brock loses. This just leaves the burning question of which of Brock's last 3 Pokemon is he going to use in this last fight. Stunky, he hasn't had long enough, so it may not be the best choice. And Joltik, well, let's just say a rock type and a fire type are not its best friends. That only really leaves one obvious choice in Brock's eyes, which he thinks would be the best one, as he's starting to see just exactly what this Colossal is, as he readies the Pokeball and sends in his starter that his father gave him. Carkol, your time to battle! As the rock mid-stage evolution emerges from its ball, this catches Gordy off guard. By the way Brock talked about rock types, and the way he favored water types, he never figured Brock for somebody to have a rock type. But this is where he's going to get a little bit of a history lesson for the boy, as he reveals that even though he does not like the rock type per se, this was the starter his father gave him as a sponsorship when he went to school last year. So, like it or not, they got stuck together. However, Carkol is his oldest Pokemon, and it's going to be the one that carries him to victory today. There's a brief chuckle in Gordy's voice as he declares that Brock seems to have put it together. He's figured out that Colossal is the evolved form of his Carkol, to which Brock smirks. That's right, and this means that I intend to be the one to be victorious here, as it's a point of pride with us that we couldn't let you walk away with this battle as the victor, considering we both have the same type of Pokemon basically. Well, Gordy hopes to see all all of Brock's efforts play out. However, he thinks they're going to be in vain, as Colossal is his oldest Pokemon as well, and it's not going to fall that quickly to the boy no matter how much he wants it to. And the intensity the two are capable of is going to be on full display as the next round is called for to begin, with Brock calling for a smackdown in an attempt to try and cause some damage using its fire type as a weakness. However, Gordy is already fully aware of everything that his rock type is weak to, as he tells Colossal to use a max knuckle in an attempt to one-shot Brock's Carkol. However, there's one thing that Gordy isn't privy to about Brock and his Carkol in particular. They put a lot of emphasis on training their base speed with all the battles that they've had with Joe. This allows the rock type to quickly evade the fighting type G-Max move, putting it in a more favorable position to land that smackdown. While this does impress Gordy, he knows that he's going to still have the advantage here, as his way of dealing with this speedy little problem is if he can't hit just one specific thing, then they'll hit everything, telling Colossal to use a max rock fall. As giant boulders begin to levitate above them and crash into the ground, Carkol does its best to avoid them. However, unfortunately, it's not going to be able to avoid them for too long, as when the last boulder comes smashing down, while it doesn't hit the starter, the shockwave is enough to cause Carkol to be sent flying into one of the other boulders that had already landed, which does cause a decent amount of damage to the rock type. However, it shuffles quickly back to its four legs, as it's not going to be willing to let an attack that pathetic beat it, to which Brock compliments it on. Come on, let's just show him how strong we are. The tenacity of these two are impressive, and the gym leader isn't going to sit idly by and let that overtake them, as he knows that Colossal can get one more move out before they lose their G-Max transformation. It is in this moment that Brock sees everything flash before his eyes, as Carkol is consumed by an attack called G-Max Volcalith. Suddenly, a swirling wind of tornadoes begins to circulate around his starter as they steadily close in, causing chip damage little by little, while Gordysmon slowly reverts back to its normal stage. Carkol can do nothing to defend itself as the chip damage begins to stack. Brock can do nothing but hear the cries of pain coming from his starter, to which his only response is to cry back its own name. However, this is going to be the exact effect and motivation that Carkol needed, as in this gym battle, it's going to begin to glow in an evolutionary light as it increases its power and grows in size, taking on the final stage of its evolution to match the power of the gym leader. And upon this evolution, Brock's new Colossal has learned a new move called Tar Shot, as it uses it to deflect the Max Volcalith by shooting wads of tar out from itself that catch the rocks that are flying towards it, sending them back in all the directions away from it. This is able to strike Gordy's Colossal, causing some serious damage to the rock fire type. However, it's not enough to drop it, and as the two rock Goliaths stare each other down, both Brock and Gordy are left in an interesting position, as they have to determine what's going to be the best path to victory. They both know one simple fact: they cannot strike each other with fire type moves, which is going to bring the moves that they can use against each other down to just 3 apiece. And there's also the overwhelming fact that Brock doesn't have as much experience with the Colossal as Gordy does, so he's going to have to be creative and hope for a little bit of luck if he hopes to win this. However, Gordy is going to do his best to throw that off their game, as he orders a Rock Tomb from his Colossal. However, Brock has the perfect counter for this, ordering a Rapid Spin. His rock type begins to spin at a high rate of speed as it cracks the boulders as they emerge from the ground, sending them careening back in the direction of Gordy's Colossal, causing more damage. It's in this moment that Brock realizes exactly what he's going to have to do. He knows how he's going to have to win this, and he can see the path to victory. His only hope is that Gordy doesn't see it. However, the gym leader isn't going to give Brock any chance to try and counter here, as he orders his Colossal in with the Flying Press. Once again, the rock type takes to the air in an attempt to bring all of its weight crashing down onto Brock's Mon. However, this time, Brock isn't going to let this go off without some sort of repercussions, as he tells his Colossal to use an Ancient Power. However, this isn't going to be the only technique that Brock uses, as Gordy's Colossal tries to crash through the boulders. Brock's Colossal counters with another Rapid Spin that sends the shards that were sent in its direction right back at Colossal once again, causing even more damage. It's at this point that Gordy begins to pick up to what Brock is trying. If they can't attack each other, he's going to use the power of Gordy's Mon to his advantage, which means that Gordy is going to have to change things up, forcing him into a high-risk, high-reward situation. He just hopes that Brock doesn't know the weakness of his next move, as he tells his Mon to use a Tar Shot, Suddenly, both Brock and his partner find that they are covered in a sticky tar, preventing it from really moving and executing any of their attacks. This is going to leave it vulnerable to any move that Gordy can think of, which absolutely terrifies Brock. However, he can't let them win, and he knows Colossal is close to its limits with all of the damage that it's taken, and Gordy aims to take exact advantage of this fact as he orders another flying press. Knowing that Karkle can't endure another attack like that, he goes high risk as he tells his Mon to use a flame charge. However, this is going to have an added effect, as now that it's covered in tar, the normal flame that it used to surround its body with is now increased tenfold, allowing it to burn up all the tar around it and escape the attack before it is able to land. This allows Colossal to fire back with an ancient power at its enemy that crashes into Gordy's Mon as it lands on the battlefield where Colossal once stood. The impact that it takes from the crash, as well as the ancient power slamming into it from the back completely unguarded, is enough to bring this battle to an end, giving Brock the victory over Gordy. The young trainer can't believe it. The fact that he was actually able to win this is completely astonishing to him. However, he's not the only one, as Gordy approaches the young trainer and recalls his Colossal, telling Brock that this was a very fun battle. He didn't think that he would ever lose in a battle of rock types, let alone to a kid like Brock. He's shown that even though he disdains the rock type the way he says he does, he truly does have an understanding of it, and that's something he should be proud of, no matter how he feels about it. Brock just looks at Colossal and then to Gordy before thanking the gym leader for all of the things that they were able to learn today. This is where Gordy presents Brock with the rock badge, telling them to take this. They earned it, especially since they were able to have such a fun battle together. Brock accepts the badge, thanking the gym leader before celebrating with Colossal and thanking it for all of the effort that it was able to put through and for taking the risks that he knew that they could endure. With Brock's business at the gym now done, we find him back at the Pokemon Center as he's having Nurse Joy look at his Pokemon. However, this moment and sense of accomplishment that he feels is going to be quickly overshadowed as he hands over his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. An earthquake begins to shake the Pokemon Center as all the TVs across the building begin to go staticky. The only thing Brock can do is hold on to the counter in hopes that he doesn't get crushed by something falling from the ceiling or somebody falling into him. The violent tremors from beneath their feet last for what seems like an eternity. This is so bad that even Joe is forced out of a dead sleep as he enters the main hall of the Pokemon Center, seeing Brock and Nurse Joy trying to figure out what is going on. But just as Joe asks Brock if he's okay, the shaking stops as all of the TVs come back on, and there seems to be some sort of newscast as it's declared that the wild area has become an unsafe place. Giant Dynamax Pokemon have begun to ravage the area as pillars of Dynamax energy shoot into the sky. The cause of the phenomenon is unknown, and if they can't get it under control, then Galar may be in trouble. And this is where we are going to end things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Did you enjoy the battle that Brock had with Gordy? And did you also enjoy the fact that he finally got his starter Pokemon to evolve? And how about that earthquake that they're feeling and the sudden appearance of all the Dynamax Pokemon in the wild area? What was the cause of this? And is it going to be something that our heroes are going to have to be concerned about? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part with Brock and Joe as they are heading down the ocean part of Route 9. They're heading to a town called Spikemuth, as it is the site of the next gym badge. Joe and Brock are training, as Brock is feeling pretty good since his win in Chichester. It's here that we find our duo in the midst of a battle, and the Pokemon of choice are the ones known as Joltik and Dreadnought. The two have been going at it non-stop for over an hour now, as Brock and Joe are trying to do their best to bring out their full potential. Joe, for a simple fact, is because he wants to try and get Dreadnought to the point to where it can Gigantamax, like Nessa's was back at the Mulberry Gym, while Brock has decided to use Joltik, as it's been one of the two Pokemon that he hasn't really had a whole lot of time to do anything with as of late. It's just been non-stop, and the Pokemon that's been getting his attention the most are Thwackey, Colossal, and Gyarados. So since they had such a long walk, the boy decided to use this time to train up with Joltik in particular. And this is where we see when the two are exchanging blows, as Dreadnought and Joltik are doing their best to push each other back. However, the electric bug finds itself being overwhelmed by Dreadnought repeatedly, as it is much larger in stature, and it's becoming frustrating for Joltik. However, Brock's encouragement keeps it going, as during their training, it has learned a new move. something that's a lot more powerful than the standard Thundershock, as it's been able to use the move Discharge, which we get to see here on full display. However, there is one thing that Joltik hasn't learned yet, and that's quite how to control the current of the move, as when Brock calls for the move after being pushed back by a crunch, Joltik lets out all of the electricity that it has stored in its body. And unfortunately, this strikes not only Dreadnought, but everything in the surrounding area across the beach, which has a side effect which Brock and Joe wasn't foreseeing, as just before this battle, the two were talking about all of the random occurrences of Dynamax Pokemon that have been popping up, and it has Joe a little bit worried. But Brock had told the boy not to be too concerned about it, as it was centralized in the wild area, and all of the surrounding gym leaders, along with Peony, had been reported to be in the area taking care of all the Dynamax Pokemon. And with them so far away, they weren't in any real danger. However, that's going to be proven to be false at this current time. As the electricity spikes rapidly across the beach, it strikes a certain point that causes a brief explosion. At first, this just looks like the electricity finally grounding, causing a brief poof in sand. But unfortunately, that's not quite the case, as a pink glowing can be seen from deep underneath the beach. This is where it hits the two boys, as Dreadnought was standing right by this when it happened. It's a power spot, and unfortunately, because it's one that hasn't been tapped into by man, it is one that is able to oversaturate Dreadnought, causing it to Dynamax immediately, even though Joe is not in the possession of a Dynamax band. And this immediately causes Dreadnought to freak out, as it's so oversaturated with energy that it's unable to focus on anything that's happening. It's at this point that Brock doesn't have any choice, and he's gonna have to engage with it, as Joe is frozen out of fear. So he decides to send in Thwacky to offer assistance to Joltik, figuring that they both have some sort of type advantage against it, so they might be able to do something. But unfortunately, with Dreadnought's oversaturation of energy, it's going to be difficult for them to do anything, and things don't really go too well. As Dreadnought rampages, the two Mons are slammed about every time they make an attempt to get close. This whole instance causes two things. One, Thwacky's temper reaches its boiling point, as it begins to start attacking, just completely ignoring the commands of Brock, while on the other side, Joltik took a decent amount of damage and is trying to recover from being nearly squished by one of Dreadnought's massive feet. As Brock begins to check on the bug, he looks it over, holding it, making sure that there's no real damage to it. However, this is a moot point, as the two are forced to dodge because Dreadnought is rampaging even harder now due to Thwacky's insistent attacking of it, and this is putting Brock directly in the line of danger, which is something that Joltik is going to do its best to try and prevent. However, it's just not strong enough, but its will and determination to protect its trainer causes Joltik to begin glowing in an evolutionary light, as before Brock's eyes, it takes on its second stage evolution in Galvantula, as it fires an Electroweb, trying to do its best to subdue Dreadnought from any type of movement. But unfortunately, even with this increase in power, this still isn't enough, and Thwacky is even having trouble keeping up. It gets to the point to where Brock reaches back to his belt, getting ready to pull out the Pokeball for Gyarados. However, just as Galvantula uses a Giga Drain, while Thwacky uses a Razor Leaf, some assistance is going to come from a very unlikely place, as a Pokemon makes its presence known, as it attacks Dreadnought with one massive chop to its throat before it drops, as it reduces in size, returning to its normal state. Everyone looks at this random Pokemon that decided to help them out of the goodness of their heart, they think, for the time being. However, this thing is a bit intimidating, as it flashes its tongue at them, which could be taken as a sign of aggression. However, a voice echoes from behind them as it says, "Obstagoon, that's enough." Turning, the two boys see a man in a white uniform with long black hair with a white streak walking towards them. The guy asks if they are okay, to which both Brock and Joe confirm by shaking their head. The man then thanks his Obstagoon as he returns it to a ball, and introduces himself as Pierce, before his Rotom phone rings, hovering in front of him, projecting a hologram of somebody they know all too well. Chairman Rose, Pierce says, "We have found the power spot, and unfortunately there was a Dynamax incident, but me and Obstagoon were able to quickly subdue it." "Very good," Rose says. "Now, cordon off the area to prevent any other harm from coming to anybody, and be on the lookout. This is the third sighting we've had in that part of Galar in the last week, which is highly unusual due to your location." Pierce nods as he then hangs up before turning back to the boys, apologizing for ignoring them temporarily. He then tells them that it's extremely dangerous to be out here all alone, especially when they seem to be on the receiving end of this boy's Dreadnought. However, Joe tells them that they're actually on their way to Spikemuth. They were looking to challenge the gym there. That's why they were out here. They were doing some last minute training before they entered the city, which would have been later on today. This is where Pierce perks up. Oh, well, it looks like you guys found exactly what you're looking for. I'm actually the gym leader of Spikemuth, but unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to take any challenges as of right now. This immediately causes Brock to sigh as he asks why, to which Pierce tells him why don't they head into town. He'll tell them everything along the way. As the three of them walk, Pierce explains that in this area of Galar, it's very unusual to see a Dynamax Pokemon. There actually isn't any power spots in this part of Galar, so for there to be any type of Dynamaxing happening is a highly unusual event. And because it's been happening so frequently, I've been forced to step in to try and protect travelers on the road, and it's really been cutting into my music time. This is where both Brock and Joe thanks Pierce for helping them out, as if he wouldn't have been out here, then they may have gotten squished by their own teammate, to which Pierce says not to worry about it. Even though he doesn't like doing it, it's something that he's going to make sure he gets done. After all, it's a duty of him as a gym leader for Galar. The trio continue on walking and talking for what seems to be like an hour or two, until they finally find themselves inside the town of Spikemuth. Pierce comments to Brock and Joe that if they wish to challenge him, they can do so in the morning. However, his Pokemon have been battling all day, so it's best that him and them get some rest, while they head to the Pokemon Center and get all of their Pokemon looked up, especially Dreadnought. After that throat chop it took from Obstagoon, it looked like it could use a doctor to look at it. Our two heroes nod as they part ways with Pierce. However, as they get to the Pokemon Center, Joe comments that this whole town doesn't really look like the cleanest place. Brock tells him not to worry, it's probably not a usual thing. However, as Joe reaches out for the door, the trash can right next to the door begins to rattle as something pops out of it. It's a very disheveled Pokemon, and it looks like it's eating the garbage. This causes Joe to be grossed out a little bit, as he tells Brock that they need to hurry inside before he loses whatever food that he has in his system. However, Brock just laughs at the whole incident as they head inside. However, they're not going to be heading alone, as the very crazy looking feline has followed them in. And the first thing that Brock and Joe do is drop off their Pokemon with Nurse Joy, so that way they can get them looked at. But after that, they decide to head to the cafeteria so they can get something to eat. But unfortunately for them, they're not going to be alone. As the two sit down at a table, Joe looks over to see a pair of eyes peering over the edge, looking at all of their food. Disgusting, Joe says. It's drooling. However, Brock just says it's probably hungry. I mean, after eating garbage, it's gotta be. It's here that the boy asks if the hobo cat would like some food, to which it nods and immediately scarfs down what it's being offered without even chewing. Brock says it must have been a while since it last ate a good meal, so not to worry. They'll make sure they get plenty of food for it, so that way it can eat as much as possible. This causes the feline to get excited, as it eats like a caveman, just grabbing anything off of the two boys' plates and stuffing its face until it gets to the point to where it can't even really move. As the Pokemon lays there on its seat with its belly protruding out, now twice the size of that it was when they came in, Brock pulls out his Pokédex to learn that this Pokemon is something called a Berserker. It looks like it's an evolution to a Galarian Meowth. He finds this fascinating, as he didn't know that Meowth actually had any regional variants. However, since now it seems to be content with all the food that he eats, Brock figures that they need to get it looked at. After all, it probably might need some shots from hanging out with the trash cans all day. So as the two get the call to pick up their Pokeballs, Joe reluctantly helps Brock over to the main counter, as he shows Nurse Joy the Berserker. But the nurse isn't unfamiliar with this Pokemon, explaining that it's been here a while. It was abandoned by its trainer when he could no longer afford to feed it. As the cat wasn't winning any battles, they were never able to get any money. So ever since then, it just hangs out around the Pokemon Center, eating out of all the trash cans. This backstory gets Brock and Joe a little sad now that they know about the whole thing. It's at this point that Brock decides that he would like to try to add it to his roster, as the Scratch Cat doesn't really have anything or anyone to rely on, and he thinks that it's unfair for it to be treated like that. Pulling out a ball, the cat is oblivious to this, as it just walks off now that it's been fed. Nurse Joy tells him that's the other thing. It doesn't seem to care about humans unless they have food, as the three of them watch it go over to another couple sitting at a table and pull off the same thing that it just did to Brock and Joe. This angers Joe a little bit, as he's convinced that this was just a scam for it to get fed. However, Brock isn't so sure, as they head to their room for the night. The next day, the two are eating, and Berserker joins them again. Joe tells it to get lost, as they won't fall for its tricks, but Brock says they don't have to be so rude. Let it eat, as we're almost done, and we're not going to finish all this that's on our plates. Reluctantly, Joe sighs, with an okay. Luckily, it's not long for the boy, as they quickly finish their eating and get up from the table before Brock tells Berserker that they'll see it later, as they have a gym battle to go compete in. However, as they walk away, Joe just watches in disgust as Berserker just eats away at all the table scraps, and he shudders as they leave the bottomless pit behind. About 30 minutes later, our heroes find themselves at the gym. As they enter, they run into Pierce, who has been waiting eagerly for them for the last hour or so. The gym leader asks which one of them is going to be up to battle first. However, Brock says it's actually only going to be him. Joe is just his traveling friend. He doesn't actually take part in gym battles, to which causes some relief for Pierce, as he informs Brock that they're only going to have a 2-on-2, as he's already had to deal with a Dynamax rampage this morning, and some of his Pokemon have already been put through the ringer. Brock tells Pierce that he doesn't have a problem with this, and asks where they're going to battle, to which Pierce just laughs. Right here. But both Brock and Joe are confused, as they ask what happens when it comes time to Dynamax their Pokemon during the battle. The leader laughs again, as they weren't really paying attention, and goes on to explain that they can't Dynamax in this gym, as it wasn't built on a power spot. Pierce is the only gym leader in Galar that actively does not use the Dynamax phenomenon to increase the power of his Pokemon. So their battle will be straightforward, a simple 2-on-2 with no tricks but the wit and the guts of the trainer and Pokemon. Brock likes this, as he feels like he hasn't had a normal Pokemon battle with high stakes in a while, so he gladly accepts this challenge as the two take their positions opposite sides of the gym of one another. With their Pokeballs in their hand, the two are given the commands to send in their first choices. For Pierce, it's a Pokemon that Brock has never seen before, as he declares, "Scrafty, go!" What pops from the ball is a Pokemon that looks like it has pants that are way too big for it. However, it seems to have trouble moving around, so Brock decides that he might be able to take advantage of this by using something that has a little bit of speed, to which he's going to waste no time in declaring, "Thwacky, your time to battle!" The mid-stage starter emerges from its ball with its two sticks, staring down Scrafty, still a little frustrated from the previous day in the battle with Dreadnought, so it's going to aim to take out its frustration on this Pokemon that has been sent into battle. With the command given to start, Pierce wastes no time in calling for a fake out, to which Brock immediately tries to counter with a double hit. However, as Scrafty closes in, it steps back and claps its hand, causing Thwacky to flinch in place, stunning it briefly. Brock takes note of this, as he's never seen anything like that before. However, while this move isn't particularly powerful, it does have one thing in creating an opening, which is exactly what Pierce wanted, as he sends Scrafty in with another move that Brock is a little bit more familiar with, as his father uses it back at his gym, a move called Brick Break. With the grass type stunned in place, Scrafty is able to easily bring down its fist on top of its head, knocking some sense into Thwacky as it's sent tumbling back from the hit. Well, I gotta say, we're off to a really rocky start on your part, Brock. I hope that your Thwacky is going to be able to go the distance. However, Brock tells Pierce not to be so cocky, as he looks to Thwacky. The grass starter stands up as it is seen red. The frustration it has from being tricked like that is inexcusable, and it begins to attack in a blind rage, ignoring any commands that Brock gives it, as it brings down a Razor Leaf followed by a Branch Poke, and then finally a double hit, all on top of Scrafty. The only thing Brock can do is recall the monkey before it gets itself disqualified. However, while its rampage was a bit powerful and embarrassing on Brock's part, it wasn't enough to take out Scrafty, as it's still standing, wondering what just happened. However, it's obvious that it's feeling the pummeling it just took. Pierce commends Brock on his ability to know when his Pokemon are out of control, and the fact that he was willing to recall it at that stage shows that Brock cares deeply for his Pokemon, and he doesn't want to see them get hurt or cause harm to others. Brock shyly apologizes for Thwacky's outburst, but he promises that he'll make sure it stays in control for the rest of the battle. So he wants to give it a little cooldown time as he holds his next ball in his hand. the boy is feeling a bout of good luck as he declares, Galvantula, your time to battle. Brock's newest evolved mon pops from its ball as it takes to the field, sparking a little bit, signifying that it wants to test out its new power. Oh, so you're going electric today, are we? With a little bit of bug flare. Well, let's see just how your bug does against Scrafty. As the battle begins, Pierce calls for a sand attack in an attempt to bring down any type of attack that Brock may bring against it. However, Galvantula actually has the perfect counter to this, as Electroweb is able to nab up all the sand rather quickly, giving Galvantula the same kind of opening that Scrafty had created for itself in the beginning of the battle, allowing the bug to fire off a discharge. Now, while Scrafty isn't exactly close to the bug, and at the command of its trainer it begins to jump around the battlefield in an attempt to dodge, discharge is wild, as Galvantula still hasn't learned to control it yet, and the electricity sparks throughout the surrounding area, eventually catching up with its target, knocking it out in the process. Recalling his Dark Fighter, Pierce comments that it seems like Thwacky's not the only one that can't control itself. Brock then apologizes. His Galvantula just learned this attack the other day, and they're still trying to get the hang of it, to which Galvantula lets out a brief cry of its name, signifying that it apologizes for the overusage of the electricity. It didn't mean to. Pierce can see that Galvantula is sorry, unlike the Wackies, so he lets this go as he readies his final Pokeball for this battle, telling Brock he hopes he's ready to face his strongest, as he declares, Obstagoon, go! Like a demon out of the hell, the Pokemon emerges from its ball with its tongue exposed, ready to engage in battle as it wobbles its head and tongue back and forth in some sort of aggression and intimidation tactic. Brock decides that Galvantula may be a little bit too meek to take this on just at this point, so he recalls it for the time being. He then readies Thwacky's Pokeball as he hopes that even though it hasn't been that long, it's had enough time to cool down, as he declares, Thwacky, your time to battle. Unfortunately, as the grass monkey pops from its ball, its rage has yet to subside, and as the battle is called to start, it immediately takes off down the battlefield, heading straight for Obstagoon. Brock immediately sees this and decides that he may need to recall it before it gets out of hand. However, Pierce welcomes this, telling his Obstagoon to use Obstruct. As Brock recalls his mon, the ball fails as the Obstruct connects. Pierce tells Brock that there's no way Thwacky's getting out of this battle this time. It's going to have to face the consequences of its actions, as Thwacky tries to land a double hit on Obstagoon. This is easily batted away with a throat chop. The Dark-type charges up both of its forearms as it slams them into the neck of Thwacky before driving it into the battlefield. Nothing but a cloud of dust can be seen momentarily, as Brock wonders if it was able to survive. But unfortunately for the Grass-type, because it wasn't able to put up a defense due to its blind rage, that move was completely unguarded, and Obstagoon was able to take the win, as it stands up, leaving Thwacky cratered with spirals in its eyes in the middle of the battlefield. Brock recalls his grass starter, telling it, thanks for the attempt, but we're gonna have to work on your ability to control that rage of yours. Pierce smiles, telling Brock that he quite enjoyed that exchange. He hopes that Galvantula is able to put up a bit of a better fight, to which Brock tells him that don't worry, they have a foolproof plan that's going to be able to bring them the win, as he declares, Galvantula, your time to battle. The electric arachnid pops once again from its ball, ready to take on the challenge. As the signals of start are given, Pierce immediately calls for another throat chop. However, Brock has an idea that he thinks is going to work here, as he tells Galvantula to use an Electroweb, but he doesn't want to use it directly on Obstagoon, rather the surrounding area. The spider does as it's told, shooting the attack in the surrounding area, creating what looks to be like a field of landmines of Electrowebs. However, Pierce thinks this is going to be a quick fix, as he tells his Dark-type just to jump over them and gain some serious air, so that way their throat chop is going to have that much more power when it's brought down on the bug. But unfortunately, Brock was actually hoping for this, as he saw what it did with Thwacky, so he aims to use the Electroweb as a guidance for their next attack, as he tells Galvantula to use a discharge, and to not hold anything back. The bug does what it's told, as it lets loose all of the electricity that it has stored up within inside of its body, and the Electroweb acts just like a conductor, guiding the electricity across the battlefield, allowing it to find Obstagoon smoother than it had before when it had zapped Scrafty. This allows for a cleaner hit, and because the hit was that much cleaner, this is going to have a negative effect on Obstagoon, as a paralysis has set in due to it dropping midair and landing on one of the webs. This catches Pierce off guard. Are you alright, Obstagoon? To which the Dark-type stands up with its tongue still hanging out of its mouth, breathing heavily, as it tries to maintain its position on its feet. Well, it looks like you got us in quite the binding, don't you, Brock? If we continue this battle, then things are only going to get more difficult. And like I said before, my Pokemon have already had to battle today. So you know what? I think we're going to call this one. Obstagoon did its best, and unfortunately with the paralysis setting in, I don't want to push it any farther than it has to be, especially with all these Dynamax Pokemon that have been popping up lately. I need it to be in tip-top shape so that way it can take them down. So I'm going to fold as the gym leader. You've won this battle. This catches Brock off guard. You never expect Gym Leader and Galar to give up like that. However, he can understand why with all the threats that they've been facing down lately. Walking to the center of the gym, Pierce tells his Dark type that it did a great job, but he didn't want to push it any harder. He knows that it could have gone the distance if he really wanted it to, but they have to think about the bigger picture, especially with everything that's going on. So it's best if it just gets some rest as he recalls it. The gym leader then turns to Brock as he recalls his spider, telling Brock that he's demonstrated an ability that he hasn't seen in a long time, and it's compassion for other Pokemon. Not just yours, but other trainers as well, which is something that's rare, especially when you get in a competitive environment. And so, since you reciprocated that to my Pokemon, I've reciprocated it to you, as I present you with your prize, the Dark Badge. Brock takes the badge, thanking Pierce for the battle that they had, and he wishes that they will have the chance to battle a full 6-on-6 maybe sometime in the future. To which Pierce turns to the boy and tells him, "Oh, don't worry, we'll have that chance when we get to the championship tournament," leaving both Brock and Joe in a stunned silence, contemplating what he means by that. And now we're going to shift our position over to a girl that we haven't seen in a while, Jazelle, and there's a very important reason of why we haven't seen her, as we find her in the midst of wrapping up a gym battle with the 4th gym leader of the region, Alistair. He mentions that she's a very angry girl, and she shouldn't be so mean to her Pokemon. Jazelle mentions that she's not angry, she's just motivated to get some payback, and this is where we're going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you guys feel about this part? What did you think about the Dynamaxing that's been happening all over the region and how it's causing more trouble than everybody seems to know? How did you feel about the gym battle that Brock and Pierce had? Do you feel like even though Pierce ended up forfeiting, he still gave Brock a decent battle as a gym leader? And let's not forget about that Berserker who just seems to want to eat everything in sight. Have we seen the last of it? And how about Jazelle? Is she taking the gym challenge as well? And if so, who sponsored her? And what's her reason behind it? Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments down below. We begin today's part with Brock and Joe as they're heading down Route 7. They left Spikemuth about a day or two ago, and they have decided to stop for lunch. On their way back to Hammerlock, as this is the final site of the final badge for Brock in the Galar League. However, hunger has gripped the two, so they've decided to set up camp for the time being, so that way they can get some food in their bellies and the bellies of their Pokemon. However, they're gonna have an unexpected guest, as it seems somebody has followed them from Spikemuth, that Berserker, and it has made itself known as they just finished up dishing up all the plates for themselves. And Joe is a bit freaked out as the Wildcat appears sitting at the table and it begins scarfing down on all of their plates. "You see, Brock, I told you we shouldn't have continued to feed it. Now it's never gonna leave us alone." But Brock just tells him he thinks that it wants to join them on their journey by presenting it with a Pokeball. But the cat just ignores the young boy and continues to stuff its face as much as possible. Brock lets out a sigh as Joe begins to freak out again, telling him that he was right. This thing is never going to leave him alone, and if they don't do something to get rid of it, then they're never going to have any food like its previous trainer. However, Brock tells Joe to calm down. It's not that serious. But these two are going to be interrupted when something happens that isn't going to be forgivable, as the cat begins to eat everything across the table, and it grabs the food from two Pokemon that it shouldn't have, Thwackey and DIDNT. These two begin to pitch a fit as the cat continues to eat. They both find this extremely unacceptable and they begin to attack it. And unfortunately, the only way for Joe and Brock to calm down their Pokemon is for them to be recalled, so that way they don't destroy what's left of the food. This is immediately accompanied by Joe gathering up anything else on the table that they had set up, preventing Berserker from going wild and downing everything. "No, that's a bad cat," Joe says. "You need to stop doing that. That's why your trainer left you." However, Berserker simply seems unfazed by this, as as it licks its fingers, continuing to look for more food. Brock simply sighs as he grabs some of the food from Joe's hands. He bends down to Berserker and presents it with some of it. Listen, you better head back to Spikemuth, as we're going to be leaving now, and we won't be able to feed you the whole way there. At least there you were able to get a meal wherever you were able to find it. He then pats the cat on the head before standing up and packing their bags back up. Brock and Joe then set off, leaving the steel type to stand there, chewing its food as it watches them fade into the mists of Route 7. Both Brock and Joe spend the next couple of days training. However, this is going to be a rocky event, as the one person that's upset about that entire thing is Thwacky. The fact that Brock recalled it in the gym battle like he did, and then recalled it when it was trying to defend its food from being stolen, isn't sitting too well with the grass type, and it's become to show a cold shoulder towards Brock. The boy tries to talk to Thwacky, but it simply ignores him in favor of just sitting there, kind of pouting, like it's upset for Brock showing something else favor. And things aren't gonna get that much better when Berserker unfortunately shows up again and begins rummaging through their food. Not again, Joe says. I thought we were rid of this thing. Why does it keep following us? However, Brock just tells Joe to calm down. It's not that big of a deal. All they simply gotta do is make sure they keep the food packed up so that way Berserker can't get it. He then goes on to admit that Joe was right. They probably shouldn't have fed it. But if they stop feeding it, then it's eventually just gonna get tired of trying with no success, and it's gonna leave them alone. But unfortunately, as the two boys are talking, someone else thinks it's time to fight. And that's Thwacky, as it has its eyes locked on Berserker as it's rummaging through everything trying to find any morsel of food. This causes the grass type to immediately begin to see red once more as it attacks the steel type in a blind rage. However, Berserker seems unfazed by any of its attacks, as a branch poke and a razor leaf seem to do nothing to it, merely bouncing off. This causes Thwacky to begin to lose control of itself as it begins to rampage and intends to smack the cat with a double hit. However, the first one simply glides off the cat's back as it's rummaging through another one of the bags, while Joe is struggling to take it from the feline. And the second double hit comes crashing down with more intensity than the first one as it slams into the ground, missing Berserker while Joe jerked it away. This causes the ground below the hit to begin to crack as a pink aura begins to spill through. What happens next is something that both Brock and Joe were not prepared for, as not only Thwacky but Berserker begin to Dynamax as they take on a gigantic form. This is a problem, Brock says, to which Joe replies, "You think?" as Thwacky goes on an all-out tangent trying to cause any damage that it can to Berserker, while the feline simply stands there trying to do whatever it can to satiate its now monstrous hunger. It's even gotten to the point that in its Dynamax form, Berserker begins to chew on large branches that it finds, anything to fill its empty belly. But this is a blessing in disguise somewhat, as Berserker isn't really rampaging, it's just kind of looking around clueless trying to find some food. But there is a flip side to this coin, as Thwacky is not happy that this thing has not only interrupted everything that's been going on today, but it has also decided to ignore the grass monkey in favor of trying to stuff its face. Thwacky is a mon of pride, and it doesn't like the inherent disrespect that Berserker's obliviousness to the entire situations that it's caused, and this has caused it to start to see red. And at this point, it's Thwacky that begins to rampage, attacking Berserker, who just simply brushes it off as all of its grass types don't really affect its steel typing, and then rampaging throughout everything else, destroying the surrounding area and potentially bringing some harm to local wildlife. Brock and Joe look on as they're not really sure what to do. It's the same instance that happened with Dreadnought only days earlier, and the two are kind of at a loss, but they know they have to do something, and there's really only one thing that they can do, and that's try to battle Thwacky, though it's not going to be easy as the grass monkey is seeing red again, rampaging about, and unfortunately, the only one that's going to really be able to stand against it is Brock. Both of the boys ready their Pokeballs as Joe sends in Sableye and Dreadnought, while Brock sends in Gyarados and Colossal. As the four mons pop from their ball, Brock readies the Dynamax band as he chooses Colossal as the one that he's going to Dynamax, initiating Initiating the process, Brock recalls the Pokemon as the ball grows larger before it takes on its Gigantamax form, or what Brock thought was its Gigantamax form. As Colossal pops from the ball, it appears to be normal, and Brock doesn't really understand it. It looks nothing like the Colossal he battled at Cordy's gym, but unfortunately this has caused an unnecessary distraction for the boy, as this moment of lack of focus for Brock is going to cause Thwackey to get the upper hand on Colossal, as it was awaiting for Brock to give it a command, and Thwackey is able to use a Max Overgrow to cause some serious damage to the rock type. Luckily, its fire typing is able to mitigate the super effectiveness of the move. It's just that the Max Overgrow was completely unblocked. This snaps Brock out of his trance, causing the boy to order a Max Flare to try to mitigate any damage that Thwackey can put out. Colossal begins to surge with energy as fire spouts from its back as it surrounds Thwackey, trying to encase the grass monkey. But unfortunately, when it's in this kind of primal state, it doesn't really heed things like pain. As the fire begins to burn at it, it merely pushes through as it jumps on Colossal, trying to attack it with everything that it has. And while they're both Gigantamax, Colossal does still hold somewhat of a significant size over Thwackey, though the grass monkey's rampage is not making it easy, as Colossal's range of movement in this transformation isn't exactly that of gracefulness, and Thwackey is able to easily climb around it, hitting it from the back and from the sides, where Colossal can't really put up any type of defense. This results in the rock type taking a serious beating, as Brock throws commands, telling it to use things like Max Flare or a Max Strike or even a Max Rockfall, but nothing's really able to get through, as Thwackey just merely dodges it, being so close to Colossal. This causes the walking pile of coals to begin to get frustrated, and now that its judgment is being clouded, it's missing its attacks more and more, allowing Thwackey to land a decisive blow with another Max Overgrow that knocks out the Mon, leaving Brock and Joe with little options. The only way they're going to get through this is if they can run out the Dynamax transformation on Thwackey, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to have any way to do that. Brock even takes to trying to ask Berserker for any type of help, as it is technically the same size as Thwackey, but the cat merely is just looking around in a dazed and confused state, as all it thinks about is food. But unfortunately, this is a bad thing, as now that there's nothing to draw Thwackey's attention, and it's completely lost any type of reason, it sees off in the distance a city with large buildings, a place where it can let out all of its aggression. Hammerlock. As Thwackey begins to take a step towards the settlement, Brock immediately realizes where it's trying to head, and he does whatever it can, even trying to recall it. But unfortunately, its Pokeball is unable to handle the power of the Dynamax transformation that it's undertaking, so it merely fails in the attempt to try and recall it. This leaves both boys with all of their hopes completely shattered, as they can do nothing but watch Thwackey as it walks off. But luckily, they're going to have a bit of a guardian angel, as Brock had mentioned previously that the gym leaders and the champion of the Galar region were out and about trying to maintain all of these random Dynamax phenomenons, and none other than Brock's old mentor, Peony, is on the scene, as he was able to spot Thwackey off in the distance, and he realized that it could make its way to Hammerlock, so he preemptively Dynamaxed his ace Pokemon, Copperajah, and as Brock and Joe are heading trying to do whatever they can to stop Thwackey, all they see is a giant steel elephant running in the opposite direction straight for them, as it collides directly with Thwackey with a Max Steel Spike. The power of this move is enough to one-shot the gorilla, as it is sent into a mountainside with enough force to knock it out, forcing it to revert to its normal state. Brock and Joe arrive just as its transformation recedes, and Thwackey lays in a crater with spirals in its eyes, as G-Max Copperajah lets out a giant scream from its trunk, signifying its dominance in this battle and its ability to make an easy work of Thwackey. And right behind it is its trainer, Peony, as he spots both Brock and Joe, as the boy recalls Thwackey before any other problems proceed. "So that was your Pokemon," Peony says, to which Brock acknowledges, shaking his head. "Yeah, unfortunately, it got exposed to one of those random power spots that had been flaring up, and it went on a rampage, attacking everything in sight." "I see," Peony says. "Well, I'm sorry for the excessive force, but it looked like it didn't have any reason left in it, so I felt like the only way to deal with it was gonna be to knock it out." Brock Brock nods, understanding that that was the only course of action they had available to them at the current time. It's here that the mountain-sized berserker walks up behind the two, as Peony begins to take a defensive stance with Copper Raja, as they prepare to engage in battle with this. However, Brock tells him to stop. Even though Berserker Dynamaxed, it's not any threat. The only thing that it wants is food, as the giant steel cat sits down and picks up a tree, beginning to gnaw on it as it's trying to fill its belly once more. Peony finds this entire exchange odd. He's never seen a Pokemon like that before. Brock explains that it's been following them since Spikemuth, and just like the Wacky, it got exposed to the power spot, so it took on a transformation. However, its only source of reason seems to be governed by its hunger, and it just looks for food. Not aggressively, merely like pillaging. Well, it's certainly an odd Pokemon, Peony says, but either way, can you guys show me where this power spot is? I have to tag it so we can get it cordoned off, that way no other Pokemon can get exposed to it and be turned into a Dynamax without us knowing about it. It's here that Brock and Joe lead the champion down the road just a ways as they show him where the new power spot has located, and it's right in the middle of the road. Peony rubs the back of his head with a sigh. While the power spots popping up have been a problem, the fact that they sometimes appear in random roads make them even more of an issue, as that's where people and Pokemon tend to walk, and that's when it becomes a major problem. The champion then picks up his Rotom phone and immediately makes a call to the Macros Cosmos organization, telling them that he's found another power spot, so they need to send somebody to take care of it right away. As the call is completed, Peony turns back to Brock and Joe, asking how the two have been doing. Brock says he's actually earned 7 of the 8 Galar badges, and that's the reason why he was traveling down this route. He was trying to get back to Hammerlock so he can challenge the final gym of the region for his final badge. Peony lets out a laugh. This excites the champion. He knew that Brock would eventually make it here, and he tells the boy, well, the gym leader has actually returned to the city, as most of the Dynamax transformations have gotten under control, so they've resumed their temporary control over the gym. Temporary, Brock says. What do you mean by temporary? Well, we had a gym leader there before, but they decided to step down. So we asked somebody else in the region who was a former gym leader to take it over. So they're just standing in until we can find a replacement for it. But that doesn't mean that they're any less tough than a regular gym leader. As a matter of fact, she's one of the toughest trainers I've ever come across. This immediately gets Brock excited, as he can't wait to get back to Hammerlock so he can have his final battle. Peony tells the two that he would actually like to watch Brock's gym battle. And how about this? Once the people get here to take care of the power spot, they'll head back to the city together. And after they get some good rest and their Pokemon checked up on, they'll head to the gym, and Peony can introduce him to the gym leader. Brock is all in favor for this, and it's not long that they have to wait before the organization that Peony referred to as Macros Cosmos shows up. A bunch of clowns and sunglasses, from what Joe calls them, as they begin to cordon off the whole area. With Peony debriefing the entire group on what's happening, he is now free to set off, as he tells Joe and Brock they need to get going. If they hurry, they can make it into Hammerlock just after sundown. So, with a sense of urgency in each step, the three take off, heading west down the route. A few hours later, as the sun sets behind the mountains of the Galar region, the three find themselves in the city of Hammerlock. This place is a lot different at night, Joe comments. The lights really give it a royal ambiance, to which Peony laughs. Yeah, this city used to be the actual castle for the leaders of the Galar region back in the ancient times, and they had a thing for regal and ambiance. But that's beside the point. Let me show you guys where the Pokemon Center is. But Brock tells them that they already know it where it's at because they've been here before. However, Peony points out that Hammerlock is a big city, and there's more than one in the entire place. And the one that Brock and Joe are thinking of is probably on the western half. They actually have one on the eastern half over here, and it's pretty close to the gym, so it'll be the ideal place for them to bed down for the night. Both Brock and Joe thank Peony for the information, and the champion walks them to the Pokemon Center. A couple of minutes later, they find themselves just outside, with Berserker oddly on their trail. Peony points out that the cat is still behind them, to which both Brock and Joe hang their heads, as they know that it's there, and the only reason that the cat is following them is because it knows that they're going to have food soon. However, they're going to have to figure that out later, as they need to get inside because Brock needs to get the Wacky checked out. Peony tells the boy that he'll be here bright and early. He's got some stuff that he's got to take care of inside of the city, and he'll see them in the morning. To which Brock nods, saying that he can't wait for a chance to battle for his 8th badge, and he thanks Peony for all their help today. It's here that the two separate, and Brock and Joe head inside. However, once they get inside, they're going to be met with somebody that they have not seen in a while, and that's Brock's dear old self-proclaimed rival, Leon. The boy is at the front desk picking up his Pokemon, however his demeanor isn't his normal happy-go-lucky brainless self as Joe points out. He actually looks like he is frustrated, to which Brock notices right away. However, they're going to have to walk past him as they need to get to where he's at, and this causes a brief encounter between the two, to which Leon, even though normally he feels like he has to battle Brock at any time to prove some sort of point to himself, is not his normal self. Even though he acknowledges Brock, he doesn't challenge him to a battle right away. He actually merely just looks at them and then walks off, to which our two heroes both find this odd. However, there's nothing they can do about that. If Leon doesn't want to talk to them, then they can't force him. So, Brock and Joe both go ahead with engaging with Nurse Joy, asking the young lady to make sure that their Pokemon are in tip-top shape, as Brock has a very important gym battle that he has to take care of in the morning. Nurse Joy tells them that she is happy to, and to come back within the next hour or so, as her workload is kinda light tonight. With this, Brock and Joe proceed to the cafeteria as they want to get some food before they head to bed. But unfortunately, the two boys are going to have an unwanted guest, as Berserker makes itself known, once again standing at the edge of the table with drool coming out of its mouth as it eyes down their food. But luckily, this time both Brock and Joe are prepared, as they both grabbed 2 plates of the same thing that they were having. That way they could just give it to the steel cat, so that way they can kind of eat in peace and reflect on the events of the day. As Berserker sits on the ground next to the table and proceeds to eat like a garbage disposal, trying to grind silverware and plates, the two discuss their next course of action, as Joe brings up what Pierce told them about the Galar Championship tournament. It's here that they reflect back to that conversation they had after Brock had won his 7th badge. Pierce had told them that all the gym leaders in Galar are also competing in the tournament. They do every year, along with the champion. It's to ensure the best competition possible, and they even get some outsiders, ones that were able to complete the gym challenge within the time frame before the next tournament. So they can expect that there's a good chance that not only will Brock have to face Pierce in a full 6-on-6, but any of the other gym leaders as well, which if Brock had trouble beating any one of them using only 2 or 3 Pokemon, a full 6-on-6 battle could be something that he's not prepared for. Now we've moved back to the current day, with Joe asking Brock how he plans to deal with that. He doesn't even have a 6th Pokemon, to which Brock acknowledges this, saying that it is a bit of a problem. But Joe offers a solution, saying that Brock could use any one of his Pokemon. However, the boy declines. He doesn't want to have to rely on Joe to cover his back every time he needs something. He's going to try and find a 6th Pokemon, even though he knows he's got to do it soon. But not to worry. Let's focus on the here and now and try to get the 8th gym badge of the region, Brock smiles. Joe acknowledges this with a head shake, as Berserker lets out a loud belch as it lays on the ground next to the table, with both Brock and Joe looking at it, wondering exactly what they're gonna do about the hobo cat. An hour later, Brock and Joe find themselves at the main counter of the Pokemon Center, with Berserker nowhere in sight as it's soliciting food from everybody else that's in the cafeteria. They pick up their Pokemon and then proceed to their room for the night, to where both Brock and Joe lay in their bed. Joe once again finds himself not able to sleep as he's thinking about everything that he learned about Sableye and trying to get his Pokemon the ability to Dynamax, while Brock, on the other hand, he has a couple more pressing issues. The first one is the wacky and the outbursts that it's been having. They've been getting worse over the last couple of weeks, and he's not sure what he can do about it. And then there's the more pressing issue of, why didn't Colossal have the same form that Gordy's did? Brock is gonna have to figure that out, because it could come into play, especially when it comes to battling the 8th gym, or even worse, battling in the Champion League of the Galar region. However, the boy is just gonna have to be left with his thoughts as the night fades on, and both him and Joe attempt to get whatever sleep that they can. This leads into the next morning, with Joe and Brock both up bright and early as they enter the main corridor of the Pokemon Center and are greeted by Nurse Joy as well as Berserker, who has been soliciting some free food from whoever would be in the cafeteria. Nurse Joy tells Brock that he needs to wrangle in his Pokemon, as if he doesn't, then she's gonna have to kick them out of the center. However, Brock informs Joy that Berserker's not his. It's an abandoned Pokemon that just followed him from spikemuth. He's sorry that everybody's feeling uncomfortable around it, and it does have a sort of smell to it, but there's not really anything he can do about it. He's been trying to get rid of the cat for a while now, and because because it doesn't want to be caught, there's not really anything else he can do. But when he comes back from his gym battle, he will see about what he can do to try and solve this problem permanently. With that, both Joe and Brock meet Peony outside, as the champion is eager to see Brock in an actual official gym battle, considering he hasn't gotten the chance to do so. And he's eager to see his young protege and how much he's improved over the time that they've been apart. With Brock and Joe both nodding for Peony to lead the way, the champion leads them towards the gym, commenting that the Dynamax problems that they've been having as of recently have been rather quiet today. So hopefully it'll stay like that, so that way they can have a good day and Brock can have a good battle. It doesn't take much time for our heroes and the champion to end up at the Hammerlock gym, and just as Peony had commented, it does look exactly like a castle, though it's been modified slightly over the years and how technology has advanced a little bit more, but it still maintains that regal feel. This is where Peony tells them they need to get inside quick, as he believes that the leader is currently engaged in a gym battle with somebody else. And this is somebody that Brock comments he may know all too well, as they walk inside to see just this. On the battlefield, they see a fully evolved starter of the Kanto region, Charizard, facing off against a Pokemon that Brock has actually seen before that is also native to the Kanto region, a Pokemon known as Lapras. And at the command of these two is the person we know all too well as Leon, as he demonstrates his mastery of his fully evolved starter by ordering Charizard to use a Flare Blitz. However, the other person is somebody that Brock and Joe are unfamiliar with. A blonde woman dressed in what appears to be a white snow overcoat with a hat on her head is giving commands to the Lapras. This is where Peony informs Brock this is the current substitute leader of the gym. Her name is Melanie, and she specializes in the ice typing. Joe comments that she looks familiar, to which Peony laughs. Well, she should. She's the mother of one of the gym leaders of Galar, the one in Circhester, known as Gordy. This gets Brock's attention. I can see the resemblance now, he says. However, that's not exactly the main focal point of this, as Melanie demonstrates her mastery of her typing, being able to one-shot Leon in the process, as his Charizard falls to a Hydro Pump. The boy just hangs his head. Not again, he says, as he recalls his starter. Melanie tells him he's getting better, but he's going to have a lot more work to do if he wishes to beat her. He's going to have to find a new level of power. Leon thanks the blonde for her input and the chance to battle her once again, before they both turn to see that they have a small audience. While Leon and Melanie both know Peony, only Leon knows who Brock is, to which the boy doesn't say anything to Brock, as he still has the same aura about him from the previous day, and now Brock understands what it is. It's because he's lost. However, Leon does choose to engage with Peony, as there's one very important reason why he does so, and it's the fact that Peony is actually Leon's sponsor, and it's here that the champion inquires how Leon is doing. Has he been able to crack the formula on how to beat Melanie yet? To which the boy says he hasn't been able to. It's been 3 tries now, and he's barely managed to take out one of her Pokemon, but as soon as her Lapras hits the field, it's game over. Overhearing the fact that Leon has lost to this gym leader 3 separate times kinda puts Brock on edge. She must be some sort of battling monster, he thinks to himself. However, this thought is interrupted when Melanie laughs, as she asks if Peony has another student of his that would like to challenge her to a battle today. Her Lapras barely got a chance for a warm-up. Peony laughs a deep bellow as he says, yep, this is Brock, and he has come all the way here to earn his 8th badge, just as Leon has. He's hoping to be able to crack the code on how to beat you today. To which Melanie turns to the boy, laughing, asking if he's been able to earn any other badges besides hers. Brock comfortably confirms that he's earned 7 out of the 8 Galar badges, as he shows them off to her one by one. Oh, so you managed to beat Gordy. Well, he has been getting a little lazy as of late, but that's still a good accomplishment nonetheless. I guess I'm gonna have to do some training with him in order to whip him back in shape. This comment gives Brock a strange feeling. For some reason, Melanie reminds Brock of his mom and the way she used to interact with him and his many siblings. But here, he's gonna find out exactly why he gets this feeling, as Melanie tells the group that she has 5 other kids, and they're all younger than Gordy, as he's the oldest. She expects more and a better example out of him, but it looks like he's slacking in that department, so she's gonna have to shape him up. And that is something that his mom would say to him when he was doing things that he wasn't supposed to be doing. However, this tranquil thought of his is going to be interrupted with Melanie asking if he's ready to start. After all, she is a very busy person, but she still likes a good battle, and she hopes that Brock can give her the challenge she's looking for. The boy immediately comes back to reality, saying that he is ready for his gym battle. How many Pokemon will they use? Melanie tells him that they're going to be using 4 Pokemon, and it's going to be in a tag team style format. However, Brock doesn't understand this. He's never really heard of a tag team style format as far as an official gym battle before. But Melody is quick to explain this, as she informs him that they'll both use 2 Pokemon at a time, and he can alternate between any 4 of his choices. And the battle will be over when one side is out of all their Pokemon, just like a regular battle. It's just you have to be twice as vigilant, as you need to be able to command both of your Pokemon at the same time. Beginning to understand the rules, Brock says that he thinks he can handle it. So when can they get started? Melanie says right now, as she would like the chance to really test her Pokemon. Brock nods as the 2 trainers head to their side of the fields, with Joe standing next to Leon and Peony, as the rival makes an offhanded comment that he's not going to make it past her first team. While this comment gets to Joe a little bit, he wonders if Leon is actually right, but he reserves his judgment for the time being, choosing to believe in his friend. It's here that we follow up with Brock and Melanie as they stand across from each other in the battlefield. The 2 waste no time getting to action, as Brock has a strategy that he thinks is going to work. After all, if she's an ice type trainer, that means that some of her Pokemon may be weak to the grass typing and the electric typing. So, even though it's going to be a risk, he decides to start things off strong with Galvantula and Thwackey as they emerge from the ball. Melanie finds these choices interesting. However, she doesn't say anything right away, as her 2 choices hit the field. It's first gonna be the one that she saw battling with Leon, Lapras, and another Pokemon that Brock has never seen before, a Pokemon known as Frostmoth. It's here that Melanie makes the comment that she won't be able to swap out Pokemon, while Brock can, so be sure to use that to his advantage. She wants the best challenge that he can offer, to which Brock isn't going to hold anything back, as the signal to start the first battle is set to begin. Melanie graciously gives Brock the first move, to which he doesn't waste, calling for 2 moves, a Discharge and a Razor Leaf. They're both aimed for Lapras in an attempt to take it out by using its water typing to their advantage. However, this isn't going to get the chance, as quickly Frostmoth is able to put up a defense by using an Icy Wind that is able to overpower the 2 moves, striking both Galvantula and Thwackey. And unfortunately, this is going to send Thwackey into its ever so famous rage that has become known for, as it begins to completely disregard Brock's commands as the boy tells it to settle down. This throws it into a fit as it begins to attack uncontrollably, and the target of its rage is going to be Frostmoth, as it makes every attempt to land a double hit or a Razor Leaf on the bug. However, it is able to gracefully dodge each attack as Thwackey is unfocused. All the while, Galvantula and Brock are just standing there puzzled on what to do, but Melanie, she is fully centered as her Pokemon are prepared for a double team battle, as this is their wheelhouse, and she's able to easily take advantage of this by calling for an Ice Beam from Lapras that strikes Galvantula, one-shotting it in the process. And Frostmoth is able to pretty much do the same thing with Thwackey, as it uses its rage and lack of focus to one-shot the grass type with a Bug Buzz. This leaves both Brock's Pokemon cratered with spirals in its eyes in the middle of the battlefield, and the boy contemplating what he's gonna do next. This causes Melanie to sigh. I was hoping for a better challenge, but it looks like you're just like the other ones that I've gotten to face lately, not quite ready for my level of expertise. However, I'm sure with training, you'll eventually get there. As Brock recalls his first 2 choices, he declares that he's not going to be left out, as he readies the Pokeballs of the 2 Pokemon that he knows can do something. As he declares, Colossal, Gyarados, your time to battle. As his 2 strongest Pokemon hit the battlefield, the 2 are not used to sharing space with each other, as this is the first occurrence. I mean, yeah, they know of each other, but they've never had to battle together, which is a point of concern for the 2. However, Brock is their trainer, and even though the 2 aren't exactly the best of friends, they're going to do what they can to make sure that they obeyed the boy's orders to the letter. All the while, Melanie is actually excited about this choice, the fully evolved starter of her son, and a well-known powerhouse of a water type in Gyarados. This could in fact actually be the battle she is looking for. However, she's going to have to put that theory to the test, and she does so by giving Brock the first move once again, to which the boy wastes no time, as he tells Colossal to use a move that it's learned within the last recent weeks of training with Joe, something called a Heat Crash, and its target is one that is simple, Frostmoth. While on the other hand, Gyarados is going to use the coverage that this move is going to provide to execute a Dragon Dance in order to increase its attack and speed. That's pretty smart smart, Melanie thinks to herself. However, it's not going to be good enough, and I'm going to show him exactly why. Now, Lapras, use Surf. At the command of this, Brock immediately recognizes it as his mother's Blastoise has used this move several times. However, the way it's executed is something that he is not familiar with, as it's used as a defensive wall to mitigate any damage from his Heat Crash, saving Frostmoth in the process, allowing it to counteract with a Feather Dance. This is going to be very bad for both Brock and his Pokemon, as Feather Dance is going to increase both Frostmoth's and Lapras' speed. And Ice types with their kind of power, as well as speed behind them, is going to be a bit troubling for the boy. However, he's not going to let them get the best of him, as he has an idea. It's here that Gyarados wraps up its first Dragon Dance, to which Brock tells it that they're going to go on the offense now, telling it to use a Hydro Pump, which causes everyone to question what Brock is attempting. However, they're going to be immediately clued into what he's thinking as he orders Gyarados to use the Hydro Pump on Colossal. This immediately causes Gyarados to question the trainer, as it thinks that Brock may have gone mad. However, Colossal can see what its trainer is up to, and it encourages his teammate to do so. Reluctantly, Gyarados hits the rock type with the Hydro Pump that is 4 times effective. However, this has a really good side effect for it, as before, when it was hit with the Surf, it didn't get any type of stat increase from its ability because of the Heat Crash preventing it from being actually hit with water. However, now it's directly affected by the Hydro Pump, and this is going to turn its speed on to 11, allowing it to charge in with another Heat Crash. However, Melanie isn't going to let this connect, as she orders another Surf to prevent it from damaging Frostmoth. But this time, Colossal's target isn't Frostmoth, it's Lapras, as it begins to charge through, outpacing the Surf and striking the Loch Ness monster with all of the weight that it has behind it. This causes it to cry out in pain, and immediately gets both Peony and Leon's attention, while Melanie, on the other hand, is just giddy that she's going to have a chance to actually see this in action. However, she's going to have to be quick, as Gyarados is on the attack, with Brock ordering a Dragon Pulse. However, this is where the flaw in the cracks in Brock's armor are going to start to be revealed, as the Ice typing is famous for being strong against one type in particular, and that's the Dragon type. And while none of his Pokemon are actually dragons, the fact that Dragon Pulse is a Dragon type move, it is able to quickly be overpowered by an Ice Beam from Lapras that sends it careening back at Gyarados, freezing the Serpent in the process. This causes Brock to freeze himself, as he had never seen an Ice Beam with that much power before. And this is where Frostmoth is going to be able to use its powers to its advantage. Using a Bug Buzz, while not super effective against Colossal, it is going to be enough to cause a decent amount of damage, as Lapras then capitalizes by using an Icy Wind that strikes it as well. While this isn't super effective damage, it is going to have an effect that Brock isn't going to realize until it's too late, as he calls for an Ancient Power. However, he immediately begins to notice that Colossal is moving slower, and he doesn't understand why. However, Melanie is going to be quick to inform him of that exact reason, as she calls for an Ice Beam, Icy Wind combo from her 2 Pokemon, which immediately strike Colossal. While this isn't enough to freeze the rock type, it is enough to have a noticeable effect that Brock can see this time, as the embers that normally burn in the coals on its back slowly begin to die, causing Colossal to move at a slow pace, completely canceling all the stat increases it had gotten to its speed from the Hydro Pump it had taken from Gyarados. And Colossal is unable to execute the Ancient Power before it is struck by another Surf and another Icy Wind, bringing this battle to a close. Well, I guess that's all I can expect from you, but it was a good try. You got a lot farther than I thought you would on your first attempt. But anyway, I hope to see you again, Brock, Melanie says, as she recalls her 2 Pokemon, before telling Peony that she has some things she's going to take care of, in preparation for the gym leader when they actually come to take over. She hopes to see Brock at least one more time before the new gym leader is here, but until then, she's going to be taking her leave. Peony waves as he tells Melanie that it was a good battle, and he hopes to see her again soon. This just leaves Brock standing there, complete stunned about his loss, while Colossal and Gyarados are both unable to move, one knocked out and one frozen. You see, I told you, wouldn't make it past her first team, Leon says. This causes Peony to stand up as he grabs Leon by the wrists and walks out to where Brock is, with Leon complaining the entire time. Well, you two, it seems that you're unable to beat the gym leader here in Hammerlock. To which Brock says he wasn't expecting her to be that strong. And Leon seconds this by saying he doesn't think there is any way to actually beat Melanie. However, Peony seems to disagree, as he thinks that it's time that these two learn to work together. And this is where we're going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Do you think that Brock is going to actually be able to catch Hobo Cat Berserker? How did you feel about me making Melanie the 8th gym leader of the Galar region for the time being? And what about this secret training that Peony says that he has? And Brock and Leon learning to work together, what's that going to be about? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with Brock, Leon, Joe, and Peony as they are on a boat sailing in the eastern parts of the Galarian Sea. However, the destination is unknown by all except for Peony, as he has gathered the boys for some very special training, if you will. But the champion has been tight-lipped about everything, even though Brock, Leon, and Joe have been pounding him with questions about where they are heading, and how unruly the sea seems to be with all of these recent spikes in Dynamax activity. Even the oceans are unsafe as they were attacked by a Dynamax Sharpedo, which Peony had to use his Dynamax Copperajah in order to battle, and it nearly sunk the boat as it was growing, but luckily the elephant was big enough to reach the bottom of the ocean, so it was able to take out the shark relatively easily. This leads us to the current point, as the boat is beginning to near what looks like an island of some sort. However, this island is very odd. There appears to be no human activity on it whatsoever, no man-made structures or anything. And this is pointed out by Joe, to which Peony says that he's glad that the boy realized it. This is known as the Isle of Armor. It's a very secluded place in Galar, and I used to come here for training all the time as a lad just like you two. And this is where I discovered the secrets of Gigantamaxing. Joe, Leon, and Brock look at Peony puzzled. However, the champion doesn't leave him in suspense for long, as he explains the comment that Brock had made to him before about how he couldn't understand how his Colossal looked different than the one that was in the Sirchester gym that belonged to the leader. Peony explains that just because a Pokemon has a Gigantamax transformation doesn't mean it can automatically take it. It's something that has to be earned between the trainer and the Pokemon. If they don't, then that Pokemon will just merely Dynamax, not gaining any special powers or moves. So, do we all have the ability to Gigantamax a Pokemon, Brock says? To which Peony responds that they do. Leon, your Charizard has the ability to do that, as well as your Colossal. And Joe, if memory serves me correctly, you have a Dreadnought, don't you? Yeah, I do. I caught it way back when, but I remember that gym leader Nessa had one. To which Peony confirms the reason why she has a Gigantamax Dreadnought is because she went through the trials to earn it. Her and her Pokemon bonded, and as a result, she was able to gain the top level of power that Dreadnought can unlock. So this is the place that they are going to be able to do it. This excites the three boys, as they all want to immediately get a chance to get on the island so that way they can discover these secrets that the champion is telling them about. However, Peony has to put the brakes on them, telling the boys that they're going to have to wait. The island is full of very high level and dangerous Pokemon, so they're going to have to tread lightly. There's a specific ingredient or two that they're going to have to find, and it's best that they do it in the middle of the day, as they step onto the island only to reveal that it's almost sunset, so they'll make camp close to the beach, as most of the Pokemon live in the middle of the island. While this does sadden the trio a bit, they realize that Peony is right, especially with all these random outbursts of Dynamaxing. The last thing they want is to be caught in the middle of a giant outbreak and not be able to defend themselves. So, reluctantly, the boys set up camp, making a fire and pitching a couple of tents. However, that doesn't mean that everything is all kumbaya, as there's still a tension between Leon and Brock, as the boy still sees Brock as his rival. Now, while they're cordial because Peony is here, that doesn't mean that things aren't just slightly tense. And this can be felt when all the boys and Peony are sitting around a campfire on the beach, eating their dinner. It's very quiet. They can only hear the rustles in the bushes inside of the island and the waves from the beach slapping against the sand. It's very unsettling to Peony, as he is a high energy person and he doesn't like things to be quiet. So he breaks the silence, asking asking Leon how his entire journey has been. After all, Peony reveals here that he was the one who sponsored the boy to begin with. This catches both Brock and Joe off guard, but then again, they never really asked who had sponsored Leon. They just assumed that it had been Chairman Rose the entire time. However, Peony tells them that they needed to forget that nonsense. Rose only sponsored people that are in his best interests, while I sponsor people that are in Galar's best interests. This is where Joe asks Peony to elaborate on that, to which the champion tries to remain as vague as possible, explaining that he likes healthy competition in the league, to where his brother tries to control it by only putting people that may have some sort of influence or help him gain some type of goal. I love my older brother, but sometimes he can be a bit selfish. And when I met Leon here, I knew instantly that he had the makings of a champion, so I wanted him to be part of the league. And while my brother detested the fact that I had given him a sponsorship letter, he couldn't really do anything. As the champion, it's my right to sponsor anybody, no matter who they are. This gets a slow murmur between Brock and Joe, as the boy questions that why didn't Brock just ask this guy to sponsor him in the first place instead of stealing his dad's letter? After all, it would have been a whole lot easier with everything that was happening with Jazelle. However, Brock just tells him that they shouldn't even worry about that now. His sponsorship letter got him past Chairman Rose, and he's been able to challenge all of the gyms up to this point. So as far as Brock's concerned, it's a non-issue. He hasn't even looked at the letter since before Chairman Rose looked at it. So they should just enjoy the night. After all, they're going to have a lot of work if they want to get the secrets of Gigantamaxing in the morning. However, as the two end their low murmuring to each other, a rustling in the brush not too far away from them can be heard, and it's not something that appears to be going away from them, but something that's coming close to them. This puts everyone on edge. However, Peony simply laughs, stating that it may be one of the local wildlife wanting to come see who they are. Curiosity in all of that. However, Joe isn't too sure. After all, the footprints that this creature is leaving behind feel heavy, like it's angry, aggressive, and it could be hungry. Or even worse, one bad day away from Dynamaxing and forcing them into a battle that they may not want to be part of. However, the boy's gonna have to put his thoughts on hold, as the footsteps are getting louder and heavier, signifying whatever it is closing in on them fast. This causes everyone to get on edge except for Peony, as the three boys ready their Pokeballs, aiming to take on whatever is going to attack them. However, they quickly find out that what was closing in on them is no danger at all, as it's somebody that Brock and Joe had thought that they had lost. Berserker, Brock says, as it peers through the bushes with its nose leading the way. This causes Joe to sigh heavily. Man, it followed us. It must have gotten lost and followed the scent. Peony simply laughs while Leon is confused, not really understanding the situation. This is where Joe goes on to explain that Berserker has been following them since spikemuth. For whatever reason, it just wants to eat everything that they have, and they're quickly running out of money to support this thing. It was abandoned by its trainer for the same reason. Leon says that the cat looks very mangy, like it may have a few diseases, to which Joe says he wouldn't be surprised. When they met it, it was literally eating out of a trash can. However, Brock tells them that they shouldn't worry. Berserker has never meant them any harm. It's never even shown any type of aggression towards them whatsoever. Its main focus has always been its stomach, and this is demonstrated as the cat begins to gobble down all of the food that they had dropped around the fire, even stuff that was in the dirt around it. Berserker is savage when it comes to food. It doesn't matter where it's been or how old or rotten it may be. The steel type is just gonna gobble it down. And this is even put on full display when Berserker realizes that there is a piece of meat that they had dropped inside of the fire, and the steel type completely ignores its own weakness as it reaches into the fire, not even flinching to grab the now charred meat and stuffs it into his mouth, and causing both Leon and Joe to let out a sigh and an ick as they are completely disgusted with its eating habits. But that was the last of the food that they had had unpacked and made. Now Berserker has lost complete interest in the quartet, so it begins to wander off to other parts of the island, looking to satiate its never-ending gluttony. Well, since all of our food's gone, I guess we had better get some sleep, Joe says, to which is seconded by both Brock and Leon, while Peony tells the boys not to worry. He'll stand guard for the first couple of hours, so that way they can get a good night's rest before the day's festivities of tomorrow. With that, the boys settle in, trying to tuck themselves as snugly in their sleeping bags as possible, hoping that they won't be attacked throughout the night. However, for Joe, this isn't going to be easy, as he begins to have a slight nightmare, and the boy isn't quite sure of what it means. The only thing he can see is Brock and all the badges he's been winning, and then Alistair, the gym leader that he seemed to have become friends with, and Joe, then the Pokemon Academy, while Brock is saying goodbye. The boy doesn't understand this, and it's causing him to freak out, and then something like a rumbling can be heard, and then the ground is shaking. Whatever the noise is, it's getting louder and closer, and then Joe can feel it. Pain. It's like somebody's kicking him, and he doesn't know what to do. And this is followed by a voice. It seems like it's angry, but it's a low murmur. Joe can't make it out. However, the voice is getting louder and more defined before he hears the words, "Hey, you lousy bum, get off my island!" And the boy shoots up in his sleeping bag, only to be met with a kick to the side of the head, as there's an old man standing above him. As Joe collapses to the beach, he gets a peripheral view of what's going on, with Leon and Brock both still passed out, while Peony is slumped over a log snoring like he had never slept a day in his life. Joe, unsure of what just hit him, sits up only to see the old man from Stow-Inside, the fighting type gym leader that told them he was retiring because he was tired with the Pokemon League. "Hey, why did you kick me?" Joe says in anger, to which the old man replies, "Because you're on my island. You shouldn't be here. Now leave at once." However, the boy is now angered as he begins to argue with the old man, telling him that there was no reason for him to be kicked in the side of the head, and the two break out in a full-blown tantrum as they trade exchanges in words that aren't too pleasant. The outburst of the two is going to cause both Leon and Brock to wake up, as they're unsure of what's happening, thinking that they're both being attacked, but they are met with a surprise sight of Joe arguing with a frail-looking old man, while Peony is unable to hear anything, still slumped over the log, snoring his heart out. Confused about the situation, both Brock and Leon try to figure out what's going on with Joe and this old man. However, the only thing that they can get from them is the argument and some brief nods to being kicked in the head and an old man being unhappy because there's people on his island. It's really not making any sense confusing the two, considering that they're getting two sides of two very different stories from each person at the same time. They're having trouble putting together the events of what just happened. It eventually gets to the point to where Brock just yells at the top of his lungs for them both to stop. This causes Joe to quiet up while the old man continues to babble on, telling them they need to leave his property at once. However, Brock is unsure what this old man means. "We were brought here by him," to which the old man turns to see Peony still slumped over the log snoring. This is where the old man lets out a scowl. "I figured it had to be someone like you." The old man then begins to walk over to Peony as he's grumbling to himself. Both Brock and Joe are trying to figure out what this old man's problem is. However, Leon offers some context here. His name is Mustard, and he's my master. He's the one who gave me my starter Pokemon, Charmander, back when he was still champion of the Galar region. He was originally going to be the one to sponsor me, but then Peony took over after Mustard decided to step down when Chairman Rose took over. "Well, that doesn't give him the right to be so crotchety," Joe says, to which Leon responds, "He never used to be like this. He used to be a very lovable person, but ever since he stepped down as champion, he's just been a former shell of himself." However, the conversation between the three is going to be interrupted when Peony is delivered a gut punch as he lays across the log, causing the champion to wake up and squeal in pain as he doubles over from the force that he wasn't expecting to take. The Galarian champion is coughing as he's trying to figure out what just happened, only for his vision to come into focus, seeing Mustard standing above him. Before the champion can say anything, Mustard demands that Peony take the brats and leave his island. "Wait, your island, Peony says as he struggles to stand up. "Oh, that's right. I had heard that it was purchased by somebody, but I didn't think it was you." "Well, now you know, so you need to leave." "Well, hold on, Mustard," Peony says. "I'm here for a very important reason." But Mustard doesn't want to hear anything that the champion has to say, merely turning to walk off. However, this is where Leon steps in. "Master Mustard, please hear him out. I'm no longer your master boy. I haven't been in a very long time. I understand that your Charmander has grown very strong. While I'm proud of that, you have walked your own path, so there's no need for you to call me master. Now leave my island at once." However, Leon's not going to take this as an answer, as he explains they're here to get stronger. They were told they can unlock the seats of Gigantamaxing here. This causes Mustard to stop as he was walking away. He then turns Peony, what kind of nonsense have you been filling these boys' heads with? To which the champion simply responds, no nonsense at all. You were the one that showed me this place when I was a kid, so why are you so against these kids having the same type of abilities and the same possibilities that we had? Mustard lets out a very intense sigh, telling Peony that he doesn't believe that they should have that ability. After all, it's just going to be wasted on the next generation. They don't care for the Pokemon battles. All they care about is what Chairman Rose wants. However, this is where both Brock and Leon chime in. They are not sponsored by Rose. Neither one of them were. This catches Mustard's attention, as Peony explains that Leon was sponsored by him. He knew that Mustard wanted Leon to be part of the gym challenge, and when he came of age, Peony made sure that it happened. However, Brock is a special case, but he sure wasn't sponsored by my brother. As a matter of fact, if I had to say it, my brother shares a little bit of disdain for the boy, as he too was not picked by my brother. This is where Mustard turns, looking at the boys intensely. He then asks them one question, and he tells them that he wants their honest opinion. What does being a Pokemon trainer mean to you? This question catches the boys off guard, as they weren't expecting it, so they take a moment to think. As Peony thinks to himself, this is the same thing that happened when he was a boy, and he knows that if there's any kids that could get through to Mustard and soften his cold exterior, it would be these two. However, his inner monologuing is going to be interrupted by Mustard, as he is impatient. He wants their answers now, to which Leon is the first to offer up one. He says that he merely wants to become stronger. He wants to enjoy the thrill of the battle with his Pokemon, to test their limits, and continue to grow. While at first Mustard doesn't even acknowledge what Leon's statement was, he merely questions Brock. And you, boy, what is your reason for battling? To which Brock lets out an answer that Mustard wasn't expecting. Because I want to be closer to my mother. She was the one who taught me everything I knew. And now that she's gone, I want to feel that same sensation, the thrill and the excitement that I felt when I was with her, watching her battle. That's why I carry her Gyarados with me, so that way I can keep her memory alive. I want to become as strong as she was, and I want to honor her memory in any way that I can. Though both of these answers were different, they were answers that nobody was expecting from Brock or Leon. After all, normally both of the boys don't do a lot of talking about themselves. They tend to keep their personal problems locked inside so that way they don't burden others with their problems. And this is where we see the look on Mustard's face, as his eyes tend to change. There's no longer the look of frustration and anger inside of them. Instead, a look of curiosity, like he wants to see what these two boys can do, which is immediately followed up with, so you two truly have nothing to do with that half-wit Rose? To which both boys confirms. Very well, follow me, the old man says before he walks off into the lush overgrow of the forest that they're nearby. This gets Peony excited, while the other three are confused. He tells the boys to quickly follow him, or they're going to lose their chance. Mustard isn't a patient man, before he takes off into the jungle after the old man, leaving the boys to trail behind. They eventually reach a little clearing on the island that Mustard has made for himself. It looks like a camp of some sort. However, there's going to be no time for rest. Mustard turns immediately, telling both Leon and Brock to drop their supplies. They are only allowed to take one Pokemon with them. The Pokemon they want to be able to Gigantamax. Everything else must stay behind. This catches the boys off guard. However, Mustard doesn't have time for their delay, as he demands that they do as he says right away, or their training will come to an end. Immediately, both of the boys drop their bags and all of their Pokeballs, holding only their starters in their hands. Now the old man commands that they release them, to which both boys comply, calling on Colossal and Charizard. As the two fully evolved fire types pop from the ball, Mustard makes one last command. He tells them to leave the Pokeballs here, to which confuses both of the boys, but they drop them next to their bags with everything else. He then tells them one simple thing. There is something specific that only grows on this island that you will need to find in order to help your Pokemon Gigantamax. It's called the Max Mushroom. You will need to obtain several of them, especially considering you want to have 2 Pokemon Gigantamax. The only way to do this is to head into the wilds of the island. They grow sporadically around. However, they are very rare, so the chances of you finding them are minuscule. It must be you and your Pokemon. You must forge a new bond, something that you've never seen before. If you cannot do either of these tasks, then I'm afraid you will be unsuccessful. Both Brock and Leon look at each other, then to their starters. Mustard then gives the boys a final warning before he tells them to go. If you don't work together, then I'm afraid your chances of success are going to be 0. So keep that in mind as you two head off into the wilds. Now go. Find the mushrooms, or fail. Those are your two options. The old man then turns and sits on a log, meditating to himself, as the boys are left to ponder what had just happened. This is where Peony chimes in, telling them that this is what they have to do. This was going to be the same thing he was going to have them do. So, like it or not, if they want their Pokemon to get stronger, this is what's going to have to happen. The boys look at Peony and nod before telling their starters to come on. They then begin to walk into the forest, only for Joe to yell for Brock to stop. He's coming with them. However, Peony grabs the boy by his shoulder. "You can't," he says. "This is a journey that only they can take. You're gonna have to wait here with us." "But I wanted to grow and gain Gigantamax for me and Dreadnought as well." However, Peony points out that Joe doesn't have a Dynamax band. So regardless if he gains Gigantamax or not, he would be unable to enact the transformation. So as of right now, he's going to have to sit this one out, because the terrors that await them on the island is something that he will not be able to contest with. Joe can do nothing but look on as he watches Brock disappear with Leon into the brush, as his heart slowly begins to sink. About an hour later, Leon and Brock find themselves in the wilds of the island. They are looking for these mushrooms back and forth. However, the words that Mustard had told them is something that keeps ringing in their heads. They have to work together in order to accomplish this. But what does that even mean? Sure, they can look together, and their Pokemon can help them too. But is that truly what the old man meant? To which Leon informs Brock that it's probably not. There has to be some sort of greater meaning in it. And if they don't figure it out, then they can guess their chances at Gigantamax as good as gone. "Well, what do you know about this old man Mustard?" Brock asks. "After all, he was the one who gave you your Charmander." Leon simply replies that he doesn't know a lot. However, when Mustard was the champion of the Galar region, things were different. The league was not as impressive as it is now, but it definitely held a more significant value, if that makes sense. To which Brock thinks he understands. Leon states that he thinks Peony tries his best to hold on to those values that Mustard had, but just like he said, him and Rose don't really get along. So Mustard made the decision to leave. He demoted himself from the ranks of a champion, willingly, and vacated the position before taking up the gym inside of Stoneside City. That was until recently. "Yeah, me and Joe were there the day he would close the gym," Brock replies. It seemed like he didn't really care about anything. Like there was nothing left in this life that would be exciting for him. It's a shame. I would have liked to battle a champion as strong as that at their peak. The boys continue to talk as they look for the mushrooms with Colossal and Charizard. However, what was once the early morning turns into the dead of night as Brock and Leon both find themselves around the campfire with their two Pokemon. They were highly unsuccessful today, and neither one of them know why. But Brock tells Leon that they can't give up. If they wish to have any chance at getting these new forms and increasing their power, then they're going to have to continue this quest no matter how much they hate it. The two simply spend the rest of the night looking into the fire as they don't have any food or many supplies with them, while from the shadows a certain garbage cat looks on, wondering what's going on with Brock. This leads us into the next morning, as the two have gotten up early and found their way to the northern edge of the island. Here, the wilds are vastly different from the southern island. It seems like they're far more untamed, and it's noticed with the aggressiveness of the Pokemon that exists in this place. But that's not only that exists here. Brock notices that there is an abundance of power spots that can cause Dynamaxing at random. This could be an issue for the four, as there are a bunch of wild Pokemon around them, and while they don't seem to be aggressive at this current time, as they don't really have any interest in humans, that could change at a moment's notice. And little does Brock and Leon both know this couldn't be truer, as across the region, Chairman Rose and the former champion Opal are doing their best with what seems to be a massive power spot that is broken out in the wild area. This thing is huge. It's far bigger than any other Dynamax den that has existed in this place before. However, as Opal looks into the crevice beneath her feet, there's a gaze from something that looks back at her. "Go on, use your Pokemon. This is why I hired you in the first place." However, Opal shrieks in terror. Whatever this thing is, it's far more dangerous than you told me, Rose. We should not be meddling in forces we don't understand. However, Rose refuses to take any heeds of warning from the old coot, as he sends out his own Kaparaja, and he begins provoking the beast from deep within its lair. But unfortunately, this is going to have a negative side effect, as the crevice begins to surge with purple energy, and all of the power spots across the Galar region begin to activate simultaneously. Back on the Isle of Armor with Brock and Leon, this happens at the same time, and before they know it, 4 of the power spots that are directly next to them go off, triggering a transformation for 4 different Pokemon of different and varying types and levels. An overwhelming surge of energy blankets the entire land as 4 Pokemon begin to transform and take on their much larger building-sized forms. These consist of a Drapion, the Poison Dark type, a Bouffalant, the Normal type, a Goodra, the Dragon type, and a Gigalith, the Rock type. As the 4 begin to transform, they begin to battle for space. As while the Isle of Armor is large, it isn't a place for Pokemon of this size to exist in such a cramped space. As Brock, Leon, and their 2 starters do their best to avoid being trampled by these massive Pokemon, they watch on as the local wildlife runs in fear, as the surrounding forest and wildlands are smashed under the feet of the giant-sized kaiju Pokemon. And as the Dynamax energy swells around them, both Brock and Leon realize there's only one way that they're going to be able to stop this from happening, and that's for their Pokemon to take them out. However, there's a slight problem. They don't have the Pokeballs of their Pokemon, so how are they supposed to Dynamax theirs? However, Leon seems to think that there might be a way around this. Wild Pokemon don't need a Pokeball or a Dynamax band in order to Dynamax. The only reason we use them is because it makes the process more stable. However, I think Mustard did this intentionally, because if we expose our Pokemon to enough Dynamax energy, then it will trigger their transformation. The reason why he did this is because he wants to test our bond with our Pokemon, which means that if we expose them to the power spots, then they should transform. However, whether or not they'll remain coherent is a different matter. While Brock and Leon both don't like the feeling of this, they both realize that they don't have any other choice. It's the only Pokemon that they have with them, and they have to make a split-second decision, ordering Charizard and Colossal into the wells of energy. While on the southern side of the island, Mustard and Peony watch on as Joe asks if they're going to do anything. However, the 2 simply remain silent as they look, wondering if the boys are going to be able to achieve the goal that they set out for. But it won't be long before they get their answer, as the boys have figured out the mystery into why they weren't given their Pokeballs in the first place, as they see both Colossal and Charizard join the phrase of the wild battling kaiju. However, it seems that they are just as rabid as all of the other Pokemon that have taken the transformation, as they begin to rampage across the lands, battling for any type of space that they can muster. But the difference here is both Brock and Leon. They have a bond with these 2 Pokemon, and though it takes some time, they're eventually able to break through and get to their starters as they come to their senses. From here, what follows is a knockdown, drag-out brawl, as Charizard and Colossal have to do their best to contain the other Dynamax Pokemon and prevent any damage to them or the surrounding wildlife. While this task seems next to impossible, it's merely a game of time. They have to run out the clocks on these transformations. Luckily, they've gotten a little bit of aid, as the wells around them have seemed to have subsided with their surges of energy for now, which means that Colossal and Charizard are able to use their transformations in order to overpower all of the other Dynamaxes, eventually allowing them to run their course as the Pokemon revert to their normal size before running off into the wildlands, hiding out of shame and fear of what just happened. This causes both Colossal and Charizard to revert to their normal forms as well, as both Leon and Brock hug the starters as they signify that they did a job well done. But there's still a major problem. They were unable to find the mushrooms that Mustard told them to. However, Brock tells Leon he's not so sure. As they see the Dynamax particles begin to settle across the land, it triggers something to happen. The energy slowly begins to restore all of the destruction from the previous battle. And that's not all. What grows is these giant-sized mushrooms, just the one that Brock and Leon were looking for. The boys can't believe it. What Peony and Mustard said was true. As long as they worked together and they were able to unlock their Pokemon's hidden power, then they would find what they were looking for. That means that their mission is complete. Doing the best that they can, the boys traverse the northern side of the island, trying to find as many mushrooms as possible. Luckily, it seems that there are in abundance with all the surges of Dynamax energy that had happened recently, so they're able to get a healthy stock, and within the next couple of hours, they have enough to return to camp, to which they are greeted by Peony as he tells the boys well done, while Mustard merely asks if they learned anything while they were out there, to which the boys both nod. The stubborn old man simply nods as he asks them for the mushrooms. He's going to show them how to achieve Gigantamax. What follows is an odd ritual, as neither one of them thought this would turn into a cooking class. However, Mustard explains that in order to achieve Dynamax, two things must happen. They must first be able to achieve a Dynamax without a Pokeball, and they also have to have something that's called a Max Soup. It's a food that's made from the ingredients that grow on this island as a result of an intense Dynamax battle, aka the Max Mushrooms. Once they blend this with other ingredients that are only found on the Isle of Armor, they will have what they need to achieve this transformation. It will unlock the full potential of both their Pokemon, but it's only going to be possible because you guys were able to achieve the Dynamax with your Pokemon without using a Pokeball or the Dynamax bands. Both boys watch as Mustard masterfully assembles the soup, as they both realize that the old man isn't kidding, as Peony impatiently waits with a fork ready to gobble down some of the delectable delicacy. It isn't long until everyone has a bowl in front of them. Mustard tells them that if they wish to achieve this transformation, then they must take the final step. They must consume the Max Soup in its whole, both trainer and Pokemon. Once they do that, then their Pokemon will be able to achieve their Gigantamax transformations. So Brock and Leon waste no time as they and their two starters begin to devour the delicacy, leaving Joe to look on as he wonders about both Brock and Leon's table manners. But then again, they have been in the wild for over a day, and they didn't really have anything to eat before, so this is understandable as the two quickly consume every morsel within inside of their bowls, to which both Colossal and Charizard do the same. It's here that something happens. The Dynamax band around Leon and Brock's wrists and their Pokemon begin to glow slightly as the aura changes from a purplish pink to a deeper, darker purple. Does that mean what I think it means? Leon asks, to which Mustard confirms. Once you two enact your next Dynamax transformation with your two starters, they will take on their Gigantamax form. However, their ability to maintain the form will be limited at first. Just like everything, it's going to require practice. Holding up a Pokeball, Brock asks Leon if he would like to get a chance to get some practice in, to which the boy eagerly accepts. However, this challenge is going to be interrupted when a crash is heard from behind everybody. Turning, the group sees Berserker as it has stumbled through some of the dishes that are sitting next to the fire before it grabs the steel pot off of it and begins drinking the Max Soup with no hesitation. The Hobo Cat wastes no time in devouring every last morsel of it before dropping the 5-gallon pot and letting out a loud belch, as it seems for some reason that it was oddly satisfied by the Max Soup, to which Brock can see on its face as Berserker sits there picking its teeth with its belly jutting out from being full for the first time in what seems its entire life. Brock approaches the steel feline, asking if it's alright. However, the reaction that he gets is different than the other times they've had interactions. Berserker actually acknowledges Brock, but not because he has food, but because it seems like it actually wants interaction with him, like Berserker is trying to tell Brock something, to which Brock goes off a whim, pulling out a Pokeball once again. This causes the Galarian Trash Panda to jump with joy, as Brock is the first trainer to ever actually have patience with it, and present it with a meal that it actually found filling. Without hesitation, Berserker taps on the Pokeball, allowing Brock to capture it. And this is where we're going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What did you think of Brock and Leon's journey to get Gigantamaxing for their two starters? And how did you feel about Brock's capture in Berserker, and the Hobo Cat seemingly being satisfied with the Max Soup and finally accepting Brock as a trainer for it? And what about the things that Joe's going through? It seems the boy is having a bit of of separation issues as he doesn't want to let go of Brock. And of course, what is Rose and Opal up to in the wild area? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with our heroes Brock, Leon, and Joe, as they are in the midst of wrapping up their adventures in the Isle of Armor. It's been about 2 weeks with Brock and Leon arriving on the island to start their training. The two have been going on non-stop, day and night, battling against both each other and Peony at the first chance they get. While the champion is clearly in a class of his own, the fact that they are exposed to such a high level of trainer is something that has been proven very fruitful for the two, as their Pokemon have gone from barely being able to utilize the powers of their G-Max forms to fully being able to utilize it and allowing them to use their specialty G-Max moves. Both Brock and Leon have become closer with Colossal and Charizard, with the two even forming an even tighter rivalry with each other. While those two have been in the midst of training, Joe has been facing his own set of troubles. He's been feeling extremely lonely as of late, unable to cope with the fact that Brock is actually training with somebody else, and Leon of all people. And Joe's beginning to feel like he's not only being left behind, but his friend and him are becoming more and more distant. The boy isn't quite sure on how to take this. However, he has been getting a lot of time to spend with the old man Mustard, as while the old coot is helping with their training, so to speak, it's more of a managerial role, as he doesn't wish to battle either one of them. He's just offering them guidance on how to increase their power with the G-Max transformation and how to direct their Pokemon when they're moving in such a large, lumbering fashion. But this has allowed the old man a lot of free time as well, as Brock, Peony, and Leon often take off into the wilds of the Isle of Armor, leaving both him and Joe alone. While Joe is feeling a little bit down, he's not entirely useless in this situation, as he's opted to try and curb his feelings by helping Mustard with this entire build. Even though he is only 10 years old and he's not really good with the hammer, he's at least good at collecting firewood and other things like that. However, while Mustard is stoic, the mood of Joe does not go unknown, and the old man decides to address this head on, as he can't have somebody around him bringing down the mood like this. So while they're on their last day of training out in the wilds of the Isle, Mustard decides to address this issue with Joe, asking him point blank what his issue is, to which the boy tries to play it off at first, stating that he doesn't know what the old man is talking about. He must be seeing things. However, Mustard tells Joe that he needs to drop the facade. He's been around a long time, and he can see that the boy is having his own personal struggles. And if he wants to face the challenge that he's put upon himself, then the only way to do it is to do it head on. So Joe might as well take this time to get some advice from somebody who's already lived a full life. While Joe is apprehensive about opening up to the old man, he can't doubt the truth in his words, so reluctantly he does, and he begins to bear everything to Mustard, starting back from before he was actually in school. Joe never really got along with other kids. He's always been the oddball. While other people were out playing with Pokemon, he was the one who was studying them indoors, trying to learn as much as he can from books and any type of televised events, studying anything that he possibly could about their biology, their attacks, where their origins lie, and anything like that. This kind of made the boy become an outcast over time, as whenever he did go outside, he was looked on as kind of like the loner, the recluse of his entire neighborhood. And as a result, all the local kids just shunned the boy, so he took to just staying inside. Even more, that way he wouldn't be ostracized and made to feel like he was less than nothing by the neighborhood kids. However, things came to a head when it came to the point to where he wanted to go to the Pokemon Academy. His parents didn't have a lot of money, so he had to do something that was going to allow him to get into the academy. But unfortunately, he wasn't really good at battling. So instead, Joe turned to his wits, offering up a thesis paper that he had written, and when it was submitted, Joe was chosen out of hundreds of applicants to attend the academy because of the information that was within the thesis paper itself had shown that Joe, even though he was a young boy, had great potential, as there was information in it and theories that even regional professors had never even thought of. So the way the alum at the school thought, Joe would be the perfect person to bring in, as they needed needed much more people that were on the more technical side of things, as their scholastic scores, so to speak, were kind of on a decline, so they wanted to pad the numbers by bringing in a few of the brainier children. And so Joe found himself in the premier Pokemon Institute inside all of Kanto. However, that didn't mean his problems were over. He was still looked down by all of the upperclassmen. He was treated no different than when he was at home, and it caused the boy to become even more recluse when he was at school as well, resigning himself to staying in his room unless he had to attend classes. And in between the points of when he was in his actual dorm and in class, he would do his best to avoid drawing any type of attention to himself. But that all changed when Brock entered the school. Joe didn't know what it was, but something about Brock told him that they were exactly the same. They were two peas in a pod, and it turns out Joe was right. They became fast friends, and they were able to help each other. Brock was able to teach Joe how to battle, and Joe was able to teach Brock how to do better on his studies. The two were the perfect team, and together they were on their way to climbing to the top of the school. But then the whole thing with Jazelle happened, and Brock came out here to Galar, so Joe followed, in hopes of secretly getting him to come back to the school. But when Joe realized that Brock had no intentions of going back, he resolved that he would be staying here with Brock as well, and that way the two can still be together. They can be the team like they were back in school. However, in more recent times on their journey, it's felt like that him and Brock are growing farther and farther apart. Brock has continued to get stronger and stronger with his Pokemon, while Joe is stuck being merely a cheerleader, a support group, and nothing more. It seems like Brock no longer needs the boy, and that scares him. And now he is off training with Leon and Peony to become even stronger, and Joe just seems to feel hopeless in the whole situation. Like no matter what he'll do, they're gonna end up being separated regardless. This is where Joe's rambling ends, only for Mustard to remain stoic for a brief moment, before saying he understands what the boy is saying. However, there is a slight problem with his logic in the situation. Joe is preventing himself from growing. He's willingly doing this to himself as he's afraid of the next step, while Brock is pushing forward. He wants to grow. He wants to get stronger. He wants to be able to climb any mountain that's put in front of him. While from Joe's perspective, he would rather just stay at the bottom, as he's afraid to find out what's on the other side, because every time he's climbed a mountain, it's just been met with disappointment and loneliness. However, Mustard nitpicks what Joe said about him and Brock. You told me that you both learned from each other to get stronger. However, from my perspective, it looks like the only one that was doing the learning was Brock, while you have decided to hold yourself back. And that in itself is hurting Brock, as while he's worried about you, he will be unable to grow because you're no longer growing. He will always hold himself back to make sure you're able to keep up, which is preventing him from obtaining the greatness that he can actually achieve. This comment actually strikes Joe. He's not really sure of what to say to it. Is the old man right? Is he actually holding Brock back because he wants to hold himself back? The boy doesn't really have an answer for this. However, Mustard offers a possible one. You've been spending this whole time trying to do exactly what Brock is doing, especially by trying to obtain your own Gigantamax form for your Pokemon. However, just because you two are friends doesn't mean your journeys are on the same path. You're gonna have to walk your own path, regardless of if you will like it or not. This strikes Joe again, as he's upset that Mustard would say that him and Brock are gonna have to walk different paths. However, the old man points to his Sableye before Joe can say anything. It looks like your path may have already been laid out for you. You're just unwilling to accept it. Joe looks at the little goblin, who's gnawing on the stone that it found in the wild area, the one that he was told is a mega stone. Is that really where his path is going to lead, Joe thinks to himself? Hours later, we fade to Peony, Leon, and Brock ending back up in camp. The three look exhausted, as well as do most of the wild Pokemon in the area, as they spent most of the day dodging Gigantamax battles. However, it wasn't without success, as Peony tells the boys that he feels like their training in the Isle of Armor has come to an end. There's nothing more that they can learn here that they can't learn out on the road, or challenging the last gym that they have in the Galar region. Both Brock and Leon look at each other as they begin to argue on who's going to get the chance to battle with Melanie first. They've both been training equally as hard. However, they both have a difference of opinions on who's going to get their first 8th badge. This whole altercation persists for the next couple of hours, while Peony Joe and Mustard do their best to try and ignore the chatter that the two are drumming up as the night fades on. The next morning, everyone is up bright and early. Brock, Leon, and Joe all bid farewell to Mustard at Peony's request. However, as Leon, Peony, and Brock begin to walk away, Joe takes a few extra moments to acknowledge Mustard and even present him with a bow, kind of like a sign of respect. The boy thanks him for the insight, and he's given him a lot to consider. The old man says nothing, merely looking at the boy before Joe takes off to catch up with his friends. Now we fast forward a couple of days, as all the boys and Peony have arrived back in Hammerlock, as they have some unfinished business here. Well, particularly Leon and Brock, who have ended up in another argument, one of many that has happened since they left with the Isle of Armor. And it's over the same thing. Who's going to battle Melanie first? The two have been unable to decide on who's going to be able to take that honor, even going as far as battling each other on the road, using their Gigantamax forms to determine the outcome of who was going to be the first to challenge her. But unfortunately, all the results have ended up uncontested, as they all end in a draw, with Leon and Brock unable to determine a winner of said battles. This has also resulted in a couple of wild Dynamax encounters that everyone was forced to quell, so that way they could prevent any further damage to the countryside or any of human settlements throughout the Galar region. But now they're back in Hammerlock, and luckily for everyone, it's about midday, so they're going to be able to at least get one gym battle in. However, they're going to have to stop at the Pokemon Center first to get all of their Pokemon looked at, just to make sure that both Brock and Leon are ready to go. Luckily, this doesn't take long for the duo, as when Nurse Joy gives them both back their Pokeballs at the same time, Leon and Brock both take off out of the door looking to get to the gym first, so that way they can both challenge Melody, leaving Joe and Peony trailing behind the two, telling them to slow down. It doesn't matter who goes first, they're both going to get a chance to battle. However, as Joe and Peony catch up to the two, they find them in front of the gym once again, arguing on who's going to get to have a battle first. And besides them stands Melody, as the blonde mother of 6 looks on, excited about the prospect of getting a really good gym battle. This is where Peony and Joe finally are able to catch up, as Melanie compliments Peony on whatever work he did with these two. The fire in them is something she didn't see before, and not only that, but it seems like they have gotten a lot stronger. She just can't decide on who she wants to battle first, and it seems like neither one of them can decide either. However, there is going to be one person who's going to make this decision, as Peony, while even though he does like both of his pupils, he's grown tired of their consistent and utter bickering on who's going to challenge first. This is when he yells for them both to stop, causing the boys to pipe down for the time being. This gets Melanie's attention, as normally Peony isn't one to raise his voice. However, he only does when he has something to say, and what he says here is going to be very, very important. He tells the two that he's tired of their bickering. They've tried to battle to see who would get the first chance to battle her, and they were unable to come to a solution. So he's going to offer one, and he thinks that Melanie's going to like this. How about she battle them both? In a tag match, they will each use one Pokemon while she uses 2, and that is it, nothing else. In order for them to get a chance to win their 8th badge, not only will they both have to battle her at the same time and work as a team, but they will have to overcome the expertise of the currently strongest gym leader in all of Galar. This immediately causes both Brock and Leon to begin to argue at this point, telling Peony that they don't want to tag team with each other as they spend all of their time battling each other. However, the champion tells them to both stop. It's not his decision anymore, it's hers, as he points to Melanie, who is standing there with a twinkle in her eye. This is a prospect that she hasn't had a chance to face before, and they can tell by the look on her face that they're not getting out of this. The gym leader immediately accepts the terms of Peony's offer, telling the boys that they both better have their best Pokemon ready, because she is going to be the one to bring the heat. Both Brock and Leon just look on dumbfounded. How do they get themselves into this situation? They never wanted to battle in a tag team with each other, let alone at the same time in a battle together. And now they're going to have to decide on which Pokemon's best to use against Melanie. The two just hang their heads in tandem as they follow the leader into the gym with Peony and Joe right behind. behind them. It's not long before we find both Brock and Leon standing on the battlefield across from a very excited Melanie. The two are muttering to each other to stay out of their way, as they will be the one to win this, while the other just sits back. All the while in the stands, Joe looks on, asking Peony if this was really necessary. You know these two will not be able to pull this off. However, the champion merely laughs, telling Joe to have faith. After all, he's been working with them the last couple of weeks, and no one knows these two better than he does. They do have a chance. They just have to accept it. And this is where we pan back to the battlefield as Brock and Leon are both still arguing over who's going to get the victory, holding their Pokeball of choice in their hands, while Melanie, across from them, tells them that it's time to get the battle underway. She hopes that they're ready, because if they can't work together, then she's going to easily be able to take them out, as she sends in her only two choices for this battle, Lapras and a Pokemon that neither one of them have seen to date, a Darmanitan. As the two very bulky and girthy ice types hit the field with a thud, Brock and Leon can instantly feel the chill in the air, as they both have to ready their Pokeballs. Listen, just stay out of my way, Leon says. I have a plan to get this victory in one shot, as he declares, Charizard, go! While Brock tells the boy that there's no way he's going to let him get all the credit for this win, declaring, Colossal, your time to battle! As the two fully evolved fire types hit the battlefield with another earth-shaking thud, Melanie isn't even surprised at their choices. She figured that they both would go with the fire type, as it has the best advantage at trying to beat her. But she both reminds the boys of their last battles here in the gym. Neither one of those fire types could do anything against the sheer cold of her ice types. So please don't hope that the typing will ride you to a victory. Make this worth my time. However, neither one of the boys are going to let Melanie phase them, as the echoes of their last failed battle is nothing more than a mere memory, as they both give their first commands. Colossal, use Ancient Power. Charizard, use Flamethrower. As the fire and rock combination tears across the battlefield, Melanie simply sighs a bit of disappointment. She knew that these two would try something like this, so she has exactly what she needs to counter it, as she commands Darmanitan to use a move called Expanding Force, while Lapras is going to counter with a move called Surf. These two are launched in perfect tandem, as the psychic energy from the Expanded Force is used to push the water from the Surf out and spread across the battlefield, creating some sort of counter barrier to block both the rock and fire type attack, before submerging Charizard and Colossal in a massive wave of water, washing them into the gym wall. While the force of this combo attack was great, the fact that it was spread over a wide area means that the damage that both of the starters took wasn't nearly as much as if it was a single attack. This allows both Charizard and Colossal to stammer back to their feet, as their trainers ask them if they're okay. However, luckily for Brock, something's going to kick in here, as Colossal's steam engine has engaged, as the heat from the coals on its back begin to simmer as the water evaporates into a gas. However, while this is a small sliver of hope for the boys, this isn't shown on their face, as they're still trying to get over the shock from the combination attack that Melanie was able to lay out across the battlefield, while the blonde-haired woman simply just chuckles a little bit, telling the boys that she told them they would have to be stronger than they were before, and if they can't figure out how to work together, then there's no way that they're going to be able to beat her, even if they both have the type advantage. This comment triggers Leon a little bit, as the realization sets in that everything that Melanie was telling them is true. However, Brock actually turns out to be the voice of reason here, telling Leon that they need to calm down. She's right. If we don't work together, then we won't get a chance to beat her, and it's better if we try to do this as a tag team than alone. After all, we both know what happened the last time we took her on alone. While Leon does not like this suggestion, he knows that Brock is right, asking what the boy has in mind, if they're actually going to try and start working together, to which Brock simply smiles with one suggestion: I think you should go big. Instantly, Leon begins to clue into Brock's plan, but this will be a little bit of a risk, so he tells Brock that he better be right about this, as this is their only chance to do this. Immediately, Leon recalls Charizard as his Dynamax band begins to glow, and the ball immediately grows in size. This gets Melody giddy, as she sees Leon's Charizard pop from its ball. However, what comes out this time is not the familiar Charizard that she's battled before, as Leon has managed to achieve its G-Max transformation. So, this is what you've been up to the last couple of weeks, eh, Peony? Well, let's see if the boys really have learned anything. Immediately, the next set of battles begin, as Leon sets the pace for this next encounter, ordering Charizard to use a Max Flare. What happens next is a massive burst of fire energy energy and heat as flames erupt from the epicenter of Charizard. This causes Melanie to use the same counter that she used before. However, because it's backed by the power of a Gigantamax transformation, her combination attack isn't able to push through like before, merely being able to stave off the attack of Charizard as it prevents any damage to either one of her Pokemon. However, Leon is still smiling even though he was unable to get through her barrier. This has Melanie curious, but she's not going to have to wait for long as Brock is able to follow up quick, using the remnants of the Max Flare and what it creates to intensify one of his own attacks, as he orders Colossal to use a Rapid Spin. The Rock type uses its maxed out speed to move in a circular formation down the battlefield, as it collects the flames from the Max Flare, turning itself into some sort of burning hot ember as it begins to slam into Darmanitan. However, Melanie is not a novice trainer, and she knew this was coming from a mile away as she orders her Ice type to use a Rock Slide, and it's able to put up a defensive barrier as Colossal slams into it before hitting Darmanitan. This minimizes the damage that the Ice type would have taken and causes some blowback to Colossal as well, causing both to end the skirmish taking the equal amount of damage instead of what Brock had intended in the beginning. That's one turn, Leon says to himself. However, Melanie doesn't seem to be worried as she's staring down a Gigantamax transformation. But then again, neither is Brock, even though his Pokemon was on the receiving end of some damage on that last altercation. Leon turns to his partner, telling Brock that he better have a plan, as that first interaction didn't exactly go 100% in their way. However, Brock points out that even though they weren't the victors in it, they were still able to come out with a little bit more progress than previous encounters. So they need to continue to push. If you say so, Leon says. Charizard, it's time. Let's use G-Max Wildfire. Using the intensity of the sun that the Max Flare had provided from the previous turn, Charizard begins to glow in a hot aura. He tells the Fire Lizard to dump everything it has into this attack. They cannot let Melanie get out of this unscathed. However, the gym leader seems unbothered as Charizard begins to swell with an overwhelming amount of fire energy. All the while, Brock is holding on, not giving any commands to Colossal, which begins to concern Leon. However, Brock has a plan, and he needs Charizard's attack to be executed in order for it to go off. But unfortunately for them, this plan is going to fall short, as Melanie has decided it's time to stop playing around, ordering both Darmanitan and Lapras to go on the offensive. But unfortunately, this isn't going to be good for either one of our heroes, as Darmanitan has chosen to use its more physical side, rushing in to use its upper body strength and executing a superpower at the command of its trainer, while Lapras plays a little bit more defensive, while it begins to sing its heart out, causing Charizard to begin to grow drowsy, as the Fire Lizard is the target of the Loch Ness Monster's song. Neither trainer can do anything but watch as Charizard begins to sway back and forth before toppling back, with the energy barriers being the only thing that holds the giant kaiju up. While on the other hand, the only thing that saves Colossal from being pummeled to death by the superpower is its speed, allowing the rock type to shift ever so slightly, preventing the fighting type move from ending it in this battle. This leaves both heroes unable to contemplate their next move. This lady just put them on a permanent round of defense, and if they don't figure something out now, then they're not going to be able to get a chance at victory anytime soon. And this is going to be reinforced when Melanie decides to turn things up a notch, as she pulls out the Pokeball for Lapras, and her Dynamax band begins to glow before recalling the water type, only to send it out in its much more Gigantamax form. This is something that neither Brock or Leon have ever experienced before, and it's causing the boys to tense up a little bit as they're unsure of how to handle it. All the while, Joe in the stands is beginning to doubt his friends, telling Peony that there's no way they're going to have a chance to win. However, the champion offers a comment to the contrary. They've never been able to push Melanie into a G-Max transformation before single-handedly, but now the two are working together, and she's been forced to take this on. So that means that they have made great progress in the time that they were training, and I still believe they have a chance to earn their final badge here. I hope you're right, Joe says as we pan back to the battlefield, as Melanie decides it's time to give her first commands, ordering Darmanitan to use an Icicle Crash, and she also orders Lapras to use a Max Geyser. However, they're not aimed for Colossal, they're both aimed for Charizard. Melanie has targeted the Fire Lizard as it's unable to defend itself, and Leon can do nothing but call to his starter, hoping that it'll wake up as it is beginning to be consumed by the attacks. And just just as the boy begins to lose hope, a command from Brock is given, as he orders Colossal to use a rapid spin. The rock type intercepts both of the techniques as it spins at a high rate of speed, pulling in whatever fire is left over from Charizard's G-Max Wildfire and creating somewhat of a heat shield for the two, preventing any major damage to either one of them. However, this is going to come at a cost, as the Max Geyser has taken over the Max Wildfire, and there is no longer an intense sun or residual fire to cause any damage to anyone on the field that is their opponent, as it is consumed by rain, powering up any type of water type attacks that either one of Melanie's Pokemon would have. And just as the bad news continues to roll in, there's one more thing that the boys are going to have to deal with, as even though it's asleep, Charizard's Dynamax transformation has run its course, as the fire starter reverts to its normal size, merely slumbering on without a care in the world. Both of the boys grit their teeth as Melanie begins to chuckle again. Well, it looks like you two are against the ropes, and this battle isn't going to last much longer, especially with Colossal being the only one to battle, so I guess it's time that we put you out of your misery. Lapras, it's time. G-Max Resonance! Suddenly, a gust of wind and ice begins to consume the entire stadium as the temperature drops rapidly. Both Leon and Brock do nothing but watch on as their Pokemon are potentially knocked out from this gym battle. However, Brock isn't going to stand by, as he knows that they still have one ace in their hole. Unfortunately, it's much earlier than he wanted to use it, but they're not going to have any other choice as he initiates his Pokemon's G-Max transformation. As he tells Colossal it's time to go big, he immediately recalls his starter Pokemon before the ball enlarges, and he throws it back on the battlefield, with it immediately popping from the ball and using a Max Flare at the command of its trainer. While both of our heroes' Pokemon suffered damage from the G-Max Resonance, the Max Flare was enough to counteract both the water and the ice that was in the air, preventing them from being knocked out. And luckily, this attack was enough to awaken Charizard, as the Fire Lizard begins to stand up to its feet, shaking off the drowsiness that it had had from that Sing attack. Whoa, quick thinking, Brock. But that doesn't mean that you guys are out of the woods yet. You're still going to have quite the battle ahead of you, and from where I'm standing, it looks like both of your Pokemon are looking pretty tired. Unfortunately, Melanie is right, as both of their trainers look to Charizard and Colossal, as they're both breathing heavily. They're not going to have much more time in this battle, so they're going to have to figure out a way to end it before things take a turn for the worst. Luckily, Leon thinks he has an idea, as he tells Brock that they have to isolate the two. Whether Melanie wants to admit it or not, both of her Pokemon have gotten weaker from this battle as well. The G-Max Wildfire left residual damage to the two a couple of turns back, so until it was dealt with, they were taking fire burns sporadically throughout the entire battle. And not only that, but Darmanitan managed to weaken itself by using that superpower on Colossal. Instantly, Brock understands what Leon is going for. However, because Lapras is still Gigantamaxed, they're going to have one more turn that they have to prevent that thing from knocking them out. Otherwise, they're going to be back to where they were at the beginning of all this. But Brock understands the assignment, as Colossal is the only thing that's going to be able to take that thing on. However, with Leon and Brock both battling each other for so long, they understand both of their starters more than anyone, and they understand each other's starter as well. And Leon makes a suggestion. It's time to go on the attack, as he tells Brock that they're going to need Colossal's most powerful move, and they're not going to have any time to get this right. They have to do it now, as Melanie is back on the attack, ordering Lapras' final move for its Gigantamax transformation in a Max Geyser, while Darmanitan's going to add a little bit more power to it by using an expanding force. It's here that Brock takes the first step to turn the tables in their favor, as he commands Colossal to use a G-Max Volcolith. Suddenly, a barrage of rocks appears in the air above everyone. The boys' goal is to use this to try and stop any type of damage from the G-Max Geyser. However, Leon has his own take on this version, as he tells Charizard to use an Iron Tail. The Fire Lizard puts all of the power it has into this last attack as it swings the steel move in a circle before colliding with the Volcolith stones, causing them to burst into smaller pellets as they pepper across the battlefield. While some of them are unable to get through the combination attack, the ones that were hit with more power are, and they begin to pelt Darmanitan one after another until the Yeti is forced to take a knee. And this couldn't happen at a better time either, as the power of the G-Max transformation for Lapras is beginning to wane, as the water type begins to revert to its normal form, and the Max Geyser drops in power, allowing the stones to begin to get through the wall of water, as Lapras is now pelted by the stones that Charizard had created as well. As everything begins to subside, it's revealed that both Pokemon did take a decent amount of damage out of that, but unfortunately, there's still water covering the battlefield, and they have induced a rain with that G-Max Geyser. Now both Charizard and Colossal's attacks will be weaker if they're fire-based, which the boys reiterate to each other in tandem, as Melanie decides that it's time for her to go back on the offensive, calling for another Power Force Surf combo. However, Brock isn't going to let them execute this, as he knows exactly what he has to do, telling Colossal to use its mammoth size and increase speed to take on the now massive wall of water so that way it doesn't hit Charizard. The rock type does whatever it can to break through the psychic and water energy before finally emerging on the other side, as it throws whatever remains of its weight into Darmanitan, as the two go tumbling across the battlefield with Colossal's Gigantamax frame landing on top of the Ice Yeti. What they see is Colossal unconscious as it begins to revert in size. However, as it returns to its normal size, Darmanitan is also left unable to battle, bringing this to a 1v1 with just Charizard and Lapras remaining. Wait, why did you do that? Leon says. However, Brock tells him not to dwell on it. He gave Leon an opening. Now the boy needs to take it, or else Lapras is going to be able to beat him. To which Brock is right, as Melanie has merely recalled Darmanitan and ignored everything else, commanding Lapras to use an Icy Wind on the fire type. But Leon isn't going to let this opening go to waste, as he tells Charizard to use a Fire Spin. The intensity of the flames are able to engulf the ice type attack before surrounding Lapras in a wall of fire. Melanie knows if she doesn't do something, then Lapras will fall to this attack, so she tells it to use another Surf in an attempt to break it. However, the water type has taken way too much damage, and it's unable to muster up the water needed in the intense heat that it's now engulfed in, causing old Nessie to flinch. This gives Leon the opening needed, as Charizard begins to tear down the battlefield using what strength it has left to charge an Iron Tail, before slamming it into Lapras, and they both go tumbling into the gym wall, just like Darmanitan and Colossal had before them. But luckily for Brock and Leon, while Lapras lays unconscious, Charizard is able to barely stand, bringing the battle to a close and giving both Brock and Leon the victory here. Neither one of the two boys can believe it. They were actually able to beat Melanie. They just stand in stunned silence, kind of staring off into a spacey gaze, unable to really do anything else. However, the two are shocked from their trance as Peony, Melanie, and Joe join them on the battlefield. What a great job, you two. You've managed to grow a lot within the last couple of weeks, Peony says. I say, Melanie responds, that was a very good battle, and I'm glad that you suggested them be in a tag team battle with me. I can't remember the last time I had so much fun, and as a token of my appreciation, here you two go. I present to you the Ice Badge, as Melanie holds out both of her hands, one for each Brock and Leon. The two reach out, grabbing the badges from the palms of her hands before thanking Melanie for all of the intense battles that they were able to have with her. This really is a surreal moment. It's been so long on this journey, and they were both able to finally get their 8th badge of the Galar League. The realization that their journey is almost at an end is beginning to set in both for Brock and Leon, and more importantly, for Joe. However, this somber moment is going to be interrupted by a very familiar voice, as one of Brock and Joe's old traveling companions enters the gym. How cute. You two managed to get your 8th badges. Well, Miss Melanie, if you enjoyed their battle, then you're gonna love mine, Jazelle says. And that's where we're going to bring this part to an end for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this? What did you think about the training that both Brock and Leon did in the Isle of Armor? How about the conversation that Joe had with Mustard? How do you think that's going to affect the boys' future going forward? And of course, how about the battle that both Leon and Brock had with Melanie? Did you enjoy the back and forth between the two? And then, of course, Jazelle. Has she really managed to gather all of the badges except for this one in Galar? And if so, who's sponsoring her? Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments down below. We begin today's part with our heroes as they are at the Pokemon Center the night of both Leon and Brock's victory at the Hammerlock Gym against Melanie. They are all gathered around in the cafeteria eating, with Leon doing whatever he can to stuff his face as he's quite hungry after the battle that they had today. However, there are three that are not so talkative as Peony has left them for the day because he has champion duties to tend to. And those three just happen to be Brock, Joe, and Jazelle. They want to know what she's doing back here in Hammerlock. However, the girl has done her best to ignore them since she met them at the gym, as Brock and Joe have both inquired of why she would dare to try and challenge Melanie, especially seeing how she's not sponsored. This is a question that persists as they begin to follow her when she stands up from the table because she was called for her Pokemon being ready. Joe says he thought that she had given up on this foolish errand of trying to beat Brock. After all, they haven't seen her in weeks, and school starts the day after tomorrow. Giselle's not going to have enough time to compete in the league. However, the girl simply smiles, turning to face Joe, saying that she had contacted the headmaster of the academy and asked for an extension before she came back, as she had ran into a couple of problems on her way to retrieve Brock. She simply just winks and then turns back, heading in the direction of the Pokemon Center counter to collect her Pokemon, with Joe accusing her of lying to the headmaster. There had to have been something that you told him that made him grant you an extension. However, Jazelle just simply states she only told him the truth. She ran into a snag collecting Brock, and she ended up getting involved in the Galarian Gym Challenge. And the headmaster agreed with her that it would be in her best interest as a trainer in order to keep participating, as she'd only had one more badge left and then the championship, and if she could head back to the Pokemon Academy with a championship under her belt, well, that would look very good for Pokemon Tech now, wouldn't it? This just floors Joe. He never thought that the faculty would go for something like this, especially after all the things that Jazelle had tried, but the allure of having a prestigious championship under their belt from one of their prize students is too much to pass up, he thinks to himself. However, as the boy is lost in thought, Brock asks Jazelle a question as they approach the counter. I thought your whole purpose was to battle me and get me to go back to the Kanto region with you. However, Jazelle simply thanks Nurse Joy for handling back all of her 6 Pokeballs, before turning to Brock stating that it is my goal, and I intend to do it. However, I'm not going to do it in a simple one-on-one Pokemon battle with low stakes attached. I'm going to humiliate you on the stage where everyone gets to see. I'm going to prove that I'm the better trainer. So tomorrow, after I win my 8th badge, we're going to enter the championship rounds. And when me and you battle, everyone's going to get to see that I was right. And you're going to have to go back to Kanto with me. After all, that was our bet, wasn't it? And it would be cruel for you to deny a bet from a friend. And before Brock can even respond to her, Jazelle turns, walking away with an aura of confidence that the trainer hasn't seen from her since prior to their battle at the academy. This is where Joe finally joins his friend, saying he doesn't like the feel of this. Something is off. There's no way she would be able to challenge the gyms without a sponsorship. And Peony said that he didn't sponsor her before he had left, so who would be the one to sponsor her? To which Brock simply shrugs his shoulders. However, he's more concerned with what Jazelle has planned, because no doubt, if she wants to get Brock back to the academy so desperately, that means that when they battle, there's going to be nefarious purposes behind it. And for all he knows, he could be walking into a trap. To which Joe seconds. They can't trust her as far as they can throw her. They haven't been able to since they were at the academy, so there's no reason for them to start now. Brock nods, remaining stoic as he watches the girl walk off, before him and Joe rejoin Leon back at the table to finish their meals. The next morning, we find Jazelle in the final moments of her battle with Melanie. While she did have the same stipulations of a tag team battle that Brock had when he first battled her, to where each had to use 4 Pokemon total in a tag team style format, it eventually got down to where both trainers were using their final Pokemon. For Melanie, it's no surprise, as she's using her G-Max Lapras. However, for Jazelle, something that Brock hadn't seen before. It's a Pokemon known as Corviknight, and it has the ability to Gigantamax, just like his Colossal and Leon's Charizard. And what we see here is Jazelle has managed to master this transformation in the short amount of time since the last point that they saw her at. Which begs the question, what exactly has she been up to in the last couple of weeks? To go from not having any Pokemon badges or even a full team of 6 to being on the verge of her 8th badge. That has to be some serious traveling, and it's not something that a normal person could get done without a heavy bankroll. But Brock is going to have to keep these questions to himself for the time being as he watches the battle come to an end, with Corviknight being able to wrap wrap it up using a combination of Max Steel Spike and its particular Gigantamax move, G-Max Wind Rage. As both Pokemon's transformations wear off, Melanie presents Jazelle with her final badge of the Galar League, as the girl jumps for joy, hugging her Corviknight, telling it that she knew it would win. However, this is not the moment that's going to grab everybody's attention, as a thunderous applause rings through the silence of the gym. Turning, everyone can see one person, a person that everybody knows all too well, to which Jazelle runs to greet, as it's none other than Chairman Rose. Jazelle eagerly greets the chairman as she presents him with her 8th and final badge. "Look, I told you it wouldn't be any problem to gather all of the badges of this region." Yes, that's quite good. I was confident in you, my sponsor, all the way until the end. I'm sure that you'll be able to bring great victory to yourself in the championship tournament that's supposed to take place in 1 week's time. This whole revelation has both Brock and Joe's jaws on the ground. Chairman Rose sponsored Jazelle, to which the girl confirms, stating that after her last loss to Brock, she was fed up with losing. So she contacted Chairman Rose, and after some careful convincing, she was able to get the chairman to sponsor her to compete in the Galar League. And not only that, but he backed her entire adventure as well, putting up the money to transport her from city to city as rapidly as possible, so that way she would be able to make the tournament that's happening next week. As Jazelle is explaining this, Peony joins the group only to hear what is happening. However, he is here to talk with his brother about something, as Jazelle goes on to explain further. The way she convinced Rose was very simple, actually. She had told him that Brock's sponsorship letter was a fake one, and he shouldn't have been competing in his league. And since Brock had already won so many badges without being caught, it was kind of an embarrassment to the honor of the Galar region and the league that Rose had put together. And out of this frustration, Rose agreed to sponsor Jazelle, with one condition, that she would do the one thing that Rose was unable to do: bring Brock to his knees on a national stage, meaning the battle in the championships. Both Brock and Joe begin to ask a question, however, it's interrupted by arguments from both Peony and Rose, as the two seem to be flustered. It ends with Rose telling Jazelle that they have to go. They have to prepare for her entry into the championship round, and the two simply storm off, with Jazelle giving them a bit of a side eye, kinda gloating about everything that has happened so far, as Peony is left with Brock and Joe standing in the middle of the gym, as Melanie tells the three that she has to close up for the day. She needs to go tend to her boys. So the three head outside, to which Joe and Brock both ask Peony what is wrong. Why was he arguing with his brother? To which Peony at first says he doesn't want to really talk about it, as it involves his friend Jazelle. However, because it involves Jazelle, Brock and Joe both insisted that he spill the beans. There's something that Peony isn't telling them. With a sigh, the champion tells Brock to pull out his championship letter and actually look at it, to which the boy is a bit confused. Why would he do something like that? He hasn't even actually looked at the letter in months, but he does so for the request of the champion, only to be shocked when he sees it. The letter that he has isn't the letter he came to Galar with. It's completely different. It actually has Brock's name on it, and at the bottom, a signature, the signature of the regional champion Peony. Wait, explain, Brock says. This isn't my sponsorship letter. This isn't the one that you stole from your father, Peony says, to which Brock immediately gets silent. Wait, how did you know? Well, my boy, it's a very long story. How about we head back to the Pokemon Center and we get something to eat, and I'll explain it to you. Peony then turns as both of the boys follow him back, shocked at this whole revelation, with many questions burning in their mind. About an hour later, they're all sitting down in the cafeteria, and Peony begins to spill the beans at Brock's request. He states that he knew Brock was coming before Brock had actually gotten here, and when he ran into him inside of the mines, he knew exactly who he was, and the letter that he was carrying was not his own. So, as a favor to an old friend, Peony decided to create one while Brock was sleeping one of their nights while they were training inside of the mines. And without the boy even knowing, he slipped it in his bag and swapped it out for the other one, to which immediately enrages Brock. He wants to know where the real one is, to which Peony simply opens up a jacket pocket and presents it to the boy. Brock is upset that Peony would go through his things like that. What would give him the rights? However, Joe interrupts because he has a very serious question here. how did Peony know that Brock was coming to Galar? Who informed him ahead of time? To which the champion says, I thought you would have put it together by now. However, both of the boys are drawing a blank. You know, me and your dad go way back. I was actually the one who sponsored him on his initial Galar gym run. That's my name at the bottom of his letter. However, because of the age of it, it's a bit smeared, so you can't really tell. When your dad called me and told me what you had done and that you were on the way to the region, I didn't want you to get in trouble. Me and him go way back. I even knew your mom as well. And as a favor to him, I decided that I would sponsor you myself. However, this has had negative consequences, as because my brother doesn't like the fact that I sponsored you without his approval, or the fact that I sponsored Leon without his approval either. So, in order to get back at me, and you by extension, he decided to sponsor your friend Jazelle, with the condition that she be the one to take you down in the league. It's at this moment that everything begins to set in. The conditions of their championship run is going to be a lot heavier than Brock had initially thought. He has people that are willingly out to sabotage him, and Peony confirms this by stating he doesn't know what his brother has planned, but he knows his brother is capable of anything. So Brock had better be careful, because a threat could come from on or off the battlefield. Brock contemplates this warning, with Joe looking on to his friend. He knew that Jazelle was up to no good, but for her to stoop this low is a whole new level, and he has a feeling that this ominous warning from Peony is far worse than the words that he has used to tell them. However, like it or not, both of the boys are going to have to wait to see if the warning comes true, as over the next week, both Brock and Joe are going to spend all the time that they have training, as the championship has been declared 1 week from the end of Jazelle's gym run. The boys are back on the road again. However, this time they're heading farther north than they've ever headed in the region before. Their destination is the massive town in the northernmost part of the region known as Winden. It's here that the championships are held every time that they have enough people to participate. During this time, Brock and Joe do whatever they can to get any training underneath their belt. However, there are a couple of things that are preventing them from being as productive as possible. Mainly, it's the Wacky and Brock's newest capture, Berserker. The Hobo Cat has made things tense, as it still tries to feed its appetite by eating anything and everything that it can get its hands on. Only is its appetite quenched when Brock uses some of the max mushrooms that he had stolen from the Isle of Armor to create some more max soup, so that way the other Pokemon can enjoy their meals uninterrupted, and the filthy feline can have a full belly for once in its life. However, the Wacky and its anger issues are one to not let things go, and it's shown animosity towards Berserker, going as far to even starting fights with the Steel type even when it's not doing anything to bother the Grass type. Brock notices this and he tries to get in the middle of it, telling them that they're going to have to work together. Like it or not, they're on the same team. However, the Wacky doesn't want to hear anything that Brock has to say, merely becoming more agitated as it seems that Brock is taking the side of Berserker, causing the Wacky to become more and more distant from the rest of the group, as it can't stand to be around Brock or any of his other Pokemon. However, as the Grass type hangs out above a tree of the campsite that they've been hanging out in, contemplating its next move against Berserker and low-key Brock, there's another issue that's coming to light, as one of Brock's other Pokemon, Stunky, has been looking like it's a bit under the weather as of late. Neither Brock nor Joe can put their finger on it, but it just doesn't have the same energy that it normally has. It used to be curious about everything, wanting to explore as much as possible. However, every time it's outside of its Pokeball, even when Brock tries to use it in a practice battle, it simply remains curled up, like it doesn't have any enthusiasm to do anything. But unfortunately for Brock, he doesn't really know how to approach the situation, as before they left Hammerlock, Nurse Joy gave all of his Pokemon a clean bill of health, so it can't be something physical that's plaguing the poison type, it has to be something else. But Brock can't quite put his finger on it, and unfortunately for Stunky, it's gonna get neglected, as Brock spends most of his time running interference between the Wacky and Berserker, as the two seem to be getting in more and more heated engagements as the days go on. However, that doesn't mean Stunky is going to be 100% alone, as it's found a very unlikely friend in the likes of DIDNT, believe it or not. While the normal type likes to stash any type of food that it possibly can anywhere, it realizes that Stunky is down, and it doesn't know why. This causes the normal type to stay close to it, bringing any food that it finds in the surrounding area. And even though Stunky doesn't appear to be doing much, while Brock and everybody else is preoccupied, it is at least keeping its strength up by eating the food that DIDNT brings to it, which the two slowly begin begin to bond, forging somewhat of a friendship in the process, though it's an odd one to say the least. This pattern repeats over the whole trip to Winden, and on the 7th day, they finally arrive in the massive city, to where the first thing that catches their eye is the massive tower that stands at the head of the city, as well as a massive pink and purple stadium that's been named for its creator, the Rose Stadium. Gee, you think he has a bit of an ego? Joe asks Brock, to which the boy confirms it seems like it. However, they're going to have little time to dwell on this, as soon as they enter the city, Brock needs to get registered for the league, as they only have one more day before the festivities are supposed to start, and they don't even know all of the rules as of yet. However, as they walk in the direction of the stadium, tremors can be felt slightly beneath their feet coming from underneath the city, which is a cause for concern for the two boys, as this means only one thing. Those tremors are usually preceded by Dynamax outbreaks, and that's something that even though they've been moving away from Hammerlock and the wild area, they've still had to contest with, as there are still a bunch of wild ice-type Pokemon that line the routes leading to this massive city in the north. Even Brock and Joe didn't get the chance to move on their journey unscathed, as they did have a couple of brushes with some of the wild ice types along the path. And a Dynamax ice type in the middle of a hailstorm isn't something that you want to ever have to confront if you can avoid it. However, since they're in the middle of the city, the assumption for the two boys is that they have everything under control. They must have plenty of armed guards and experienced trainers so that way the championship doesn't get interrupted. However, they're going to find out just how wrong they are, as when they finally get to the massive Rose Stadium, Brock is met with not only Leon, but Peony as well, as both of them are registering for the championship tournament. Brock and Joe greet the two, asking if they've had a safe journey here, to which Leon confirms that he did. However, he did have to deal with a few pesky ice types that Dynamaxed, but thanks to his new G-Max Charizard, that wasn't a problem. This causes Peony to laugh a bit, telling the boy that he likes his enthusiasm, and he hopes that he shows that confidence in the tournament. After all, this year is going to be a bit smaller than it normally is. Wait, what do you mean by smaller? Brock inquires, to which Leon responds, asking if Brock hasn't heard the news. Both Joe and Brock shake their heads, saying no, they haven't heard anything, but they're not going to have to wait in suspense for long, as Peony and Leon both spill what's been happening. The city's been attacked by a lot of Dynamax Pokemon over the last couple of days, and the tremors, even though they are light now, have been growing and growing over the last week or two. So in order to keep the citizens safe, but still provide the entertainment from the tournament that everybody wants, my brother has decided that he's going to downsize the amount of people that are actually in the tournament, and he's only allowing 8 participants this year. Wait, 8? Are you serious? To which Peony and Leon both nod. Normally there's a minimum of 16, but usually they have about 32 participants. So this year it's going to be a bit light, which means they're going to be putting a lot of emphasis on the battles, and only the first 8 people to register are going to be the ones that are allowed to enter, which means Brock, you better hurry up. However, Joe stops his friend before he takes a step forward to register, as he whispers, I don't know if this is a good idea. Remember what Peony said about threats and they could come from anywhere? This small of a tournament means that they're not going to waste any time trying to eliminate you, Brock, especially if Rose has that much of a problem with you or Leon being inside of it. However, Brock tells Joe not to worry. He understands the risks of this, and he knew that he was going to paint a target on his back the moment he stepped foot in Galar, trying to challenge the gyms the way he did. But he has made it this far, and it would be a disservice to his Pokemon, or the reason why he came to Galar, if he were to just back out now. So, like it or not, he's going to enter the championship rounds, and he's going to fight to become the new champion of Galar, as he looks at Peony, eyeing the champion down. However, the Steel-type trainer merely cackles at this, as he enjoys the confidence that both Brock and Leon are exuding. Reluctantly, Joe lets go of Brock's arm, as the boy steps forward to register at the machine at the front counter of the stadium. However, this moment of excitement for Brock is going to be overshadowed by the one person that he knew he was going to have to see eventually, as Jazelle and her cocky attitude has entered the room, declaring that she was thinking Brock wouldn't show up, as if he may have gotten scared with the challenge that she was laying out for him. However, the boy merely turns to Jazelle, telling her that don't worry, he intends to battle her. After all, they haven't had a full 6-on-6 battle before, and if his memory serves him correctly, he's pretty sure that he has more wins over Jazelle than she has over him. This causes the girl to let out a brief humph before she tells Brock that doesn't matter. Everything that happened in the past doesn't matter. All we have to care about tournament is the here and the now, as the ground begins to shake with a brief, intense tremor momentarily. You feel that? That's the first signs of your downfall, Brock. It's an omen, so you better get used to being on top, because your so-called reign of victories over me are going to come to an end. And after I beat you, I'm going to go on to win the league, and we're going to return back to Kanto, so that way you can set everything right with the headmaster. After all of us being here is your fault in the first place, so it's only right that you set things straight back at the school. The girl then flips her hair as she walks off, confident that she made her point to Brock. Wow, she's really got it out for you, Leon says, to which the boy nods. I know you think that you're my rival, Leon. However, that girl has had a personal vendetta against me since the first day I met her. So if there's any true rival that I have, it's Jazelle. This gets Leon a bit fired up, as he takes this as Brock not seeing him as an equal, but the boy aims to prove him wrong, declaring that he's going to beat Brock before Jazelle gets a chance to, before storming off, a bit frustrated at what Brock said. However, Peony just laughs at this entire engagement. I love the fires of youth. I can't wait to see you guys in the tournament. With you, Jazelle, me, and Leon all entered, that means that there's only 4 other spots available, which will be filled randomly by the Galar gym leaders. Whoever is free and not out on patrol. We're going to get 2 days to have this tournament, and over the course of those 2 days, we're going to be fighting nothing but 6-on-6 battles. So I hope your team is ready, Brock, because no matter what happens, at the end of this, somebody new may take the crown of Galar's strongest trainer. Peony then walks off, leaving Brock to think about what he just said, as he realizes that 2 of his team members may not be in the best position to even battle, and now he's going to have a 6-on-6 that he has to deal with. This is not a position that he wanted to be in. However, like it or not, he's not going to have many choices in the matter, and he's going to be forced to push forward at all costs if he hopes to capture the crown of Galar's strongest trainer. Later that night, as Joe and Brock are in their rooms trying to sleep, both find themselves tossing and turning in their bed. Joe is a simple one. He's still bothered by the fact that him and Brock's time is coming slowly to an end, and the boy doesn't know what he's going to do after this whole Galar Gym challenge is over. While for Brock, it's a much more troubling scenario, as the only thing he can think about is the Wacky and Stunky, as neither one of them are going to be easy to deal with, especially when it comes to a 6-on-6 battle. The boy spends the night tossing and turning in bed, trying to figure out any type of strategy that might be able to get them to actually work together in a battle or be able to be used whatsoever. But as both boys toss and turn, there is a very real threat that is on the horizon, as the tremors beneath the city begin to grow more frequent. The next morning, Brock finds himself standing on the floor of a packed Winden Stadium. There isn't an empty seat in the house, and even with Peony's help to get Joe front row seats, Brock still hasn't even been able to identify where the boy is. However, that's going to be the least of his concerns, as Leon, Jazelle, and Peony have joined the boy on the battlefield, as they're preparing to announce the final 4 entrants to the Galar Championship Tournament. This is where Chairman Rose makes his presence known, as he greets all of the fans that have packed Winden Stadium. The chairman is very cordial with everybody, and somewhat pleasant, much different than what Brock has experienced in the past. However, there's little time for the boy to dwell on this, as the chairman gives a brief speech before announcing, by name, the next 4 contestants. First off is going to be none other than the current strongest gym leader in all of Galar, Melanie, the substitute gym leader for Hammerlock. Then it's the Dark type specialist who doesn't Dynamax, Pierce, leader of the Spikemuth gym, followed by one that Brock knows all too well, as the fire type expert from Motostoke, Kabu, enters the stadium. Then finally, much to Brock's surprise, the newest gym leader in Galar, the boy known as Alistair, takes the field. All gym leaders that Brock has had a substantial history with, whether he had a personal experience with them or they were just extremely hard to beat. The boy knows instantly that no matter what the outcome, this is going to be a tough challenge. However, he doesn't have time to dwell on that now, as Chairman Rose gives one more brief speech saying that the gym leaders that are not present in the stadium today are currently patrolling the outskirts of the city, just in case they have any random Dynamax encounters that threaten to derail their libations for the day. Now, if you'll turn your attention to the main screen, we will start the randomization process, so that way we can find out the battling order of all of our contestants. Everyone watches on in anticipation as every one of the contestants are randomly shuffled, one by one, causing the tension to build as it seems like it takes forever for the shuffler to come to an end. However, as the pictures of everyone that is competing slows, one very real truth begins to set in. The first match is going to be Brock, and he's going to be paired up against none other than Alistair. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What did you think about the revelation of how Brock actually got a sponsorship letter, and the fact that Peony actually knew both of Brock's parents and was the one who gave it to him? And how about the fact that Chairman Rose was the one who sponsored Jazelle to get her badges so quickly? He seems to have a personal vendetta against Brock, and it's not quite clear why. However, it could have something to do with the reason why Mustard doesn't want anything to do with Chairman Rose or the Pokemon League anymore. And how about the fact that Brock's first battle is going to be against none other than the friend that he made while he was here in the Galar region, Alistair, the Ghost-type gym leader? Let me know your guys' comments and thoughts down below. We begin today's episode with Brock as he stands across from his first round opponent, Alistair, in the middle of the DIDNT Stadium battlefield. The two have said nothing since they were announced as the first round opponents. However, something about this encounter feels different to Brock. It's far less cordial than the last time they battled, and there seems to be a hint of malice in the air as Alistair stands across from him, not making any point of eye contact. However, this is not the point of focus for the story at this current time, as we shift the perspective to the VIP box that is high above in the rafters of DIDNT Stadium. It's the best seats in the house, as we follow up with Chairman Rose, as he has come to this place so that way he can conduct some business while he watches the rounds unfold. However, as the chairman sits down at his desk and begins to look over paperwork from today's proceedings, he is joined by none other than his assistant, Oleana, and one of the Galarian gym leaders, Opal, the fairy-type expert. Oleana hands the chairman a tablet with some reports on it, saying that they have the latest energy signatures from what was captured. Rose snatches the tablet from her hand as she begins to fill him in, saying that its energy output is far more than they expected, and if they don't do something quick, then they could have another incident like they've been having in recent weeks. Well then, I'm afraid that we're going to have to act fast, the chairman says. Go ahead and turn on the second part of the reactor. However, Oleana informs the chairman that she already has, and it's almost at full capacity. It can't hold much more energy. The amount that's being produced by this creature is something far beyond anything they would have thought it was capable of. While this seems pressing with the tone that Oleana is giving off, Chairman Rose appears unfazed, as if there isn't an overwhelming sense of impending danger. However, this is going to quickly change by Opal, as she begins to scold Rose for meddling in forces that he didn't understand. She told the chairman that beast needed to remain where it had slept, and now that it has been awakened, you put all of Galar in danger. But my dear Opal, that's why you are here, Chairman Rose says. I enlisted your talents for this whole situation. You were supposed to run damage control, you and your fairy-type Pokemon. Are you telling me you're going to be unable to hold up your end of the bargain? Rose says with a shifted tone in his voice, which causes Opal to flinch a bit. However, she reaffirms that she will do what she was asked. However, that doesn't still change the nature of the beast. Rose has tampered with something that he doesn't understand, and they are all at risk. So the chairman had better be ready to accept the consequences if and when they happen. Now, while this sounds like a threat, Chairman Rose doesn't seem fazed by that, merely standing up, telling Opal that it's a shame so many of the Galarian gym leaders have become unable to perform their duties as of late. He would hate for her gym to befall the same fate, and her be forced into a retirement that she didn't need. So if there's anything else she would like to say, please go ahead and say it, and Rose will take it under advisement. However, the old lady merely clams up, not wanting to poke the Ursaluna any more than she already has. The fairy-type expert merely turns and walks to the door without saying another word. However, this does leave Oleana, stating that even though Opal was a bit coarse and brash with what she said, that doesn't change the fact that it isn't true. We are at maximum capacity with the amount of energy we're able to absorb from this thing, and if we don't figure out a solution to it now, then it may cause the reactor to go critical. However, Rose merely chuckles. Maybe that's the solution we need, he says, as we fade back down to the battlefield with Brock and Alistair, as the two have already begun the first battle of their Pokemon League championship run, with Brock using his Stunky, while Alistair had chosen a ghost type known as Cursula. However, unlike the last exchange that Brock had with the ghost type trainer, this time Stunky isn't doing as well, considering that the dark type is having trouble keeping up with this Cursula. It's demonstrated here when Cursula activates a move called Curse at the command of Alistair that immediately causes Stunky to glow in a demonic type aura before it begins to writhe in pain. This, combined with the already negative mental space that Stunky has been in as of late, causes the damage that it takes from the curse to amplify tenfold. Brock tries to gain some ground with the dark type, ordering it to use a bite. However, Cursula is unable to be hit by it, as it simply retaliates with a strength sap that lowers the attack of Stunky while gaining some health back in the process, basically making the assault a neutral damage. It's here that Brock sees something out of Stunky he was hoping that he would never would. The dark type has lost motivation, merely just sitting down in the middle of the battlefield, unwilling to really do anything. Brock tries to give it a command to use a poison gas, but for some odd reason, even though it's now under the curse, it isn't even responding to that pain, as it just sits there and slowly lets its strength be sapped away, little by little, as Cursula uses a strength sap to again cut its attack and increase its own health, ending with Stunky being knocked out and Brock taking the first loss of this 6-on-6 battle in the championship rounds. Recalling his dark type, Brock wonders what exactly is going on with it. For whatever reason, it seems to have fallen into some sort of depression as of late. However, he doesn't really have time to dwell on this, as the referee is calling for him to make his next choice. So whether he likes it or not, he's gonna have to face down this ghost type, to which Alistair adds some commentary here, telling Brock that he was hoping he would have gotten stronger since their last battle. After all, he kinda held back because he was afraid Brock wouldn't be able to win. This revelation kinda rubs Brock the wrong way. What do you mean held back? I could have beat you. I did beat you. Yeah, that's true, Alistair says, but we didn't really go all out. I was enjoying the time that we spent so much together that I wanted to give you a gift of sorts, so I just kinda let you win our battle. This revelation kinda sets Brock on a tailspin as he begins to doubt himself slightly. What do you mean, let me win our battle? He says. That was won fair and square. However, Alistair retorts that he didn't go all out. After all, he didn't even invoke his ace or its Gigantamax form, so there's no way Brock actually got a taste of what Alistair is truly capable of. And then Alistair follows up with something that Brock hadn't really paid attention to in their first encounter. Alistair is a child prodigy. He is very adept at Pokemon battles, especially with the ghost type, and there's a reason why he was chosen to be a Galarian gym leader so young. Chairman Rose sees great potential in him, and even hopes for Alistair to take the reins of a champion one day. So, if Brock hopes to follow that up, he's gonna have to do a lot better than what he just did with Stunky. The Pewter City native isn't gonna take this sitting down, telling Alistair that no matter how their last battle ended, and the circumstances behind it, he knows that he and his Pokemon have gotten stronger. So, he fully intends to take this win, as he readies his next Pokeball, declaring, Galvantula, your time to battle. The electric spider pops to the field, discharging a bit of electricity, letting everybody know that it's ready to engage in whatever conflict that may come its way. While Alistair acknowledges that this Pokemon is a bit more confident than the previous one, he still feels confident in his Pokemon's ability to take the win here. So he chooses to go with Cursula one more time, as the start of the second battle is called, and Brock immediately gives a call for a discharge. However, this is going to be interrupted when Cursula uses an ancient power to block the electricity's path, preventing any serious damage to itself at the command of its trainer. Then, almost like clockwork, Alistair goes on the attack again, calling for another curse from Cursula, which again manages to snag Galvantula, as it is unable to outpace the move, and it begins to writhe in pain as a demonic energy envelops it. Now knowing what Alistair's strategy is, having seen it when he battled Stunky, Brock has an idea of how he might be able to beat this thing, but he's going to need Cursula's help in order to do it. So he orders Galvantula to use a discharge once more. However, this is again met with another ancient power from Alistair, Alistair. However, this time it's not used as a defensive barrier, but as projectiles, as they are sent in the air, catching bits of the electricity, preventing it from actually hitting Cursula for major damage while it goes to slam down on top of the bug type. However, this is where Brock decides to pivot his strategy a little bit, as he orders Galvantula to turn its discharge into Electroweb and catch the boulders as they come crashing down. This is surprisingly effective, turning them into somewhat of a slingshot, as Galvantula uses its momentum and body weight to shift the boulders in the direction back towards Cursula, allowing them to slam back into the ghost type, causing a bit of damage that was increased by the momentum of the boulders, and having a nasty side effect, as the Electroweb that was wrapped around them causes a paralysis on the ghost type. Now moving much slower than it was before, Cursula is unable to get out of the way of Brock's next attack, as Galvantula throws caution to the wind while it leaps into the air, immediately landing on the top of it so it can sink its fangs inside of the ghost type, using Giga Drain to siphon off some of the life force of it, so that way the bug can replenish some of its own health that it lost. Alistair immediately tries to retaliate by calling for a hex. However, the paralysis has kicked in and Cursula is unable to move, as Galvantula completes its life-draining efforts before jumping off, leaving the ghost type somewhat of a husk in itself. This is where Alistair decides that he needs to pivot his strategy, recalling Cursula for now. However, Brock's not going to have to wait long to figure out exactly what his next choice is, as it's kind of an obvious one, as Alistair declares, "Runerigus, your time to battle." As the ghost type trainer throws the ball, a giant stone slab pops from it before slamming down on the ground with a giant thud. This leaves Brock a bit confused. He's never seen a Pokemon like this. Is he even sure that this is a Pokemon? However, Alistair reassures Brock that it is, as bits of the face of it begin to crack and the stone slab begins to separate, with ethereal tentacles connected to each piece as it slowly pushes itself up, revealing its true form. Just you wait, Brock. You're gonna see exactly how devastating my Pokemon can be, Alistair thinks to himself, as the next round is called and Brock gives his first command, telling Galvantula to use a discharge. However, Alistair does nothing, merely letting his ghost type take the attack, and this is when Brock finds out just how foolish his mistake was, as Runerigus just takes the damage, or what he thinks is damage, only to reveal that the electric type attack didn't affect it whatsoever, leaving both Brock and Galvantula a bit surprised. They're unsure of what just happened here. However, Alistair is quick to elaborate, as he orders Runerigus in with a Shadow Claw. Suddenly, the stone slab demonstrates a speed that Brock didn't think it was capable of, as it tears down the battlefield before slashing at Galvantula with ethereal energy that strikes the bug for some serious damage. You see, Brock, my ghost type also bears the second typing of a ground type, so your electricity won't really have any effect on it. I hope your strategy wasn't planning to use Galvantula and ride it to a wind, because if it is, then I'm sorry to say, you're in for a rude awakening. However, Brock decides it's time to pull a page from Alistair's book, as he recalls Galvantula, and he readies another Pokeball, something that Alistair hasn't had a chance to see, and he may not have a direct counter for, as he declares, "Gyarados, your time to battle." As the familial Serpent emerges from its Pokeball, Brock thinks to himself, this is exactly what he needs to shift the momentum in his favor, as Alistair contemplates his next move. But for whatever reason, he decides that Runerigus is the way to go, as the next battle is called to start, and Brock immediately goes on the attack, ordering Gyarados to use an Aqua Tail. Slithering down the battlefield, the water type charges its tail, preparing to slam in to Runerigus, only for Alistair to call for a move that Brock wasn't expecting to come, a Protect. This is going to prevent any damage whatsoever, and put Runerigus in a favorable position, as after the Protect fades, it launches a Shadow Claw at the command of Alistair that connects with the Serpent right across its belly, again landing for a massive amount of damage. However, Brock secretly knew that there might be something more to this, after Alistair decided not to change a ground type to face off a water type, and he wanted Gyarados as close as possible, as he commands his Serpent to fire off with a Dragon Pulse. Looking up as Runerigus drags his claws across the belly of Gyarados, you can see the beam of Dragonic energy firing from the mouth of the Serpent, only to envelop the ghost type at point blank range. While the damage it took was excessive, this wasn't enough to end Runerigus, as Gyarados retreats back to its side of the battlefield to recuperate from the damage that it just took. This leaves Alistair in a precarious position. He could continue this battle in an attempt to take out, or at least wear down, Gyarados. However, he feels like that might be an exercise in futility, so he decides that he may have a better option on his belt, as he recalls the Ghost ground type for the time being. Holding a Pokeball in his hand, Alistair tells them that they're in a precarious position. Both of them have displayed 3 of their Pokemon, and they seem to be equal. However, Brock is down a team member, so Alistair feels like he still has a comfortable lead, and he aims to keep it as he declares his next choice. Shedinja, go! The levitating husk emerges from its Pokeball, staring down Brock with a blank look on its face. However, the boy doesn't seem to be intimidating. This is the least intimidating of the 3 Pokemon that Alistair has shown to date. However, what Brock doesn't know is this Pokemon has far more capabilities than any of the Pokemon that Alistair has used, and he's going to find out firsthand when Shedinja uses a move called Shadow Sneak, to which Brock counters by using a Dragon Dance. He figures that if Gyarados can just raise its basic attack, then he'll be able to one-shot this bug by squishing it with an Aqua Tail. So, as the Dragon Dance is completed and the Shadow Sneak connects, Brock follows up with his exact plan, ordering an Aqua Tail that is successful in hitting Shedinja. However, it appears that it didn't have any effect whatsoever. This just causes Alistair to laugh behind his porcelain mask, stating that Brock really doesn't have any idea what he's doing when it comes to Ghost-type Pokemon, does he? Confused, Brock asks what he means. That should have been enough to take out Shedinja. However, Alistair simply replies, "Oh, it never will be," as he orders the bug type to use a Will-O-Wisp. Suddenly, Gyarados is met with that immediately cuts the attack that Brock had just gained with the Dragon Dance. But the boy isn't going to let that stop him, as he orders Gyarados to use a Bulldoze. However, once again, as the Serpent tears down the battlefield to connect with Shedinja, it is unable to close out the deal, failing to cause any damage to it. Then the burn begins to take effect as it saps a little bit more of Gyarados' strength. Brock is confused. He doesn't understand what is going on. However, Alistair, being the ever so helpful friend that he is, decides to let Brock in on the ruse. Shedinja has a very special ability. While it's not very strong as far as stats are concerned, its ability more than makes up for it. It's known as Wonder Guard, so it will only take damage when the move is super effective, or if it's hit by a status condition or some sort of weather that could cause damage to it. So, like it or not, no matter how much power your Serpent has, your Gyarados won't be able to take out my Shedinja. Realizing that he is fighting a losing battle and Gyarados is losing health with every passing second, Brock decides it's time to recall the Serpent for the time being in order to preserve whatever attack power and health that it has left. Now comes the problem that he is faced with. Which Pokemon does he go with? He needs something that can be super effective against this thing. While Brock does have options, the fact of the matter is, none of them seem good, because no matter what he tries, Alistair seems to be one step ahead of him, and every time he thinks he's gaining momentum, it just so happens to be a false sense of security, and Alistair quickly shifts it back in his favor. But like it or not, Brock needs a win here, and he's willing to go all out in order to get it. So without hesitation, he pulls out the Pokeball of his starter, as he declares, "Colossal, your time to battle." The monolith emerges from its Pokeball with a ground-shaking thud as it faces off against Shedinja. While this Pokemon would be more than able to take out Shedinja, Alistair doesn't seem fazed by it, as if he has some sort of plan to combat the rock type. With the call of the next match to begin, Brock immediately fires off with an ancient power. However, Alistair has a counter for this, as he commands Shedinja to use a Metal Claw to break the boulders as they fire down the battlefield towards it. This allows the speedy bug to get in the personal space of Colossal, as at the command of Alistair, it uses a Giga Drain to begin stealing some of the health from it. While this won't have any effect in healing Shedinja, it will get Colossal that much closer to being able to be knocked out. However, Brock wanted Shedinja close, as he tells Colossal to use a Flame Charge. The rock type then envelops itself inside of a ball of flames that prevent the Giga Drain from causing any serious damage, as it throws its full body weight at Shedinja, and unfortunately, it's not fast enough to get out of the way, as the massive weight of the rock type comes crashing down on it with fire all around. This is enough to finally give Brock a win, as when Colossal stands up, Shedinja is unable to move, as it was finally hit with that super effective technique, Finally, Brock says, a win. Colossal, I knew you could do it. To which the rock type merely flexes its arms, demonstrating that it's ready for any type of battle that is thrown its way. However, Alistair isn't going to wait that long to show Brock exactly what his next choice is going to be, as he declares, Runerigus, go! Realizing that he may need to save Colossal for later, Brock decides to recall the fire rock type for the time being. However, this leaves the boy in quite the predicament. He only has 2 choices left that he hasn't battled with yet, and he also has 2 other choices that have maintained some sort of damage, and one of them has even been burned. Like it or not, he's gonna have to go with someone fresh here if he hopes to have any chance at swinging things in his favor. So, reluctantly, he decides that he's gonna choose the more volatile of his team members, as he declares, the Wacky, your time to battle. The grass simian emerges from its Pokeball, thudding its 2 sticks on the ground violently, showing that it has an aggression that won't be matched by anyone. And this exact demonstration causes Brock to think to himself he hopes that the Wacky doesn't get out of control here, as the command for the next battle to start is given and both trainers order their Pokemon in. For Alistair, it's simple. He orders a Shadow Claw from Runerigus, as it's been quite effective in causing severe damage to Brock's other Pokemon. However, the Wacky is not Brock's other Pokemon, and in its agitated state, it's able to easily dodge the move, as Runerigus is moving a little bit slower from its earlier battles. This allows the grass type to dodge underneath one of the massive stone face plates that it was about to be hit with before firing off a Razor Leaf that is completely unguarded right into the center mass of Runerigus. Because this was so close, this was successful in a critical hit. However, it's not quite enough to take out the giant stone monolith, and Alistair aims to use this as he commands for a brutal swing in an attempt to try and follow up by having Runerigus extend out all of its stone limbs in an attempt to smack the Wacky. However, this isn't going to go too well for the ghost type, as the monkey is able to use these to his advantage, kind of like tree branches swinging from one to another, before landing a knockoff at the command of Brock, finally bringing the battle to an end and giving Brock his second win. This was a bit of shock to Alistair. He wasn't thinking that Thwackey would be able to shift things in Brock's favor. However, its sporadic movements and its high agitation are exactly what Brock needed to get things moving in his favor. As the Ghost-type trainer recalls his Pokemon, he considers his next options. However, the one that he has is going to be a little bit odd, but he thinks that it's going to be exactly what he needs, as he declares, Mimikyu, go! As this oddly dressed Pokemon emerges from its Pokeball, Brock can't help think to himself, is that a Pikachu? However, Alistair simply chuckles. Everyone thinks that, he says, to which Brock demands to know how Alistair knew what he was thinking. But the boy simply replies, everyone thinks it. And no, that is not a Pikachu. It's something far more dangerous, as the eyes of the balloon-clad Pokemon begin to glow with a sinister aura. However, Brock isn't willing to back down from this thing, and the Wacky isn't either, as its agitation has begun to skyrocket, and if Brock were to try and recall it now, it may cause a problem with the grass type. So he decides to leave it in, as the command to start this battle is given, and Brock orders it in with a knockoff. However, Alistair just lets this come, but unfortunately for Thwackey, the knockoff isn't going to have any effect, as Mimikyu merely takes the attack before executing a move called Hone Claws that allows it to glow in an aura, signifying that it got some sort of stat increase. Wait, the Wacky is a lot stronger than that. How come that thing didn't even flinch, Brock thinks to himself. However, he's going to find out quickly, as the balloon disguise of Mimikyu begins to hang limp a little bit across its body. That is Mimikyu's disguise, Alistair says. Anytime it takes damage, the first damage of a battle, the disguise kicks in, preventing any damage at all, although it is at the cost of the balloon of Mimikyu, causing the ghost type to begin to weep a little bit underneath the balloon. However, it is able to quickly retaliate, getting revenge for what Thwackey did, as it is able to land a slash attack that is able to hit for some serious damage due to the increase to its stats from Hone Claws. This causes Thwackey to slide back as it holds its belly, while it flinches in pain from the sheer power that it was hit with. This causes Brock to rethink his strategy a bit, contemplating that maybe he should recall Thwackey. However, the grass type isn't going to have this, as it's beginning to get all fired up, seeing red in in the process. As Brock contemplates his next move, he is unable to give any order before Thwackey is tearing down the battlefield in an attempt to land a double hit on Mimikyu, but unfortunately, because this is a normal type, he's not going to be able to cause any damage to the ghost type, and it is able to quickly use a Shadow Sneak to evade the attack before landing another slash on Thwackey. However, this time it's from behind, causing the simian to grow even more agitated and lash out with a branch poke in an attempt to try and slam its two sticks into Mimikyu. While the ghost type does get hit, the damage is minimal, as Alistair was able to quickly think on his feet, and he ordered Mimikyu to use a slash to deflect one of the tree branches before they connected with it. It's here we see Brock telling Thwackey to calm down. It needs to come back to its senses, but unfortunately, the grass type has lost all feeling to itself, and as Brock makes an attempt to recall it, the beam of energy is deflected by one of the sticks as Alistair gives a command for another slash attack that Mimikyu is able to easily execute before sliding its claws right across the belly of Thwackey, finally bringing this battle to an end and knocking the grass type out in the process. Recalling the starter, Brock just looks at the Pokeball. What am I going to have to do to get through to you, he says to himself. However, he's going to have to worry about that later. This Mimikyu is a demonic force sent from the underworld, and Brock doesn't know exactly what he has that could deal with it. All of his Pokemon but one have battled, and the one that haven't, well, he hasn't really had any battles with it, which is the mistake the boy had made. He should have gotten some training in with it at the Isle of Armor. But unfortunately, like it or not, he can't change the past, and he's hoping a little bit of good luck will be on his side, as he declares, "Berserker, your time to battle." The Hobocat emerges from the field with a distinct odor to itself, kind of like a wet animal has been living in a trash can, to which Alistair mentions as he begins to gag behind his mask, while Joe in the stands seconds this motion, as he can smell Berserker from here. However, this is the least of Brock's concerns, as he's hoping that the Steel type will have exactly what he needs to take out Mimikyu due to its specific typing. With a call to start the next battle, Alistair chooses not to recall his ghost type, as he feels that the other choices on his team would be just as effective against Berserker as Mimikyu is. So he does his best to stave off any attacks by calling for a Baby Doll Eyes in an attempt to lower any type of assault that Berserker may have. However, the Steel type merely fires off an Iron Head, slamming its forehead into Mimikyu's, and because it doesn't have its disguise up, the Hobocat is able to use its stench and the force of its attack to cause Mimikyu to flinch before it's able to fire off the Baby Doll Eyes. And this allows Brock to retaliate once again with another Iron Head that's able to quickly drive Mimikyu into the ground and bring its tenure in this battle to an end. As Alistair recalls Mimikyu, he finds himself in an odd position. He had maintained control over this battle for the entire duration of it, and now Brock has slowly begun to change things into his favor. This leaves the Ghost type expert with much to contemplate as we shift perspective to the VIP box above the stadium, where Chairman Rose currently sits with none other than Jazelle. They are talking about their deal. She is going to eliminate Brock and humiliate him in front of everyone. The chairman wants a message sent to everyone. Anyone who dare devalue the organization that he built with his own two hands will suffer the consequences. Macros Cosmos will not allow such insolence. Jazelle tells him not to worry, she will hold up her end of the bargain. But what is he going to do about his brother? After all, she can deal with any one of these in the tournament, other than Peony. Rose says not to worry, he will deal with him before Jazelle has to face him, as long as she holds up her end of the bargain. As the two look out the window with a sinister smile on their faces, as we pan back to the battle. Although at the current time, Alistair is down behind Brock and Pokemon, he still stands by his previous statements that Brock wasn't able to beat him. So he aims to keep that prediction true, as he readies his next Pokeball, declaring, "Jellicent, go!" The Ghastly Water type emerges from its Pokeball as it levitates across the battlefield, ready to engage in any type of battles that may come its way. With the wave to start the next round, Brock chooses to keep Berserker in, as it's his freshest Pokemon, and he also takes the first move by ordering Berserker to use an Iron Head. However, Jellicent is going to be quick to counter this, as Alistair wastes no time in calling for an Acid Armor to raise the defense of his Ghost type. While the Iron Head is a powerful move, the fact that Acid Armor was invoked here makes Jellicent's defense, and Hobocat is unable to really penetrate its defenses to cause any serious damage, with its head merely ricocheting off of the carcass of the jellyfish, causing it to get a bit dazed in the process. This leaves a brief opening for Alistair to take advantage of, as he orders Jellison to use a scold. Suddenly, the smelly feline is engulfed with boiling hot water that is more than it's ever had to handle before. While this isn't a fire-type move, the heat does have some sort of effect on the steel coating of Berserker, causing it to flinch in pain ever so slightly. However, this does have a very unpleasant side effect for Berserker, as its once brisk musk is now a potent stench that washes across the battlefield, and it's enough to even reach the VIP section with Rose and Jazelle as they begin to cover their noses at the foul odor. However, this is the least of the problems, as this has triggered something in Berserker. It doesn't like water, just like most felines, and the fact that it just got introduced to something that's going to wash away its natural musk is going to send the feline into a state that Brock hasn't really seen it before, as it goes from being the normal, lazy, laid-back cat to almost feral as it begins to try to attack Jellison by using an iron head, once again trying to break through its defenses. Now, while Jellison does have a massive defense, Ironhead's side effect of a flinch is going to come into play here, as when the Hobocat slams its head into Jellison once again, it's going to cause it to flinch. However, the steel type is going to be stopped by Brock as it calls its name, causing it to snap out of its feral state before looking around a bit confused, as both Jellison and Alistair are staring it down, confused about the situation just happened as well. However, this state of confusion isn't going to be allowed to last long, as the ref orders them to continue. Any more outbursts like that, and Brock will get himself disqualified, to which the boy simply sighs, as Pokemon are becoming a little bit wild, and it's not something he's too happy with. However, that's not something he can worry about now, as Alistair is back on the attack with Jellison. However, this time, it's not an actual attack. He instead wants to prolong the battle, as he orders recover from Jellison. This allows the fish to glow in an ethereal aura as it replenishes some of its lost health, much to both Brock and Berserker's chagrin. However, they're not going to have a whole lot of time to react here, as the only thing Brock can do is to try and counteract both the health gain and the defense increase that they've gotten during this battle by calling for a move that Berserker has that one of Alistair's Pokemon used earlier in the battle, a Hone Claws. So, as the steel type bares its claws, it begins scratching them across the battlefield in an attempt to sharpen them and possibly intimidate Jellison. However, it doesn't work, as the ghost type and its trainer have remained unflinching, as the next command is giving in a Nightshade in an attempt to cause some massive damage to Berserker. However, Brock knows the only way that they're going to have to get out of this is to go straight through it, so he orders Hobocat to use another Iron Head, to which the steel type happily obliges as it plows through the ghostly energy, taking whatever damage is dealt to it before slamming into Jellison one more time. However, unfortunately for both Brock and Berserker, this isn't enough to end it, as Berserker is beginning to breathe a little bit heavy from all the damage that it's taken, and unfortunately it's going to be on the receiving end of another Nightshade, as Alistair doesn't want to trigger one of those freakouts that the steel cat had before. However, Brock has a thought to himself that may be exactly what he wants, as for some reason there's a very odd move that this steel type knows that it shouldn't really, because it doesn't have any synergy with anything else that it has in its moveset. However, Brock gives a command for a rain dance. Suddenly, Berserker begins to dance in a very silly way, kinda like it's pandering for money or food, as it begins to summon rain clouds above it, and this triggers the feral state of the cat once again, as water slowly begins to rain down across the battlefield. An intense growl echoes throughout the entire chamber as Berserker tears down the battlefield with the command of Brock to use another Iron Head, and unfortunately for Alistair, he's going to have no choice but to use another Skull in order to counterattack. Luckily, Jellison is still full of vitality, and it's able to move just a bit faster than Berserker is, as it fires the Scold, drenching the steel type with boiling hot water before driving it into the stadium barrier and leaving it unconscious, bringing this battle to an end. Brock recalls Berserker, thanking it for the battle and apologizing for sending it into that feral state, as it may have lost control, and that could have been the reason why they lost the battle overall. But that's not something that the boy can think about for the time being, as Alistair compliments Brock on his ability to call out some pretty weird attributes in his Pokemon. That's what he's been able to demonstrate throughout this entire battle. However, weird isn't going to be enough to trump the Ghost-type trainer, so Brock is going to have to do better. However, Brock readies a Pokeball, as he knows that he has better. Galvantula! your time to battle. As the electric bug pops from the ball, it discharges a bit of electricity as the rain is still showering down from above. This is exactly what Brock had in mind. Even though Berserker went feral and it may have lost that battle, it still set up Galvantula in an advantageous position, which Alistair finally clues in on as the commands for the battle are given to start and both trainers give their next orders, with Jellicent using a Nightshade while Galvantula wastes no time in using a discharge. Unfortunately for the jellyfish, this is going to come at a great cost, as with the rain up, the discharge now finds the potency of what could be a thunder attack as it tears across the battlefield, spiking from raindrop to raindrop and connecting with the ghost type for super effective damage. And unfortunately, that acid armor only increased its physical defense, so this amplified special offensive attack is going to cause some serious damage. But unfortunately for both Brock and Galvantula, with Recover on his side, Jellicent is able to get back most of that health that it just lost at the command of Alistair. However, Brock is not going to let up here, as there was another reason why he chose this spider, as he orders Galvantula to tear down the battlefield and connect with its fangs once again to begin draining the life from Jellicent with the Giga Drain. Just as the arachnid sinks its teeth into the jellyfish, Alistair commands another Scold in an attempt to break the lock. However, Galvantula is persistent, and even though it's been battling long, the fact that it's been able to recover a massive amount of life from this is exactly what it needs to hold on for the long haul, as Jellicent begins to flail about, unable to break the hold that the spider has on it, and Alistair can do nothing but watch as the health is slowly drained from the jellyfish as its levitation becomes less and less as it slowly falls to the ground. As Galvantula finally breaks contact at the command of Brock, it's revealed that Jellicent is unable to battle, once again bringing Brock in the lead. As the Ghost-type trainer recalls his Pokemon, Alistair thinks about everything that just happened. Even though he told Brock that he feels like he was going to be unable to beat him, the boy's will seems to be pushing through here, unwilling to accept defeat by any means necessary. It's a sense that he never felt from him before. That boy, the one that was willing to help him at any cost, seems to no longer be there. No, it is still there. However, it's masked by someone who enjoys the competition of battle, someone Alistair didn't actually get a chance to experience the last time they battled. This has the boy fired up. He is ready to actually turn on the heat. He's ready to finally take Brock seriously as a challenger, as he holds his next Pokeball in his hand, declaring, "Corsola, go!" As Alistair's first choice for this battle takes back to the field, it readies itself for a long haul, as it knows there's a lot of ground that it's going to have to make up. And as the commands are given, Brock immediately tries to take advantage of the rain right before it fades by ordering a discharge. However, Alistair is able to counter this quite effectively, calling for an ancient power to raise the barrier once again and absorbing the electricity, preventing any damage to his ghost type. Then, as the rain fades, Brock tries to go on the attack once again, ordering an electro web to try and bind the ghost type. However, Corsola is going to be able to easily outmaneuver this by using another ancient power from the command of its trainer, and this time it's not going to end in Brock's favor, as the electro web was heading in the direction of the ghost type, so the ancient power is once again able to defend from Galvantula's assault as Corsola slinks throughout the battlefield before being able to land a hex on the spider, causing a decent amount of damage. However, this puts it right in the striking range as Brock calls for another Giga Drain, but unfortunately this is what Alistair was looking for, as he orders another Strength Sap, so that way he can gain some health back to his Corsola. And unfortunately this becomes a tug of war on whose will is stronger, but unfortunately Galvantula seems to be slipping here a little bit, as Corsola is able to break the hold and then fire off with another ancient power, to which the arachnid is unable to dodge, finally being squished by some of the boulders. Luckily, this wasn't enough to take it out, as Galvantula is able to quickly get to its feet. This is where Alistair recalls Corsola, slightly tilting Brock as he wasn't expecting him to call it. He thought he was going to try and save this ace of his till the last moment. However, the Ghost-type gym leader does not want to hold back any longer, as he declares, "Gengar, go!" The king of the Ghost-types pops from its Pokeball with a cackle of its name before fading into the shadows, making Galvantula unable to detect its presence. Alistair immediately goes on the attack with the call of this next start of the round by ordering something that is going to cause Brock an unwanted headache, as Gengar emerges from the shadows and envelops the bug with a hypnosis, immediately putting it to sleep. Brock immediately begins to panic as he calls to Galvantula for it to get up, but unfortunately, the prolonged battles that Galvantula has been through makes it unable to heed the call of its trainer, as Gengar is able to strike it with the Venice Shock, finally bringing the bug's tenure in this battle to an end, bringing them down to 2 Pokemon each. Recalling the bug type, Brock begins to contemplate his choices. He has Gyarados and Colossal left, and he knows that both of them have battled to where this Gengar is still relatively fresh. He needs to turn on the pressure, and he knows that even though it does have a burn, Gyarados will be his best option. So, readying the Pokeball of his mother's ace, Brock sends the Serpent back in, as it roars with a flinch from the burn that it had taken on earlier in the battle. However, its stubbornness is going to push right through as it stares down Gengar, ready to take on the Ghost type with all the power it has left in its body. But unfortunately, as the match is called to start and Brock calls for a Dragon Pulse, Gengar is going to prove to be just a little bit faster than Gyarados, as it's able to easily outmaneuver the Dragon Pulse and land a move that's going to be more devastating than Brock had originally thought it would be, as a Hex envelops Gyarados, and unfortunately for the Serpent, it's going to be ravaged in ghostly aura and pain, as the Hex takes full advantage of the status condition it has, dealing double damage to the Serpent, knocking it out in one blow, and quickly shifting momentum in the favor of Alistair. Brock can't believe it. Just like that, he's down 2 Pokemon because of this Gengar. It really is Alistair's ace, and he's been unable to cause any damage to it whatsoever. As he recalls Gyarados, Brock thanks it for all of the effort that it put in this battle. He readies the Pokeball of his final Pokemon, his starter, the one that's been with him since the beginning, since he got here to Galar, as he declares, "Colossal, your time to battle." Stone Monolith emerges from its Pokeball with a giant thud to face down Gengar. However, Brock knows that this battle is going to be one for the record books, as the wave of the flags are given for them to begin this next altercation. Alistair holds nothing back, immediately going on the attack with the hypnosis from his Gengar, but Brock has a counter for this, as he orders Colossal to use a Rapid Spin to deflect the hypnosis effect. This proves to be rather useful, as while the Rapid Spin doesn't affect ghost types, it does prevent Colossal from being put to sleep by Gengar and shifting the rock type into a favorable position, as Colossal begins to fire off a Tar Shot at the command of Brock, while Gengar was trying to avoid it by fading back into the shadows. But unfortunately, even though it is a shadow and gas-based Pokemon, the Tar Shot has securely mounted the Ghost type to the battlefield, and it's here that Brock thinks he has the advantage, as he orders Colossal to use a Flame Charge in an attempt to one-shot Gengar, now that it's covered in the flammable goo. However, Alistair isn't going to let this happen, as the Dynamax band on his wrist begins to glow, and he recalls Gengar before sending it back out in its G-Max form. What emerges is the Stuff of Nightmares, as Gengar's overwhelming body is enough to swallow half of the battlefield, while Colossal continues its flame charge down, smacking into the giant Spectre. While this does cause a little bit of damage, it doesn't really do much, as Gengar barely felt it, but luckily Colossal was able to gain the much needed speed boost it will need in order to keep up with Gengar's massive speed. However, this is going to be put to the test immediately, as Alistair goes on the attack, calling for a Max Ooze in an attempt to stop Colossal dead in his tracks. However, Brock isn't going to waste any time in countering this, calling for another Tar Shot that's able to counter the G-Max move and prevent any real damage to himself. That was lucky, Brock thinks to himself. He's got to figure out a way to bring this Gengar down. However, like it or not, there's only going to be one real way Brock can do this, as he activates the Dynamax band on his wrist before invoking the power of G-Max Evolution and sending Colossal back out to the battlefield to face Gengar in a battle of titans. But fortunately for Brock, his Colossal has an advantage here, as with its increased stats from the G-Max transformation and the stat buff that it had gotten from the Flame Charge, it's able to outmaneuver Gengar, as Alistair calls for another Max Ooze, to which the Fire type is able to quickly counter when Brock goes all in, calling for its G-Max move, a G-Max Volcalith. The Tornado of Rocks proves to be too much for the Poison type move, as it tears through it and strikes Gengar with the full force of a falling mountain. However, Alistair is not going to let this discretion go unanswered, as he orders Gengar to stop playing around. It's time for them to use its ultimate technique in G-Max Terror. Suddenly, as Colossal tries to move out of the way, Gengar steps on the shadow of the monolith, preventing it from moving, before slamming it with as much Ghost type energy that the Spectre can muster muster. But unfortunately, just like the Volcalith, it's not enough to take out Colossal, and the two Kaiju-sized Pokemon stand at a stalemate. However, there is one thing that Brock has going for it, as Gengar is beginning to show the effects of its transformation. It's beginning to move slower, and that's a sign that it's going to start wearing off soon, which means the boy has an advantage here. But he needs to use it now, as he calls for a max flare. As Colossal begins to envelop the entire stadium in a fire tornado, Gengar reduces in size as its G-Max transformation wears off, much to Alistair's surprise, thinking to himself that was a turn too early. But unfortunately, Gengar is unable to dodge the massive fire attack that's inbound on it, as the max flare envelops the ghost type, scorching it from all points as it's unable to find a shadow to hide in. As the flare begins to subside, it reveals a very crispy ghost type as it is smoldering. Yet Gengar is still able to battle, as it is unwilling to go down that easy. But unfortunately, now for Brock, his transformation has worn off, as Colossal reduces in size once again. This leaves the two in another stalemate, as Gengar is having trouble levitating across the battlefield, but it's not going to give up. While Colossal had dumped all the energy that it had inside of it into that last attack, this is going to come down to which Pokemon and trainer has the will to go on and the stubbornness to push through. However, Alistair isn't going to let Brock get this win, as he orders Gengar to use another Hypnosis, to which Brock invokes another Rapid Spin in an attempt to dodge it, to which is successful for the boy. However, this is going to cause another turn of events, as Colossal, due to being tired, is a bit more wobbly, and Brock aims to use this to his advantage, as while the Rock type is spinning and Gengar is trying to figure out its next point of attack with the Venoshock, Brock tells it to let loose an Ancient Power that the Rock type uses as momentum, firing it off, increasing its spin. This forces Colossal to begin to spin like a top, as Gengar is unable to get close without causing damage to itself. But unfortunately for the Ghost type and Alistair, it's too late before they realize what Brock was trying to do, as Colossal aims to use its entire body as a weapon, as before they know it, it slams itself into Gengar, driving the Ghost type into the barrier of the battle stadium with Colossal's full weight behind it. This is enough to end the battle, as Alistair's ace drops to the field with spirals in its eyes. As Colossal picks itself back up, Brock can tell that it's breathing heavily, but unfortunately, they still have one more Pokemon to go, as Alistair recalls Gengar, thanking it for all of the effort that it put in. Then he looks to both Brock and Colossal, as while they both look tired, they have a fire in their eyes, like they're unwilling to take no for an answer. They will not be denied this victory at any cost. However, Alistair will not be denied either, as he declares, "Cursula, go!" The first Pokemon that Alistair chose in this battle takes its position back on the field, as it readies itself for a next altercation. However, just like the battle with Gengar, this is going to come down to who has the most will, as both Pokemon are tired, barely able to keep themselves afloat. But unfortunately for Cursula, Colossal has the advantage here, as with the Flame Charge, its speed is still faster than the Ghost type, and Brock uses this to his advantage, calling for a Tar Shot in an attempt to lock the Ghost type in place so that way it can't use its Strength Sap in an attempt to increase its health. This is successful on Brock's end, as Alistair does what he can to try and break the effects of the Tar Shot by calling for an Ancient Power, but unfortunately Cursula just doesn't have the strength to push through, as Colossal uses this one final attempt at firing off a Flame Charge before tearing down the battlefield and connecting with Cursula, while using the Tar Shot's flammability to amplify the power of this fire type based move and bringing this battle to a close as it slams into Cursula and knocks it unconscious, giving Brock the win as declared by the referee, while everyone looks on in stunned silence, including Alistair. The boy can't believe it. He actually lost to Brock. He didn't think that he would. The same person that he gave a free pass to back at the gym was actually able to best him, to which Brock immediately begins to celebrate. He was beginning to doubt his own abilities there for a second. However, in the end, all of his Pokemon were able to come through for him. But unfortunately for the boy, Colossal is spent, as a loud thud can be heard as the Rock type collapses to the ground, unconscious from the intensity of the battles that it just had to go through. But for Brock, this is a sign of achievement. He is ready for the next round, as he looks up to the VIP box to where Jazelle is looking back down at him. He knows that eventually they're going to have to battle, but he will do everything he can to take her out. And this is where we're going to leave this part for now. So tell me, how did you feel about everything so far? What did you think about Brock's battle with Alistair? Did you find it engaging? Do you feel like Brock truly earned his win over the child prodigy of Galar? How about the warnings that Chairman Rose was receiving from Opal and Oleana and his ability and choice to neglect it? Or about this deal that he has with Jazelle and what he has planned to do with Brock and his own brother? What kind of mischievous stuff are they up to? Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments down below. In today's part, as we follow up with Joe and Brock, as the two are finally meeting after Brock's win against Alistair. The boy comments that Brock had barely clinched that out at the end, to which Brock replies there was a moment he felt like he wasn't going to win. Alistair kept telling me that he had given me the win back during their initial gym battle, and it caused me to doubt myself, but luckily Colossal was able to pull through. That's true, Joe says, but what was wrong with Stunky? In the beginning, it started a battle, but then it just froze and absolutely refused to do anything else. Do you have any idea what was up with it? However, Brock declines, saying that he hasn't the slightest idea. Because it was at the beginning of the battle, he didn't even have time to think about it. But now he really wants to take the time to figure it out. The boy decides that the best course of action might be to head to the Pokemon Center, as Nurse Joy might be able to offer some sort of insight. And since his battle was the first of the day, there's going to be 3 more that end up happening before their second round tomorrow. So while tomorrow's rounds are all being decided and Brock's next opponent is going to be made clear, the boy decides that he'll just wait to find out who his opponent is, while caring to his Pokemon is much more important. So with that, him and Joe head to the Pokemon Center, as we fade to the battlefield with the second round being decided, and it's none other than Leon, as he has gotten the chance to face off against the Dark-type specialist Pierce. However, since the boy chose to use his Gigantamax in Charizard, and with Pierce refusing to use the technique by any means necessary, this gives Leon a relatively easy win, although Pierce did prove how adept at battling he is when his Zigzagoon was able to outlast Charizard's Gigantamax form, forcing it back into its original state. However, the stress of trying to fend off a Gigantamax is exactly what gave Leon the edge, allowing the boy to secure his victory and his spot in the semifinals of the championship tournament. As Leon and Pierce wrap up their business on the battlefield with the Dark-type gym leader congratulating Leon on beating him for a second time, they exit, only for Jazelle and her opponent, the gym leader Kabu, to take the field. This has the crowd in a bit of an uproar, as Jazelle, being Chairman Rose's sponsor, and Kabu, being the level of gym leader that he is, has the excitement boiling over. And this is where we're going to get a brief exchange from the two, as Jazelle reveals that out of all the gym leaders that she faced in the Galar region, Kabu was the one that gave her somewhat of the most trouble. So she's going to make sure to make her victory as decisive as possible here, to which the old fire-type wielder declares that even though she may be younger than he is, in spirit, they are both the same age, and the result will be far different than it was the last time, as they ready their first choices of Pokemon. Back over at the Winden Pokemon Center, Joe and Brock finally arrive. However, the center is quite busy with the championship going on, so it's going to take a while for Brock to get his Pokemon looked at, which can be a brief cause of concern, as he needs them all to be looked at before tomorrow's festivities, so that way they'll be in tip-top shape, ready to take on any challenge that's thrown their way. But there still is the pressing matter of Stunky, as Brock has released it from its ball, and it is now resting in his lap as he is sitting, waiting to be seen by one of the many Nurse Joys that's been pulled from all around the Galar region. The boy simply strokes it on its head as it sleeps in his lap, with Joe commenting, for something that refused to battle and refused your orders during the main championship battle, it is rather calm, which leads the boy to think that there's something deeply wrong with Stunky, as it's not disobeying Brock, and it doesn't have any real issues with Brock, so there has to be something else at play, to which the boy suggests that it's possible that Stunky may be wanting to evolve. It could be that it's tired of its current predicament and it wants to grow stronger. However, Brock doesn't think that's what it is. He thinks that it's something else. The boy can't explain it, but he knows that there's a deeper problem here, and the only person that could really be able to figure it out would be a specialist like Nurse Joy. They need someone to look it over physically, because there might be a solution to this that can't be seen just by looking with regular eyes. While Joe can see the logic in Brock's argument, there's still one thing that's bugging him, and the fact that he needs to figure out this problem problem, as Joe's always been the analytical type. However, his thoughts are going to have to be put on hold when Leon and Pierce both join the two in the Pokemon Center. The two former opponents of the round 2 of the championship tournament have come here to get their Pokemon looked at, but Pierce comments that it looks like it's going to be a while with how busy it is, to which Brock holds up a ticket signifying that they had to take a number. So, if they want to get their Pokemon looked at, then they're going to have to do the same thing. Sighing, Leon grabs one of the numbers off of the wheel with Pierce in tandem, as the two sit down next to Brock and Joe, readying for a long day of nothing but waiting. While the group is quiet at first with the low murmur that is inside of the center with everybody waiting on their Pokemon to be looked at, Pierce turns to Brock, complimenting him on his Stunky. He didn't know that he had one of those, to which the boy thanks Pierce. However, he fears that there may be something wrong with it. This catches the attention of the gym leader, as he is a dark type specialist, so he asks Brock if maybe he can take a look at it. After all, he might be able to find out exactly what the problem may be, or he may have something that may be able to help, as Pierce releases a Pokemon from his Pokeball. It's here that the leader reveals that he actually has the evolution to Stunky, a Skuntank, to which Pierce asks the dark poison type if it wouldn't mind chatting with Brock's Stunky to try and figure out exactly what's keeping it down, to which it happily obliges as it toots its way in the direction of Brock and Stunky that sits on his lap. However, while the evolution of the first stage has somewhat piqued its interest, it still doesn't really show any enthusiasm in the interaction, as Skuntank tries to talk to Stunky while it still sits on Brock's lap. However, there seems to be no engagement between the two. It's really a one-sided conversation that Skuntank carries out with itself, to which it simply doesn't know how to carry on after a couple of chirps of its name and a few growls at Stunky, to which the first stage just simply ignores, turning so that way its head is tucked into the stomach of Brock, trying to disregard the evolution. Well, that's a little frustrating, Joe says, to which Pierce simply chuckles. Dark types can be a bit aggravating at times with their mischievous nature. However, he feels that this is just something that they're going to have to give it time. From what Pierce can see, Stunky is still relatively young, so there's got to be a reason why it's acting like this. That comment piques Brock's interest. What do you mean by young? The boy says, to which Pierce responds, it looks like Stunky is no more than a few months old, even going as far as to ask if Brock hatched it from an egg. However, Brock says no. When he caught it, it was all alone, and he didn't know how old it was, but he has owned it for 3 to 4 months now. Well, I can tell you this, it's still pretty young, so whatever it's going through may have something to do with that. This gets Brock thinking about the day that he caught Stunky. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was just a regular day of training between him and Joe, and then it appeared, and he ended up catching the dark type. That was really it. Then he turns to Joe, asking if he saw anything out of the ordinary. But Joe confirms that it wasn't really that unusual of a day. They were just practice battling like normal, and then Stunky appeared. That's when Brock decided to catch it. Brock then looks down at the skunk as he contemplates something, before hearing over the intercom his number finally being called. Bolting up from his seat, Brock holds Stunky in his arms as he tells it not to worry. He's gonna get it some help and find out what the problem is with it before he runs off towards the counter, leaving Joe, Leon, and Pierce all alone to keep each other company while the boy is gone. As Brock gets to the counter to consult with Nurse Joy, he looks at the TV screen, only to see that Jazelle is wrapping things up with Kabu, and her Marowak is in the final stages of taking down his G-Max Centiskorch. And what really surprises Brock is that Marowak isn't even Dynamaxed. He can see that the ground type has really increased its skill and become very powerful in the short amount of time that she's been taking the gym challenge, which means that whoever her next opponent is will be in for an intense battle, so they better make sure that they are on their toes. And that could very well be Brock. However, his trance on the TV screen is broken by Nurse Joy when she asks what he needs. That's when Brock begins to fumble a little bit as he stares into the pretty redhead's eyes, before finally having his gaze broken one more time by Nurse Joy when she says, "Hello, Brock, what can I help you with?" To which he says, "Oh, yeah, I need you to look at my Pokemon. They had a pretty rough battle today, and I want to make sure that they're ready for tomorrow's championship round. And also, can you look at my Stunky? Something seems to be bothering it, and I don't know what it is. It stopped mid-battle today against Alistair, and it ended up getting knocked out. I just want to make sure that there's nothing physically wrong, and maybe you can give me any advice on some possible solutions to help it." The redhead nods before telling him that she will call him over the intercom when they are actually ready. She will make sure to check Stunky over thoroughly to make sure that it's physically fine before moving on to any other type of tests. Brock thanks the redhead before turning to rejoin Joe and Leon. However, as Brock returns, Leon does as well, as his number was called when Brock had left. So it looks like their Pokemon are going to get treated at the same time, which is the ideal situation for both, as considering that they're going to have their matches tomorrow. And the last thing they want to have on their mind is if their Pokemon are going to be up for the second round of the championship battles. However, now that the reason that they came to the Pokemon Center has been fulfilled and they have nothing else to do, the trio find themselves in a state of boredom. However, this is going to quickly be remedied by Pierce when he suggests that they head back to the stadium so that way they can see the finals play out. With nothing really left to do, there's no objections on the trio's part, so they make the decision to head back, which happened to be a smart one, as when they arrive, they're in the midst of the battle between Peony and Melanie. The four of them walk in to see Melanie's second to last Pokemon fall to Peony's Caparaja. Pierce comments that it was a good thing she was the one who got matched up with Peony instead of him or any one of the other combatants in the top 8, considering that she's probably the only gym leader that could actually stand any chance of beating Peony. Is he really that strong, Joe asks, to which Pierce confirms Peony's been the champion for a few years now, and even though he didn't earn his championship by dethroning the previous champion, he has been able to successfully defend his title over the last 5 years. What do you mean by didn't earn his championship by defeating a previous championship? Brock inquires. This is where Pierce reveals that the current system that they have to figure out the Galarian champion isn't the one that was always in use. Prior, they had a very standard one compared to the rest of the world, as the champion was only faced off when somebody was able to make their way through the championship tournament. At the time when Peony was coming up, Chairman Rose had just taken over the Pokemon League in the Galar region, and Peony was in the middle of taking his gym challenge. They had made it all the way to the finals of the tournament. However, the current champion back then, Mustard, didn't want to have anything to do with Rose or his organization, so he advocated his position as champion, leaving Peony the winner of the whole tournament by default. This is where Leon speaks up, indicating that he thought Mustard was only a gym leader before he had retired. However, Pierce said that wasn't the case. Mustard stepped down as champion, and he decided to head back to his home city of Stownside. It was then that he resumed the active duties as a gym leader. However, over time, Mustard grew disenchanted with Rose and the Pokemon League in general. That's when he decided to step down, and your friend Alistair became the appointed gym leader by Chairman Rose. Do you know why Master Mustard stepped down, Leon asks, to which Pierce says he doesn't, shaking his head. All I know is Mustard and Rose never really saw eye to eye, and that was the reason why he had stepped down as champion to begin with. He absolutely refused to work with Rose, and over time, their strained relationship became something that neither one of them wanted to be part of. That's why Mustard made the ultimate decision to retire. Come to think of it, that's happened with a lot of the gym leaders here in the Galar region, Pierce says. They've been replaced over the last couple of years by younger, more capable trainers, people that don't really question Rose. Are you one of them? Brock asks, to which Pierce shakes his head. I had actually just come in as a gym leader when Rose took over. I was still pretty young, and I didn't care either way. While I don't hold anything personal against him, he was insistent that I make my gym just like one of the other ones and relocate it to where it was on top of a power spot. However, that wasn't something I wanted to do. I had inherited the spikemuth gym from my father, and he was a firm believer that Dynamaxing, while very important and a powerful type of mechanic that you can use for Pokemon, it could make a trainer weak. So he opted to make a gym and an entire fighting style around it to where he would never have to rely on it. So that's what he did. And when my dad decided to retire, which was about a year before Rose took over, I decided to keep up the spirit of the gym that he had created. And in turn, I absolutely refused to use Dynamaxing in my gym battles. However, that doesn't mean that I won't use it if I absolutely need it, Pierce says, as he pulls up the sleeve on his jacket to reveal that he does indeed possess a Dynamax band. If things get bad enough, I can use it. It's just something that I prefer not to rely on. It sounds like there's been a bunch of difference in opinions, Brock says, to which Pierce confirms, as he comments on the battle with the now Gigantamax Caparaja and Lapras that have now emerged on the battlefield. Pierce says that Melanie was originally the leader of the Circhester gym. However, she retired so she can spend more time with her boys, and that left her son Gordy in charge of things. While the typing did change in that gym, it wasn't that big of a difference, as her son Gordy still implemented the same style of battling that his mother used. However, when the gym leader for Hammerlock suddenly decided that they didn't want to have anything to do with the league anymore, Melanie came out of retirement temporarily until Rose could find someone to replace her, as in reality she was the only one that was powerful enough to be called the strongest gym leader in Galar. And now here she is, fighting in the championship tournament. This has gotta be at least the 10th time she's been in it since I was a kid, Pierce comments. However, this is where Joe decides that he wants to add his 2 cents in, commenting that it seems like there's a lot of people that have issues with this Chairman Rose and the way he does things. However, this is where Pierce comments, while he acknowledges that to be some sort of truth, he says it's not the whole truth. You can't expect things to remain the same when the changing of the guard happens. When Rose came into power, there was a lot of changes that were made, and while from an outsider looking in, it could be conceived as something that was bad, the fact of the matter is, it wasn't at all, considering that Galar went from being one of the less known regions in the world to being one of the strongest in the world. Rose devoted himself to making the Galar region and its Pokemon League the premier one across the world. And while I would say that we're not there yet, we are really close. All of the gym leaders here can compete with the best of the people across the world. Elite Four, champions, frontier brains, it doesn't matter. We've battled them all, and we've come on top for most of it. Rose emphasizes showing us off whenever he gets a chance, especially when it's against someone from the outside. He wants everyone to know that Galar is the best of the best, so he puts a lot of emphasis on perfection, making sure that no matter what happens, his league and the region as a whole look good no matter what. Sounds like he's got a massive ego trip, Joe replies. Pierce says that could very well be the case. However, you can't deny his results. As you can see, the filled stadium and the broadcast globally for what is happening here in the region. There's not a person that's not watching this across the world. And even though we have 8 members this year, that's more than enough to capture the attention of everyone who enjoys Pokemon battles. Both Brock and Leon look down at the battlefield as the battle is called, with Peony securing his win after his Caparaja was finally able to put an end to the ice storm that the Gigantamax Lapras had created. It's here that the boys look up at the screen as the combatants for tomorrow's matches have been chosen, and on the screen flash all of the contestants: Brock, Peony, Jazelle, and Leon. The 4 are randomized to ensure that nobody has the proper amount of time to plan some sort of strategy that can give them an edge. The way Rose likes it is for them to be on their toes. However, as the selections are made for the first and second match, one of our heroes, Brock, knows exactly who he's going to be facing, as Jazelle will be his first round opponent, while Leon gets really quiet and he swallows a deep gulp, realizing that he's going to have to go one-on-one in a full 6-on-6 against the current champion of the Galar region. As the festivities are drawn to a close, all 4 of our heroes return back to the Pokemon Center to check on their Pokemon. However, as Brock goes to reclaim his Pokemon, he's stopped by Nurse Joy, as she informs the boy that while the rest of his Pokemon appear to be in tip-top shape, even though some of them appear to be a little bit more high-strung than others, the one that has her concerned is Stunky. She wants to keep it overnight for observation, as whatever's wrong with it, she hasn't been able to deduce, so she wants to monitor it to make sure that there isn't something that is a bigger risk for Brock. After all, it being in a battle could exacerbate the entire situation, which is something neither he or the nurse wants, as it just creates more work for her in the long run during this busy championship season. However, as Brock tells Nurse Joy to take all the time she needs, a very real fear begins to set in with not only him, but Joe. That means that Brock only has 5 active Pokemon on his team, and if Stunky isn't cleared to battle the next day, then Brock may have to forfeit to Jazelle because he won't have a full team of 6 to take on the girl. The 2 can do nothing but think about this entire scenario as they head back to their room and settle in for the night, hoping that the dawning light of the sun will bring good news with it. As those 2 slumber away dreaming about the problems ahead, there is a very real situation that is happening just outside the borders of Winden City, and that's the fact that Dynamax Pokemon have begun to pop up all in the surrounding area. The tremors have been getting worse as the day goes on, and it's to the point that they're happening around every 10 to 15 minutes or so, with them getting more and more intense than the previous set. It's so bad that all of the Galarian gym leaders are called into action overnight to combat this growing force of hostiles, as every outbreak brings with it a surge of crazed Pokemon that have no idea or faculties about them. All they can think of is rampage and destruction, while Rose watches from his ivory tower as the events unfold, musing to himself as the plans unfold. However, this is quickly brought to a halt when he gets word that his brother, the champion of the region Peony, has decided that he is going to join in the efforts to subdue all of the wild rampaging Pokemon. However, Rose is unable to reach him in time as he heads off into the wilds beyond Winden. What follows is a night of battling by moonlight as all of the gym leaders in Peony do their best to subdue all of the rampaging wilds. Luckily, by the time the first light breaks the dawn, most of the threats have been dealt with. As Joe and Brock find themselves in the cafeteria of the Pokemon Center, eating away, the two have remained stoic during their meal, as the reality of what could actually be happening has set in for both of them. After they are done here, they have to go pick up Stunky, and if Stunky isn't cleared to battle because Brock doesn't have any other Pokemon, he's gonna have to forfeit to Jazelle, and this eventually becomes too much for Joe to take, as he finally breaks the silence, asking Brock what he's gonna do. However, the boy just says, let's not worry about it. Let's focus on the positives. Maybe Stunky just needed a good night's rest, and then everything's gonna be good, and it'll be ready to battle today, the boy says before standing up from the table and taking off to the trash can to get rid of all of his waste, before Joe follows in tandem and they head off to the main counter. However, unfortunately, it's rather busy, and it takes a while for them to be seen, as the Nurse Joy that was looking after Stunky is nowhere to be found. It even gets to the point to where Brock has to ask one of the other Nurse Joys to make a call over the intercom for her to come to them, which takes nearly an additional hour before she is finally able to make her way to the front to see the boys. But unfortunately for Brock, he is met with bad news. Whatever the issue is with Stunky hasn't resolved itself, and Nurse Joy, because of the influx of all the people that have been coming to the Pokemon Center, and because of the rampages from the previous night, has been busy non-stop. She hasn't even been able to sleep, which means that her monitoring of the dark type has been very minimal, but the last time she checked on it, there was no change, which was about 30 minutes prior to this conversation. The nurse then tells Brock that she's sorry, but she can't clear Stunky for a battle today. The boy hangs his head, came to Galar and tried so hard to get to this point, and now he's going to be stopped because one of his Pokemon are unable to battle. However, he cares more for their safety than he does for the actual win. So, reluctantly, he accepts this news, telling Nurse Joy he appreciates all of her input and all of the effort she's putting in, even though she's been stretched so thin. The redhead then tries to say something, however she's called away due to another emergency before she can make the statement, merely telling Brock that she'll be back in a little while to check on him and Stunky. This leaves just him and Joe standing there in the Pokemon Center with little options to them. The two stand silent before Brock finally speaks up, saying he has an idea, something he's been thinking about all morning, though it's not one that he likes. Turning, Joe asks what it is, to which Brock calmly replies he can always call his dad and have him send over one of his Pokemon or his mother's other Pokemon from the gym. While he doesn't exactly like this idea, it is kind of his last option, though it's not that bad of one considering that he is using his mother's Gyarados and the Pokemon that his father gave him, so there is some sort of precedent for this. However, Joe stops him right there. You can't do that. You can't continue to rely on your parents for everything, Brock. It was your father and his connections that got you into the Galar League, even though you didn't know it at the time. It was your mother's Gyarados that allowed you to proceed through the ranks of the region and earn each of the badges with the help of your other Pokemon. It's time that you finally started standing on your own 2 feet. While that's a great idea in theory, Brock says, he highly doubts that it'll be able to be executed, considering that there's no one else he can really rely on, and because he hadn't caught more than 6 Pokemon, that means he's gonna have to forfeit to Jazelle. Joe says, that's not what I was suggesting. Well, if you have any ideas, I'm all ears, Brock says, to which Joe responds, how about instead of you relying on your parents, you rely on a friend? I've been traveling with you the whole time, Brock, and though I'm not on the same level of skill as you, and I'm not as strong as a trainer as you, you do have to admit that we know each other's Pokemon pretty well, inside and out. So what if you used one of mine just for this battle, in hopes that it'll give Stunky enough time to come around? Brock is reluctant to do this. After all, he doesn't even know if it would be legal, and since he's come to Galar, he's done quite a few questionable things, and he wouldn't want to tempt fate once again. However, Joe tells the boy that it's not. He spent all night looking up the rules of the Galar League after what Leon and Pierce had told him about Rose. He wanted to make sure that this offer was completely legit, so that way Brock wouldn't run the risk of getting disqualified. And it turns out there's nothing that's written in stone against this type of action. You just have to have 6 Pokemon in order to battle. However, Brock still isn't convinced, telling the boy that it wouldn't be a true win that his Pokemon earned if they had assistance from another friend. However, Joe reminds Brock that the person they are battling is Jazelle, and whether Brock wants to admit it or not, both of their Pokemon have the same end goal in common. They want a chance to beat her bratty butt and hand her the defeat that she's been deserving the entire time that they've been in the region. Brock looks to Joe, then to the floor, before we fast forward a couple of hours later in Wyndon Stadium, where Jazelle stands on the battlefield with a packed crowd all around her. She is loving the admiration of her adoring fans. She can't think of a better place to deal Brock the defeat that he has been deserving of for so long. The only thing she could do is look with a smile on her face down the battlefield as Brock enters, only for the referee to ask if the two are ready, to which both Brock and Jazelle nod. With the roar of the crowd and the ref giving the official okay to start, both trainers ready a Pokeball as Jazelle screams to Brock, letting him know that this will be the perfect defeat she's envisioned on giving him ever since that day they met at the school. So, to at least put up a fight, after all, she doesn't want the win to be easy. She wants to savor this victory, as she declares, "Sirfetch'd, go!" The fully evolved regional bird takes the field as it pops from the ball, swinging its mighty leak around, ready to deal some major damage with the massive club sword. So, your Farfetch'd evolved, did it? Brock thinks to himself. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have my work cut out for me, but I know that my Pokemon will not let me down, as he grips his Pokeball tight before declaring, "Galvantula, your time to battle!" As the electric spider emerges from the ball, Jazelle comments that Brock shouldn't get too cocky. After all, she did get a chance to see his entire battle against Alistair, so she has a generally good idea of what his team is going to be and what they're capable of. As the wave to start the first round is given, and she declares, "Sirfetch'd, use Brave Bird!" Using its leak as a pole vault, the fighting type takes to the sky before glowing in a fiery aura as it begins its descent to crash down onto Galvantula. However, Brock figured Jazelle might try something like this, and this is the reason why he chose the spider in the first place, as he orders it to use an electro whip that ensnares the fighting type before it can make contact. The boy is feeling pretty confident that he was able to successfully counter Jazelle's first move. However, the girl was actually 2 steps ahead of him, as Sirfetch'd pushes straight through the electric type attack and collides with Galvantula, leaving the two in a crater with a cloud of dust. This immediately makes the hairs on the back of Brock's neck stand up, as he's unsure that his Pokemon was able to survive that. However, as the dust begins to settle, Brock can see that Galvantula was able to indeed survive, as he and Sirfetch'd are locked in a brutal struggle, trying to establish dominance over one another, with the fighting type using its leak to try and gain any type of advantage that it could. However, Galvantula's extra legs provided the perfect stability that it needs to prevent it from being overtaken. This gives Brock an idea. With his spider using its forearms to block the leak, Brock has an epiphany. While Sirfetch'd is a fighting type, the leak is actually native grass, which means it should technically be weak to a bug-type move, as he commands Galvantula to use an X-Scissor. With its frontal legs now glowing in a verdant energy, Galvantula is able to power through, cutting into the leak before striking Sirfetch'd and dealing its own bit of damage. However, unfortunately for the bug-type, that move wasn't enough to cause any serious damage to Sirfetch'd, as it's shown here when Jazelle commands it to use a Brick Break, as the fighting type uses its leak to bring down on the head of Galvantula, striking it back into the ground once again. While this still isn't enough to end the spider, Brock can tell that it's looking a little woozy, so he makes a decision to recall it for the time being. This gives Jazelle a strange sense of accomplishment, because even though her Pokemon wasn't able to earn her a win, it did in fact put Brock on the back foot, which is a step in the right direction for her to claim victory over her former classmate. However, she's gonna realize that she has her work cut out for her, as Brock is no longer messing around, taking a chance on his most volatile team member, declaring, "Thwacky, your time to battle." The grass monkey emerges from its balls with its 2 sticks deployed, ready to engage in some combat. However, Jazelle is still feeling pretty confident from that previous exchange, and she knows that Sirfetch'd, being a fighting type, has the perfect coverage to deal with Thwacky, as she tells it she will be using using it in the next battle, before the command is given for them to start, and she commands for the fighting type to use a Leaf Blade. However, this is countered by Brock easily when he commands Thwackey to use a Branch Poke. However, it's not to be used as an offensive move, but as a defensive move to deter the giant leak from crashing down on Thwackey. And luckily for the grass starter, it has enough power to deflect the leak with just one of its sticks, leaving the second one free for it to come down and crack Sirfetch'd over the head. Now, while this isn't the most intense of attacks, it is enough to make a statement. Thwackey isn't going to be taken out that easily, and Jazelle better come up with a different plan if she hopes to cause any serious damage to it. However, she fails to get the message, as she tells Sirfetch'd it's time to get back in there. Try a brutal swing. To which Brock simply thinks to himself, you want to see brutal? Alright. Thwackey, use double hit. The moss-covered simian begins to tear down the battlefield, as it swings its arms violently before colliding with the leak once more. However, the attack is brutal only in nature, as Thwackey shows it the real intensity that would needed to be hit by it, when it uses its first forearm to block the leak and its second forearm to push through and once again cracks Sirfetch'd. However, this time it has a much serious effect, as Sirfetch'd is also hit with its own leak in the process, knocking the bird out and giving Brock the early lead in this battle. This surprises Jazelle a bit. While she did see Thwackey the day before, and she has had past experiences with it, she wasn't expecting to have that type of power to overcome Sirfetch'd. It's duly noted she's going to need to be careful going forward. All the while, Chairman Rose is watching on from the VIP room, thinking to himself that this girl may have been a waste of time considering she took the first loss. However, her next choice may be one that can rebuild Chairman Rose's confidence in her, as we pan back to the battlefield with Jazelle declaring, "Slowbro, go!" What pops from the ball is very much a Slowbro, as it looks very similar to what Brock has seen before. However, it is slightly different, and this catches the boy's attention. He knows that he may have to be cautious with this thing, and Thwackey isn't exactly the Pokemon that's known for that. So, for the moment, he contemplates recalling the simian until it lets out a loud battle cry, as it's ready to engage with Jazelle. Knowing that it may not be in his best interest to recall it for the time being, due to the starter being so engaged with this battle, Brock decides to carry on, as the signal for this round is given, and Brock takes the first command, calling for a Branch Poke from the starter, to which Thwackey is more than happy to do, considering it wants to get up close and personal so that way it can engage in some hand-to-hand combat. However, it's going to find out real quick why exactly Jazelle decided to go with this Pokemon. As the Branch Poke connects and causes a bit of damage, she decides to retaliate with a simple command: disable. Suddenly, the eyes of the Slowpoke begin to glow in a purple aura before Thwackey is frozen in place. The grass type begins to growl as it's unable to move, very upset with the current circumstances. However, that's going to be the least of its problems, as Brock orders it to use a knockoff to try and break free. However, Thwackey is unable to move, to which Jazelle gladly flexes her newest Pokemon by using the advantage that it's created for itself and declaring for it to use a Shell Sidearm. Suddenly, the shoulder that's on the left wrist of the Slowbro begins to swell as something begins to ooze from it before Slowbro fires in the direction of Thwackey, coating it in some sort of purple ooze that causes the simian to scream. However, this is no longer out of frustration, but out of pain, as the ooze seeps into the grass type for super effective damage. Wait, what was that? Brock says, to which Jazelle simply chuckles to herself. You like that? That was Sidearm Shell. It's going to deal damage whichever is greater between the attack and special attack, and unfortunately for your Thwackey, it's a poison type move, which means it's going to cause as much damage as possible, as Brock watches Thwackey go limp as Slowbro subsides its attack and the simian falls to the battlefield, unable to move, giving Jazelle the win in this exchange. Recalling them on, Brock considers his options. So this thing is a poison psychic type, he thinks to himself, which he reaffirms by taking out his Pokédex to gain some info on it. And he comes to realize that not only is this thing a poison psychic type, but it's just as tanky as its Cantonian counterpart, which means Brock's gonna have to be careful. He's gonna need something that can deal some massive damage. And unfortunately, the normal common ways of doing that by using its water weakness to his advantage isn't something that he'll be able to do. However, he does have some idea on how to combat this, as he thinks the best way to go about it is to make that sidearm shell completely immobile as he declares, "Berserker, your time to battle!" Hobocat emerges from the ball as it drools and its stench begins to permeate the area, causing both Jazelle and Slowbro to flinch slightly, realizing that Brock is up to something and he's trying to give himself as much of an advantage against her as possible. Jazelle decides to recall her Pokemon for the time being, as she figures that she has something that's going to make things a little bit easier on herself, as she declares, "Haxorus, go!" The blade-faced dragon emerges from its Pokeball as it lets out an ear-deafening growl in an attempt to intimidate Hobocat. However, it remains unflinching, simply staring at the dragon with that clueless expression that it normally has as drool continues to seep down its beard. However, there is one that has a cause for concern as the signal for this match is given to begin. Brock tells Jazelle she shouldn't be using a Pokemon that she can't control. "Oh, what makes you think I can't control it?" she says, as she gives a command for a dragon dance. And in tandem, Haxorus responds to the girl as it begins to glow in an energy and wave about, performing its ritual, while Brock watches on, knowing full well what this means due to Gyarados. The boy immediately tells Berserker that they need to reciprocate this by ordering a Hone Clause to increase its attack stat as high as it possibly can. However, Jazelle is not going to give him a chance to complete this move, as her dragon is now on the attack, as both of the blades on the side of its head glow with her command of a dual chop as they strike the steel type across the face. However, Berserker seems unfazed by this, as it was able to easily counter it with the command that Brock had given it to use an Iron Head. While Haxorus is far larger in stature, the truth is Berserker may be at a higher level, considering it was owned by a previous Pokemon before, which is a detail that Jazelle isn't quite aware of, as Berserker is able to use Haxorus's leverage in height against it by simply slipping under the dragon type as its face is driven into the ground. It then follows up with a payday at the command of Brock as it rakes its claws across the belly of the beast, exiting from underneath its legs. This leaves the dragon screaming in pain as it stands back up looking for its target, to which Jazelle orders Haxorus to get it together. She didn't choose it so that way it could lose. This is a mangy cat, and it should be able to easily deal with it. Now, use an X-Scissor! Again, the blades on the side of its face begin to glow in a verdant energy this time, as it looks to drive them into the head of the steel type. However, Brock is quick to counter, as Haxorus brings down its blades. Once more, he commands for another Iron Head, which is able to easily overpower the bug-type move, as Berserker fights back, driving Haxorus into the ground. Now, while this isn't enough to take out the dragon type, it is enough to send a clear message. Both of them have underestimated this feline, and it's not something that they can continue to do if they hope to win. Brock is feeling pretty confident at this point, as Berserker is as well, so the boy tells it that it's time for them to turn on the pressure. Use another Iron Head. However, Jazelle grows tired of this exchange, and she knows that Haxorus can only take so much damage before it's going to eventually fall. It's clear to her now that this Pokemon is a much higher level than her dragon, so she aims to end this in one swoop, using Haxorus's increased speed to its advantage as she commands for a close combat. What follows is a smashing contest between the two Pokemon as they use their heads, driving them into each other with as much force as possible. Now, while they both have increased stats at this point, the unfortunate fact that Haxorus has taken much more damage than Berserker is going to come into play, as the Iron Head is able to push through the close combat, driving itself into the face of Haxorus and dropping the dragon, giving Brock another lead. However, as the ref begins to declare Haxorus is unable to battle, Berserker doubles over, as it now has spirals in its eyes, having finally succumbed to the damage it took from the increased stats of that close combat, making this a double knockout. As both trainers recall their Pokemon, they find themselves in a precarious position, as that was a double knockout and they both only have 4 Pokemon left. Mulling over their decisions, this next choice could be what swings the battle in their respective favors. They both in tandem reach for their next choices, as they send them in. Colossal, your time to battle. Marowak, go! The two rival mons hit the battlefield, ready to settle the score between them. The tension fills the air as the crowd goes silent with the wave to start this next battle, and Brock taking the first command, ordering a flame charge, while Jazelle, ever confident in her starter's abilities, decides she's going to play the long game as she calls for a focus energy, which allows Marowak to tighten its internal focus before it takes the fiery attack as Colossal slams its thick hide into the ground type. While this move wasn't very effective, that wasn't what Brock was going for. He wants his Colossal to be able to keep up with the speed of Marowak, which is going to be demonstrated here, calling for a bone rush. Brock hopes that the speed increase that he got from Flame Charge was enough, as he decides to try and counter with the Rapid Spin. While this is enough to shake off some of the strikes from the bone of Marowak, it's not enough to deter all of them, as Colossal eventually succumbs to the rapid hits that it is forced to take. While the barrage of bones wasn't enough to take out the dual type, it definitely felt it due to having the fire and rock typing. However, the living pile of coal stands up, shaking off whatever damage it just took, ready to engage in a second battle, which it's not going to have to wait for, as Jazelle is quick on the assault with a double kick from Marowak that delivers both of its feet firm into the gut of the rock type. However, Brock wanted it to get close, as he realized that Colossal wasn't fast enough to keep up with Marowak. So as it's forced to endure another super effective strike against it, Brock calls for a tar shot. That should bring you down to Colossal's level of speed, Brock thinks to himself. However, Jazelle isn't going to wait around. As the Bone Keeper, he uses its club to detour most of the gunk from getting stuck on it. And luckily for the girl, this allows it to stay somewhat mobile, as it's able to break the hold that Colossal has on it before putting some much needed distance. Though it is obvious that it did take a hit to its speed because of the tar shot. Thinking that she needs to play it a little safe, she goes for another focus energy, which causes Marowak to close its eyes ever so slightly. However, Brock is going to take advantage of this free opening, calling for another flame charge that Colossal puts everything it has into to slam into Marowak. While this is going to allow Colossal to become faster, Jazelle is feeling pretty confident in this, as Marowak being a ground type isn't going to take that much damage. That is, until she learns firsthand what the effects of tar shot is, as Hermon 2 is engulfed in flames, with Colossal slamming its thick hide straight into it. This hits it for much more damage, causing it to slide across the battlefield. However, Marowak maintains its stance, as its eyes open with the glow, signaling that its focus is ready, and awaiting her command, which Jazelle is going to use to her advantage as she orders Marowak in with a bone rush. However, Colossal's speed is now at a point where Brock feels confident, as he orders the rock type to use a rapid spin, which it's able to easily evade the ground type move. However, Jazelle isn't going to let them get away with this. As Colossal comes to a stop, Marowak is on top of it with the move that Jazelle really wanted to use, something called a stomping tantrum. The ground type is thudding its feet into the ground, causing vibrations as it closes in on Colossal before striking it in its gut once again with the bone. While Brock feels confident that wasn't enough to take out his Mon, he's going to come to a harsh realization when Colossal doubles over with spirals in its eyes, with Jazelle and Marowak being declared the victor. The boy doesn't understand. There's no way that was strong enough to take out a starter. However, Jazelle is glad to elaborate. With the stacking of the focus energies, plus the fact that it missed the bone rush due to Brock's evasion, the stomping tantrum had gained some serious power. Enough power to one-shot the boy's starter. This is where an aura of confidence begins to consume Jazelle, as she tells the boy, "Can't you see? This is what I've been aiming for the entire time. I wanted to bring down your starter before I started to pick apart the rest of your team, and now you only have 3 Pokemon left to my 4, and I guarantee you they will each fall one by one." Brock can do nothing but look on as he considers his next options, as we pan to the outside of the stadium, where we finally catch up with the champion of the region, Peony, as he is using a device that was created for him by the one and only Professor Magnolia. He had requested her to make something that could track Dynamax energy, as with all of these recent spikes, he figured that if they were to happen again, he may be able to find the epicenter of it. However, the champion is not liking what he has seen, considering that this device is pointing straight into Winden. The epicenter of these tremors are coming from within inside of the city, which is a grave cause of concern for the champion, as all of the people there could be in great danger if whatever the cause of this is decides it wants to unleash all of its energy at once. Galar's #1 trainer wastes no time heading into the city until he finds himself in front of a place that he didn't think that he would actually have to be in front of, which is none other than Rose Tower, the place his brother built as kind of a monument to himself. However, Peony remains reserved in his opinions, as he wants to get to the bottom of this before he confronts anybody. So without hesitation, he heads inside. However, as he follows the source of the energy and the tracker begins to beat wildly, he is met with some of his brother's armed personal guard. They're telling the champion that he's not permitted beyond a certain point inside of the tower, to which he finds absolutely absurd. There's no place that is off restrictions to the champion of the Galar region, or for that matter, the brother of the chairman of the league, so he orders them to stand aside. However, both of the guards remain resolute, telling the champion that he is going to have to just turn around, or they'll be forced to remove him with any means necessary. This gets a brief smile across the champion's face, as he's not one to shy away from challenges. Before telling telling both of them that he accepts their terms, sending in his Copper Raja, causing both of them to gulp as they just realized the champion called their empty bluff, forcing them to run off out of fear of being trampled by the massive steel type. Peony simply shrugs, a bit dissatisfied with the exchange, wishing that it was more fruitful. However, he doesn't have any time to dwell on this, as he needs to find the source of all of this energy, but unfortunately, as the champion traverses the tower, the indicator leads him deep below, into a place that he's only ever been once before, during the early days of the construction of the tower, a place that only his brother has access to. Now we pan back to the battlefield, and after a brief intermission, both Brock and Jazelle find themselves staring each other down once more. While Jazelle has an aura of confidence about her, Brock, on the other hand, is questioning his next move. She's looking to pick apart his team, and now that his starter is gone, Brock isn't feeling as confident as he was when he went into this. And not only that, but he doesn't have Stunky to battle with him. However, there is one thing that Brock has going for him that Jazelle doesn't. He has many people confident in his abilities, backing him, from the memory of his mother to the strength of his father, and the friendship with his traveling companion Joe. The boy refuses to let Jazelle get the better of him as he readies his next Pokeball. Regardless of her choice, he will be the victor here, as they both are given the command to start the second half of the battle. Wasting no time, Jazelle decides that it's time to start with someone fresh, as she declares, Kabutops, go! The living fossil of Sice pops from the Pokeball with a brief hiss, signifying that it's ready to engage in any encounter that may befall before it. While on the other hand, Brock has decided to go with the support system, as he declares, Gyarados, your time to battle! The water serpent emerges from its Pokeball with a mighty roar that rings throughout the stadium, signaling that it is going to take down any opposition that stands before it. The presence of Gyarados is exactly why Jazelle decided to go with Kabutops here. She knew that Brock would fall back to it once Colossal was taken out, and with Kabutops being half rock and half water, it's her best chance that she thinks to take out the serpent. So with no further delay, she begins her commands as she tells her rock type to use a Stone Edge. However, Brock isn't going to take any chances, as he commands an Aqua Tail that knocks away the stones, sending them back flying in the direction of Kabutops. Now, while this isn't super effective, the stones hitting them on is going to cause a little bit of damage to it, which makes it briefly flinch, and Brock decides to take full advantage of this new opening as he commands for his serpent to use a Dragon Dance. Gyarados, showing its ferocity in battle, executes the move perfectly as it slinks across the battlefield and coils around Kabutops, increasing both its speed and its attack. However, just as it begins to enclose on Kabutops with its coil, the rock type quickly evades with an Aqua Jet, getting out of harm's way before firing back with the Mud Shot. Now, while this doesn't cause any damage to Gyarados because of its flying typing, it is enough to temporarily blind the serpent, so that way Kabutops can gain some much needed distance, as once again it fires another Stone Edge, to which this time Gyarados is unable to see coming, and it ends up taking head on for some serious damage. This causes the serpent to get a little bit frustrated. However, Brock calls to it, telling it to remain calm. He will be its eyes. Just listen to the sound of its voice. Gyarados, for once in its rage-filled life, cools its head as it begins to drown out all of the cheers of the surrounding crowd, so that way it can focus on the movement of Kabutops. It quickly begins to pick up on the footsteps of the ancient rock type as it darts across the battlefield, trying to close the gap between the two. This is where Brock tells the serpent to be ready. They have one chance at this. However, Jazelle is still confident, as she commands Kabutops to use a Giga Drain to gain back some of its HP. However, as it closes in, this is when Brock executes his strategy, telling Gyarados to use a bulldoze that the serpent is able to slam its body into Kabutops for some massive damage, sending the rock type into the stadium barrier. While this isn't enough to knock it out, it does have an adverse effect, as Kabutops is now moving a little bit slower as it tries to stand back up from taking that damage. Realizing getting in close will be a death sentence, Jazelle decides to strike from far away as she orders a Stone Edge. However, Gyarados isn't going to let this happen, as Brock commands for a Dragon Dance that it uses to evade any of the stones coming its way, while simultaneously increasing its attack and speed. This makes Gyarados near impossible to hit from a distance, and the only way for Kabutops to be able to cause any damage is for it to get in close, which Jazelle reluctantly has to deal with, commanding the rock type in with the Giga Drain. This is the moment Brock was waiting for, as he wastes no time calling for an Aqua Tail. Now that Gyarados has figured out the attack patterns of Kabutops, it's a mere matter of moments before the tail slams into the rock type, sending it careening back into the stadium barrier with spirals in its eyes, as it has declared the loser of this battle. Jazelle recalls the the fossil, not quite happy with the outcome that just transpired, as that was the only thing that she had planned to take down Gyarados. But it and Brock's bond has grown even stronger since the last time she saw it, so she's going to need something that can withstand that massive attack power from the serpent. However, she feels like she has just the thing, as she readies a Pokeball, declaring, "Corviknight, go!" The Galarian bird emerges from its ball with a clanging herd as its wings beat with its feathers clapping together. While Brock knows that Gyarados did take a decent amount of damage in that battle, he has one real truth that he has to honor, and the fact is that Gyarados is probably his best chance right now. With all the stat buffs that it's received, it'll be the best option he has to stand up to Jazelle's armor-clad bird. So, with the start of the next battle given to begin, Jazelle wastes no time in ordering it in with a Steel Wing, to which Brock decides to counter with a Dragon Pulse. However, this is going to do little to deter the Steel type as it pushes through the Dragonic Energy Beam, taking whatever damage is dealt to it before slamming its wings into the belly of Gyarados. This was a pretty impressive hit, as it caused the serpent to slide back ever so slightly, while Corviknight takes back to the sky to put some distance between the two. Realizing they don't really have a means to attack the Steel type, Brock tells Gyarados to continue on with the Dragon Pulses. The serpent fires into the sky in an attempt to hit at its opponent. However, Corviknight is able to use its airbound advantage to easily outpace majority of the beams, merely taking what are the equivalent to pot shots in damage. This is exactly what Jazelle wanted, as before long it becomes apparent that Gyarados is beginning to tire itself out, as the serpent is breathing heavily. This is where Jazelle decides to execute her plan, as she tells the Steel type to use a Drill Peck. Once again, Corviknight dives with all of the weight that it has on its body behind it, allowing it to pick up some massive speed and power as its beak sharpens itself and prepares to drive itself into the hide of Gyarados. Realizing that they're only going to have one shot at this, Brock tells the serpent to ready its tail. They're going to have to execute this on a split second's notice. Knowing what its trainer has in mind, Gyarados' tail begins to glow in an aqua hue as Corviknight breaks the sound barrier before colliding with the belly of Gyarados. The last thing the serpent can do before it is knocked back into the barrier is smack the Steel type with an aqua tail that sends it into the barrier on the opposite side, as they both collapse under their own weight. For a moment, silence befalls the stadium as everyone awaits to see if either Pokemon is going to be able to get up. While Gyarados is struggling, it is still able to move slightly, while Corviknight on the other hand has begun to rise as well. But unfortunately for Brock, his serpent is going to collapse again under its own weight, as it no longer has the health to proceed, with it falling over with spirals in its eyes, giving Jazelle yet another win against Brock. However, it didn't come without cost, as it's clear that Corviknight felt that last Aqua Tail, as the bird is having trouble flapping its wings to regain altitude. As Brock recalls his serpent, the only thing he could think to himself is, how did he let it get this far out of hand? He was in control in the beginning of the battle, but Jazelle is doing exactly what she promised, slowly picking apart his team one by one. While on the opposite side of the field, Jazelle is beating herself up a bit, as she's upset that Corviknight took that massive amount of damage. She really wanted to use it for G-maxing if it was going to come down to it, but now it would be kind of pointless considering with how much health it has left. So she decides that she's just going to leave it in, and she'll save Dynamaxing for one of her other two Pokemon that she still has. However, she's going to get a pleasant surprise when their next opponent emerges from its Pokeball, as Brock declares, "Galvantula, your time to battle!" Spider pops from its ball once again, ready to take on Corviknight. However, it is clear that this thing has taken some damage, and Corviknight, being a Steel Flying type, is not in the best interests of the Bug type, but Brock has no choice. He needs its electricity in order to take out this thing. So with the command to start their next battle, Jazelle wastes no time in trying to end this with one move, ordering for a Drill Peck. However, this time Corviknight isn't able to gain as much altitude as it did before, forcing it to dive from about 3 to 4 meters above Galvantula. But this is going to be more than enough, as Brock's efforts to try and deter it with an Electro Web is cut through by the armor-clad bird's wings as it closes in on Galvantula. However, this is exactly what Brock wanted, as he tells the arachnid to jump up in the air with Corviknight unable to pull up. This forces it to drive its beak straight into the ground, with Galvantula coming down on top of it. The bird begins to flail about, trying to pull its head out of the battlefield, but unfortunately it's unable to before Brock gives his final command, as he orders his spider to use a discharge that floods the Steel Flying type with as much electricity as possible before the flailing comes to a stop, and Corviknight lays there limp with its head still stuck in the ground. Galvantula then dismounts the ironclad bird as it's recalled by Jazelle, with the girl a bit upset that she didn't see that coming. However, she has little time to beat herself up over it, as she needs to continue continue the battle. They both only have 2 Pokemon left. However, Galvantula is looking a bit drained, and all of her other Pokemon have had time to rest. So, wasting no time, she decides to send back in her Galarian form of Slowbro as it pops from the ball, ready to engage once more. It's here that the wave for the next round is given to begin, and Brock wastes no time, calling for another Electro Web that the spider fires in the direction of Slowbro. However, Jazelle just merely has it take it, telling the Psychic type to use a Slack Off to increase whatever HP that it has lost. This puts it nearly at full health once again. However, Brock thinks 2 can play at that game, as he orders Galvantula down the battlefield, and to connect with the Giga Drain. While the spider is successful in closing the distance between the two and sinking its fangs into Slowbro, fact of the matter is, it's not going to have much of a chance to cause any serious damage here, as the Galarian tank is going to be able to stave off any massive bits of damage due to its poison typing, allowing Jazelle to retaliate with a Zen Headbutt that Slowbro is able to easily execute, slamming its head into the small head of the arachnid, forcing it to break the grip that it had due to the Giga Drain. This creates an opening for Jazelle, as she decides to take full advantage of it, commanding her Psychic type to use Disable once more. That catches the spider, making it unable to move. Then, in a burst of ooze, Brock can do nothing but watch as Galvantula takes another shell sidearm, as it's covered in purple ooze once again. However, fortunately for the boy, this isn't enough to take out Galvantula, as just as Slowbro breaks the Disable on it, it's able to execute a discharge that engulfs the Psychic type for some serious damage before Galvantula collapses under the stress of the battles that it has had, making it unable to proceed any further with spirals in its eyes. As the electricity dissipates from around Slowbro, it is singed with a bit of smoke coming off of it. However, it is still able to battle, with Brock recalling his bug type, contemplating how everything is played out, while Jazelle is just tickled pink that Brock is down to his last Pokemon, and according to her, it's that pathetic Stunky that lost in the first battle with Alistair the previous day, so she knows that this is going to be a for sure win. However, as Brock places Galvantula's ball back on his belt, he pulls out the one that was given to him by Joe. Looking up at his friend in the stand, Joe gives Brock a nod, almost to say all of their hopes and faiths are with him. He believes in Brock, and so does his Pokemon. So let's win this. It's here that Brock pans his view back to Jazelle, as she is super giddy, urging Brock to send in his last Pokemon. She wants to get this over with, so that way she can finally close out this chapter and move on to the finals. However, he's going to have a rude awakening for the princess, as he declares, "Sableye, your time to battle!" Jazelle's jaw hits the floor as the ghastly gremlin emerges from the Pokeball with a brief shriek of its name before looking around. "Wait, that's not your Pokemon," Jazelle says. "That belongs to Joe. What are you doing using a Pokemon that doesn't belong to you?" However, Brock stops her dead in her tirade, telling her that technically Sableye does belong to Brock, as Joe and him traded for it this morning. This is where we pan back to the Pokemon Center when Joe was offering Brock his Pokemon. Joe clarified the rules that were inside of the manual, telling him that all of the Pokemon that he uses in the battle have to be registered to him, so there is a way around it. If they just temporarily trade Pokemon, then Brock can use Sableye, and he'll just hold on to Stunky's ball for the time being. While Brock was opposed at this at first, he quickly came around to it when he realized that he wasn't going to have many other options. And Sableye, even though it is technically a different Pokemon than Stunky, it does share similar qualities to it, so it would be easy for Brock and it to get in sync. So, realizing that there wasn't any other options, the two initiated the trade, as we pan back to the current time with Brock explaining to Jazelle exactly what happened. Sableye is technically his Pokemon, and he intends to use it in this battle as a gift from Joe to finally show her exactly why she won't be able to beat him. This causes the girl to become extremely frustrated as she lets out a loud growl, demanding that the referee disqualify Brock for this. However, the official declares that this Pokemon was registered this morning with Brock's team. It is officially his in the Pokédex, so there's nothing he can do about it. Either Jazelle chooses to battle, or she will be forced to forfeit. This is her option, and she has a minute to comply. Realizing there's nothing she can do, as Chairman Rose has yet to intervene, Jazelle chooses to accept these terms, as she tells Brock that no matter what, she's still going to be able to beat Sableye, no matter who it belongs to. So, with her acknowledgement to start the next battle, they both begin. However, this is where Jazelle's frustrations are going to play a big role in what happens next, as she quickly comes to realize that she doesn't know anything about Sableye. Even though her and Joe traveled together for so long, she spent so much time fixated on Brock's Pokemon and what he could do with them that she never paid attention to him and his Pokemon. And Brock is able to easily take advantage of this, as it uses a Shadow Claw to drop Galarian Slowbro, when a A Zen headbutt fails to have any effect on it, bringing this battle to a 1v1. With another frustrated growl, she recalls the psychic type, contemplating her next move. She only has one Pokemon left, and Marowak took a massive amount of damage battling against Colossal. However, it looks like she's gonna have to use it regardless if she wants to or not, but luckily, she still has Dynamax. So, with the urge from the official to send in her final Pokemon, Jazelle sends back in her starter, as Marowak hits the field with its bone twirling, ready to engage with Sableye. This is actually the first time that the two Mons have had to square off in a battle, and they are similar in stature and what seems to be power. However, Jazelle wastes no time in activating the Dynamax phenomenon, recalling Marowak so that way it can grow in size, to try and use this increase in power to squash the Ghost type. However, Brock remains undeterred, telling Sableye that they can do this, they just have to remain confident, while the Ghost type just looks on with a blank stare on its face, unsure of really what's happening. This irritates Jazelle even more, as she calls for a Max Quake. However, Sableye is able to easily dodge this, as it uses a Disable to prevent it from causing any damage to the Ghost type. Brock then tells the little goblin to use an Icy Wind that is able to envelop the entire battlefield, striking Marowak for some decent damage even though it's a Kaiju-sized Mon. However, Jazelle isn't going to let the assault continue from the Ice-type attack, as she calls for a Max Knuckle that deters most of the damage that Marowak would have taken, and it slams into Sableye, or what she thinks slams into it, as the Ghost typing comes into play, preventing any serious damage to Sableye. It's here that Brock decides it's time, as he recalls Sableye initiating the Dynamax phenomenon, choosing to make the Gremlin building size for the first time in its life. As Sableye emerges from the ball, it takes in the surroundings of everything that is happening, unsure of what just happened and why Joe and Brock both look like insects compared to it. However, Brock tells the Ghost type they need to focus. They need to take out Marowak now, as Jazelle and Marowak are on their final turn of Dynamax, and she is calling for a Max Quake to try and cause as much damage. Brock decides to counter this by ordering a Max Hailstorm. Suddenly, a blizzard begins to set in on the stadium, as the temperature drops to near freezing, making Marowak unable to really move to get off a full power Max Quake. This hits it for serious damage, as the Kaiju Mon then topples over, succumbing to all of the injuries that it has sustained in this massively long 6-on-6 battle. It then reverts in size, as Jazelle drops to her knees with spirals in Marowak's eyes, giving Brock the win. Brock just stands there, not really happy or sad. It's not celebrating, as Sableye stares down at the trainer and then back at Joe, confused about the entire situation. As to the Ghost type, this whole Dynamax thing feels really unnatural, and it would just like it to end as quickly as possible. However, Brock isn't going to make Sableye wait any longer, as he recalls it before walking over to the middle of the battlefield where Jazelle stands, with tears in her eyes as she looks at Brock and then to Marowak. The boy goes to say something, but the only thing he can get out is Jazelle before she recalls Marowak and takes off running out of the stadium. Brock just stands there in silence as Joe watches on. For whatever reason, neither one of them seems satisfied with this outcome, as we fade to the next match with Leon standing in the battlefield. However, his opponent, the champion of the Galar region, Peony, has yet to show, and the call went out for him quite some time ago. If the champion doesn't show up, then he's going to be disqualified. Both Brock and Joe watch from the stands, wondering what has happened to Peony, as Leon awaits the arrival of his sponsor. And this is where we're going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Did you enjoy the battle that Brock had with Jazelle? How about the fact that Joe let him use Sableye to compensate for what's going on with Stunky? What do you guys think is going on with the Dark type? And of course, what was Peony tracking from the wild area, and why was it in Rose Tower? All this and more will be answered in the next episode, which is the finale of this scenario. Let me know your guys' thoughts and comments down below. We begin today's part with Leon as he is standing in the midst of the battlefield waiting on his opponent, the champion of the Galar region, Peony. The ref is calling for the time limit, however Leon pleads for them to wait longer. There's no way the champion of the region would miss this battle. However, the ref states that his decision is final. The champion has failed to show for the last 15 minutes since the call for the battle to start. He has failed to make any type of response or show himself. However, Leon just pleads with the ref just a little while longer, However, he's sure that Peony will be here. Realizing the severity of the situation, the ref decides that maybe it's not his call to make. So he turns to the decision of the head of the Pokemon League in Galar, Chairman Rose. He would like input from the one who runs everything. However, there is nothing but silence from the VIP box. No one is present to respond to the referee's request. This is when Oleana appears on the battlefield, declaring that Chairman Rose is dealing with a personal issue and has left her in charge for the time being. So in order to relieve the ref of this momentous burden, she declares that Peony will be disqualified since he has been a no-show for the match. However, this is quickly going to change when Oleana realizes her decision has upset the crowds. Almost as soon as she said it, they all began to grow angry, and a wave of disapproval and aggression can be felt washing over the whole stadium. This causes the girl to gulp as she realizes that this decision may not have been the best one. However, this doesn't change the fact that she is in charge of it. So in order to appease everyone in attendance, she declares that they will wait until sundown, which is about 25 minutes from the current time. This should give Peony more than enough chance to show himself for this battle. If he does not, then when the sun sets behind the mountains, he will be disqualified. This somewhat pacifies everyone in the crowd for the time being. However, there are three that have been triggered by this: Brock, Joe, and Pierce. They all know that Peony wouldn't miss this for the world, especially when he gets the chance to face off against one of his sponsors to see if they've grown as much as he hoped they would. So there has to be some reason why the champion hasn't shown up. It's here that all three of them decide that they're going to go in search for the champion. They all split up, heading out from different directions from Wyndon Stadium, with the advice from Pierce on where to look, as he was the last one to see the champion, considering they were battling with the Dynamax Pokemon the night before. So with all of them setting out, they all hope that they are not too late to find the champion. This is where we shift perspectives to the base that is below Rose Tower, an hour before the present time. There is a massive battle going on, and it's between Peony and none other than his brother, the chairman of the Pokemon League, Rose. Their two Caparajos are battling it out, and the two brothers are arguing over what Rose has done. The forces that he is meddling with are too dangerous. He's putting everyone in the vicinity, no, everyone in Galar at risk. However, just as Peony's much bigger and more aggressive Caparaja deals the knockout blow to Peony's Acemon, he tells his brother that he needs to stop being so naive. This is the real world. This Pokemon will be their salvation, Galar's salvation. However, Peony doesn't see it that way, as he asks his brother if he remembers what happened when they were kids, to which Rose simply chuckles. Yes, he remembers. He remembers all too well. That is why he is doing this. It's here that we find out what exactly Peony is talking about, as Rose begins to reminisce with his brother, as they fade back to a time in their childhood when they were around the ages of 8 and 6 years old. They were in the wild area with their mother and father, a happy family, just enjoying the freedom of a bright and shiny day. They were so happy back then, but happiness doesn't last forever, as the two boys ventured in an area that they weren't supposed to go to, as it was off limits to any people. But being so young, the boys didn't heed the warning, as they figured that they had never seen any type of danger coming from it, so it had to have just been a scare tactic, a boogeyman if you will. However, what happened that day would forever change their lives, as when they entered that area, something had happened. A Pokemon awakened, or what seemed like it awakened. A surge of Dynamax energy enveloped the surrounding wilderness, causing multiple Pokemon to Dynamax. This immediately turned that happy day into one of panic and misery, as the boys could do nothing but watch as their parents were caught amongst the rampaging Pokemon. In the end, the two were left as the only survivors of their family, as their parents were unable to escape the clutches of what had happened. The rest of their adolescent and teenage years was spent struggling, as Galar didn't have any type of organization that could help two kids that were orphaned by the events that had happened. So Rose and Peony spent their entire adolescent life living on the streets, begging day by day, trying to survive. Though this wasn't a complete and total loss, as the two found solace in Pokemon battles. Though they did not have a place to live, or they did not have a family, the Pokemon that they were able to catch quickly became that family that they were missing. And both brothers found out that they shared an affinity for the steel-typing Pokemon. They quickly became powerful trainers in their own right, and this eventually allowed them to get strong enough to actually challenge the league of their home region. However, as each brother got older, the dynamics of the two quickly changed. Rose was forced to accept the horrors and the struggles of the world, which he did, willing to bear all of the burdens and traumas to try and protect his younger brother, as Peony decided to remain naive and blissfully unaware of everything that they had had to face. However, there was one thing that both of the brothers shared, and it was a gut determination, an iron will to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and pull themselves out of poverty. Eventually, they were both able to do this, as Rose had developed some unique technologies and became quite the businessman for himself, while Peony became quite a well-known trainer around the Galar region, eventually landing himself the role of a gym leader. Things were going great for the brothers. However, for one of them, Rose, he never truly forgot about those horrors of that day, as even though he had become successful, every time he walked the streets of any city in the Galar region, he saw the same poverty that he was stricken with as a child. Many children, families, unable to afford the basic necessities, and yet the one governing body, the Pokemon League, unwilling to do anything to help them out. It was here that Rose resolved that he would be the one to do this, but he couldn't do it alone. He would need a partner. That's where Peony came in. As a gym leader, he already had his foot in the door for the Pokemon League, which was the perfect excuse for Rose to vie for the option to become chairman of the league itself. Using his vast resources and wealth that he had created, Rose managed to position himself at the forefront of the league, and just in 5 years' time, he was able to transform it from one of the least impressive leagues in the entire world to the premier Pokemon League that everyone wanted the challenge. And by his side, his brother, the strongest champion of them all, stood, the two doing whatever they could to help the less fortunate of their home region. And this is where the story ends, as Rose tells Peony that even though they've achieved their goals, they cannot stop. They have to keep pushing. That is why he is doing what he is. The world is in desperate need of energy, and it is something that it will always need. This Pokemon is an unlimited source, so I will harness it, mold it, control it, so that way we will always remain as the power within the world. However, Peony counters this, saying it's too dangerous. He can't hope to control it. Look what happened to their parents. However, Rose refuses to listen, telling his brother that he's too naive to the world. He doesn't realize that this is the way things have to be. Rose had to grow up in order to protect Peony, and as a result, the champion was shielded from everything that was wrong with the world. Rose can see things the way they are. The only way to correct things is to use power. And that is exactly what the chairman aims to capture for himself, to ensure that nobody will go through what they went through again. Peony tells his brother that this is wrong. There is another way. However, Rose remarks that he doesn't remember what they had to do to survive, but the champion claims he does remember, but that isn't a reason to risk everyone. It's here that the chairman offers his little brother an option, as there isn't really much more he can do. His entire Pokemon team has been taken out by the chairmans, so he only has one of two things that he has to decide on: either join the chairman or stay out of his way, because like it or not, this is going to continue. Peony can do nothing but look at his brother and his unconscious Caparaja on the floor of this now destroyed base, while the giant machine behind his brother surges with Dynamax energy as we fade back to the Winden Stadium and the sun setting behind the mountain. It's here that Brock, Joe, and Pierce come back into the stadium with no success in finding the champion, and Oleana is forced to follow through with her decision. Leon is the winner by forfeit. This causes the crowd to rage in a frenzy, causing a riot to begin until Chairman Rose appears to offer an explanation for Peony's absence. He declares that his brother has abandoned his role as champion. He said that he was tired of being the region's protector and always having to save the citizens of Galar. He claims that they are all weak and they deserve whatever fate befalls them. This causes the rioting audience to now quiet down as they begin to contemplate what Rose had just said. Low murmurs begin to echo through the stadium. There's no way Peony would say anything like that. It can't be. Our champion hasn't abandoned us. Chairman Rose is a liar. However, as all of these things begin to echo, the chairman then speaks up once more, declaring that it pains him to say this, but his brother couldn't even come to face him to tell him the truth. He simply left a note in my office and then took off. This is why I was gone. I was out searching for him to try and convince him to come back. However, after searching the entire day, I was unable to find my little brother. This causes everyone in the crowd to get quiet. I'm afraid that we're going to be forced to have to face facts, but our champion has abandoned us in our time of need. This causes the crowd to murmur once more as Brock and the others look on. Rose then declares not to worry though. They may not have a champion currently, however, they will have one soon enough, as a new one will be crowned starting tomorrow. So he asks everyone in attendance to be patient, and he also calls on all of the gym leaders of Galar for their protection, just in case the city is attacked by any Dynamaxing Pokemon. I know that we are facing the clouds of a dark storm, but don't worry. With my leadership and your resolve, we will make it through it, Rose says as he looks out into the crowd. I have faith in all of your strength, and we will rebuild. We will be better, and most importantly, we will be #1 in the world, the chairman says. Now please, return to your homes for the time being, and be back here bright and early, as the championship round will begin at noon sharp. The chairman then turns to leave with Oleana, leaving everyone in a state of confusion about the turn of events. As the chairman and the assistant are walking off the field, Oleana asks if this is the best thing to do, considering that his sponsor wasn't able to make it past Brock. However, Chairman Rose simply smiles. Don't worry about that. There's always contingency plans, which we are currently in the stage of activating. This just leaves Leon standing on the field in complete disbelief. He can't believe that his sponsor would abandon them like that. It's not like Peony. However, what Rose says has to be the truth. After all, the champion isn't here. No one has seen or heard from him since the day before yesterday. And there's the fact that Chairman Rose had a note. The boy is just in complete stunned silence as we pan back to Brock and Joe. The two both state that something doesn't feel right here. However, Pierce simply responds that they can't fight what has happened. If Peony is chosen to abandon his role as Galar's champion, then who are they to decide? Chairman Rose is still the leader of the Pokemon League, and more importantly, the Galar region, and he is a powerful trainer in his own right. So regardless of what happened, I know that the region is in good hands, and tomorrow we're gonna have a new champion, whether it be you, Brock, or Leon. Pierce then says he has to go. He's gonna be on a double patrol considering of the events that has happened. He wants to make sure that the championship goes off without a hitch, as he leaves Brock and Joe as the two look down at Leon, who is staring back up at Brock. Whether they like it or not, no matter how it's happened, they will be the opponents in tomorrow's championship round. This brings us to the night of the very disappointing semifinals, where Brock is alone in the Pokemon Center, as Joe is elected to head back to the room to get some sleep. He is spending as much time as he possibly can with Stunky as he thinks about the match that he's going to have with Leon in the morning. While the boys establish that he could use any one of Joe's Pokemon, the fact of the matter is he really doesn't want to. He wants to try and get Stunky up and ready to battle, as they have a shot at the championship, and he wants all of his team members, every one of them that helped him here in the Galar region, to be present for it. However, he doesn't know what he can do to try and get Stunky to come around. There's nothing physically wrong with it. It's not sick or anything. It just doesn't seem to have any enthusiasm for anything in life. And Nurse Joy is at a complete and total loss for what they could do to try and help the poison type. However, Brock's gonna get a brief interruption when none other than Leon joins the boy in the now darkened room that they sit in. As the only two that are up at this hour of night, the Pokemon Center is eerily quiet as Leon asks if he can speak with Brock. It's kind of important. Even though the two are rivals, Brock doesn't see an issue with this as he tells Leon to take a seat while he strokes Stunky on the head a little bit more. Brock asks Leon what's on his mind, to which the boy says he has a question he needs to ask him, and he needs Brock's honest opinion. Does it seem like this whole thing is kind of rigged? For whatever reason, Leon can't shake the feeling that neither one of them belong here. It seems like everything's been rigged in their favor for some sort of grand scheme or something like that. However, Brock tells Leon that he hasn't really noticed. He's been more concerned with his Pokemon as of late, especially his Stunky, as it's been one of the things that he's been worried the most about. It's been unwilling to battle since the round with Alistair that they had, and the boy is a bit concerned about that. He then goes on to say that even though the events with Peony are very unfortunate and he has chosen to abandon his post as champion, there's not really much they can do about it. They're here for one reason and one reason only. It's to battle and to make sure that they get a chance to challenge each other at maximum strength. So Brock intends to do whatever he can to make sure that he and all of his Pokemon are up to snuff. After all, him and Leon spend a lot of time training together under Peony, and he wants to make sure that they give each other the best battle that they possibly can. Leon just looks at the floor, saying that he understands what Brock is saying. However, something feels off about everything. It's here that Leon begins to say something again, but then a massive tremor reverberates throughout the area as the Pokemon Center begins to shake violently, causing things to begin to fall off the shelf as Stunky awakens from its brief slumber in Brock's lap to begin panicking as it screams in pain before a brief purple glow envelops the entire Pokemon Center. This is a bit odd. It's another surge in Dynamax energy. However, for whatever reason, it seems to be affecting Stunky. This is where Brock panics as he stands up and begins to scream out for Nurse Joy. However, the pandemonium of the entire situation has the Pokemon Center in complete disarray as guests and tenants and other Pokemon begin to panic as they run about trying to gain any type of stability that they possibly can. However, just when we thought things couldn't get any worse, the walls of the Pokemon Center begin to crack as energy begins to seep through them, beginning to cause the roof of the building to collapse. This is where everyone within the center begins to hear a voice echo from outside. It's Officer Jenny as she's speaking on the city-wide emergency system. She's telling everybody that they need to get outside of their buildings as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the severe quakes could cause them to cave in on each other. This is a citywide emergency, and everyone must do what they can to get away from any tall standing buildings within the city limits so that way they can avoid any harm to them or their loved ones. However, half of the people inside of the Pokemon Center aren't hearing what Officer Jenny is saying as Brock and Leon watch on with people in pure panic. It's here that Brock hugs Stunky closely as he tells Leon they have to do what they can to get people out of here, so even if they gotta lead them one by one. The boy nods his head in agreement, telling him that he can use one of his Pokemon as he readies a Pokeball in his hand, declaring, "Toxicroak, go!" However, as the poison frog emerges from its ball, it is going to be met with the same fate that befalls Stunky as it is hunched over, crying in pain. Leon doesn't understand this. He had just had Toxicroak sent over to him for his championship match with Brock in the morning, so it should be fully healed and rested and ready to go. However, for whatever reason, it and Stunky are demonstrating the same behavior as they're unable to move from the pain that has beset them. It's here that Brock begins to put two and two together as he realizes it's not only their two Pokemon, but any poison types throughout the Pokemon Center. They're experiencing the same symptoms as they are unable to move, merely crying in pain as their trainers try to console them while dealing with the panic of the situation. It's here that Brock realizes that the issue is far larger than what he thought. He then tells Leon that they have to put them back in their Pokeball. It could be the only way that they can actually save them. So Brock reluctantly recalls Stunky as Leon does the same with Toxicroak before they begin to run around the Pokemon Center, telling everyone to quickly recall their Pokemon before they ask them to exit the Pokemon Center before the roof comes tumbling down. It's here that Joe is able to join the side of Brock as the boy inquires what is going on. However, with his limited knowledge, Brock doesn't have much to go on as he tells Joe to go and help get people out of here. That's their main priority at this current time. The boys then do their best to round up everyone that they can, people and Pokemon, before they exit the building, only to watch not only the Pokemon Center, but the buildings in the surrounding area begin to crumble underneath their own weight, leaving in their wake a pile of rubble as the quaking slowly comes to an end. This just leaves Brock, Joe, and Leon all in complete puzzlement as they look on at the destruction around them. What could have caused this? However, none of them know for sure, as we pan to the base below Rose Tower, as Chairman Rose and Oleana are in the room that he and Peony had battled earlier on in the day. Oleana comments that that was an intense spike of energy. The entire city has been shaken, and some of the buildings have begun to crumble underneath their own weight. This may be getting too dangerous, sir. We might have to shut down the project. However, Rose won't hear such nonsense. They're on the verge of being able to tap into a source of unlimited power, and he will be damned if they're gonna let some setbacks like some minor earthquakes stop them. This creature is the source of all Dynamax energy within the Galar region. We must harness it. We must control it. By doing so means that we secure our future. Failure is not an option. Rose then tells Oleana to double the efforts. Bring in every scientist that they have on their payroll. They must get this under control by morning. No exceptions. Reluctantly, Oleana does as her chairman commands, as she picks up her rotom phone and begins begins to make the phone calls. A few hours later, just before the crack of dawn, all of the survivors from the massive quakes are gathering in the surrounding buildings that are still left standing. Unfortunately, what was once the glorious city of Winden now looks like a war-torn country, as all buildings that were older than 100 years now lay in piles of ruins. Everyone is wondering what that was and what it's going to mean for the championship rounds that's supposed to happen in less than 8 hours. However, as Brock, Leon, and Joe talk about this, they're going to get their questions answered as Rose comes on the intercoms announcing citywide that even though what had happened was an unfortunate series of events, all of the gym leaders are outside of the city protecting us from all of the Dynamax Pokemon that have begun to rampage. And after a thorough inspection, the Winden Stadium battlefield and the entire structure itself is sound and ready for the use in tomorrow's championship main event. So they will proceed in the crowning of a new champion with the final starting at 12 p.m. sharp. He understands that this is a trying time, as many people have lost their homes due to this unfortunate events. However, he pledges that the Pokemon League will use all of its resources to help rebuild, as well as crown a new champion of the Galar region. Things are always darkest before the dawn, and he can see the light of the dawn poking through its veil. So keep hope, as tomorrow will be the start of a new beginning for everyone here in the Galar region. Rose then dissipates from the comms, leaving some a bit optimistic, while others are questioning if they should even continue with the course of events that are planned out for the rest of the day. However, like it or not, there's not going to be anybody that can contest his declaration, as Brock, Joe, and Leon all look at each other with different thoughts going through each one of their minds. Now we fade a couple hours forward, as Chairman Rose is sitting in the VIP box watching the stadium begin to fill. However, the solitude that the chairman has been experiencing as of the last couple of hours is going to be interrupted by the last person that he wanted to see, as a grieving, groveling, sniveling Jazelle crawls her way through the door, pleading for Chairman Rose to do something about the travesty that she has been forced to endure by losing to Brock. Surely, with all of his vast resources, there is something he can do. He can override the decision. There's no way that he should have won that battle. There's no way that he should have been allowed to take the victory. He should have been disqualified the moment that he chose that Pokemon. Using a Pokemon that wasn't his is grounds for him to be disqualified. All the while, Rose just watches on in pure silence, letting Jazelle plead her case to get everything out of her system before he gives any type of response. However, once Jazelle finishes and she's merely just a sniveling pile of pathetic nothing, Rose calls her just that. Pathetic. She can't take a loss, and now she wants a technicality to give her the win? If she was truly as good of a trainer that she claimed when she approached the chairman with her proposition, then she would have kept up her end of the bargain and beat that pathetic boy, Brock. But even if she was right, that Pokemon was traded to him legitimately. No matter the reason or how much he dislikes the boy, the Pokemon that he used in the battle and he beat her with was legally his. So your loss stands. Rose then tells her to remove herself. She stinks of desperation. Jazelle leaves, unsure of what she is going to do. Her whole life has been predicated around the academy and how things function there, and her entire plan to get Brock to go back is now crumbling below her feet. Her entire future, who she is, it's no longer there. No matter what she does from this point on, no matter who she tries to ask for help, things will never be the same, and this frightens the girl to her core as she removes herself from the room, with Oleana entering, telling Rose that the researchers have begun work on the containment unit. The material has arrived from the Sinnoh region, and the metal seems to have the properties needed to allow them to regulate the flow of energy of the beast. Rose smiles as he continues to watch the stadium fill. "Don't let that girl near me again," he says, as we fade to a couple of hours later, and Brock is standing beside Joe. He's a mere moments away from having to enter the stadium, as he can hear the referee calling for Leon to enter. The boy asks his friend if he's sure that he wants to go with the team that he chose, to which Brock merely nods. He's confident that he has made made the right choice, and he wants to see this all the way through to the end with all of the friends that he's made here in the region. And that includes Joe, so the boy better hurry, that way he can get himself a good seat, as Brock, his name is called, and he has to part ways heading down the corridor that leads on to the massive battlefield that they are going to be taking part in. As Brock enters the stadium, he can't help but take in the ambiance of the situation. For whatever reason, the stadium feels much more packed than it was over the last couple of days. It seems like with the prospect of a new champion has brought out everyone within the region, whether they like him or they hate him or they miss Peony. They are all here, everyone curious about the future of the Galar region. Across from him, Brock looks at his rival, Leon, as the boy gives Brock a gaze. However, it's not a gaze that Brock is familiar with. Brock can't quite put his finger on it, but for some reason, Leon seems off. However, that's not something he's going to be able to worry about now, as the referee begins explaining the rules. This will be a full 6-on-6 battle. Both sides will be allowed to swap any Pokemon at any time, and Dynamaxing is permitted once per this battle. The winner will be declared when one side's Pokemon are all unable to battle. Now, he welcomes everyone to the final round of this year's Galar Championship. And with the wave of the flag, the ref gives the signal for both trainers to start. As Brock begins to reach for his first choice on his belt, he can see that Leon is doing the same thing. However, the boy doesn't have the same amount of enthusiasm that he normally does. However, this could merely be a ploy on his part, as Leon is shown already with the Pokemon that he chose at the Pokemon Center last night that he has a vast array of Pokemon that may be untapped. So Brock isn't entirely sure of what he would have brought to the table. However, that's not going to stop our hero as he declares, "Thwacky, your time to battle!" As the grass type emerges from the ball, it pulls the two sticks from the man bun on top of its head as it wields them in an aggressive manner towards Leon. However, this doesn't prompt any type of emotion change from the boy as he sends in his first Pokemon. Morgrim, go! The mischievous imp pops from its ball with a sadistic cackle as it aims to win this battle. However, it seems like Morgrim and its trainer don't share the same type of enthusiasm, as Brock takes the first command, telling Thwacky to fire a Razor Leaf, to which the grass monkey aggressively does. However, as Morgrim prepares to intercept the attack and counter with an offensive move at the command of its trainer, something happens. There's a split-second delay on Leon's part as he calls for a Burning Jealousy. However, it's too late, and Morgrim ends up taking the Razor Leaf unguarded. This causes a serious amount of damage, but it's not enough to knock out the Dark type. However, it is enough to get its attention as it turns to try and scold its trainer, to which Leon snaps out of whatever dazed and confused state he's in to apologize to it, only for him to give a command to counter with a low kick. However, this is fairly odd, as it's not something that would be super useful against Thwacky, as Morgrim decides to obey its trainer and rushes in to execute the attack. But the grass type is easily able to dodge this, as he commands for Thwacky to use a double hit to counter it. This allows him to knock away the first leg of Morgrim, while the second stick comes slapping the imp upside the head, causing it to be a little bit dazed and confused in the process. Brock sees this as his opportunity, so he calls for another Razor Leaf, and with Morgrim so close, it can't help but take the attack with a full force critical hit that knocks it out, giving Brock the first win of this battle. Leon recalls his Dark type as he's unsure of what just happened. This is where Brock tells Leon that he's got to get his head out of the clouds. They're in the championship round and he expected far more from him, especially someone who was sponsored by Peony. This seems to trigger something in Leon as he lashes out, asking what Brock knows about Peony. The only reason he got sponsored was because his father asked him to. The boy never took the time to get to know the man. Peony was a great sponsor and a great champion, and even more, a great mentor. However, it seems like everyone is so quick to write him off, including you. This just leaves Brock quiet, as he can see the frustration in Leon's eyes. The boy has a point. They've all taken Rose's word for it. However, they don't really have anything else to go on, so Brock does the only thing that he can do. He tells Leon that no matter what the circumstances of Peony leaving his position as champion is, the fact that Leon is refusing to battle Brock at his best means that he is just spitting in the face of everything that Peony taught him. If the boy truly wanted to honor Peony in any way that he can, then he would come at Brock with full force, using every lesson that he has ever learned, and beat him in the only way that he would know how, the way that Peony taught both him and Brock. This causes Leon to freeze for a second. He realized that what Brock says is true. If he doesn't do his best in this battle, if he doesn't actually fight and earn the championship, then everything that Leon had done and learned over the last year, everything that the boy had accomplished within the last few months would be for nothing. The memory of Peony, the one that he claims to defend and wants to honor, would just be for nothing. And that's not something Leon can do. So regardless of where he stands on what happened with Peony, the boy decides that he's going to give it his all. He's not going to let Brock walk away with his championship. Suddenly, Brock can feel a tone shift as Leon smiles before he pulls out his next Pokeball. Okay, you want my best? Then you got it. Toxicroak, go! The poison frog emerges from its ball with the sharp points on its fist seeping with poison, ready to inject some sort of prey with its next lethal dose. Brock figured that Toxicroak would be coming, however he didn't think it would be this early. It looks like it's at a really high level, so he has to contemplate if he truly wants to go with Thwacky. However, he may not get the choice, as the grass type is rampaging about, smacking its sticks on the ground, wanting to engage with battle with what it sees to be a strong opponent. However, for once in Brock's trainer career, he's gonna go against what Thwacky wants, as he recalls the grass monkey to save it for later. He knows that this may be a sour spot for it, and it might create some tension between the two. However, Brock can't help but to play this a little bit more cautiously. He knows that if Leon actually tries, then there's a good chance that the boy will lose. After all, they spent a long time training in the wilds of the Isle of Armor, so he's fully aware of what the boy is capable of. However, Brock has a good idea of what he wants to use against Toxicroak, as he pulls his next ball from his belt, declaring, Galvantula, your time to battle. As the electric arachnid pops from its ball, bursts of electricity are sent throughout the battlefield, signifying that it is not intimidated by the fighting frog across from it. It's here that the wave for the next engagement is given by the ref, and both Leon and Brock give their commands. Galvantula, use Electro Web. Toxicroak, use Poison Jab. As these two engage in their battle, we fade to another area. An area deep below Rose Tower, but it's far different than the area where Peony and Rose had their altercation earlier in the day. It's a place that's devoid of light and any remnants of the outside world. A giant metal box, 4 walls, and a bed adorn this place. It's here that we find Peony as he is slowly beginning to come conscious once again. The champion is wondering what had happened. The last thing he remembers is what was going on with his brother, and then he was attacked by someone. The last thing he saw was a frilly pink decrepit goblin, then nothing. He doesn't know how long he was out, but he remembers that he was carried into this room, and during that time he was in and out of consciousness, hearing commands like they needed to lock him away so that way he wouldn't interrupt their plans, and a very old fragile voice asking Chairman Rose if this is what he meant by he was going to take care of his brother. Then Rose telling the 2 bodyguards that were carrying Peony to search him for anything that would help him escape from his confines. The last thing he remembered before he blacked out again was being laid in the bed on the room, with Rose standing above him holding a picture, telling Peony that it's a shame it's come to this. He didn't want to have to deprive his niece of her parents like they were. However, the champion refuses to stay out of Rose's way, so he will not get a chance to be a part of his daughter's life. However, Rose will make sure that she is taken care of. It's the least he can do for family before telling Peony that he will never see the light of day again as the door shuts behind him and the room darkens with him losing consciousness. It's here that Peony's vision starts to come back into focus and he sees the picture of his daughter, Peonia, and him happy, celebrating one of the few days that they got to spend together while he was reigning as champion. It was laying on the floor of the cell. His brother must have dropped it to give him some semblance of hope, or as a form of torture. Peony is not quite sure. However, at this moment, he doesn't really care, as the only thing he can think of is his daughter, and the fact she's gonna grow up thinking that he had abandoned her, or maybe he had died. He doesn't know what his brother will tell her. However, he knows that it's gonna be something that will be the worst case scenario. The champion begins to feel through his jacket pockets and everything else, even checking his boots, but those 2 goons were thorough. They took even his shoelaces, so he truly he doesn't have anything, even his Pokeballs. They're all gone. This leaves the normal spunky man in a moment of silence, as he's not sure what he should do. Should he just give up like his brother told him to, or should he try and find a way out of this situation, a way to help, a way to set things right? Peony just sits, staring into the darkness of his prison, contemplating what his next move could be. It's here that we fade back to the battle between Brock and Leon, as Toxicroak has made effective work against Galvantula, being able to end this battle with a combination of an Icy Wind to lower its speed, and then a Poison Jab to drive home the final bits of toxins, bringing this battle to an end. As Brock recalls Galvantula, he's beginning to think that he may have poked the beast here. Leon has a new fire in his eyes, and it may be due to what he had said to him. However, he hopes that he didn't take it as an insult. It was meant to be inspirational, and the last thing he would want is for Leon to push his Pokemon to the point where they may get injured and not be able to recover. And unfortunately, from what Brock just saw, that last battle seems to be the direction that it may be heading. So he's going to have to keep an eye on it and play things safe as he watches Leon recall Toxicroak for the time being. Now things are even between both boys, as they both have a knocked out Pokemon and one that is battled, so they're going to have to make their next choice very carefully. However, neither need a whole lot of time in order to make this decision, as they both have their Pokeballs ready in their hands when the ref gives the command for them to send in their next combatants so they can start the next battle. The two send their Pokeballs in at the same time, simultaneously calling for their Pokemon. For Leon, it's simple: Excadrill, go! While Brock declares, Berserker, your time to battle. Hobocat and the Iron Mole both emerge from their Pokeballs, ready to engage in battle, hitting the field with a heavy thud that only a steel type can produce. Leon tells Brock that he figured he might bring out something a little bit sturdier this time, so he decided to match its sturdiness with one of his own. Well, we're gonna see who is the stronger steel type, Brock says, as he gives the first command for a Hone Claws, to which Leon wastes no time in countering by ordering a drill run from Excadrill. As Berserker drags his claws across the ground in order to sharpen them, Excadrill tunnels beneath the battlefield, looking to turn it into Swiss cheese, as it quickly darts through the ground, looking for its target. Luckily for Leon, it won't take long, as Excadrill is easily able to emerge, driving its drill straight into the chest of Berserker. However, this is something that Brock was hoping Leon would do, as at the moment Excadrill breaks the ground, Brock calls for a rain dance from Berserker, to which Hobocat happily is able to do, causing its stench to once again waft through the entire area. While this isn't the main focus of Brock, it's going to quickly come into play what is, as the clouds begin to circulate over the battlefield and water washes down. However, it's not only the battlefield that it's going to hit. As the rain is so heavy, it begins to fill the tunnels that Excadrill had made. This puts both it and Leon in a precarious position, as if the ground type were to dive one more time, then it's going to fall victim to the water that's flooded the tunnels it's made. And with the rain now pouring down heavier than when it had started, it's going to quickly become overrun with the new tunnels it creates, which means this is going to force the battle to stay on top of the ground, which is exactly what Brock wants, as he orders a payday, which easily allows Berserker to rake its claws across the belly of Excadrill, as it's still in such close proximity from the drill run. This causes it to flinch briefly before Leon calls for a rock blast to put some distance between the two, as the rocks begin to pelt Hobocat, sending it across the battlefield in the direction of Brock. While this wasn't enough to knock out the feline, it was enough to cause a couple of hits of damage, as the rock blast did hit 3 consecutive times. Brock can see that the damage is starting to build up on his feline, so he needs to make sure that their next hits count. Otherwise, it could be curtains for the Hobo Jamboree. So he wastes no time, telling Berserker to head in with an Iron Head. However, this is going to be countered with a Smart Strike that causes the two attacks to nullify themselves. Brock is impressed. Leon's Excadrill is really strong, and the fact that it has the ability to match Berserker was quite unexpected. However, what's going to be even more unexpected is what comes next, as Leon orders Excadrill to use a Focus Blast that the mole begins charging the moment that Berserker tries to break contact with it. However, they're so close, and Berserker isn't exactly the fastest mon around, so this is going to allow the Focus Blast to envelop the feline, as it sends it careening into a stadium barrier, knocking it out, leaving Hobocat with spirals in its eyes and Brock's jaw on the ground. That was a message from Leon, telling Brock that he is going to take this championship, and there's nothing that the boy can do about it, to which Brock can do nothing but pick his jaw up and recall Berserker as he contemplates his next decision. He's now 2 Pokemon down, and it doesn't feel like that he's made any type of progress in causing any serious damage to any of Leon's Pokemon. However, there there is one hope that he still has, and he thinks that because he recalled it so early on, it might be exactly what he needs here. As he declares, "Dwaki, your time to battle!" As the grass monkey emerges from its ball, an aura of anger can be felt from it, as it emerges with a scream that is enough to pierce the ears of everyone in the crowd. It is unhappy by what Brock did, and the boy is beginning to question if it was a good idea at all to even send it back in. However, Brock can't think about that now, as the referee has given them the okay to start the next battle, and Dwaki is already on the attack without a command from Brock, which is quite concerning. However, something here is going to happen that's going to cause Brock to stop before he tries to call the Dwaki, as Dwaki is executing something, a move that he hasn't seen before, as he tries to engage with Excadrill. It's going through the motions of double hit, trying to hit Excadrill, but the two sticks that it would normally use to hit it are glowing in a green aura. Then something happens, as the sticks begin to glow and grow in size temporarily, forming what looks like a hammer, and Dwaki uses all of its rage in one giant swing, smacking Excadrill with everything that it had, driving the mole into the barrier right next to where Berserker had momentarily laid, leaving it with spirals in its eyes. This completely shocks Brock and Leon, as the boy had tried to get Excadrill to dodge out of the way, but it just wasn't fast enough to keep up with Dwaki's movements, and now Dwaki is glowing in an overgrown aura as its two hammers subside. While not the intended means Brock had in mind, the outcome is still the same. Dwaki was able to even things up for the time being. However, now comes the true problem, as he has to deal with Dwaki as it is still having another outburst. The only thing that he can do is recall the monkey for the time being, as it once again protests and cry of anger from being denied the battle that it wants. The two boys stare each other down in deep thought, as the recent turn of events wasn't something neither one of them were expecting. However, they both need to make the correct choice, as the next Pokemon that gets knocked out is going to give them an intermission time of 30 minutes, which could be exactly what the person who's down needs to swing the momentum in their favor. So they both need to be right on for their choices. Brock already has his in mind, as he aims to make sure that he has the momentum and can keep it going into this next battle, declaring, "Gyarados, your time to battle!" While Leon seems to be on the similar thought wavelength as he declares, "Cloyster, go!" As the two dual water types emerge from their Pokeballs, we now shift perspective back to the room that's buried deep underneath Rose Tower, with Peony as he sits alone in the dark, contemplating his decisions and everything that he's done in his life, just realizing the fact that he may not get the chance to see his daughter ever again has caused the man to become a bit sad. The fact that he'll never get to see his precious Peony again has really started to trigger him, and the man begins sobbing in the dark, hoping for some sort of ray of light in this never-ending void. The man weeps to himself, trying to find any comfort in the tears that he produces while thinking of the precious memories that he was able to make with his young daughter. However, this moment of weakness is going to be interrupted when Peony begins to hear something from the distance. They sound like footsteps. However, the champion can't quite make it out. That is until he can hear them getting closer, closer, and closer, until he can practically hear them right outside of his door. The man doesn't want to say or do anything that could cause or bring attention to a situation, as he's afraid it could put him in a situation that's worse than the one he's currently in. However, his moments of solace is going to be interrupted when a voice from the other side of the door asks who is there. She could hear the weeping from down the hall. She knows that it's someone, but she couldn't quite place their finger on it. At first, Peony is unwilling to answer, as he's still convinced that this has to be some sort of trap set by his brother. But then again, the girl continues to talk, saying that she knows somebody is there. She can let him out. He may be able to help her. While Peony is listening to the words that she says, it's more along the lines of the tone and the sound of her voice. It's someone that is very familiar to him, but he can't quite put his finger on it. That is, he only says one word, Jazelle, to which the girl asks if this is Peony, only to get an overwhelming yes that bellows from within the chamber that she is talking to. "Are you okay?" she says. "I didn't know what happened to you." However, the champion tells her that it's probably best that she moves on. He wouldn't want to get her into any trouble with his brother. After all, he's the one who put me in here, and that was just because I didn't want him to do something that could cause harm and danger to a lot of other people. However, However, Jazelle tells Peony not to worry. She's no longer under the care of his brother, and whether he likes it or not, she's going to let him out. The girl then takes off, running down the hallway, much to the protest of Peony, as she tells him she'll be back. She's gonna go find the keycard. This leaves the champion to once again sit alone in the dark, wondering if he should even consider trusting this girl. After all, he had seen how she had acted with Brock and Joe in the past. This brings us back to Winden Stadium, as Brock and Leon are engaging in a full knockdown drag-out fight between Cloyster and Gyarados. The Serpent has managed to resolve a Dragon Dance, while Cloyster has resolved not only a Spikes, but also a Shell Smash to increase its stats as well. This all but puts him pretty much on an equal footing, making the massive defense that Cloyster has, even though it's been cut by the Shell Smash, hard for Gyarados to break through. And unfortunately, because it's an Ice type, the Dragon type attack known as Dragon Pulse won't have any serious effects on it, forcing Brock to resort to other methods in order to try and break its defense with Aqua Tail. However, this still pales in comparison to what Cloyster has to offer, as it fires back with a combination of Icy Wind and Icicle Spear, to which Brock learns firsthand what Cloyster's ability is, as the Icicle Spear is able to connect for 5 full times, which it doesn't even look like Cloyster struggled to execute. This puts everything in an extremely odd position, as this continues, with Gyarados racking up damage left and right from multiple skill-linked Icicle Spears. However, Brock still has one more play, as he decides to go on the offensive, telling Gyarados to use a Bulldoze. Now, while this isn't going to cause a whole lot of damage, it is going to cause exactly what Brock needs, as once Gyarados connects, it's able to trigger a speed drop in Cloyster, making it that much slower than Gyarados with its stacked Dragon Dance. This allows the Serpent to kind of regain control of everything, as it smacks Cloyster with a Dragon Tail, sending it spiraling across the battlefield into the stadium wall. But unfortunately, it was able to close up its shell, and it didn't really take a whole lot of damage, so Brock is going to have to be a little bit more creative than that. However, he thinks he may have the solution, as he decides to recall Gyarados for the time being. This puts Leon in an awkward position, as he wasn't expecting Brock to recall Gyarados, considering they were kind of type even when it came to matches. However, what does pop from the ball next, as Brock declares, "Thwacky, your time to battle," does not surprise Leon, as the grass monkey emerges from the ball, still glowing in its overgrowth. However, this time its rage is far more intense than the last time it battled, as it doesn't even wait for Brock to finish its command, as it's already on top of Cloyster with its new move, Wood Hammer, attempting to bring the aura-based move down on Cloyster with enough force to crack its shell and possibly give him a win. However, that's not going to be exactly what happens, as while Cloyster did take a decent amount of damage, it wasn't enough to knock it clearly out of this battle, and it's able to retaliate with an Icy Wind that catches Thwacky off guard, causing it to slow down due to the freezing from the ice-cold temperature. However, Thwacky is not going to be deterred by this, as the rage in its eyes begins to build, and it lets out another ear-piercing battle cry as it prepares to push through the pain of the ice and engage with Cloyster once more. Now we shift perspectives back to the jail cell. Jazelle has been gone for quite some time, and it's gotten to the point to where Peony was thinking that the entire interaction with her was just a ruse set up by his brother in an attempt to see what Peony may have had planned. However, just as the champion begins to lose hope ever so slightly, a clicking can be heard on the door, followed by a crack which envelops the entire darkness of the room in a blinding light, which Peony takes a second to recover from. There in the doorway does indeed stand Jazelle, as she tells him he needs to stand up. They don't have much time before they realize that she took the keys. Peony does his best to get up off his butt, even though he's a little sore from the beating that he took from his brother, both literally and figuratively. The champion then steps out of his room, taking a look down a two-way hall corridor, asking Jazelle which way is the way out, to which the girl points in a certain direction. Peony then does his best as he limps off, trying to get for the exit. However, Jazelle follows him, asking what he is doing down here. This is where the champion begins to fill her in on everything, and this causes Jazelle to get real quiet. She then stops, causing Peony to stop and turn to engage with her. "Sorry," she says, "I didn't mean for this to happen," to which Peony inquires what she means. This is where Jazelle begins to inform Peony about the proposition that she had made his brother, and if she beat Leon, she would go on to win the league, League and represent him, while he took care of you so that way she wouldn't have to face him. But she didn't think that meant that Peony would have harm befallen upon him. However, the champion says it's not her fault. This is something his brother had planned the entire time, and if it hadn't have been her that took his bait, then it would have been someone else. However, they can't worry about that now. They need to get out of this complex and get over to Wyndon Stadium so that way he can make the appearance and reassure everyone that everything will be alright. However, Jazelle stops Peony there, telling the champion that his brother has done the absolute best in painting him in a negative light. According to everybody else, they all think you have abandoned them, a deserter, and I don't think they'll take too kindly for you showing up, especially considering it's Chairman Rose that's in charge. Peony then takes a moment to think about this, realizing that Jazelle may be right. If he has the power of the people on his side, then no matter what Peony tries to do could end in a negative result, but he still has to try something. He then asks Jazelle what is down the other corridor, to which she says it was some sort of damaged room that she had found. And that's when Peony puts two and two together. Jazelle says that there was a bunch of scientists in there currently working, and that's where she was able to find the key. Peony then says that's where they need to go. Their way to stop his brother's best laid plans are down that hallway, so they need to get moving if they have any hopes of being able to stop him before he causes someone to get injured or worse, to die. And this is where we fade back to the battlefield as the Wacky is finally able to deliver the final wood hammer to the shell of Cloyster, cracking it at the command of Brock, bringing this battle to an end. While the entire showing between Cloyster and the Pokemon it battled was impressive, the fact of the matter is, the Wacky, even though it's glowing in the green hue as its overgrown has been activated, it is about ready to keel over. The Simian can't take much more of this, but reluctantly, against its wishes, Brock decides to recall it once again as it yells, being pulled into the ball, and denied another battle once more. Brock has a slight lead over Leon at this current time, and he aims to keep it. But the reality of the situation is that 2 of his 4 remaining Pokemon have taken serious damage in their last couple of battles, so he's gonna have to be careful with his next choice. However, Leon immediately knows who his is, as he declares, "Toxicroak, go!" As the Poison Frog takes back to the field, the poison glands on his arms swell with venom as they're ready to do what they were intended for. This puts Brock in a precarious position. However, he knows that he needs something that can bring a win here, but he needs to maintain the health of his last 2 fresh team members as long as possible. So he decides to go with Gyarados as he sends the Serpent back in, with it raging, ready to engage in battle once again. With the wave to start this battle, Brock wastes no time in calling for another Dragon Dance in an attempt to gain the advantage over Toxicroak, while Leon wastes no time in calling for a Poison Jab. But unfortunately for the frog, due to the Dragon Dance, Gyarados is going to be able to skate just by, barely missing the barb on the end of its knuckles. This allows the Serpent to retaliate with the Bulldoze at Brock's command that connects with Toxicroak for some serious damage. Though, unfortunately for Gyarados, this is going to come at a cost, as Leon was quick on the counter, calling for a Drain Punch. That connects, nullifying some of the damage that had been done to the frog, although the added effect of Bulldoze did kick in, dropping its speed, giving Gyarados that much of a wider berth to execute an Aqua Tail that's able to smash Toxicroak across the battlefield as it puts up its arms in an attempt to block. However, the sheer power of Gyarados is enough to push through, sending the frog into the stadium barrier. Now, this wasn't enough to take it down, but Toxicroak is definitely on its last leg. Both of the boys can see this, and Leon knows he needs to get a decisive blow here, as he commands Toxicroak to throw all caution to the wind and to rush in. Gyarados does the same at Brock's command, as it attempts to land another Bulldoze. However, just as the Serpent collides with Toxicroak, the frog does what it does best by pumping the Serpent full of as much venom as possible, causing it to develop a poison as Toxicroak falls to the attack, giving Brock another lead. However, his victory is going to be short-lived, as Gyarados begins to writhe in pain from the poison that it's endured. This gives Leon a ray of hope, as he intends to use this to his advantage, wasting no time and sending in his next Pokemon, as he declares, "Dreepy, go!" The Phantom Dragon pops from its ball with a mischievous chuckle as Brock considers his options. However, he knows one thing, Gyarados is close to being done, so he might as well use it to its full force. With the ref giving the wave to start this next battle, he aims to end this as quickly as possible, calling for Gyarados to use a Dragon Pulse. However, Dreepy is able to quickly counter this by engaging with a sucker punch that strikes Gyarados first. This nullifies Gyarados' attempt at a Dragon Pulse as it misses Dreepy, before it flinches and succumbs to the poison, dropping the Serpent where it stands. Brock recalls Gyarados, hoping that it'll be alright, though he did hope that it had a little bit more fight left in it. However, this thought is going to be interrupted when Leon's Dreepy begins to glow in an evolutionary light. Both our hero and Leon watch as Dreepy takes on its second, more powerful stage in Drycloak. Now, with the power of a new evolution on his side, Leon is feeling more confident than ever, as he tells Brock that there's no way he's walking away with this win, so come at him with everything he has. Pulling out a Pokeball, Brock learns a little bit about Drycloak, confirming his suspicion of it still being a dragon ghost. With this information in mind, he realizing that this may be his only shot to beat this thing. However, he hopes that this Pokemon is up for it, as he declares, "Stunky, your time to battle." As the dark poison type emerges from its ball, Brock thinks back to earlier this morning, after the events that had happened when the town was basically laid to rubble. Once Stunky had engaged with that massive pain that it was feeling, it for some reason had returned to normal. It was back to its playful self. Same with Leon's Toxicroak. That must have been why he chose to use his poison type as well. However, Brock is still concerned. He feels like whatever element Stunky had come down with could still affect it at any point. But Nurse Joy gave it a full bill of health, and with its personality returning to normal, Brock decided to use it instead of Sableye. So here we are in the current battle, as the referee gives the okay to start, and Brock wastes no time calling for a smoke screen to try and block the dark type from any type of attacks from Drycloak. However, this may be a little bit premature, as Leon wastes no time calling for a move that Brock didn't even know that this thing could produce, as bugs begin to come up from beneath the battlefield with the call of an infestation from Leon. Suddenly, Brock realizes that Drycloak didn't have to do any work. It was able to easily find Stunky, as it's now been infested with small fleas that seem to be biting at the poison type. While this isn't enough to knock it out, it is going to be annoyance, and it's going to slowly chip away at Stunky each turn. So Brock is going to have to get a little bit more aggressive, as he orders Stunky to use a bite. This is where Leon decides to go on the attack, as he orders for Drycloak to use a Swift. While Stunky is pelted with stars, it has a little bit of grit and determination, more than Brock was expecting, and far more than Leon was expecting, as it pushes through the guaranteed attack to land its fangs on Dragapult. This puts Stunky in a prime position, as now the ghost type can't get away, and it's taking some serious super effective damage. However, Leon is able to easily deal with this, as he commands for Dragapult to use a sucker punch that it used to clock Stunky right upside the head, breaking the grip on it. This causes the poison type to flinch briefly before Dragapult is back on the attack again. However, this time, Leon is not pulling any punches, as he orders it to use the most powerful move that it can possibly use, a Draco Meteor. Suddenly, Brock watches as Stunky is enveloped by a barrage of dragonic meteors that fall from the sky. The only thing he can do is order it to try and dodge as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, like it or not, the dark type is not quick enough, and it is easily hit by all of the falling meteors that it tries to avoid. This leaves Stunky on its last leg as it wobbles, trying to maintain its balance facing down Drycloak. It refuses to give up. However, neither will Leon or his dragon, as he orders it to finish with a Swift. Brock, using one last-ditch effort, orders for Stunky to use a poison gas in an attempt to cause any type of damage to Dragapult. Luckily, it is enveloped with the poison type move, catching the poison just like Leon had done to Gyarados the battle before. But there is another side to this coin, as Stunky is hit with the Swift attack and knocked out, bringing this battle to a close. Brock recalls the dark type, thanking it for all the effort that it put in, and he's glad that it seems to be back to normal, even though it did take a battle for him to fully get a chance to see what it was able to do. But now comes the truth of the situation. This Dragcloak is a very powerful Pokemon, and with a move like Draco Meteor and Infestation to chip away at his Pokemon's health, Brock is going to have to be very careful with his next selection. However, like it or not, he's going to have to send in the one Pokemon that he's been holding off on for as long as possible, as he declares, "Colossal, your time to battle." Brock's oldest Pokemon emerges from a flash of light with a heavy thud onto the field as it stares down the Ghost type, ready to engage in battle. Leon is a bit surprised by this. He thought he was trying to save Colossal for as long as possible, considering he still had to deal with Charizard. However, the boy isn't going to complain, as he thinks that Dragcloak is going to be exactly what he needs to deal some serious damage here. So, with the ref giving the signal signal to start this next battle, Brock wastes no time in calling for a tar shot. However, Dracloak is going to use a Draco Meteor in an attempt to deflect this, but this has an unforeseen side effect. As the Draco Meteor is literally a flaming rock, it enhances the ability of the tar shot, turning all of the gunk into flaming projectiles as they catch fire from colliding with the meteors as they descend upon Colossal. Now, while the rock type does take some damage, Dracloak is covered in the flaming goo, causing a burn to itself, something that was quite unexpected from Brock and Leon. However, Brock isn't going to waste the free moment from their first exchange as he orders Colossal to use a flame charge in an attempt to collide with Dracloak. Now, while the ghost type is shifty and it's able to barely miss the actual physical damage, what it's going to come to find out is that tar shot is far more deadlier than it or Leon could even imagine, as even with a brief contact of heat, the goo immediately goes up in flames, causing the dragon to writhe in pain. Although this isn't enough to take it out, this, combined with the burn that it received from the first exchange, is enough to cause some serious damage. Realizing that they have to go on the attack, Leon orders another sucker punch from his dragon in an attempt to cause some damage to Colossal. However, Brock is going to use an ancient power in an attempt to put up a shield. While this is effective in detouring majority of the damage from the attack, the fact is a ghost type is going to be able to seep out of places that a normal Pokemon couldn't, and it's able to avoid any type of damage from colliding with the boulders before striking Colossal across the jaw. However, this is exactly what Brock and Colossal was looking for, as Dracloak is now extremely close and it's going to be unable to dodge another flame charge as the Bouldermon surrounds itself in a pillar of fire before slamming into the dragon with full force, and because it's covered in that gunk, this time it's going to be far more amplified than the previous time, and Dracloak goes up in flames before it withers away as it collapses onto the battlefield, unable to move, giving Brock the victory here. Leon recalls the ghost type, thanking it for all of the effort that it put in and for evolving when it knew that they needed the help. Now the boy is down to his final Pokemon. While Brock still has two, the fact of the matter is both of them have battled, so Leon is still feeling pretty confident. His Charizard has been itching for a chance to battle Colossal since they tag teamed in the gym against Melanie. While that time they were partners, this time they stand as enemies, as Leon declares, "Charizard, your time to battle." Now we shift over to Peony and Jazelle. The unlikely duo have finally made it to the destination that they've been running for, the room where Peony had battled his brother. They can see from a distance that there are multiple scientists that seem to be erecting some sort of containment unit. However, they're not quite sure what it is until a surge of Dynamax energy emits from it before it is fed down some tubes that lead out of the building in the direction of Wyndon Stadium. Instantly, Peony knows what this is. His brother has found a way to control the power of the beast, just like he said he had, and he aims to use it to power whatever maniacal plans he may be up to. However, the champion is in no condition to try and take on these scientists, as it appears they have multiple different bodyguards ranging from Pokemon like Pangoro and Machamp, protecting them from any outside intruders. It's here that Peony clenches his fist, wishing that he still had his Pokemon. However, Jazelle may be able to offer a solution to this problem. While they don't have his Pokemon, they do have hers, so they may be able to do something about this. It's here that Peony asks why Jazelle is so interested in helping him out, to which the girl says she's not really interested in helping him out. She's more interested in getting back at Rose for what he had done to her. As far as she's concerned, she should have won the battle with Brock. However, your brother refused to overturn the decision on a technicality, so I was made to look like a fool, and he completely abandoned the deal that we had set in place. So any way I can make his plans a little bit more difficult is okay in my book. While Peony doesn't really trust the girl after all the things he's done to Brock and Joe over the course of their journey, he does realize one thing that she said is true. He doesn't really have any other options, and if she's offering up her Pokemon, then it could be exactly what he needs. However, they need to create a distraction. Peony begins to inform Jazelle of a plan that he has. He's going to need her help for this. He tells the girl that it's very important that she listen closely, as he's going to need to use one of her Pokemon while she uses another one. Something that can get by stealthily on both of their ends. But she's going to have to be the main distraction, so she's going to need some bulk to help her out as well, so that way she doesn't get get caught. What do you mean, get caught? The girl responds, to which Peony replies that she's gonna have to take off running. He needs her to lead them away, as all those fighting type Pokemon could present a problem. So she's gonna need something that's gonna be able to defend her against them. With a harumph, Jazelle reluctantly takes part in this, as she releases both Marowak and Haxorus to be the two Pokemon that'll be working with her, while Peony chooses something that she didn't think he would, in the form of Slowbro. With the plan set in place, Peony then sneaks around to the back where he wouldn't be noticed with Slowbro, while Jazelle tells Marowak to head down the tunnel and find someplace secure. That way it'll be ready when she comes through. She then takes her giant axe-head dragon and begins to jump about, with Haxorus yelling, all trying to get the attention of all the scientists and the Pokemon that are present. Now with the attention fully on her, Jazelle realizes the mistake that she may have just put herself through, as all of the scientists order the Pokemon after her. They can't let that girl get away, especially with what she's seen here. However, Haxorus is able to easily intimidate some of them by firing off a couple attacks in their direction. The girl then begins to taunt each one of them, telling all the scientists that they're just phonies. They have no idea what they're doing. After all, she was able to get down here, so how good at their jobs could they actually be? She then takes off running down the tunnel that Marowak took off moments before, as Haxorus follows her. The scientists, a bit upset with Jazelle and the things that they said, give chase, ordering all the Pokemon after her. This immediately clears the room of most of what could have been security for everyone. This leaves Peony alone, with only two scientists that he has to deal with. Luckily, Slowbro is able to make quick work of them with its sidearm shell, as it begins to spew purple ooze all over them, causing the scientists to immediately get sick and have to vacate the premises to try and figure out what is wrong. Now finally alone, Peony emerges from his hiding spot. As he begins to look over the surrounding area, he can see the beast through the glass that they are beginning to encase. For some reason, it seems to be dormant. However, Peony knows that he can't allow his brother to gain control over this thing. If he does, then there's a good chance that Galar and everyone in it could be at great risk. The champion begins to look over the room and realizes what his brother has been up to this entire time. The entire tower, it's a giant power plant, and he aims to use this beast to power it for years to come, while the tower is meant to regulate the flow of the power to the rest of the region. While it is ingenious, Peony knows firsthand what this thing can do, as he remembers what had happened to his parents and him on that fateful day. However, he's not going to let that stop him from going through with his plans, as he begins to turn all of the knobs on the power panel right in front of the creature to maximum. This immediately causes it to begin to glow in a purple haze, as it begins to squirm within its confinements. But this isn't the only issue that Peony's going to have to deal with, as the entire power plant begins to surge in a purple energy. Purple clouds begin to form above the beast as lightning strikes down, hitting all of the electrical conduits within the power plant. This causes something that Peony wasn't expecting. An overload begins to consume the reactor, as all of the tubes that feed Dynamax energy all over the region begin to swell as they can barely contain the power that is within them. However, there is one area in particular that is being overwhelmed with the energy that the beast is giving off, and that's the direct tunnel that leads to Winden Stadium. Peony watches at what looks like an aura beast begins to swim through the massive clear tubes that are in front of him, and before he knows it, the tunnels begin to crack as energy begins to seep out before the beast disappears down one of the tunnels and is headed for the point of Winden Stadium. The only thing that Peony can think is, what have I done, as he begins to contemplate his part in the doom of the region. Back over in the stadium, Chairman Rose is watching from the VIP box as both Brock and Leon are mid-battle with Charizard and Colossal. The two fully evolved Pokemon are exchanging blow for blow, trying to gain an upper hand on each other as their trainers give commands. However, even though Brock has the advantage as far as typing is concerned, he's finding out really fast that the two are evenly matched. And Leon has quickly come to this realization as well, so almost as if they were sharing the same thought, the two begin in tandem to initiate their most powerful technique, the Dynamax transformation of both of their starters, as both Colossal and Charizard are recalled before they are sent back out in their Gigantamax form. However, just as both of the Kaijus emerge out onto the battlefield in their giant-sized form, something happens. They begin to scream in pain as the Dynamax energy surges through them. Then, without warning, from beneath the battlefield. A swelling amount of Dynamax energy shoots up, engulfing the two. Suddenly, the pain that both starters were in is the least of the concerns, as they emerge from the light, even bigger than what they normally are when they take this transformation. However, what they are now are nothing more than mindless beasts, as they begin to rampage around, trying to destroy everything in sight. This overwhelming amount of Dynamax energy that both Colossal and Charizard have been exposed to is causing them to lose their own faculties. They've entered a primal state, and all they can do is destroy, as they try to burn off as much Dynamax energy as possible. However, as both of the building-sized Pokemon begin to rampage about, the saving grace comes for the crowd that is panicking, trying to evacuate the stadium in the form of the energy barriers that seem to be able to hold off the attacks of the two. This causes Charizard and Colossal to both notice each other. For some reason, in their primal minds, both of these two recognize each other. However, they don't recognize each other as a friend. It's as an adversary, as they drown out the cries for their trainers to stop this madness, and both begin to engage in a battle that is a knocked out, drag out fight, doing whatever they can to cause harm to the opposition. From his ivory tower above the stadium, Rose watches on, happy with the results that has happened. It seems phase 1 of my plan is complete. Now I just have to wait and watch to see what these Pokemon will be capable of when they've been exposed to a pure source. However, I do have to prepare for phase 2, just in case things don't work out in the way that I have exactly planned, the chairman thinks to himself, as he muses while he watches from the window in the VIP box. As the two kaiju continue to battle it out, trying to establish dominance in this war of the world. However, things are going to go south when both Brock and Leon enter the fray, trying to do whatever they can to get the attention of the two starters. But it's to no avail. That is, until the energy barriers start to begin to struggle to hold back all of the energy that both Colossal and Charizard are giving off. This is when Rose realizes that things have gotten a little bit out of hand, and he is going to have to step in whether he likes it or not. But just as the chairman stands up from his seat, something happens as a dark pink aura begins to swirl around the battlefield. This has caught the attention of Rose, as he is curious to what it is. But this curiosity is replaced by panic as it begins to take the shape of the beast that he had locked beneath Rose Tower. Wait, how did it get free? He thinks to himself. No, this isn't right. We have to get it back into its containment field, or everything will be screwed up. Rose, in a panic, then exits the VIP room, trying to make his way down to the battlegrounds of the stadium to do whatever he can to intervene and save his project from crumbling from beneath his feet. This just leaves both Colossal and Charizard staring down this massive aura beast as they dwarf it in size. However, due to the two's rage-filled primal mind, they don't care about anything else besides trying to establish dominance. So they throw aside their own self-ambitions for the time being, trying to engage in battle with this creature. However, something happens that isn't expected. As both Colossal and Charizard engage with this beast, they are locked into position as it begins to siphon off energy from the two, like it is trying to drain them to replenish its own life force. Both Leon and Brock see this, and they begin to panic as they watch their two Pokemon revert to their normal size, being drained of any influence they had of the Dynamax energy, while this creature begins to swell and glow before a soul-numbing shriek echoes throughout the stadium. Leon and Brock both rush to their starters to try and see if they're okay, while Charizard is able to stand and face off against this beast. Colossal, due to the previous battles that it had before it engaged with Charizard, is not doing so hot, as it is struggling to make its way to its feet. However, the rock type refuses to give up, and the last thing it'll do is let this thing hurt Brock, as it makes its way back to its feet, preparing to engage with Charizard. However, just as an energy blast is fired in their way, a command is given for a G-Max Steel Surge. Both of the boys think that this is Peony returning to reclaim his rightful place as the champion. However, as they look back, they see Chairman Rose, as he has Dynamaxed his ace Pokemon to engage with his Aura Beast. However, the chairman isn't going to be alone in this effort, as a surprise entrant has made his way onto the battlefield, as Pierce, his Obstagoon, and his Skuntank have entered the fray. But Pierce is not going to be holding back, as he chooses to do the one thing that he hates more in this world than anything. But he has no choice here, as he engages a Dynamax transformation with Obstagoon. The Galarian Rocker's ace becomes kaiju size, as it and G-Max Caparaja do their best to fend off the Aura Beast that is attacking them. This is where Pierce orders Skuntank in to provide any type of assistance. However, as the Aura Beast lets off another pulse of energy, Skuntank is dropped dead in its tracks as it is writhing in pain and unable to move. This is where Brock, Pierce, and Leon put together that whatever this thing is, it was causing issues with Stunky and Toxicroak earlier in the day. It must be the weaker that the Pokemon is, the more susceptible they are to this poison energy. Well, we're not going to stop here, Brock says, as both he and Leon join the two kaiju-sized Mon in battle with Charizard and Colossal. This is where we move back to the tunnel with Jazelle, as she is running down it, trying to fend off all of the fighting type that are on her tail. However, luckily, Haxorus's bulk and its overwhelming attack is able to deal with most of them, while Marowak is able to provide some much-needed coverage from the shadows to prevent Jazelle from getting hurt. This results in all of the doctors and their Pokemon being subdued for the time being, giving Jazelle finally a free moment to where she decides to go back and check on Peony. However, as she enters back into that main chamber where all of the scientists are working, she sees what Peony has been forced to go through, as the entire room is beginning to crumble at the seams. The girl can feel it. There's a thick miasma in the air, and it's poisoning everything down here. This energy reactor, it's gonna blow. They have to get out of here. However, Peony tells her that they can't. They need to shut it down somehow, because if they don't, everyone in the Galar region will be in grave danger. Well, how do we do that, Jazelle says, to which Peony says, we need to break its connection to all of these power supplies. If it can't feed them, then it won't be able to feed anything outside of this room, confining it here within its prison. This is where Jazelle begins to order Haxorus and Marowak to attack any type of connection that is fed into the containment unit of the beast. As each connection is severed, the tubes that carry the Dynamax energy begin to slowly dissipate the energy as they go dark. But this is going to have an unfortunate effect, as with no place for this energy to go, it begins to be contained inside of the containment unit of the beast. Peony realizes what's going to happen. This place is going to blow. They need to get out of here. So he grabs Jazelle by the arm as he takes off down the corridor before the beast glows in an ethereal purple light as explosions begin to ring throughout the area. The two continue on down the tunnel as it collapses behind them until they eventually reach the area where all of the doctors and Pokemon are knocked out. Luckily for them, the collapsing of the tunnel stops just before they reach the professors. But as Peony looks at the crumbling rock wall in front of him, another realization sets in as a trembling can be felt directly above them. Rose Tower has become unstable, and if they don't get out of here, it could come crashing down on them. Back in Winter Stadium, all the Pokemon are doing their best to fend off the Aura Beast, but unfortunately, Obstagoon was the first to fall, while Charizard and Colossal are doing their best to fend it off, but the two are moving slow. However, this is a poison type energy that is being given off, and his G-Max Caparaja is the shield that he needs in order to prevent it from causing any serious damage, as he commands for one last G-Max Steel Surge, as the kaiju-sized elephant begins to slam around and throws its spikes in the direction of the Aura Beast. Something happens as the spikes collide with it. As it was getting ready to let off another Aura Pulse, the spikes seem to have enough power that causes the beast to dissipate, raining Dynamax particles down all across the entire area. This has an unforeseen side effect, as all of the Dynamax bands in the vicinity are recharged for whatever reason. But not only that, the stadium is no longer glowing in that purple light, and the Aura Beast is gone. However, there is another problem, as off in the distance, Rose Tower begins to crumble under its own weight. The chairman just screams, "No, not there," as he watches his life's work crumble before his eyes. However, the chairman cannot worry about that now, as the last bit of his plans still have to be set in motion. It's here that Pierce walks over to Brock and Leon to ask if they are okay, to which both confirm it's been a crazy day, but luckily they were able to stop that thing before it got too out of hand. Whatever it was, Brock says, to which Leon concurs. This is where Chairman Rose joins the boys, as he thanks them for all of the effort that they put in. They were able to protect the citizens of Galar, as they look on to see that the stadium has slowly begun to refill with people cheering both Brock and Leon's name as the heroes of the region. The two both look on, unsure of what to say. However, Chairman Rose knows exactly what needs to happen. These people deserve a champion, and you two still have a battle to finish. However, Pierce is the first to speak up against that. Are you sure this is wise, Chairman? They just were attacked by something that wasn't of this world from what it looked like, and it took everything we had to defeat it. And you still want them to continue the championship round? It's here that Chairman Rose gets on the intercoms of the city as he explains his reasoning for this, stating that there is a reason why there must be a champion in the region to not only give us great Pokemon battles and prove that the Galarian region is the best in the world, but also to protect us from threats like that. And if we don't continue this battle now, then we won't have a champion, someone to protect us if we need it. So if Brock and Leon are both still up for it, they have active Pokemon on their rosters. They can finish this battle. The two boys look at each other, a bit unsure. However, the deciding factor in this is going to be their starters, as Charizard and Colossal both want the chance to take each other down as they growl at each other and nudge their trainers. This is where both boys turn to Chairman Rose, ignoring the protests of Pierce, saying that if their Pokemon are up for it, then they will do this. Chairman Rose thanks both of the boys, as the crowd looks on in confusion. Why would these two boys want to continue after what just happened? They were all almost taken out. However, all of these questions and concerns are going to quickly go away as both Brock and Leon take their sides of the field, and everyone gets back in the battle, admiring the sheer grit of these two boys, wanting to make sure that they finished it. Everything that they have, they will leave on this battlefield today, as they both give the command for Charizard and Colossal to attack. But unfortunately, as Charizard begins to execute a Scorching Sands, Colossal takes a step forward in order to enact an ancient power, only to collapse under its own weight, making it unable to battle. This causes both Brock and Leon to freeze. Wait, how are we going to continue? There's no way Colossal can go on any further. With a smile and a gleam in his eye, Rose tells the boy that he's sorry, but if Brock can no longer battle, then Leon will be declared the winner. However, this is where Pierce steps in. Even though he doesn't agree with this insanity, he states that Brock still has one Pokemon left. This causes Rose to get a bit agitated as Pierce reminds everybody about this. Brock, you can still battle. You're Thwackey. It still can go on. It's in this moment that Brock realizes that Pierce is right. Over all of the calamity, he had forgotten that Thwackey was still technically in this battle. It hadn't been knocked out. Brock looks at Colossal, whose eyes are still open, but it's unable to move. The rock type struggles to give a nod, almost to say that it approves of Thwackey being the one to finish this. So, Brock recalls his starter. However, it's in this moment he realizes something. With a smile on his face, he pulls back out Thwacky's ball, as declares, "Thwackey, your time to battle." The grass simian emerges from its ball, ready to rampage once more as it stares down Charizard while it's glowing in overgrow. "Are you sure you want to continue this?" Leon asks, to which Brock nods. "Colossal wants it, and I want it. The people of Galar want it, so why don't we give it to him, Leon?" The boy smiles. "Okay, Charizard, let's get ready. This will be the final exchange. Winner take all. The championship is on the line. Let's make sure we leave nothing unturned." The fire lizard lets out a burst of flames as it prepares to engage, with Chairman Rose giving the okay to start the battle, a bit agitated that it's gone this far. However, Brock isn't going to let this show go without a bit of demonstration on his part, as he recalls Thwackey, much to the surprise of everyone. This is where Chairman Rose thinks that Brock is going to forfeit. However, he's not. He begins to activate a Dynamax transformation, as the Pokeball that Thwackey is in grows in size before the boy throws it to let the giant Kaiju grass monkey emerge as it is glowing in overgrow. This shocks everyone, to which Brock comments, "My Dynamax band was recharged, Leon. I bet you yours was too. So, what do you say? Let's finish this the way we started it." The boy smiles as he initiates another Dynamax transformation with Charizard. Before we know it, the two are staring each other down as Thwacky's overgrow goes out of control before it lets loose with the G-Max overgrowth, trying to attack Charizard and cause any type of damage that it can. However, the fire lizard isn't going to let this go unanswered, as it lets loose with a G-Max wildfire. The scorching flames of this attack is enough to envelop the G-Max overgrowth and overtake the attack, consuming Thwackey in the process. Brock yells for it to shake it off, but unfortunately, the grass monkey has taken too much damage, and this G-Max wildfire is going to bring this battle to an end as the Wacky collapses under its own weight and its transformation dissipates. This leaves Brock, Leon, Pierce, and everyone else in attendance in a stunned silence. The battle, it's actually over. Leon was able to beat Brock. His Charizard stands victorious over everything. The crowd then begins to celebrate as Chairman Rose walks to his newest champion and raises the hand of the boy, celebrating Leon's victory over everyone in the tournament. The boy doesn't know what to make of this. However, Brock walks over and extends a hand to Leon, congratulating him on his win. Though Brock really wanted this for himself, it would have been nice to be a first-time champion in his first major league. He acknowledges that Leon was the better trainer today, though he tells the boy not to get too comfortable, as he may come for his title sooner or later, which causes Chairman Rose to grow a bit agitated. However, he has to put on a proud face as he compliments Brock on his good sportsmanship and congratulating him on a battle well fought. Even though Brock did not win here in the Galar region, Chairman Rose tells him that he is sure that he will do fine in any other league he chooses to challenge. This is where Brock looks out to the crowd and he sees Joe as the boy stands there with tears in his eyes, happy that his friend was able to battle in the finals of one of the most prestigious leagues in the world. However, this is where reality sets in. Their adventures are coming to an end. Brock is done here in Galar, which means they are done traveling, and Joe is going to have to return to his normal life with or without Brock. As we fade to the Pokemon Center later on that day, Brock and Joe are getting their Pokemon looked at as they watch the TV in the dining area. It's showing that all the gym leaders have begun to fan out from Winden, as that massive surge of Dynamax energy that had happened during Brock's battle with Leon caused way more Dynamax Pokemon than ever before to begin to rampage across the Galarian countryside. So they need to be subdued, and who better than Galar's best? Well, it looks like they're going to have their hands full here after we leave, Joe says, to which Brock simply smiles. Yeah, but now that they have a new champion, Leon will be able to lead them. Even though he may be new at it, I'm sure he'll eventually fill the role and become one of the best there is. What are you talking about? I already am the best there is, Leon says as he approaches Brock with a smile on his face. The boy says that may be true for now, but it won't be forever. The two then laugh a bit before Leon asks what Brock is going to do now. The boy says he's going to head home. He's got a lot of things that he needs to take care of, back at his home gym and back at the school. But that doesn't mean Leon can get lazy. After all, if his rival isn't here, then the boy better be training twice as hard, because that is what Brock is going to be doing. Leon extends his hand to shake Brock's hand, as the boy does the same, telling Brock that not to worry, he's going to be far stronger the next time they face each other. The two then smile as we fade to the next day, with Leon standing outside of the Pokemon Center with Chairman Rose right behind him. The two are waving off Brock and Joe as they are leaving the city. The two are heading east so that way they can catch a boat back to the Kanto region. As the two disappear over the horizon, Leon then turns to Chairman Rose and asks exactly what the chairman wants him to do as champion, to which the man with a smile and a bit of a sinister gleam in his eye tells Leon not to worry about it right now. He should head home as his family probably wants to see him and congratulate him on his new ranking. Chairman Rose will send for him once everything gets cleaned up here. After all, he has to deal with the collapse of Rose Tower, so that's going to take a little bit of time. Leon then asks what Chairman Rose thinks that beast was that attacked him during the battle with Brock, to which the man simply shrugs. I haven't the faintest idea, but I'm sure it'll be back. So, as the champion, you need to become as strong as possible. That way, you can fend it off when I won't be able to. Leon gets excited at the prospect of a new challenge, as he decides to take Chairman Rose's advice and head back home for the time being, so that way he can see his little brother and his mom. This leads us with Chairman Rose, as he's now at the base of the crumbling tower. With Oleana by his side, the assistant asks if Rose thinks his brother was able to get out. However, the man doesn't quite know. Whatever caused this was a massive amount of energy, and he just hopes that his investment has been protected by the bunker that they built when the tower was first erected. It's at this point a member of the construction crew calls Chairman Rose over. They've been able to locate the remains of what was once his office, and more importantly, his desk, to which the chairman had requested they find pronto, as there was something inside that he needed to get. The chairman then opens the top desk drawer, only to see that it's empty. So, are the Pokeballs missing, Oleana says, to which Chairman Rose says nothing, merely closing the door. Do you think he'll be a problem going forward? To which Rose once again says nothing, merely looking at the crumbling remains of the tower, as we fade to the southern half of the region, and we find a very mysterious man that no one really knows out here, and his daughter, as they board a train heading into the wilds of a place called the Crown Tundra, a place that's easy to get lost in. This is where we follow up with Brock and Joe, as the two have now been on the road for a couple of days, but as they are preparing to pack up camp for the day and get moving, as they need to make the ship by nightfall, they are met with somebody that they weren't expecting, Jazelle. Brock and Joe both prepare to say something, but she immediately quiets them down, telling them she's got something to say. The first thing that comes out of her mouth is an apology. She realizes that she hasn't been a really good friend or classmate. After all, that's what they were, and she understands if they never wanted to be friends with her again, but she needs to inform them of why she was like this. Jazelle then goes on to tell them the same story that she had told Professor Magnolia, to which doesn't really garner any sympathy from Joe, as far as he's concerned, he just sees her as another spoiled rich kid. However, Jazelle tells him that's not everything. The reason why I want to stay at the academy is because shortly after my parents sent me there, they ended up passing away, and it would be too painful for me to go back home. After I got word, I surrounded myself with everything in the academy. It's all I know. Everything and everyone that I care about is there, and if I get kicked out, then that means I lose everything that I am, and I'll be forced to go back to a life that has nothing, no one to love me. Jazelle then breaks down crying, telling Brock that she's sorry for everything that she had tried. She never meant to hurt him. She never meant to cause as much trouble as she has, but she needed to hold on to everything that she held dear, or else it would just slip away, and she didn't know what to do if it did. This causes her to drop to her knees, only for Brock to walk up to her and offer her a hand. Listen, I can't say I know everything that you've gone through, but I know what it's like to lose a parent and to lose majority of your world. The only way around it is to rebuild. As much as you don't want to, that's what life is. You have to move forward no matter what happens. If you stay stuck in the past, the world is going to move on without you, and no matter how much you don't want it to, it's something you can't control. He then tells Jazelle that he's going to be heading back to the academy with Joe, but only to see the boy off. And while they're there, he will talk with the headmaster and straighten everything out, so that way she can return to the school, and everything will be normal for her. Wait, you'll do that for me, Jazelle says? But why? I've been nothing but mean to you. I've caused you and Joe nothing but grief, pain, headaches. I've been nothing but a burden. To which Joe says, you got that right. However, we're friends after all. We couldn't be called anything else after all the time we spent out here in the Galar region. So if Brock is willing to forgive and move on, then I guess I am too. But that doesn't mean I won't be watching you. This is your one and only last chance, the boy says. To which Jazelle wipes the tears from her eyes before hugging Joe, which catches the boy a bit off guard, as it feels a little bit strange, before he tells her to stop. He doesn't need a hug anymore. Brock then says, come on, they gotta go. If they don't make the boat, then they won't make it back in time to get there before the week's end. So Jazelle, Joe, and Brock set off for the CANT region. A week later, they find themselves in the headmaster's office, as Brock is explaining everything that happened with Joe, and he begins to explain everything with Jazelle, and how it was all just a huge misunderstanding. But Jazelle, having had time to think about what Brock and Joe had said to her, stops him, saying, it's okay, Brock. I think it's time that I took full responsibility for what I've done. Jazelle then comes clean to the headmaster, explaining everything that she was trying to do and how it was her fault with everything that happened with Brock. She then tells the headmaster about everything that has happened and what had happened with her parents and why she doesn't want to leave. This causes the headmaster to get quiet before he begins to contemplate things. He then tells Jazelle that if the boys don't see any problem with her returning to the school, then he doesn't see any problem with it. But she will be on probation going forward, so she better keep her nose clean, lest she lose her position at the school. Jazelle then bows, thanking the headmaster for his sympathy and taking pity on everything that she had done and forgiving her. This is where Joe then chimes in, telling the headmaster that he's okay with Jazelle staying, but he won't. This causes both Brock, Jazelle, and the headmaster to gasp. Wait, Joe, what do you mean? I thought you wanted to stay at the academy. However, Joe says that's what he thought he wanted, but he's come to realize that it's a great big world out there. And after being with Brock in the Galar region and seeing what he is able to do, and getting to know his Pokemon a little bit better, Joe realizes that his place isn't behind a desk. It's out there in the world, learning firsthand. This surprises everyone. However, the headmaster stands up. So you made a fine decision for yourself, I assume. Where will you be heading? To which Joe holds the crystal that Sableye found in the wild area. I have an idea, the boy says, but it's not going to be until after I go home to spend some time with my parents. Very well. I wish you the best of luck, the headmaster responds before he turns to Brock. And what of you, my finalist? Are you going to return to school as well? But Brock, much like Joe, shakes his head. He wants to get out there and compete in another league. Though the academy has been good to him, Brock realizes that his place is out in the world, just like Joe. And he wants a chance to challenge another league. So he'll be withdrawing himself from the academy and heading home for the time being. The headmaster tells all three of them that it seems like they've all grown, and this trip over the summer to the Galar region is exactly what they all needed. He's proud of them for the choices that they have made and the lessons they have learned, and he will hold no ill will against them. If Brock or Joe ever wish to return to the academy, they will be welcomed with open arms. The boys then smile as they look at Jazelle. It looks like everything worked out in the end, Brock says, to which Jazelle simply smiles, thanking the first person she's been able to call an actual friend for everything that he's done. She's gonna miss him, she says reluctantly. Brock says he'll miss her too, but not to worry. They'll have a chance to travel again someday. He's sure of it. But for now, he's gonna head home. So with that, Brock and Joe leave the academy as the two walk down the trail from the school before heading to Vermilion City. Joe is gonna catch a boat to his hometown of Cinnabar Island, while Brock is going to walk through Diglett Cave to get to his hometown of Pewter City. The two friends say goodbye. However, Brock tells Joe not to hesitate in stopping by. After all, he wouldn't mind seeing his old friend. To which Joe says, don't worry, before he starts his next adventure, he'll be glad to. He then boards the boat, waving goodbye to Brock, as the memories of the Galar region are fresh in his mind. This is where Brock turns. He's got about a half a day's walk home, and he wants to be there before nightfall. So, with a little bit of hitch in his giddy-up, the boy takes off running, as he aims to get home as quickly as possible. Then, just as the sun caresses over the mountains, Flint is in the kitchen of their house, washing the dishes from today's dinner, when he hears a door close. This is when he tells Forrest that it's time to come inside. He needs to stop playing around. He can train with the Pokemon another day. However, he doesn't get any response until he peers around a corner, only to see his oldest son. This causes Flint to drop the dish that was in his hand as he rushes to Brock, unable to really say anything. But Brock doesn't want him to. The only thing that he wants his dad to do right now is embrace him and give him a hug, to which Flint does. The only thing the old man can mutter out is, "I'm proud of you, son," as Brock squeezes as tight as he can, finally embracing his father for what he is, his dad. And this is where we're going to end the journeys for Brock for now, as his time in the Galar region has come to an end, and he has made many a friends and caught many a Pokemon. However, just because his time in the Galar region has come to an end, doesn't mean his journey is over, as I'm sure at some point we will revisit Brock, as there are many other regions for him to go to, and that's where we're going to leave things for now. And that's all we had for today's video. I really appreciate you guys stopping by to watch all the way to the end, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. If you guys really enjoy my content, consider following me on some of my other platforms like Discord, where you can get to know other people who are interested in what ifs, or on Twitter, where I post sometimes behind the scenes updates. Or if you want to help the channel grow a little bit extra, why don't you consider donating like the people right here have, as whatever you could offer could help us get to a larger audience by helping us get new videos done, or some of the projects that we've been more custom art is getting kind of expensive, so we want to make sure that we have the funds to do that. But with all that being said, I really hope you guys enjoyed everything, and I will see you in the next video.